I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Black Mountain God frowned upon seeing his enemy. All he could see was a black shadow, and he could not even make out his opponent's face. Han Sen had also used Dongshuan aura to hide his entire body, since it had reached that level. He could be properly seen if his opponent was considerably stronger than he was. And just in case that didn't work, he was clad in armor. There was always the chance his enemy had a Geno core that could boost their eyesight, so he made sure to wear armor in the event that might happen. My name is Black Mountain God. I hail from Sacred Shelter. Tell me, what is your name? Black Mountain God was unable to see his opponent's face, and neither could he tell whether the shadow was a spirit or creature. The fact that he might be a human did not even cross Black Mountain God's mind. He wanted to be number one more than anything, and he wasn't really interested in who his enemy was. Unfortunately, Sacred Shelter had told him to do what he could to unmask this new rival, and so, he had to at least ask. Han Sen threw the crystal egg towards his opponent. It barreled through the air, spinning like a bullet as it went. Black Mountain God was surprised, to say the least. He wasn't expecting such haste from his enemy, and with the number one Geno core coming right for him, he swiftly summoned his heart wheel. He was a creature, too. If he died then and there, he died then and there. The heart wheel's radius of yellow light was wide, and in that light, the crystal core was frozen stiff. They were both shocked, seeing the egg get stopped still like that. They were both expecting more from the number one Geno core. Black Mountain God was especially surprised for this, whereas Han Sen was disheartened more than anything. He expected a finer performance, considering it had been reinforced 9 times. Black Mountain God could not believe it was practically over already. He cast his heart wheel with even greater strength, confident he had stopped the egg for good. Heart wheel was one of the best bronze Geno cores in the sanctuary, and under the light it emitted, the crystal core began to melt. How did I become number one with such a garbage Geno core? Han Sen now knew he'd have to get his hands dirty if he wanted to win. Black Mountain God couldn't believe he had destroyed the Geno core with the power of his heart wheel. Was that a Geno core storage error? Or am I just fortunate enough to wield something that strikes the crystal core's weak spot? Black Mountain God then took off into the air. He had a spring in his step, and he wished to melt the egg as much as he could, and reduce it to nothing but dust in the wind. The shell was half melted as this occurred. With the light continuing to increase in volume, it wouldn't last. It was sure to be game over very soon. Han Sen wanted to attack Black Mountain God and stop what the heart wheel was doing. There, he could use his full power, and he was still confident he could beat down the winged wretch. Han Sen had come here for revenge, after all. He wasn't going to lose again to a crony of Sacred Shelter, and on top of that, grant them first place on the leaderboard. But then, Han Sen suddenly felt as if his crystal core was exuding a strange power only he could feel. Han Sen was shocked, and watching his melting egg continued to fill him with a strange sensation. He thought to himself, the crystal core looks like an egg, and I've even been referring to it as an egg, for the most part. What if it actually is an egg? What if there's something inside it? Han Sen could sense it becoming stronger, so he stopped going after Black Mountain God and just stared at the crystal core. Black Mountain God had no clue what was happening, but he believed it to be something swell. He was thrilled with himself, and he giddily cackled, "Ha! This is the first-ranked Geno core. Today is the day I become number one, for I am going to utterly annihilate this thing." Mwahaha. Han Sen stood atop a decaying, sand-worn tower, watching his precious egg melt. It was the shell that was melting, and Han Sen could now most certainly tell there was something powerful residing inside it. Kacha. The eggshell finally began to collapse, and from the spots where parts of the shell had fallen to the ground, intense beams of light were shining upwards. What's going on? Is something changing? Did I get ahead of myself? Black Mountain God frowned, but he was still fairly certain in his ability to beat it. The Geno core had been sitting in the light for the longest time. It was like an ant under a magnifying glass, and he knew it should have been destroyed by now. There was definitely something amiss. Black Mountain God then exerted even more power and strength to destroy the egg. He wanted it gone for good, just in case something else was to happen. More of the shell began to crumble into nothing beneath that light, and the entire composition of it became thinner. But eventually, Black Mountain God got his wish. The egg had entirely crumbled into nothing of note, and it simply looked like the trampled egg of some forgotten creature in the sand. The two combatants looked at the broken egg and noticed a jade-like item residing inside it. Strangely, it had no color. Han Sen was shocked, seeing his egg now appear like so. The item inside was a skeleton, but it seemed composed, unlike the rest of the egg. It almost looked like a Buddha, legs crossed in lotus pose. However, it exuded a strange aura, one that was equal parts holiness and genuine evil. Han Sen was surprised seeing this, and he thought to himself, did it break too soon? Was it supposed to be a Buddha, but only its skeleton has been left behind due to the light? Black Mountain God could not detect the power that resided within that jade skeleton. Still, he knew he had to be cautious because it was the number 1 Geno core he was dealing with. Black Mountain God cast Heart Wheel to further break the tattered remains of the egg and the skeleton within. Strangely, the searing light seemed to have no effect on it anymore. Instead, it just imbued the skeleton with what looked like a radiant coat of gold paint. It almost made the thing look holy. Something flickered in the jade skeleton's empty sockets, and they lit up like the slow rev of an old CRT television warming up. The skeleton then possessed a pair of eyes, ones that seemed to have been wrought with ice. Kacha, kacha, the skeleton began to move, with a number of xylophonic sounds singing from its creaking joints. The skeleton was small, like a little pygmy, but it seemed so alive, like a genuine creature of its own. There were subtleties to its movement, and there was detail to its physique. Beneath that light, the skeleton began to skitter across the heated sand dunes towards Black Mountain God. The jade skeleton was rushing, with its little legs hastily leaving a small ant-like trail across the sand. Black Mountain God recalled the Heart Wheel and watched the pygmy approach. He had no idea what to expect from the little skeletal being, but he knew he'd rather risk breaking his Heart Wheel than risk himself being killed. Pang! Han Sen watched the pygmy hit the Heart Wheel. The Heart Wheel did not break, and after the strike, the pygmy simply pulled its fist back. Then, the eyes of the hollow being turned dim and eerie. Is that it? Black Mountain God cackled, thinking he had seen all the ominous egg had to offer. He wanted to use his Heart Wheel to attack next, but he suddenly realized he had lost all control. He looked to the far end of the Heart Wheel, where the pygmy had touched, and noticed it turning to ice. The biting cold quickly webbed its way across the weapon until the entire thing was layered with solid and unbreakable ice. The Heart Wheel then lost all of its power and dropped into the sand below. Blurg! Black Mountain God spat out some blood and felt a pain in his chest as if a scalpel had just been slashed across his heart. Black Mountain God knew this feeling, for it had once occurred in the past, the last time his Heart Wheel was destroyed. But the Heart Wheel was still present, and the fact that he was feeling this damage confused him. In battle, if a Geno core was destroyed, the fight would automatically end. There was a systematic, forced retreat put upon the combatants. But since Black Mountain God was still there, that meant the core was still there, too. It had just been rendered out of service. Suddenly, the pygmy's master appeared before Black Mountain God. Han Sen swung his fist towards the bewildered creature, for a being such as that was sure to want revenge one day. He couldn't be allowed to live. Han Sen was not going to hold back, and he wasn't going to show any mercy. He'd never show it to any being who pledged allegiance to sacred shelter. He was going to super spank him. Black Mountain God could forfeit the fight and bail whenever he wished to, but Han Sen had taken advantage of its confusion. And now, he had one chance to end things, one little chance he could not let escape. If you touch me, Sacred will hunt you down, Black Mountain God said. He realized it was too late for him to escape, so pleading a few words was the only thing he could do. Let them come. I relish the challenge. After that, Han Sen let fly his fist. Black Mountain God threw his own fist to strike back, but when the two connected, the wretch was given a shock. The winged felon felt as if it was now composed of one long, winding thread. And now, that thread was coming undone. One string, one thread, began to unravel his entire existence. Before he could even let out a scream, he shattered and became one with the sand of the arena. Super Spank was far too cruel. Even though Black Mountain God was incredibly strong, he did not have the necessary power to repel the mighty strike that had become a hallmark of Han Sen. Super Creature Baby Black Mountain God killed. No beast soul gained, and the Bronze Geno Core Heart Wheel has been sealed. This creature is unavailable for consumption. Han Sen heard the announcement play, and although it was a super creature, he only just realized it was a baby. He hoped he hadn't infuriated its mother. After Han Sen killed the fiend, the jade skeleton unleashed a strange smoke. Then, it turned into an egg just like it had come from earlier. Han Sen returned the crystal core and then moved over to pick up the heart wheel that was resting on the sand. God King and the others were all eagerly anticipating the result of the fight. They couldn't watch it unfold, and they did not yet know who had been chosen to challenge the crystal core. All they could do was keep their eyes peeled on the leaderboard. Suddenly, the heart wheel at rank 4 disappeared. The crystal core ranking remained where it was. Everyone was taken aback, for they all knew what it meant. In the conclusion of a Geno core fight, the rank usually remained the same. Good sportsmanship was highly valued, and competitors often had much respect for each other. Death was not a very common occurrence. If the rank had been wiped, though, it meant the owner of the Geno core had been killed. It was not a very good day for those in the top 10. If someone was killed in a Geno core fight, that meant one party was far too powerful. To kill the heir of a super creature so simply, and without fanfare, spoke volumes about the strength of the elusive owner of the crystal core. The babies of a super creature were stronger than their predecessors, and that held true for any species of creature. Still, their self-Geno cores were still tiered, starting off bronze and in need of reinforcement. The Geno core that belonged to Black Mountain God had, despite being bronze, often been compared to the strength of a gold Geno core that was usually possessed by a mutant creature. He had accomplished much with his heart wheel, and he had even been known to survive encounters with sacred blood creatures that possessed gemstone Geno cores. The fact he had now been vanquished by someone in the same tier as him was frightening. It was almost unheard of. Black Mountain God had been killed unceremoniously, and Sky Lord from Sacred Shelter eagerly wished to find out who had committed this atrocity. Unfortunately for all those who sought vengeance, the only person to have ever seen the person who possessed the crystal core was dead. It was a subject that became much discussed in the days ahead. Across the fourth god's sanctuary, the topic of the fight and what manner of being could have conjured such a terrifying Geno core was at the tip of everyone's tongue. There were many guesses, too, of course. Most of them were aimed at presuming the owner of such a Geno core was either the son of some emperor or the descendant of a berserk super creature. Not even Godslayer Luo possessed such fearsome power. Han Sen cared little for the gossip, though, and after that nifty trick with the egg, he had become enamored with it. Still, he could never get it to replicate what it had done. He couldn't convince the skeleton to emerge like a bony pygmy from hell. Does it need to be imbued with more power or something? Or does it need to be damaged sufficiently? Han Sen stabbed a few guesses. If it did have to be broken, Han Sen wasn't willing to break it himself. There was always the possibility the skeleton was growing, and the idea of prematurely awakening it didn't bode well. So, Han Sen went off to research the heart wheel that had become encased in ice. The heart wheel was known to be a cruel circular blade, but it was a lifeless block of ice now, more than anything. It had been completely sealed, and with the pygmy having returned to the egg, its unsealing was a complete mystery to Han Sen. Can the egg unseal it? Perhaps. Han Sen summoned his egg and placed it on the ice. It worked. The ice began to quickly thaw and melt away. Soon after, its gold sheen returned, and the weapon looked as mighty as it first did, gleaming in the desert sun. The egg can soften things and the skeleton can harden things. Interesting, Han Sen thought to himself. What had happened to the heart wheel was a shame, however. It was a remarkable Geno core, but due to its master having been killed, it would remain as a bronze Geno core for the rest of time. The fact that the bronze Geno core of a super creature could compare to the power of a gold Geno core was an astounding fact, which surprised Han Sen. It was even more of a shame that he most likely couldn't make use of the heart wheel. Or at least, he couldn't use it willy-nilly. It was a widely recognized Geno core, and if people saw Han Sen in possession of it, it wouldn't take much effort to put two and two together. So, Han Sen went to the spirit hall, and there, he found Red Pony and Starsea Beast drinking milk. Han Sen still did not know what manner of power the Red Pony possessed, and as for the Starsea Beast, it was too young to do much. The Starsea orb it had possessed was only bronze. It soon began to dawn on Han Sen that he had no firepower. There was no proper muscle bolstering his ranks. Cheap Sheep could hardly even fight, and just went, bah, at the sight of someone stronger than he was. Should I get Cheap Sheep to obey Sacred Shelter? Maybe I won't even have to fight. Through the misfortune that follows him, He'd bring it down without me having to do anything. The thing is a walking thundercloud, after all, Han Sen mused, in half jest. Even if he wanted to do that, Sacred Shelter was a grand distance away from where they were. Han Sen didn't even know which direction it was in. With the sheep being as weak as he was, he'd probably be looked down upon, too. He'd make for a nice slice of mutton and little more, Han Sen ultimately figured. When I finally do reach Sacred Shelter, I'll make sure to bring cheap sheep. Maybe I can still work his curse on the wretched denizens of that place. Han Sen entertained the idea and decided it was worth a shot. He could pull the sheep out of hot water if things didn't go according to plan. Hey, you two, do you know what it means to return a favor? Han Sen directed his voice to Starsea Beast and Red Pony. Han Sen had planned to let them practice and train themselves in the safety of the shelter and land they occupied. Beginning training while they were young would yield the best results, after all. As a creature, you need to get better. This current milk-drinking laziness is a shameful display. You need to chip in and earn your bread, prove yourself valuable assets of the community and more. This requires hard work, that is true, but it is for the betterment of us all, and yourselves, most of all. Han Sen then led them outside the shelter to slay a few primitive creatures so he could max out his Geno point tally. Little Red, go after that thing. Little Star, prepare to heal your milk buddy. And heal him completely. I don't want to see a single scar or scabbing left on him, okay? While Han Sen was having fun being a coach, he heard the sound of fighting echoing in the distance. He turned to take a look in the direction it was coming from, and he found himself quite shocked. Han Sen saw Dragon Lady in full sprint, and right on her heels was a terrifying mantis out for her blood. The mantis kept on swinging its scythes as it went, in large arcs that hewed the stones and vegetation all around her. Dragon Lady did not falter or slow, and she kept on moving as fast as she could, determined to get away. In her hands, she clutched a basketball-sized egg that belonged to the mantis she had angered. After a brief stare with his Dongshuan aura, Han Sen was able to tell it was a sacred blood creature. No small foe for Dragon Lady to consider taking on by herself. Fortunately, the mantis was a large, lumbering, and blusterous creature. It wavered from side to side as it went, trying to catch its prey that was swift of foot and as nimble as a squirrel. It was having great difficulty catching Dragon Lady, but even so, she was unable to completely escape its pursuit. And it'd only be a matter of time before the chef got winded or made a slip. She used the geography as best she could to throw off the scythed beast, but still, she couldn't shake the persistent mantis. Han Sen didn't think there was much he could do to help her out. The mantis was a sacred blood creature, after all, and even he had his limits. And even though Han Sen could not see what Geno core it utilized, one thing was certain, it was a gemstone Geno core. And trying to topple one of those was a reckless endeavor with his current status. Get rid of the egg. Throw it away, Han Sen yelled at Dragon Lady. The blades of the mantis had just sliced through an entire rocky outcrop, and the land tumbled and shook. Han Sen wasn't going to step any closer. The sprinting chef wasn't following his command, though. She responded, I can't do that. It's only a sacred blood egg. Live to fight another day, geez. It's not worth it, just get rid of it. Han Sen wished to save her, but if she did not listen, there was little he could do. Even if Han Sen threw his crystal core at the rampaging insect, it had an effective radius of 2 meters. It wouldn't be enough to soften and rubberize the entire thing. And that was assuming it could. It was a mighty thing, even by sacred blood standards. There was no guarantee his crystal core would soften it enough to be worthwhile. Han Sen looked at Red Pony and Starsea Beast and noticed how small and harmless they looked. Dragon Lady ran beneath the eaves of a nearby forest and kept on running into the dense landscape of trees. Still, it did not hinder her pursuer much. The mantis marched through the trees, slicing them down as it went. Any it missed were soon toppled by the weight of its body. I needed to get myself a gold Geno core. Dragon Lady explained the reasoning for her risky venture, as she hopped across the overgrowth. There'll be plenty of opportunities for one in the future. It's not worth what you're putting yourself through. What's the point of getting one if you end up too dead to use it? Han Sen could understand her plea and desire, but he felt frustrated at his inability to aid her. But I've been here for so long, and I only just summoned this death demon dragon. I am not sure when I'll be able to do it again, Dragon Lady said. **T, you summoned that thing. It looks more like a mantis than a dragon, but still, whoa. Han Sen then recalled her special ability. It was possible for her to summon ingredients to cook with. This time, however, her ingredient was getting the better of her. It should have been the other way around, but now, the ingredient was about to gobble up the chef. It was nearly poetic. Pang! Dragon Lady made a misstep, and she stumbled and tripped over a tree that had been knocked down by the monster that hounded her. The Death Demon Dragon arrived before her to take advantage of her mistake. It raised up its ghastly blades, ready to bring them down and put her to rest in a deep crater. Han Sen, realizing he had no choice, summoned his crystal core and lobbed the egg at the blades that were ready to descend. The egg bounced off the glistening steel of its weapons, and then, the metallic cutters turned moderately flaccid. Dragon Lady pulled out some cutlery and blocked the softened steel with a knife and fork. Pang! The knife and fork held back the blades, but there was still a steady force descending onto her. Slowly, she was pushed back into the plush soil of the forest floor until a trench had formed. Dragon Lady spat out some blood as she repelled the cutters. It had taken the wind out of her and dealt her a good deal of damage, but she knew she had survived due to the action of the egg. The area the egg had hit had been softened. The Death Demon Dragon was unable to kill her with its first strike, so it tried to do it again. Once more, it raised its lethal butcher ware. You two, head on home. I've got something that needs doing, but I won't be too far behind, Han Sen told Red Pony and Starsea Beast to return to the shelter. Then, he took aim and launched the egg at the mantis, eye with the precision and force of a cannon. Pang! The crystal egg battered the eye of the mantis with perfect accuracy, throwing the creature off stance and making it miss the death blow it sought to deliver. Run, Han Sen said, after retrieving the crystal core. Dragon Lady, holding her own egg, took off running. She was quick, but her speed had obviously been impeded somewhat by the hit she had just suffered. The mantis looked at Han Sen, peeved about the intruder that had hassled it a second time, but still continued going after Dragon Lady. Seeing her run so slowly, Han Sen had no choice but to take the egg off her hands. He shouted, "Give me the egg." Dragon Lady threw it to Han Sen and then leapt out of harm's way. The blades of the mantis were just about to descend on her head, but it was fortunate she made the jump. They cut into the earth and kicked up a plume of soil, twigs, and branches. Han Sen, egg in hand, then taunted the beast. He said, "Now, only one question remains, Mantis Boy, fried or scrambled?" The rage of the mantis had been stoked even more, and it began stomping over to Han Sen, blades waving from left to right, decimating the landscape between the two. Han Sen's body was weaker than Dragon Lady's, but he had his phoenix techniques to dodge. Unfortunately, getting rid of the mantis for good didn't seem possible right now. But at the very least, he was able to remain alive. Han Sen kept on running, with his graceful evasions making it look like a spectacular dance. The cutters of the mantis shredded the ground like a violent wake Han Sen was leaving behind. The mantis' size was fortunate, for again, its huge and lumbering body made it difficult to catch such small and spry prey. But then, the mantis suddenly stopped giving chase. And from out of the mantis's forehead, something appeared. Han Sen noticed it was a mini-me of the Death Demon Dragon, an exact, but smaller version of the creature. It was 3 meters long and purple in color. It was still rather large, but that was just a testament to how big the Papa Mantis really was. Buzz. The carbon copy of the Death Demon Dragon teleported in front of Han Sen. It was too quick for Han Sen to react, register, or dodge. Dong. Han Sen used his bulwark umbrella to shield himself and deflect the incoming slice of the mantis's cutter. Unfortunately, the power was too much to bear, and he lost his grip on the umbrella. The sheer magnitude of that force was so great, it sent him flying through the air. His descent was met with a loud thud and the subsequent toppling of many trees. When he finally reached the ground, regaining his breath was a struggle, and a violent cough broke out, one that flecked the leaves in front of him with blood. It really is a gemstone Geno core, and what's more, it's a replica of itself. Han Sen was surprised, but horror and shock hastily replaced the emotion due to what his eyes saw when they came back into focus. The miniature mantis was already on him, cutters raised, ready to bring them down and finish him off. Han Sen's muscles trembled in the speed of his reflex reaction, but despite that, it wouldn't be in time. He had made a mistake, and the horrid mantis was ready to slay him. DMNU. Han Sen lifted the egg up and pushed it to meet with the blades. The Death Demon Dragon's blades were quite surprisingly to them both stopped dead in their tracks. The force must have been deflected back into the mantis, for it ended up staggering backwards. Han Sen thought the gemstone Geno core was too much for him to deal with, in his current status. He had gotten in too deep, and the mantis's recovery was far faster than expected. It was quicker than its owner, and ready to return to Han Sen in another bid to slay him. Han Sen started running, though. There were only two options, fight or run, and he knew for sure he couldn't fight it. The Geno core came up behind him, tearing up the dirt in an attempt to shred the legs from his body. It had taken notice of how effective Han Sen's egg was, and the mantis clearly wished to mitigate the possibility the fleeing human might use it again. As such, it aimed for his legs. Once Han Sen was rendered footless and unable to flee, there would be little he could do to assert his own survival. But then, Han Sen jumped and threw the stolen egg back to Dragon Lady and said, "I can't keep this up. You have to return it." No. The lady chef continued to move as swiftly as her legs could carry her, and for now, the Death Demon Dragon and its Geno core were back on her tail. Lady Dragon knew she could not fight them or keep up a pace that would eventually leave them behind, so she lobbed the egg back to Han Sen. "What? I don't have what it takes, either. You're the one who dragged me into this, but I'm not going to take the fall." Hiya. As soon as the egg landed in his hands, the Geno core was nipping at his bum. Swiftly, he threw it back again. They were now playing a game of pass, which went on for a while. It eventually came to an end when the frenzied Geno core managed to catch the egg in between their passes. "Sweet. It has now been returned to its rightful owner. How about we run away and get to safety?" Han Sen said, following an injection of much-needed relief. Dragon Lady knew she'd be unable to get it back now, as much as she would have liked to. So, she simply decided to follow Han Sen. But the relief and prospect of survival were short-lived. After the egg was returned to the Geno core's owner, it resumed its pursuit. It didn't seem as if it was willing to let them go. "I already gave you what you wanted. Geez, what more do you want from us?" Han Sen knew a lot about anger and the desire for revenge. He was surprised to see the mantis come back for them, but he knew he shouldn't have been. He wasn't one to let transgressions go, either. Whatever the case, things had gone awry. Han Sen was in a worse condition than he had been in a long time. During his time in the Fourth God Sanctuary, the danger coming for him had been steadily escalating. And now, the latest threat was the worst yet. He genuinely did not know if he could make it out alive. Seeing the Geno core right behind them, Han Sen summoned his gold dragon lock to see if it could tie the mantis up and put an end to its pursuit. The mantis Geno core tripped and fell to the ground as soon as the rope came upon it. But it didn't last long. The entire body and carapace of the mantis began to swell and expand in size, as if it was inflating. The rope was useless to resist this, and it looked as if it was on the verge of snapping. "Run!" Han Sen shouted, continuing the stamina-depleting chase. The mantis truly was too much of a threat, and not even his gold Geno core was going to even the odds. Dragon Lady kept up with Han Sen, and she saw too how the rope was not going to last. Previously, its cords were 3 fingers thick, but now, they were only 1 finger thick. It had been stretched too much. Han Sen recalled the Geno core, not wanting to see it break in vain like that. But when it was free of the Geno core, the mantis resumed the chase. There was only one difference now, and that was the fact that Han Sen didn't have a plan. There was no solution he could think of. "Go. I really should clean up my own mess." Dragon Lady stopped and did not even wait for a reply. She turned around, grabbed her utensil weaponry, and ran towards the rampaging Geno core. Dong! Her cutlery was shattered in an instant, and her Geno core was destroyed. She was sent barreling through the canopy of the forest, as blood oozed from the mouth. Han Sen didn't think she'd last much longer, and it pained him to see her submit to such a fate. Her Geno core had been destroyed, and there was a gaping hole in her chest. "Did you link your Geno core to the shelter?" Han Sen asked. Dragon Lady did not answer this, and she just said, "Don't let this sacrifice be fruitless. Go now, before it is too late." Seeing the Geno core advance on the chef again, Han Sen threw his lock at it once more and said, "No. You have every chance of surviving. We're in this together now, so don't give up and throw away your life so easily. It's a shame to die before one can get married." Han Sen said a lot more things to try and convince her, but the Geno core would soon to break free and recommit to slaughtering the two. And soon after, the real body of the mantis arrived before them. Its towering height put Han Sen and Dragon Lady in shadow. Han Sen was at his wit's end, and this was a moment that required his all. He had a friend on the precipice of death, and if he wanted to save her, he couldn't hold back. He summoned every Geno core he possessed and activated Super King Spirit mode. Before Han Sen could finish his transformation, though, he heard a scream. Then, a surge of power erupted from a nearby mountaintop. That power was like a shockwave or a tsunami that washed across the land, toppling trees and hewing rocks as it went. It seemed to have a target, too: Death Demon Dragon. The ferocious mantis swung its cutters through the air, acknowledging the force that was coming for it. It tried to swing and strike the ripple of power in an attempt to break it. Roar. Then, the Death Demon Dragon was done. It had been obliterated. Nothing but fleshy chunks of its being lay scattered around, in the ruined landscape that had now been painted with its blood. After it died, its Geno core shattered and faded away like a data purge. A mist composed of its blood choked the air for a while, limiting visibility, and giving Han Sen and Dragon Lady chills. It was a surreal moment, and it was as if they had been taken to a realm of the dead. A solemn, isolated place that was broken, with its topography dyed a number of senseless, freakish colors. A sacred blood creature had just been one-shotted. The power to accomplish something like that had to extremely horrid. Run. I think I've heard this before, back when the snowstorm hit. Two powerful forces collided that day. Han Sen pulled on Dragon Lady to move while they still had the liberty to. The lady chef was able to retrieve her egg before departure, too. Whether or not the venture was deemed successful, she couldn't be sure, but she was at least happy to keep what she had struggled for. The pair ran all the way back to Shadow Shelter without stopping. Fortunately, along the way, nothing else transpired. The elite that had destroyed the mantis was nowhere to be seen. Did we luck out? Did that thing try to help us out with the Death Demon Dragon? Han Sen wondered to himself. It had seemed like a very convenient save. Back in the shelter, Han Sen saw Star Sea Beast and Red Pony grazing about. The fact they had returned as they were told, and were now safe and sound, brought much relief to his mind. Dragon Lady was in a jovial mood, upon her return. With the egg safe and sound, she found a place to hide it. Han Sen had enjoyed her company thus far, but what had just occurred had made him wary. He thought Dragon Lady might be a walking time bomb, if she was indeed able to summon creatures that not even she herself could control. If she wasn't careful, and perhaps ended up summoning a super creature someday, it'd all be over for the lot of them. I need to talk to her, and advise that she doesn't summon her ingredients in the proximity of Shadow Shelter, Han Sen said to himself. Han Sen was hungry after the ordeal, so he chowed down on some primitive meat. He gorged on enough of the stuff that his tally finally reached 100 primitive Geno points. This had netted him an additional 4,000 fitness levels. Still, actively going out to kill mutant creatures wasn't going to be easy. That was next on the agenda, but mutant creatures frequently lived together, and more often than not, they had a boss. Han Sen had been in the Fourth God's Sanctuary for some time, and he was both surprised and disappointed he had yet to earn any mutant Geno points from plants he might be able to consume. Han Sen always thought eating Geno plants was the best way to collect genes. And even if it wasn't always the fastest, it was most certainly the easiest. If he was able to grow many such plants himself, things would be peachy. Unfortunately, Han Sen did not know how to grow such plants. And what's more, those plants took a very long time to grow. He'd still need a way of shortening their growth time. Although the black crystal was effective at doing this in the Third God's Sanctuary, his shelter wasn't an isolated stronghold where he could make use of such techniques in secret. Others were sure to find out, if he tried such a practice in Shadow Shelter. As Han Sen mulled these matters over, Green Cow informed him there was another human who wanted to see him. His name was Su Mianhua. Han Sen did not know there was another human in his shelter, but it was nice to know. So, he informed Green Cow to lead him forward. The fellow seemed a little old, and Han Sen guessed he might have been old when he first came to the Fourth God's Sanctuary. Han Sen thought Su Mianhua was going to ask for his help, as most humans might look to do, but he was surprised to learn that this wasn't the case. After Su Mianhua explained his purpose and what he had been up to during his time in the shelter, and Han Sen wasn't sure whether he should have been plain shocked or absolutely mortified. Han Sen unsealed the teleporter after he claimed the shelter for himself, so Su Mianhua was able to return to the Alliance and conduct tests there. Unfortunately, the Alliance didn't have the materials he sought, and the breakthroughs he sought to achieve weren't possible outside the sanctuary. Su Mianhua had just come to Han Sen to ask if there was a way he might collect ingredients for his less than savory deeds. To earn Han Sen's trust, though, he had to provide full disclosure regarding the purpose and intent of his research. Any findings were shared and would continue to be, too, once he was able to continue. Let me get this straight. All these years, Nan Lishan has kept you in this place for the sole purpose of researching the corpses of creatures, all for genofluid? Han Sen asked. Su Mianhua answered, I've made some decent progress. It involves the use of creature blood, in which we can gain the powers of the original creature for a temporary amount of time, Su Mianhua said. Will it permanently affect or maybe damage our bodies? Han Sen asked. I don't know. There weren't any other humans around, so I was unable to conduct tests. I have been testing this on monkeys, however. Their bodies do change following injection, and after a while, those changes fade away. Su Mianhua, to his credit, thought honesty was the best policy. He wasn't going to lie about his findings in progress. Does that mean angel gene fluid contains Shira blood? Han Sen said. Su Mianhua said, I've heard that theory before, but my research is standalone. I lack sufficient tools and electronics to work on this properly, though. Results still seem to be a ways off. Han Sen then thought to himself, I'm still not sure about Zero getting that genofluid, but I know the genofluid was taken from a Shira grave. Now, with a professional here, maybe there is something more I can learn. Han Sen agreed to provide Su Mianhua some materials so he could continue his research. But aside from the man sharing the results of his efforts, Han Sen wanted lessons on genes, as well. Those lessons started right away, and Han Sen was able to grasp the basics fairly quickly. But anything beyond that threw his mind for a loop. Fortunately, a good memory was one of Han Sen's strongest assets. Most of the information he learned was in text, and that helped a good deal. Han Sen wasn't planning on being a scientist or anything, he just thought such knowledge might benefit him in the future. And as such, he didn't have to study the really complex stuff. He just wanted a rundown of the basics. So, while Han Sen occasionally went out to hunt, most of his time was divided between that and these studies. Su Mianhua was very helpful and understanding, too, so much so that he provided Han Sen many notes and informative studies to read and remember. His teachings were invaluable, but it was a broad subject, and Han Sen understood that getting to grips with this stuff would be a long-term affair. And right now, he was invested in learning about the methods of research. After a while Han Sen was observing the Shira genofluid, he noticed something. The purple juice that was called Shira genofluid could be combined with human genofluid. And this mixture would provide users with elements of Shira genes. Isn't that the same as angel gene fluid? Han Sen frowned. There was a difference, though. Angel gene fluid was created with the blood of Shira, but Han Sen was actually observing the base Shira juice. It didn't list the effects, however. Might Zero be a human who has used it? Han Sen wondered. Finding out would not help Han Sen in any way, but knowing this information was still quite important. Her nature had always perplexed him. Angel Gene had researched this stuff for years, but they had not yet found this out. The information was precious. Han Sen could use this information to learn a lot of money, too. Not wanting to do that, though, he hid it and kept it to himself for the time being. Zhao 7 created Angel Gene, but it was a big gig. It took all his time, and as such, he had yet to become a demigod. Whether he wanted to was another question entirely. Becoming a demigod was a serious thing. It was a greater commitment than it was for any other sanctuary. Most people who became demigods perished, and for those that didn't, it could take them a long time to return to the Alliance. If Zhao 7 was absent for a long time, by becoming a demigod, the entire company could stumble and fall. It was like that all across the Alliance, however. The CEOs of pretty much every top company were weak, and even the president Ji Ruijun was. Han Sen didn't want to be in the sanctuaries forever. He wanted to max out and accomplish everything that could be accomplished, so he could move on and do something different with his life. Right now, he was taking some time off. He was at home, and he was planning on making supper for Ji Yanran and his mother. Han Yan was still in the military school, so he could only see her on Skynet. Now that she was the leader of the Hand of God tourneys, and she was the prettiest woman in the Blackheart Military Academy, Han Sen was becoming even more worried over the number of men that might try and court her. Fortunately, Han Yan had the falsified sky powers. If someone did try and hurt her, perhaps from rejection, she'd be able to take care of herself. As Han Sen made food in the kitchen, he heard Ji Yanran return home. "Ah, you're home early. I'm making dinner, but I've only just started," Han Sen said, while wearing an apron. "I was only going to the hospital," Ji Yanran said. "Hospital? Why? Is something wrong?" Han Sen looked at her. With much worry, he feared something might have happened to her during his time away, and he hadn't yet been informed. "The doctors said I'm pregnant," Ji Yanran said, followed by a heavy blush. "I'm sorry, what? What?" Han Sen paused and stared at Ji Yanran for the longest time. When he snapped from his daze, he did so with joy. He asked her, "Are you saying I'm going to become a dad?" Han Sen was delighted with this news. He was so happy hearing he was about to become a parent and have kids of his own. "Let me see if he has any movement," Han Sen said with giddy excitement, placing his ear to her belly. Ji Yanran pushed him away and said, "It's a peanut right now, don't be silly. You won't hear or feel anything. In fact, I've only been pregnant for 2 months. And besides, what do you mean by he? How do you know it's a son?" "Well, we already have Bauer for a daughter. I'd quite like a son I could spoil rotten." Han Sen smiled from ear to ear and went on to say, "Sit down. I'm going to make you the greatest meal I have ever cooked." "You are? What are you making?" Ji Yanran asked. "Grilled pork. It's something I learned from Dragon Lady," Han Sen said. Han Sen eventually returned to the sanctuary. There, he saw a spirit sitting on a chair in the spirit hall. Han Sen had never seen this person before, and upon seeing him, he could immediately tell how powerful he was. There was one thing he knew for sure, and it was that this spirit was not an occupant of the shelter. Metal Demon, Six Ear, Cheap Sheep, and Green Cow were all sitting beside the spirit. "I leave for 2 days. In that time, somebody has already come and claimed this place." Han Sen thought to himself. "You are Han Sen, yes?" The gray-eyed spirit stood up and slowly approached Han Sen. "Yes, what's your name?" Han Sen was on alert, but he wasn't quite ready to flip and sound the sirens. "My name is Qingla, and I hail from Outer Sky Shelter. There is something I must discuss with you," the gray-eyed spirit said, with a look of serious concern. Han Sen had heard about Outer Sky Shelter from Metal Demon. It was a super shelter, one that had greater notoriety and fame than even Sacred Shelter. The King Bell Geno Corps, which was in second place on the Bronze Geno Corps leaderboard, came from Outer Sky Shelter, as a matter of fact. Qingla did not want to take over this shelter, and he hadn't come here with any hostile intentions. Shadow Shelter was already a part of their territory, and there wasn't anything particularly special about it. Qingla had come here in search of Nan Lishan, and he was dismayed to learn he had died. While this news came as a disappointment, he also heard the latest leader was a human, too. As such, Han Sen was now the person he wanted to meet with. It is no wonder why Metal Demon and Six Ear look so uncomfortable, Han Sen thought to himself. Then, thinking it was best to respond, Han Sen cleared his throat and said, "Do you need something? We have found a shelter that is, as of yet, unclaimed. It is a strange place. Many creatures have tried to venture inside, only to be brutally hurt upon entry and forced to retreat. It is as if the place was warded against spirits and creatures. What is most peculiar about this shelter is the fact that only humans can enter without harm. Now that Nan Lishan has passed away, the possible task of claiming this place falls to you. You can come along to check the place out, if you so wish," Qingla explained the weird dilemma. "Outer Sky Shelter cannot be completely devoid of humans. Why are you looking for the assistance of another human you don't even know?" Han Sen asked. Qingla said, "The shelter is controlled by a Geno Corps, so we want to succeed in one swift venture. There are 24 candidates, all of which will go. The more humans that go there, the more chance of success we have. If you join, we can provide you with free Geno fruits." "The fruits that increase super Geno points?" Han Sen asked. Qingla smiled and admitted, "We have those, yes. And while we are generous, there are certain limits. Your reward will depend on your strength and the valor you demonstrate. If you go above and beyond what is expected, however, we can offer you something extra that is sure to satisfy you, and make this a venture well worth venturing." "That's nice to hear, but really, if I join, what kind of Geno fruit can I expect?" Han Sen was not too interested in any extra goodies. He wanted fruit, first and foremost. Outer Sky Shelter was packed to the gills with elites of the strongest variety. If they truly only needed humans for this task, the place they were going was more than creepy. Han Sen was planning to reject whatever was offered by the spirit, thinking the endeavor was too risky. He didn't know what he was being told was the truth, either. It was good to have Geno fruits, but dying before he could taste them was just pointless. Han Sen was willing to go if he had maxed out his Geno points, but alas, that was not the case. We were planning to offer Nan Lishan 20 sacred blood Geno fruit. They were even set aside for him. If you come along, you can have those. As a matter of fact, you can enjoy them now before you accompany the task force. Think of it as a sign of good faith, and a gesture for future prosperity between our shelters, Qingla said. He spoke with grace. Han Sen knew it was difficult to kill sacred blood creatures, and he had only just recovered from his ordeal with the mantis. To receive a free 20 sacred blood Geno fruits was rather incredible. But still, he didn't think it was worth risking his life for. So, Han Sen told Qingla, "Thank you, but no thank you. This price is far too low." "Well, how many would you accept?" "Like I said, we are generous, but there are limits." "Don't give me a ridiculous sum, that is all I ask," Qingla said. "I only have a bronze Geno core, are you sure you need me along?" Han Sen really did not want to go, but rejecting the spirit outright was rude. This was one of the many excuses he had prepared. "I know a thing or two about negotiations and diplomacy. You speak as if you really were weak, but you and I both know a simple hick with a measly bronze Geno core is not the sort of fellow who could claim a shelter such as this. And these followers, well, from their diversity and strength, they don't seem like the sort to obey a leader who, again, has only one measly bronze Geno core. This is a gold shelter, after all. Now, we aren't ready to move just yet. We are still in the process of assembling the group that will go, but if you insist, I can provide you with an additional 10 sacred blood fruits. That brings the sum to 30. Han Sen said, "To be honest with you, sacred blood fruits aren't what I'm after. If I could have but one super Geno fruit, I'll do it." Han Sen believed only a madman would agree to such a bargain. The spirit before him would probably balk and claim the request to be preposterous. Super fruits were extremely rare, after all. But Qingla smiled and said, "We won't force you to come along, but Sacred Shelter knows this place exists. And if they try to claim that shelter first, they will come here just as we have done. Except they won't be as nice as I am, and they most certainly won't offer you fruit and provide you the choice." Then, Qingla tossed something to Han Sen. "If you change your mind, take this to Kiluo Shelter. I'm going around to ask other humans, in the meantime. If you wish to find me, once I am done, I'll be there." Han Sen accepted it, and before he knew it, Qingla was already gone. Han Sen opened the parchment, and it was a scroll. On it, there was a drawing of the shelter they were supposed to go to. There were a few other drawings on it, too, each showcasing the shelter from a different perspective. They weren't the only ones who had found the shelter, so it most certainly wasn't a secret if they were handing maps like this out. However, when Han Sen's eyes glanced across one drawing in particular, his pupils beaded. In the drawing, a building resided beyond the gates and ramparts, one that looked like a tower. It was very wide on the bottom, but became gradually thinner, all the way up. The entire thing looked to be approximately 50 meters tall. What stood out most to Han Sen was the mural that had been wrought into the stone of the construct. It depicted an entity that very much looked like a human. It could have been a spirit or a humanoid creature, but to Han Sen, there was a distinct human-like quality to it that he could not shake. Since humans were the only beings that would not get hurt when entering that place, Han Sen thought that the massive stone drawing most likely really was depicting the human body. That made no sense, though. It was common knowledge that humans had only been in the sanctuaries for 200 years. If that was so, how could there be an aged shelter with a massive mural depicting a human there? What was most important and what was most striking about the construct, though, were the words written upon that mural. They were written in an ancient human language. "God has returned." This was the opening line of the Life Door text. As to why text from a Blood Legion technique would adorn the mural of a demigod shelter's wall, Han Sen could not even hazard a guess. Another mystery for the pile, he thought. Han Sen glossed over the rest of the scroll he had received, hoping there were more diagrams and drawings that might elucidate and depict other angles of that mural, but there were none. Weird. This building looks to have been constructed a long time ago, but why would Life Door be there, I wonder? This doesn't make any sense. I suppose there is the chance the leader of Blood Legion is a creature or spirit, especially given what the vice president was. Assuming Baby Ghost wasn't lying about his position in Blood Legion, this could very likely be true. Baby Ghost himself was a spirit, after all. Han Sen racked his mind for any possible answers or theories he could come up with to explain the deepening mystery, which he was now starting to liken to quicksand. Due to there being only that one line of text to be seen, Han Sen didn't need to examine the drawing for long. So, his eyes moved on. He noticed there were drawings of what appeared to be humans, all in the practice of life door. He could tell this by the different positions the humans had assumed, each one being a pose necessary for training life door. In total, there were 10 people. The fourth human he could see seemed to have been depicted with his life door opening. The fourth has opened his life door, but what about the other 6? Was Uncle Bug truly able to open his life door? Han Sen frowned. Han Sen was not intrigued and interested in the proposition of claiming another shelter. Instead, he wanted to learn more about Blood Legion and Life Door, and that expedition could reveal the answers he sought. Han Sen now knew he was going to be a father, though. So, he decided on not following up with Qing Li, despite his lingering curiosity. Perhaps I'll go there once they've done the heavy lifting and managed to secure the shelter. Going now is too much of a risk, Han Sen thought to himself. The matter was settled. Han Sen spent time with Ji Yanran every day after that and practiced his skills vigorously. His fitness level had reached the point where his Geno cores could become silver, but he still needed to obtain the bronze Geno cores of the Blood Pulse Sutra and Super King Spirit. The Blood Pulse Sutra's bronze Geno core, through Han Sen's constant practice, was finally generating. It was simple enough to get one for the Blood Pulse Sutra, but as for getting one with his Super King Spirit mode, Han Sen had no clue how it could come about. That was a power that operated differently, and it was a part of his being. He couldn't truly practice with it. "Bossman Bub, we've located a mutant creature," Cheap Sheep chirped, hopping its way over to Han Sen like a grounded cloud. Han Sen flinched, still exhibiting fear whenever he was referred to as a boss by the sheep. He had repeatedly told the fluffy thing not to, but it had trouble abiding. "What is it?" Han Sen had asked his companions to keep their eyes out for any mutant creatures they came across. "It's on Wind Mountain, Bub. The sickly thing lives alone, and only comes out during the nighttime," Cheap Sheep explained. Good job. We'll check it out tonight, then." Han Sen was grateful. He ardently wanted to kill as many mutant creatures as he could, but their rarity in the surrounding areas was rather dismaying. Cheap Sheep led Han Sen and Bauer to the location where the creature was said to reside. Red Pony and Starsea Beast were too young and underdeveloped to come, so Han Sen left them behind in the shelter. Wind Mountain had a valley or oversized gulch, sundering the mountain into 2 parts. It was referred to as the Helmuth, and the winds that gusted through there were enough to lift a man completely and send him to Oz. Cheap Sheep brought Han Sen and Bauer dangerously close to the Helmuth, which was a craggy, near 90-degree drop from the top of Wind Mountain, and said, "The mutant creature is down there, in a cave. It must enjoy the breeze. But don't worry, it'll come out when it's night, Bub." "Okay, you go on back," Han Sen told the sheep, as he eyed the strange mountain they had scaled. "I can't leave you here all alone, Bub. Let me stay and help," Cheap Sheep pleaded. Han Sen knew the sheep was a scaredy cat, and this had to be an act to earn himself some brownie points. "No, you've done enough. Good job finding it, I'll handle the rest." Han Sen, more than anything, did not want the sheepish character to bring him bad luck. His presence almost reminded him of his escapades with the terribly unfortunate Wang Yuhang. Cheap Sheep did as he was told, but he kept on looking back at Han Sen during his departure. He was almost returning down the mountain backwards. Han Sen found a place he could get comfy for a while, and there, he inflated an airbed for himself and Bauer to rest on. They spent the rest of the day admiring the sky. "Dad, is Mom having a baby?" Bauer asked, with a surprisingly serious tone. "Yes, you will become a big sister," Han Sen said, with a reassuring smile. "Dad, when you have another baby, will you still want me?" Bauer looked visibly upset when she spoke, as if she was on the brink of letting tears flow. Han Sen stroked her head, suspecting such a question might arise. He assured her, "Of course I will want you. You're my baby daughter, and nothing will ever replace you." Bauer responded by asking, "Mom can love the new baby, and Dad can love me." "Okay, if that's how you want it." Han Sen paused to think of how he might best explain such a situation to her, and when he decided, he told her, "But there's enough room in all of our hearts to love each other equally. And what's more, you'll be a big sister. That means you'll have the responsibility of looking out for the new baby, as they grow up. I'll jam my gourd up the *SS of anyone who tries to mess with my future sibling," Bauer proclaimed, clenching her fist and making an upward motion. Han Sen smiled hearing this. But then, he suddenly caught the sight of a big white lizard climbing up the rock wall. It was a 3-meter-long, scaled creature. It really was just like an oversized, albino lizard, save for the strange adornment on its head. It looked like a cauldron of sorts, and Han Sen thought it was the most peculiar thing to see atop the head of a creature that was now scaling a cliff face, in the adversity of the winds that rushed through the helmet. When it reached the top, it faced the moonlight. It seemed extra bright on this night, and it obviously enamored the creature. The lizard stood up, soaking and bathing in its silver glow. Then, after a while of this, the creature released a mist. Soon after, an orb emerged out of the lizard, and that too hovered in its proximity, admiring the moonlight. Strangely, however, it looked as if the orb was actually absorbing the celestial light. "It's absorbing the moonlight," Han Sen questioned if that was indeed what he was seeing. It looked likely, but regardless of that, he wagered that regardless of what that orb did, it was the lizard's genocore. The genocore's power was likely associated with the element of moonlight, and if that was truly so, then it explained the lizard's nocturnal outings. Han Sen wished to approach the creature, but all of a sudden, he heard a noise. He then saw the wild wind of the mountain, literally. The wind was black, like the assault of demonic wisps. Fortunately, Han Sen was in a sheltered area that protected him from the wind that now gusted all about. Problematically, however, the black wind carried a dreadful sound that deafened all else in the surrounding area. Nothing could be heard atop its howling. "What sort of wind is this?" Han Sen frowned, watching the lizard and its orb remain motionless, despite the black wind that seemed to ravage it and pass up and over the mountain. Can the orb inhibit and repel wind elemental attacks? Han Sen wondered, gauging the threat this foe could pose. He needed such intel to know what he could and could not do, once he stepped forward to hunt it, if he tried to at all. Pang, pang, from within this black wind, Han Sen heard a number of loud footsteps. Something was hidden inside, beyond the dark streaks Han Sen's vision could not pierce. Han Sen ultimately decided he should not try to kill the lizard. He thought to himself, "There's no rush. I definitely need to learn more about it and where I am, too. All of this is too strange." The lizard continued to remain where it was, still as stone. The footsteps, however, were getting closer and closer. Before long, Han Sen's eyes were able to make out the faint outline of a shadow, lurking in the black wind. He initially believed it to be a horse, and with the strangeness of the current events, it looked like a horse of the apocalypse. But as it came closer and became easier to distinguish, Han Sen was able to see that it was actually a camel. It was a white camel, and fairly large. It stood at 10 meters tall, with 2 humps on its back. Saddled between them was a spirit. The spirit had a beaked mouth, and Han Sen could immediately tell it was a royal class spirit. The camel it rode upon was also mutant class, he wagered. After cresting a hill, they stopped where they were. They too watched the lizard, that had yet to move. Han Sen frowned, seeing this sight, and he thought to himself, "This has to be a joke. Am I going to have to compete against that spirit for the lizard? A competition over something as measly as a mutant class creature. Oh, please." The spirit's forehead began to glow softly, and after a while, this light traveled in a beam towards the lizard's orb. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to see that the light was a black iron wind bell. The light-birthed bell tried to land on top of the orb, but in one swift movement, the orb pulled away and evaded the attempted cupping. The spirit seemed visibly angry after this one little failure, and so he chimed the bell and brought a stop to the fierce winds that had blanketed the mountain. Clearly, the black wind had been manufactured by him, and while the wind calmed, the simple chiming of that bell seemed to have an effect. The lizard's orb was now moving much slower than it had been. The lizard spat out a thick, mucus-like cloud of juices to repel the bell which now approached it. Then, the cauldron on its head recalled the orb in a retreat. While the bell was knocked back by the spit, the orb was given the opportunity to return. This just angered the spirit even further, prompting it to ring the bell with a greater craze. The black wind then restarted. It assaulted the lizard with a greater ferocity than before, and so thick and fast were the streaks of black, the moonlight was completely lost to sight. They might as well have been fighting in an alternate realm, one devoid of light. And as the wind battered the mountain, it showed no sign of maintaining the status quo. It kept on accelerating, until its ferocity gave birth to a black tornado that ravaged the mountainside and sent rocks and trees spiraling off into the dark. Han Sen and Bauer had previously been hidden quite well, and given a good view of the battle to boot. But now, the rocks that shielded them had been blasted away, exposing them. There was nowhere for them to hide now. Han Sen, with Bauer in his arms, thought of only one place he could retreat to for shelter, lest the two be blown away, the lizard's cave. While the lizard was up top, dealing with the crazed wind, the cave should have been empty. Or at least that was the hope, for Han Sen was fast approaching it. The tornado up top was soon accompanied by many more, as the searing wind laid waste to the mountain. But then, as Han Sen raced for the sanctuary of the cave, two of the tornadoes came after him. The spirit had seen him. Han Sen frowned, unable to escape the blistering speed of the vortexes. As soon as they came for him, they pulled him into the slipstream. An unlucky day for mountaineering, don't you think? Mwahaha. Go to hell, little boy. Han Sen wasn't sure if the spirit was genuinely angry or just psychotic enough to think the ravaging winds were humorous, but he seemed to be delighted to watch the bystander human and his baby get swept up into the tornado. Inside the tornado, Han Sen soon discovered the reason why the wind was black. The wind itself was not colored, but there were streaks and streams of black sand twirling within them. The streams of sand were incredibly sharp, and coming into contact with them was brutal. The tornado that had trapped Han Sen began to grow in size, and it continued to twirl faster and faster. Steel could have easily been ground to dust inside it. The spirit no longer paid attention to Han Sen inside there, though, most likely believing the human to have been killed. The spirit thought that if the human had not had his bones twisted by the winds, then he would have been shredded by the black sand. It was a fair belief, too, for no mutant creature should have been able to withstand a single moment inside such a tornado. Fortunately, Han Sen was a touch more adept than the usual creature. He could fly and move in tandem with the twirling vortex to remain alive, but there was not enough leeway to allow an escape, which was what he desperately wanted to do. Then, genius struck. He opened up his bulwark umbrella, and a bubble-like shield protected him from the body-shredding winds. The umbrella was able to withstand any environmental disaster it seemed, and not a single stiff breeze or grain of sand was able to get to Han Sen within its comforting embrace. But Han Sen still had to hold on to it by the grip, and it was a grip that could escape at any moment's notice. The wind was truly brutal, and trying to keep the umbrella in his hands was no easy task. Luckily, the tornado's radius is wide. If it was smaller and more concentrated, I doubt I could hold on for as long as I have, Han Sen thought. There was at least one thing to be grateful for, as sour as the ordeal still was. The power of a gold Geno core was truly incredible. The strongest and most dangerous thing about the tornado was the black sand that twirled around like a black wind. If the sand was eliminated, the tornado wouldn't be much of a threat. Han Sen maintained his clutch on the umbrella, but he knew he had to do something. So, inside that violent vortex, he inched his way in the direction of the spirit. The spirit himself, despite the works of wind being his own machination, was unable to see much. He believed Han Sen would have been killed moments after being swept into the winds, so he moved his focus back to the target he had come to kill, the lizard. Two primary tornadoes now ravaged the mountainside, and the spirit focused his concentration on those. The lizard was atop the mountain, with its claws dug into the stone. Its cauldron still sat upon its head, shining. It was defying the wind fairly well, but it didn't seem to do all that much in retaliation. But perhaps that was because it had reached the end of its tether, and it had no space or strength to do anything else as the wind battered it. And soon after, the black wind and sand began to almost wholly encompass the creature. The wind streams that carried the sand were like whips, and each pass they made over the lizard was like a cruel lashing. It eventually began to settle on the lizard's body, as well, as if the grains of sand were magnetized to its body. It seemed as if they wanted to suffocate the creature. More and more sand came down then, to bury the lizard. And before long, it could hardly be seen, and it could no longer move. Ha ha, another mutant creature notch for my belt. The spirit, seeing the lizard buried beneath the sand, cackled and ceased his chiming of the bell. Shortly after, the black wind and tornadoes all whirled out of existence. The sand of those streams dropped to the ground, blanketing the mountain in black. The spirit was going to ride his camel over to the lizard so he could claim his prize, but something occurred. All of a sudden, the camel squealed in agony. The spirit saw something appear before him. One of the being's hands clutched a horn, while the other clutched an umbrella. The horn had been driven through the camel, slicing its belly horizontally, from back to front. Then, all of its guts fell out in a sticky red downpour. The spirit was bucked off, thrown into the sand that had now been dyed red. The camel was a mighty thing, but Han Sen had killed it with the greatest of ease. Assassination was one of Han Sen's fortes. What he had done was take refuge in the sand that had cloaked the ground. He hid beneath it, and when the camel trotted past, he leapt up and struck. Han Sen killed the camel first because he was aware of what the spirit could do, and he had more than a few ideas in regards to how he could counter the spirit's moves. He didn't know anything about the camel, so it was best to remove the foe from the board he was most uncertain about first. That was why he took out the camel so quickly. Mutant creature. Wind camel killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core destroyed. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant Geno points randomly. Han Sen didn't care about the dismal results of the camel's killing, though. Right now, he had more important things to concern himself with, like the spirit he had just made an enemy out of. Without relenting, he went for the spirit with his umbrella and horn in hand. The spirit was incredibly angry, and so he rang his bell to summon more tornadoes to prevent Han Sen's approach. How dare you kill my camel? Do you not know who you've picked a fight with? I am the Sandman. The spirit was hissing and seething as he spoke, and his hands flailed like mad in a frantic ringing of the bell. The tornadoes that spawned were wicked and wild, destroying all that they came into contact with. The spirit could not wait to see Han Sen reduced to dust, but he was quickly delivered of fright when he saw the effects the tornadoes had on the human. Nothing. There was no effect. Han Sen cut through the tornado, not having been licked by a single grain of sand. Impossible. Han Sen's horn had come right before his face. The spirit used his bell to shield his pretty face and deflect the horn. You can't kill me, the spirit said. Han Sen lifted his umbrella and threw it up into the sky. Then, he used his newly free hand to punch the spirit, right before catching the umbrella once more. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Han Sen, umbrella back in hand, ran towards Wind Mountain. The spirit's face twitched and warped, but he was unable to move his body. Arg! After one brief scream, the spirit's body crumbled into dust. The spirit returned to his spirit stone, but Han Sen expected this. Regardless, Han Sen ventured up to the top of the mountain and began removing the black sand. There was a large mound of the stuff, and after much digging, Han Sen was able to find the lizard that had been buried. The lizard was not dead yet, but it was in poor shape. The black sand had suffocated it and crept its way into the lizard's body. The lungs and organs were stuffed with sand, and its death was inevitable. The lizard's mouth and nose were wet, caked in sand. It was a bad way to go out. Han Sen, wanting to put it out of its misery swiftly, took out his horn and plunged it through the creature's heart. Mutant creature cauldron beast killed. Beast soul gained. Gold Geno core acquired. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 mutant Geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted at the result. Things had gotten a little heated, but aside from ending up a little windswept, he'd be walking away from the venture with 2 mutant carcasses, a new gold Geno core, and an extra beast soul to top it all off. Han Sen summoned his black unicorn and bundled everything together with his gold lock. This was a fine haul of meat, and it'd keep Han Sen full for some time to come. In the meantime, Cheap Sheep was still off in search of more mutant creatures for him. This would tide Han Sen over until then, for sure. A month later, Han Sen had almost finished consuming all the flesh. He had thus far received an additional 16 mutant Geno points, which brought his tally up to 25. Currently, Han Sen was in the midst of his daily training regime with Red Pony and Star Sea Beast. Over the past month, they had shown great diligence in development, and they took their training times with Han Sen very seriously. It made Han Sen glad to see them behave that way. A, B, C. Han Sen's training wasn't purely physical, and now he was holding up a board with the alphabet. A. Star Sea Beast had been trying his hardest to learn, but it had been a struggle. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Unfortunately, Han Sen looked dismayed. Finding out that many demigod creatures couldn't speak was disheartening, and he expected a far better literacy rate in the fourth god's sanctuary. Come on, This stuff is basic. You guys are going to have to learn eventually. Now come on, follow after me. A, B, C. Han Sen was determined to make his followers speak. Red Pony did not seem very focused on the lesson. It didn't speak, and neither did it follow along with Han Sen's instructions. It seemed very disinterested. Starsea Beast, however, was trying its best. It was incredibly focused, despite being rather dumb. Still, all it could say in response to Han Sen was, A. Suddenly, Han Sen felt a wretched energy blanket the shelter. Not wasting any time in his response, he flew over to the gate to see what might have been approaching. There, he saw Qingla and another spirit marching towards the shelter. The scary, menacing power was from the spirit that accompanied Qingla. As much as he had thus far tried to resist, Han Sen had the sneaking suspicion it was only a matter of time before he was forced to go to that spooky shelter that only allowed humans. Qingla, I've been waiting for you, man. Han Sen forced the biggest ear-to-ear smile he could, and fluffed his voice to be as welcoming as one could be. Qingla looked at Han Sen with one eyebrow raised high enough, it could have pierced the clouds. You were expecting me. Yeah, I've been so busy this last month, I was unable to catch up with you for that expedition you said you were planning. You know the one, the human team, the creepy shelter, the 50 sacred Geno fruits. I thought I said 30, Qingla said. They had come there expecting to use force to get Han Sen to go along with their plan. This was most unexpected. Someone who was willing to go was always a better choice than someone who had been forced to. Communication was far better, in such circumstances. I was going to accept the 30 you offered last time, but now that you're here. Well, I can only suspect you've been to the shelter and failed. Clearly, the risk and danger of that place are far worse than you expected. Add an extra 20 for the hazard pay, and I'm your man, Han Sen said. My balls, consider them busted. Oh well, fine, I accept. 50 it is, the other spirit finally spoke. The way that spirit held himself was different from Qingla, and it was clear to see he was of a higher rank. How should I refer to you, sir? Han Sen said, approaching the two in a casual manner. The Emperor's sixth son, Yu Zhan. The spirit puffed his chest and put his chin up when he said this. Then, he lessened his threatening aura to one that was far more approachable. That's a mouthful. I'm Han Sen, nice to meet you, Han Sen said. Yu Zhan then stepped forward to say, I like cooperating with smart men. Pack up your things and we'll head out. Okay. Han Sen returned Bauer to the Alliance, afraid there might be much danger on the road ahead. Particularly so, at their destination. Han Sen didn't bring anyone else with him on that trip. He just went alone with the spirits. On the road, Qingla and Yu Zhan explained many things to Han Sen, and what had occurred in their previous attempt at taking the shelter. They had ended up sending 29 men to that shelter. 3 had returned from that place, in a grievously poor condition. Even those were dead now. A few of those humans even had gemstone Geno cores, but it hadn't seemed to matter at all. They had all been killed. Sacred Shelter had also sent a bunch of humans, as well. Only one of those managed to crawl out, then later died. It was impossible for them to find a decent pool of humans to try to take the shelter individually, so the two shelters had now decided to cooperate for their next venture. Yu Zhan, now that I am a part of the Outer Sky Shelter territory, perhaps you could tell me more about what I will be walking into. The more intel I have going in, the better I can perform. Han Sen knew the mission would be dangerous, so he would have preferred going in with at least some semblance of an idea of what he might face. Yu Zhan looked at Qingla, prompting him to speak. He said, unfortunately, we don't know much about the shelter. And as for what our previous team faced on the inside, there is no proof that can verify the claims made by the 3 who made it out. Han Sen wasn't sure what the implication was, but he frowned. He allowed Qingla to continue talking. After a pause. The 3 men that returned claimed the same things, but when pressed to elaborate, their explanations for what transpired when they were all killed were different. Still, we were fortunate to hear much of anything, with the pain they were in following their escape. What did they tell you, then? Han Sen asked, with a frown. They told us that when they entered, they saw something horrible in front of the palace there. That was where most of the men who entered died. 3 made it out, as we have stated. Qingla went on to say, but the 3 men described what killed them differently. Han Sen didn't say a word. Qingla continued, they all said they saw a bronze coffin inside the palace. On this coffin was said to reside a fox or a cat with a red body. They all spoke of this, so we can assume that part to be fairly sound. Han Sen thought to himself, a 9-life cat, maybe. Was the cat alive, or was it something inanimate? Han Sen asked. If it really was associated with Blood Legion, being a 9-life cat, there was every chance he could survive. Han Sen was proficient with the Blood Pulse Sutra, and furthermore, he was in possession of the pendant. Perhaps the shelter was warded to prevent those who weren't affiliated with Blood Legion from entering. If anything transpired on the inside, the least Han Sen could do was pretend he was a member. I am not sure. The details were sparse, Qingla said, shaking his head in regret. One of them said a beast emerged and slew everyone there. Another said there was the statue of a beast there, and that everybody simply started to die after they opened the coffin. The other person claimed that, after seeing a beast there, they all started killing themselves. Could they all be hallucinating different things? Han Sen asked. It is not out of the realm of possibilities, but then, why would they have died after escaping with their lives? Yu Zhan said. Han Sen nodded. There was no reason for the perfectly capable humans to die, if all they had experienced were hallucinations. There was something wrong with all this, there was no doubt about that. How did they die? Were they severely wounded or something? Han Sen asked. They had no wounds. Their blood crystallized, clogging the blood flow and preventing proper operation of their organs, Qingla explained. Han Sen did not say anything, but he most certainly believed the shelter had a connection to Blood Legion. If the red beast or creature there was the 9-life cat, Han Sen was starting to think he'd get the answers he had been waiting for. This was a big opportunity, and it would be silly to squander it. Yu Zhan and Qingla did not take Han Sen to Outer Sky Shelter, and they delivered him to that spooky shelter directly. When they arrived, Han Sen saw 3 humans. They were right, saying it had been difficult trying to assemble a new team. There weren't many humans in the 4th God's Sanctuary, and the ones who had been killed on the last mission had been reported as missing in the Alliance. It was a spectacular feat, knowing they had managed to assemble nearly 30 humans for the last venture. But that also made it profoundly upsetting, learning what had occurred to each of them. It was difficult finding more humans to replace those that were lost, and it'd take a lot of time for the shelters to recover that number. And what, please tell me, was the point in bringing a bronze Geno core human on this expedition? A female spirit scoffed, while looking at Han Sen with her nose upturned. Yu Zhan was very polite to her, despite her tone. He said to her, "Sister, you know finding humans has been difficult for us all, after what last transpired. He is willing to try, so why not allow him?" The female spirit smiled, then, and said, "Mr. Li, your allies may not be the hardiest, but I pray you're successful." "I'll do what I can," Mr. Li said, with a coarse voice not so different from toned grunts. Han Sen looked at this Mr. Li, who was a human, and observed him. Han Sen was surprised, seeing a human garner such respect. The woman spirit seemed to hold him in high regard. The man looked to be in his 30s, and he'd undoubtedly be an accomplished fighter. Just like Han Sen, he was hiding the true extent of his power. The female spirit almost spoke like a student would, before their master. Next to Mr. Li were another 2 humans. One was old, and the other was young. They were both very powerful, from the look of them, and it was highly likely they possessed gemstone Geno cores. The 2 of them stood next to Mr. Li like bodyguards, though. Clearly, Han Sen would be the odd man out. Han Sen thought to himself, it looks like this Mr. Li really is well respected. He and the others must be the big guns of the spirits. They're at their wits' end, trying to secure this shelter, and it is highly unlikely they would call upon such strong humans unless this was their last and only shot. If these 3 really are that powerful, though, how come I've never heard of them before? Han Sen waited at a camp near the shelter for 2 days, before the expedition was set to begin and they could leave for that enigmatic construct. He was able to see the shelter faintly, from the distance the camp had been established. The entire time they were there, an eerie fog draped the serrated walls and ramparts, pooling over to drown the grounds they stood upon. "Little brother, when you are in the shelter, I advise you to stick close," Mr. Li said, approaching Han Sen. There was a surprising concern tinting his unusually gruff voice. Han Sen replied, "Yes, will do. We need to look out for each other in there, our numbers have diminished more than enough." The demigod Shu Yanmeng chimed in, saying, "Stick close so we can protect you, and you don't get in the way." That's what he means to say. You'll be a hindrance if you do anything more. Mr. Li smiled and said, "Can the chatter? We work hard, all of us. We're in this together." Yu Zhan and his big sister Yu Miao led the humans across the still plains to the shelter and left them near the gate. Han Sen believed he'd be able to see things with a lot more clarity upon nearing the place. That turned out to be an incorrect assumption. When they reached the shelter, another group arrived. Amongst them were that woman and her dog. "Goddess, you're late," Yu Miao said. Before she responded, her dog snapped, "A doggo is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to." Han Sen observed the humans that had accompanied them, and he noticed that 2 of them were extra strong. He believed they were also in possession of gemstone geno cores. The dog sniffed Han Sen, then said, "Pa, you guys crack me up. You've enlisted a human with a bronze geno core. You think he'll help? Ha ha. More people always equal a greater sum of power," Yu Miao said, in surprising defense. Han Sen then realized why Goddess and her dog had come to Shadow Shelter. He assumed they had gone there in search of Nan Lishan. Little did they know, he was dead. Deeming Han Sen too weak, they hadn't bothered recruiting his replacement. A weakling in a group is a weakling still. "Regardless, let's proceed," Goddess said. Yu Miao allowed the humans to meet and greet and ready themselves for entering the shelter. When the first streaks of sunlight beamed over the distant mountains that dressed the horizon, they could see the shelter a little more clearly, and some of the fog that spilled over the walls boiled off. In total, there were 9 going into the shelter, Han Sen included. Outer Sky Shelter's people consisted of Han Sen, Mr. Li, Xu Yanmeng, and Old Chu. Sacred Shelter contributed an additional 5. Their names were Wang Zhao, Zhang Sanshao, Yu Jiu, He Ji, and Xiao Luyu. Mr. Li was the leader of Han Sen's sortie, whereas there was a joint leadership for Sacred's collection of people, in the form of Wang Zhao and Zhang Sanshao. There was a surprising amount of uneasiness creeping between the 2 teams, despite them all being humans and in a precarious situation that would require cooperation. It seemed as if there'd be fierce competition once inside. Han Sen wasn't too surprised, though. Whenever something was up for grabs, people of different factions were prone to compete. "Little Han, don't draw too near to the mist. For all we know, it might reach out and grab you," Mr. Li kindly advised. Han Sen thought to himself, Yu Zhan and Qingla did not mention that the Dongshuan aura would not work here. "Mr. Li, might we be forced to retreat if the mist grows thicker and becomes too heavy?" "It already hangs in the air like a suffocating mucus," Han Sen asked. Mr. Li replied, saying, "It should lighten during the afternoon. The mist will return and thicken eventually, blocking our exit, though. It isn't a normal fog. Once we enter, we won't be able to return until the next day." Yu Zhan and Qingla hadn't mentioned a single thing about this to Han Sen. It seemed clear now that Han Sen was the one going in with the least knowledge. He wasn't sure why he had not been informed as much as he could have been, but it wasn't fair to put him in such a situation. Han Sen chatted a bit more with Mr. Li, and he realized they were the only 2 talking. The others were dead silent. Once they were done talking, he noticed that the gate of the shelter was slightly ajar. Han Sen thought he might be able to see the life door with a peek beyond, but the fog was incredibly thick inside. His vision couldn't pierce the gray. "It's just us now, stand easy," Mr. Li said, turning to face Wang Zhao after the spirits left. "If we're to go in and make it out alive, it's best we pool our knowledge and come up with some sort of a plan. Cooperation is in our best interests, gentlemen." "I agree," Wang Zhao responded. None of them had been in the shelter before, so everything they knew was told to them by their superiors who were spirits. Yu Miao and Goddess had delivered both sides the most of the details they could share. After the discussion, the desire for competition settled to a hardly noticeable simmer. The 2 human teams had merrily converged into one, wanting to cooperate and ensure survival, first and foremost. They approached the shelter together, with surprising unison. After hearing them talk, Han Sen had managed to learn much he had not been told before, concerning the shelter. Qingla had told Han Sen the humans reached the coffin with little to no trouble, but he had in fact glossed over the fact they were almost all practically at death's door by the time they got that far. With all this additional knowledge, and a mental map formed, they decided a route they should all take. Han Sen only had a bronze geno core, so he was not allowed any input. No matter which way they went, though, their course would take them past the tower Han Sen had studied on the scroll he had been given by Qingla. And according to Mr. Li, that construct was an extremely dangerous place to venture. Han Sen followed Mr. Li closely, as they all entered and ventured between the narrow pathways of the shelter. They said that as long as they did not approach that one construct, their passage would mostly be fine. Still, that was no reason to shirk caution. Everyone was on high alert, and their eyes remained peeled for the slightest foreign motion, intently scanning every new viewpoint they could. This was not a place they could afford to let their guard down. The mist was encroaching on their right, so they sidestepped to skirt a few buildings on their left. They eventually got within 10 meters of the tower. Just like the scroll had depicted, the mural upon the construct displayed 10 humans. Well, he may have been scant on details, but at least Qingla wasn't outright lying to me. The worry in Han Sen's heart lightened a bit, and his pace quickened, upon learning that the authenticity of the drawings checked out. When they saw the other side of the tower, though, they were all struck with a gut-punching shock. There were 3 people in a sitting position, except they were dead. Eerily, it was as if they had been placed there. Han Sen was easily able to understand why Mr. Li had told them to exercise caution around the base of that tower now. Whoever approached might have very well been killed. Han Sen examined their bodies the best he could, from the distance he was standing. He was unable to determine a cause of death, and the bodies hadn't been ravaged in any way. But there they were, lifeless and sitting. Han Sen did not know why they were in such a position. And while it would have been a ghastlier sight to see a few corpses mutilated or decapitated, it would have at least been easier to suspect what sort of foe might be awaiting them. This was unsettling, and it made the group even more wary for what might lie ahead. Their stomachs were churning. Eventually, his eyes turned to the mural above. He studied the images carefully, hoping to glean as many details as he could. He was viewing another side of the tower now, and there was text just like what he had seen in the drawing. The text, however, did not offer an excerpt from Life Door as the first did. My life is my life. Your life is my life. Your life is forfeit to me, Yu Ziyu read aloud. Han Sen did not know what it meant, but when he looked at the carvings, he was given a shock. 10 people were shown, all lifeless and sitting like the 3 bodies they had just seen. Then, suddenly, before the sight of that could settle in their minds, Wang Zhao shouted, "What are you doing? Get back!" Han Sen didn't know why Yu Ziyu was walking towards the tower, but he had begun to do so in a trance-like state. Yu Ziyu reached the wall, turned around, and smiled at them. Then, he sat down and closed his eyes. A chill ran down the spines of all who watched this act. A living person had just approached the construct and died, with no genuine cause to be discerned. It was as if, like a zombie, he had accepted death. Yu Ziyu was not the strongest amongst them, but he had a gold Geno core. For him to merrily die in such a way was strange, to say the least. He was sitting in a position just like the ones shown on the mural, and just like the 3 they had passed. Whatever you do, do not read the writing, Mr. Li said, to everyone. It was then that everyone realized Yu Ziyu was the only one who had read the words written in the text. It couldn't have been a coincidence he was the first to kick the bucket. Wang Zhao then said, "Be careful. For once, illiteracy might be a boon. If you read any text here, it could lead to your death, and none will be able to save you." Everyone was afraid following that freak occurrence, and no one dared to look at the tower now. People believed that if you were strong in the 4th god's sanctuary, death never came easy. Seeing someone die in such a simple, strange manner was unnerving. It was by some magic none had witnessed before, and it was the inability to know and understand that always scared mankind the most. Han Sen, however, made sure to take a mental photograph of the murals he had seen thus far. With haste, they managed to pass the tower by. But from that position, if they chose to turn around, they could view the back of the mural. Only Han Sen dared to stop and get a good look at it, an action that displeased the rest of his company. There were no words written on that side, just the depiction of a congregation of humans. Many of them were sitting, while many others were standing. Han Sen made a note of it, and then felt desperate to see the 4th and final side he had yet to get a look at. "What are you doing?" Mr. Li believed Han Sen had read something and been robbed of his will to live as had just occurred. He quickly grabbed Han Sen's arm to pull him back. The tug was strong, and he was sent staggering a few meters back. Everyone stared at Han Sen with wide-open eyes, thinking he might have been possessed. "I'm fine, I just wanted to take a look at the other side of the mural. It may have information we'd be better off learning. It is obviously a construct of great importance to the shelter," Han Sen explained. Why can't you just shut up and follow us? You'll get Mr. Li and the rest of us killed, Shu Yanmeng sternly said. I want to take a look. You can stay here, but do you mind waiting a moment? Han Sen asked, addressing Mr. Li directly. Mr. Li answered, okay. You might be correct, and examining it might indeed prove useful. You can go there, but we've already been told what's on the other side. I'm not risking things any more than I have to, Zhang Sanxiao said. Wang Zhao chimed in, agreeing. No one else wanted to risk venturing there. Then I will go there with little Han, Mr. Li said. Shu Yanmeng blurted out, you're crazy. Don't listen to him, we've already cleared the tower, and now you want to return to it. Mr. Li patted him on the shoulder and said, I just want to take a look. I'll be fine, okay. We both will. Me and old Chu can come, then, Shu Yanmeng said. It's fine. Stay here where it's safest, Mr. Li said, already walking away alongside Han Sen. When Han Sen reached the other side of the mural, he was delighted at what he saw. On the final side of that construct, there were no diagrams or depictions. Instead, there was only text and a lot of it. Han Sen believed this might have been the second half of Life Door at first, but he soon realized it wasn't. It was a simple, poignant text that concerned itself with destiny. They both read what was written there, but it failed to provide any revelations. Nothing transpired, following its reading. Old Chu and Shu Yanmeng ended up running over to them, as they had been fretting with worry ever since they departed. The text speaks of fate, and a cycle of sorts. Perhaps it is associated with the shelter's Geno core, in some way, Mr. Li said. With a lengthy sigh, Han Sen drooped his head in disappointment. Then, they returned to the primary group and continued with their expedition. Caution and wariness of the fellowship were still at red alert, following the events near the base of the tower. No one dared to speak, in fear it might provide the moment of distraction necessary for an evil force to swoop down upon them. They eventually came to a very tall wall in front of them, behind which was a winding maze. This wall was so tall, its top was buried in the clouds someplace, obscuring any estimate of its exact height. There were 3 entrances in the wall which they could use. They decided to enter the path that the previous group had gone through successfully, which was the middle way. 3 people had made it back taking this way, after all, even if they were on the brink of death when they did. They believed this would be their best course of action. Mr. Li pulled up a map and led everyone through the entrance. Not long after, they found a dead body sprawled on the floor. Strangely, despite its haphazard placement, there were no obvious wounds or signs of injury. Is this guy from Outer Sky Shelter? Zhang Sanxiao queried. Yes, Shu Yanmeng answered. How did he die? Wang Zhao asked. They assumed he had suffered a similar fate to their own compatriot near the tower, but they could not find any carvings or text on the walls. This was an even weirder death. The 3 people who made it out informed us that if you accessed the incorrect passage, you would be attacked by a strange force. Yet we have taken the right path. The presence of the body is disturbing, yes, but fret not. We are where we're supposed to be, Mr. Li explained to the group. Maybe he triggered a trap and was killed. Strange murder force or no, we should still watch our step, Shu Yanmeng said. They followed the map, and it wasn't long before they came to the exit that had correctly been indicated to them on the parchment. Mr. Li was leading them from the front, and just before they reached the end, something suddenly rose up out of the ground. What is this? Nobody mentioned anything about a wall prohibiting our passage, Mr. Li said, with a frown. It looks like there is text on the wall, Old Chu said. The wall had 2 lines of text on it. The first consisted of 4 words, and it said, the Wall of Destiny. The other line said, Destiny reveals the way for the fortunate. Only the lucky ones can get by. What is that supposed to mean? Wang Zhao said, with a frown. He wasn't sure what that meant. Perhaps it means something else, Mr. Li said. No one could offer up another explanation, however. And no one wanted to risk dwelling on the meaning behind any amount of text in that shelter. So, they planned to go back and attempt to venture another way. As they walked, they soon realized they were lost. They were struggling to get back to the way they had come in, and the map offered no sound guidance. Mr. Li, you have a map. How can you not navigate your way back? Wang Zhao said. Shu Yanmeng asked, what are you trying to say? Zhang Sanxiao said, what do you mean what are you trying to say? Is he speaking in tongues, man? Your precious Mr. Li has a map, and yet the dunce has led us astray. Who voted this guy should be our leader, anyway? And you have eyes and half a brain, don't you? The path has changed. We didn't come this way. We might not even be able to follow the map anymore, Old Chu said. We didn't come this way. We didn't come this way because he obviously can't read a map. The old man is blind and half senile, and thanks to him, we're now lost, Zhang Sanshao said. Mr. Li finally spoke. He turned his head away from the map and turned around, saying, there is nothing wrong with the map nor my ability to read it. It's this place, it shuffles and warps to misguide our way. Strange. Magic is at work here, stay vigilant. The map was indeed useless now. Nothing marked on it corresponded to the way they were now traversing. Still, nothing dangerous seemed to occur. They walked for a whole half an hour before Zhang Sanshao suddenly felt the urge to exclaim, Mother *CKER. Why are we back here? Everyone looked at him, and then saw what he was referring to. There was a wall with text upon it, one that read, the Wall of Destiny. It looks like we have to go past this wall somehow, Mr. Li said. This place is FC King cursed. Game over, man. Game over. Zhang Sanshao spat on the floor, beginning to lose his composure to the nagging worry that gnawed on the minds of them all. Let's take a time out for a minute. We need to figure things out a bit. Mr. Li gestured for everyone to take a load off and relax for a bit. Everyone sat down then, bringing out a bite to eat. Han Sen brought out a sacred blood Geno fruit to munch on while he studied the wall. When he was finished, an announcement played. 9 sky fruit consumed, sacred Geno point +1. Han Sen brought the 50 fruits he had been given by Yu Zhan inside the shelter with him, bringing them along as food to sustain him. Just one of those fruits could keep a man's belly feeling full for a number of days, so if they were to get trapped inside the shelter for any reason, Han Sen would be able to keep himself going for quite some time. Han Sen munched on one while examining the Wall of Destiny, then he frowned. He remembered one of the creepy mural sides mentioned something about luck, destiny, and a cycle. According to what that text said, it was not supposed to be difficult to determine whether or not a person was lucky. Do you need luck to find a path that bypasses this wall? Han Sen wondered to himself. After the break was over, Wang Zhao suggested he should take the lead map in hand. There were no grand objections, and Mr. Li thought it best for him to see for himself that the map was of no help now. And that was exactly what came to pass. Before long, Wang Zhao's fruitless guidance had brought them back to exactly where they started, the Wall of Destiny. They did this many times after that, and they didn't encounter any danger. The only thing that threatened them was frustration, for no matter which way they walked, they always ended up back at the Wall of Destiny. They had obviously been trapped there, and there seemed to be no way out except one that involved flying. However, they did not dare fly. That seemed like an obvious way to skip the challenge, and they might be subject to punishment if they attempted to cheat in such an obvious fashion. But that meant they were stuck, and it seemed as if they lacked the luck needed to escape. Most people who had come to this shelter had been forced, after all. That in itself was brought about through misfortune and being plain unlucky. Yu Ziyu's death still hung over them, stoking the fires of their fear. Wait a minute, it's a wall. Why don't we just smash through it and bring it down? Shu Yanmang said, don't be reckless. That might seem like an obvious way to get through, but do you think the creator of this wretched place didn't think of that? You might get yourself killed. Mr. Li stopped him, and then he asked Han Sen, Little Han, do you recall what was written on that mural we went to look at? I remember excerpts of it, yes, Han Sen answered. The others leaned in closer to hear what was spoken between the two, as they had all been absent for what was now being discussed. Mr. Li cleared his throat before addressing the others, and he said, destiny and a cycle, including the need for luck in its breaking. We seem to be in some sort of loop, so if luck is what we need, it should not be difficult for us to discern which one of us has the most. Wait, are you suggesting we find the luckiest amongst us and have them open the wall? Wang Zhao asked. Mr. Li nodded and said, we can't get out via any other means, so for now, it seems like a sound suggestion. Zhang Sanshao then balked, but asked, and how do we find out who the luckiest amongst us is? Toss a coin. The text said a person with much luck can obtain stuff others usually cannot. It's sort of like the lottery, Mr. Li explained. Did you see any lottery ticket vendors in this maze of doom? Zhang Sanshao scoffed. No, but we can do it ourselves, Mr. Li said. Okay, we're stuck in here no matter what we do, so we might as well try this, Shu Yanmeng said. If this is the only way, then sure, Wang Zhao said. He then proceeded to pull out a notebook and tear 8 pages from out of it. He wrote the word luck on one of the sheets of paper and said, whoever gets the one with the word luck can open the door. Everyone else pick, I'll choose whatever is last. After that, Wang Zhao placed the 8 folded pieces of paper in a bag and shuffled them. Then, he said, who wants to go first? The person who went first would have the slimmest chance, but everyone doubted this method would work, anyway. If no one wants to try, then I'll go first. Old Chu went to the middle and picked up a piece of paper. There were no words on it, so the chances had been reduced to 1 in 7 now. I'll go second, Xiao Luyu said. After grabbing a sheet of folded paper, his face changed. The paper had the word luck written on it. Luyu. Luyu was Wang Zhao's best friend. This is fate, I am sure it will let me live, Xiao Luyu said, with a wry smile. Just be careful with whatever you have to do, Wang Zhao said. It was impossible for him not to go forward, as they had all seen him beat the odds and take the winning piece of paper. He seemed like the luckiest, and as such, the prime candidate to try to access the way forward. Even those from Sacred Shelter would have forced him to go, and being best buds wouldn't change this. If Xiao Luyu didn't go, then someone else eventually would, anyway. And their luck might not have been as fair. Xiao Luyu nodded and pulled out his Geno core, which was a jade sword. Xiao Luyu's body glowed with a protection that accompanied him on his way towards the door. Don't do it, you'll die, Han Sen exclaimed. Xiao Luyu looked at Han Sen, thinking it to be a strange thing to suddenly call out. If he doesn't go, will you? Shu Yanmeng asked. Han Sen coldly said, he picked the paper, and he is now going to risk his life. You guys have got it backwards, that would give him the worst luck. Xiao Luyu's eyebrows touched the sky, and he began to produce a cold sweat. That logic made a lot of sense. Everyone could understand where Han Sen was coming from, but someone had to try the door. They couldn't differentiate between good luck and bad luck when it came to this. There were no other alternative ideas or plans they could consult and enact, anyway. You're saying whoever gets that paper is unlucky, yes. Because they have to then risk their life, correct? Shu Yanmeng said, to confirm. Everyone else started to become of this opinion now, but if Xiao Luyu didn't commit to trying the door, then that meant the lottery was pointless. If you can promise me one thing, I can go, Han Sen said. There was a certain sternness in his voice, to the surprise of the others in the expedition. They all turned to look at him, confused why a person with only a bronze Geno core would and could say such a thing. Little Han, these are no joking matters, Mr. Li said. You are correct, but if you can promise me this one thing, I will try it in his stead. Han Sen paused, having achieved the focus of everyone's ears, before proceeding to explain, it's because I'm lucky. I always have been, and I believe I have what it takes. Okay, then what would you like to get promised? We can do what you ask, provided it's nothing ridiculous, Wang Zhao said, willing to give the boy a chance. He would also prefer risking the life of another, if it meant his best friend might have been spared. Han Sen responded, saying, the shelter must have offered you a lot to come here. If you can pool together to provide me 60 sacred Geno fruit, I will go. 60 was not a small number. There were 7 others in the expedition, and each of them had around 10. I have 16 right here with me. I'll give them to you, Xiao Luyu immediately answered, seeing as it was his life currently on the line. Then, he presented the fruit. Discussions broke out amongst the rest, as they all wondered and tried to gauge whether or not it was a worthy bargain. They eventually decided to go along with it, and they amassed the tally of 60 Geno fruits they could give Han Sen upon his completion. Little Han, I must repeat, this is no laughing matter. The stakes are high, but there's always the chance we might find an alternate route, Mr. Li pleaded. He had come to like Han Sen, and he was worried about the young man's well-being. Han Sen smiled in return, telling him, it's nice of you to be so considerate, Mr. Li. But me and Lady Luck have tangoed a number of times. The fortunes frequently smile on me. Han Sen accepted the fruit and approached the wall of destiny, their door and way forward. He had everything to live for, even a baby on the way. Han Sen wasn't going to risk everything unless he was 100% certain he'd succeed. This wasn't because Han Sen believed himself to be stronger than the others, or because he actually had more luck. It was because he had a theory he had kept private. Han Sen had examined the text on the tower and mulled over it well. He recalled that there was no mention of explicit instructions, and no statement that in order to tackle the door you'd have to be the luckiest. Everyone had luck, but good luck and bad luck were all tinged measures coming from the same pool. Han Sen had already read the text of Life Door, and that gave him a keener insight into the words he had espied on the mural. It helped him understand one thing that was the crux to this entire issue. To open the door of destiny, one must have already opened their life door. Han Sen had secretly cast Life Door previously, and he felt his body metaphysically connect with the wall of destiny. It beckoned to Han Sen, calling out for him to come forward. It brought ease to Han Sen's mind, and without an urgent need to open it, he thought of a way in which he might net a few extra goodies in the service of others. He really wasn't risking his life. Han Sen believed that those who had ventured into the shelter before hadn't even seen the wall. And Han Sen believed that was because no one in the previous expedition possessed Life Door. If the wall had shown up, they would have been trapped there forever. It at least proved the shelter wasn't a deliberate gauntlet meant to torture and slay all intruders. Or at least, that's what Han Sen now hoped. But this also led Han Sen to believe that they'd end up elsewhere, once the wall was removed. Perhaps the others, without Life Door, had been led to their doom. With Han Sen amongst them, they might make greater progress than the other team did. Han Sen did not hate the people on his team, and he would prefer to help them rather than not. He just didn't see a problem with extracting a few gifts while doing so. His connection to the door increased and became more voluminous as he approached the wall of destiny. He could sense its tangible aura, and it tingled Han Sen's fingertips. Han Sen then summoned his bulwark umbrella, as he drew near it. The Dongshuan Sutra did not tell him there was any danger ahead, but he still summoned it on the off chance there was. Everyone watched Han Sen, and their attention was particularly drawn to his left hand, with which he pushed against the wall of destiny. His hand was brimming with the power of Jadeskin, and when it came into contact with the wall, electricity suddenly surged through him. Han Sen quickly pulled his hand away and took cover behind his umbrella. Everyone summoned their Geno core for protection, expecting a fight or some sort to have been initiated. Boom! The wall of destiny let out a deep sound, as if something had been unlocked beneath the earth. And then it began to sink, receding into the ground it had originally emerged from. Nobody there had expected the process to be that simple. They had half suspected that Han Sen wouldn't be alive to enjoy the fruit they had all given him. "Brother Han, you are a man of good fortune indeed," Xiao Luyu proclaimed, upon witnessing his success. The others all looked at Han Sen differently. More than anything, they were just bewildered to see it was he the weakest of their team, yet he had solved and sorted out their biggest issue in the shelter thus far. There was the sneaking suspicion amongst a couple of them, though, that the entire wall obstacle had been a bluff. And that guts, rather than luck, were needed to near it, touch it, and open it. "Yeah, it was all luck," Han Sen said, as he marched forward to the exit of that maze. Han Sen wasn't going to tell them the true reason he was able to remove the wall. The electric shock he had received from the door, however, seemed to have a lasting effect. It did not hurt, but he sensed it had modified his life door somewhat. Han Sen checked out his body, and he confirmed there was no permanent harm, but still, it was a strange sensation. Everyone followed Han Sen towards the exit, which was somehow obscured by a blinding white light. What awaited them, none could guess. Han Sen was not concerned with this, having been in situations similar to this in the past. His feet did not relent, and onwards he went. When he breached the veil of white, his eyes cleared to reveal what lay beyond. But what he saw sent chills down his spine. He immediately wished to retreat, but an invisible barrier prevented him from doing so. The team could no longer see Han Sen, but thinking the way was safe, they followed in after him. Everyone shared a similar reaction to Han Sen. As soon as they saw what lay ahead, they all wished to flee. They ran into the invisible barrier behind them face first. Many of their faces even started to bleed, due to the speed at which they tried to escape. When they pierced through the veil of white, they were met with the sight of a number of vicious wolves that stared back at them with dirty green eyes. It was as if the wolves had been awaiting their arrival. Unable to go back, it was clear they had no choice but to engage the wolves and fight for their lives. Han Sen remained silent amongst the rallying cries of his teammates, and he simply maintained his clutch on the bulwark umbrella as he lifted it against the wolves that leapt towards him. The wolves charged with a greater ferocity and a more intimidating presence than a mania-driven bull. Their fangs and their nails were like blades, itching to sink into the first victim they could. Han Sen held the umbrella to block the initial strike of the first wolf that came for him. The strength and force of that wolf sent him stumbling back quite a bit before he regained his composure. Fortunately, the umbrella was as hardy as it always had been. It held strong and did not break. But it was clear to the crew that the wolf pack was in a league above them. As much as they all wished to stand their ground and battle the wolves, they knew it would be a futile fight. Han Sen acknowledged this to be true, as well. As he held a defensive posture, he used his Dongshuan aura to scan his immediate surroundings and identify any route or passage that might allow him to escape. Then, he took off running into the wolf pack. With his Dongshuan movements, he managed to sidestep and evade every attack that came for him, until he was clear of the pack and could duck into the clearing on the left. He was racing towards a plaza that had held a number of statues. With everyone else engaging the wolves, drawing the majority of them away from Han Sen, he was easily able to make it there. When Han Sen entered the forest of statues, he took cover and began munching on as much fruit as he could. Slowly, his sacred geno points increased, and he cramped the muscles of his torso to speed up digestion. After eating a hearty sum of them, his sacred geno point tally increased by quite a lot. He would be a lot more comfortable battling the wolves in such a condition. From what Han Sen could tell, there was one person missing from the group of humans that were behind him, still fighting the wolves. That person was Mr. Li, and as much as he might have wished to seek him out, Han Sen had problems of his own. Like coyotes trailing blood, the wolves had sniffed him out, and unless he got moving to secure his own safety, he'd be doggy chow. After fleeing their snapping maws, however, Han Sen noticed something strange about the method they were hounding him. It wasn't as if they were trying to hunt down and kill the intruder, it was like they were pushing him in a certain direction. Han Sen kept on running, regardless, and eventually, he came to a place that was empty of anything remarkable. This was, of course, bad. It was a plaza devoid of anything, removing the possibility of him taking cover. At least amongst the statues that decorated the previous plaza, he could duck and weave and provide his enemies a harder time giving chase. Here, he was at a disadvantage. But after gobbling down a bevy of geno fruits, Han Sen had earned himself dozens of sacred geno points. If push came to shove, he'd be shoving a lot harder now. He looked to his left and right and noticed that more wolves were appearing, seeking to close in on him. If he wanted to turn around and return to the cover of the statues, or the teammates he had left behind, he'd have no chance to do so now. Bracing himself for a fight, Han Sen closed his eyes. When he opened them again, however, he noticed the wolves were gone. They had stopped chasing him and withdrawn, but as for the reason why, he could not guess. He turned to take a look at his past pursuers, and he saw them standing there, growling at him with their bared fangs on full display. It was as if they had now been stopped by an invisible barrier. They really were chasing me here, but for what purpose, I wonder? Han Sen thought, as he viewed his surroundings. He had reached a garden populated with strange botanical marvels. The things which grew there were crazy, and Han Sen first noticed this when he saw bunches of carrots that were dangling from trees. Strangely, they looked to have been formed from human brain matter, dressed with a bit of greenery on top. He didn't know if he should have looked at it in wonder or in disgust. Han Sen continued on, wandering through this garden of sickly delights. Blood and ghastly violence seemed to be the primary theme of decoration, for there were many intestinal-shaped plants and flowers running with blood. They were all so weird, and the sight of them made Han Sen's skin squirm. He was extremely uncomfortable in this place, as any right-minded individual would be. Strangely, however, Han Sen could sense the life forces of everything that grew there, and he noted there was nothing remarkable. He was detecting them to be ordinary plants, though he had never seen such gross botany before. The wolves were still watching Han Sen tread the garden, so there was no chance of him returning the way he had come. But, not sensing any danger ahead of him, he wasn't too wary of walking forward into the deeper recesses of the grotesque place. The mist was getting thicker, however, and it obscured much in the distance. There was enough visibility to see what was in his proximity, though, and he could watch the plants become more gruesome and sordid the further he went. Eventually, he came to a tree with a man hanging from its branches. His arm, as weird as it was growing a number of ears like a fallen log bearing mushrooms. But that really was the shape of the tree. There was no actual human body dangling from its rotten eaves, the tree had simply been shaped like that. Han Sen's skin crawled, like it was hosting a corpse-feeding party of maggots. After all, he was sensing them to be ordinary plants. They were this strange, but they shouldn't have been. Strange. Why are they so creepy and wild, yet so weak and supposedly unremarkable? Han Sen thought to himself. Then, Han Sen heard a noise come from behind. He saw He approaching him, from out of nowhere. He looked to be in an okay condition. He looked a little winded, but that was the extent of it. He was free from injuries. He, where is everyone else? Han Sen asked. He answered, I don't know. I ran by myself. You're the first of the team I've seen in a bit. Han Sen thought he spoke a little strangely. There was a monosyllabic tone to his speech, and so he took a couple of steps back. Give me all your Geno fruit and I'll keep you safe, He stepped forward to say. And how can you keep me safe? Han Sen realized He was still himself, but he had come to Han Sen for the riches he carried. He summoned a black metal wolf, and the marks upon it showed it to be a gold Geno core. Han Sen was not worried at the thought that someone might come to steal his Geno fruit. Mr. Li, Old Chu, Xu Yanmeng, Wang Zhao, and Zhang Sanshao already had gemstone Geno cores and would not need his Geno fruit. Only He would need the sacred fruit Han Sen possessed, so it might not have come as an absolute surprise for him. And indeed, He had been waiting for this opportunity. He was a bit of an outsider himself, and he wasn't closely associated with the others who were on the expedition, anyway. Now that he had caught Han Sen alone, it was his time to strike. Han Sen looked at his metal wolf Geno core and said, You used this to get away? He said, Yes, my Geno core is called Ditto, and it can take on the form of any creature it wishes to. That's a fairly brilliant Geno core you have, but it's a shame. Han Sen stressed an exaggerated sigh. What's a shame? When He said that, the wolf slowly began to approach Han Sen. Upgrading that Geno core to the best it could be might yield some impressive results, but it's a shame your ascension will come to an end here, Han Sen said, his threat made clear. I was going to leave you alive after taking your spoils, I'll take that as permission to silence you for good. When He said this, the wolf immediately jumped towards Han Sen with its maw open. Han Sen used his gold dragon lock in response, immediately tying up the airborne wolf. The wolf was quickly bound, and it dropped to the ground like a stone. It did its best to squirm free, but it was clearly having trouble. You have a gold Geno core. He's face swiftly turned sour. Yeah, but it's no big deal, Han Sen said. Yeah, you're right, it isn't. He suppressed the sudden flash of fear he had been stricken with, and he summoned a purple sword. It was 3 feet long, and many strange writings had been inscribed across the length of its blade. He waved his sword, which sent beams of light shaped like the characters on the sword shooting towards Han Sen like a number of lasers. Han Sen opened up his bulwark umbrella to block the barrage of plasma rounds. All the lights exploded against the protective shielding of the umbrella. Han Sen had eaten a great many sacred Geno fruits, so gold Geno cores weren't able to deal half as much damage now. How have you managed to obtain so many gold Geno cores? He thought the umbrella was a gold Geno core, too. It was only bronze, but that spoke volumes about its efficiency. Han Sen did not respond, though. He simply summoned his crystal core and tossed the egg at the unsuspecting bandit. You were lying this whole time. You are a liar, a big fat liar. You are a demigod with gold Geno cores. He was angered by his mistake, and he swung his sword towards the egg that was headed his way. The crystal egg was able to dodge each and every plasma round headed coming towards it, prompting He to swing his sword directly at it. Pang! The sword beat the egg down to the ground, but it ricocheted off the floor at an even greater speed. It walloped his body with the might and swiftness of a bullet. He had been unable to dodge, and after it struck his leg like lightning, it bounced right back to Han Sen. Han Sen had become very proficient in wielding the egg, and when the egg was returned, Han Sen went back to wielding his umbrella. Then, he began walking forward towards He. Feeling nothing occur when he was hit by the egg, He still possessed his confidence. He stepped forward, swinging more and more plasma rounds at Han Sen. The light bullets exploded in a haze of sparks against the umbrella, though, and he was still unable to deal damage to the opponent he once thought would be a cakewalk. He gritted his teeth and continued trying to attack, but this time, Han Sen did not even use his umbrella. He simply stood where he was and let his foe try his best. He brought his sword down directly on Han Sen's body, but the results astounded him. It did nothing, and the sword itself began to bend like rubber. He stared at his sword in disbelief, unable to grasp why this might have happened. So, next, He used his fist to strike Han Sen. And again, Han Sen did not dodge. He simply stood where he was and allowed He to do his worst. The moment He's fist came into contact with Han Sen's skin, however, chills shot through his body, and cold sweat poured from his forehead. He watched as his own fist bent upwards against Han Sen, as if he was made of sponge. Then, like an eerie ghost, Han Sen reached out his hand towards his once pompous opponent. Han Sen was too close, and with a futile reaction, He brought up his arm to deflect Han Sen's hand. But Han Sen simply grabbed the man's arms and ran his hand down to He's clenched fist. Han Sen latched on and did not let go, as if he was sucking He's soul dry. Shaw, He's body was delivered one strike, and then it shattered and crumbled into fertilizer for the wretched garden. As this occurred, the Geno core was also destroyed. The sword he was wielding, however, dropped to the ground with a heavy clanging sound. Han Sen swiftly moved to pick it up. It was a gold Geno core, and Han Sen needed a replacement for his horn. He quickly pocketed it by placing it in his Sea of Soul. Just as Han Sen was about to turn and leave, he heard more sounds. When Han Sen turned to take a look at what lay ahead, a human-shaped tree was shambling its way over to him. Is this thing alive? Han Sen asked himself, as he stepped back in caution. The tree was not that strong, and it gave the illusion of being an ordinary plant like all the rest. But it came to a stop near the mound of dust on the ground that was once He. Han Sen realized the tree was coming for the man whose sequence structure he had just destroyed. The roots of the tree moved atop the mound of dust, and then, it all got absorbed. It didn't take long for the humanoid tree to absorb the mound of dust. Its previously dull and unremarkable life force then began to resemble the person Han Sen had just slain, He. Han Sen was not sure if it was exhaustion playing tricks on his eyes, but he could then swear he was seeing the tree shrink to take on the form of He himself. And it did, but fortunately, it did not replicate the mindset of the person Han Sen had just killed. It looked like He now, but it just stood in place without motion, where it had absorbed his remains. Han Sen took a step back, just in case. The last thing he wanted to do was trigger or invoke the ire of something he did not have to. After stepping back a bit, Han Sen decided now might be a good time to return to the forest of statues in that plaza. The wolves that hounded him to the garden had dispersed, after all. Provided they stayed gone, Han Sen should have no issue returning there. He might even be able to get back to his teammates. But as Han Sen began his return trek, he suddenly saw the brain carrots leaping off their harboring trees to stand upright on the ground before him. It looked like the entire garden did not want Han Sen to return, for all the trees and plants began to close in around him. The way back was closed off. So, Han Sen decided to walk forward in the way he originally had been. He spoke aloud to the garden, saying, "Okay, I'll play it your way. I'll see where you wish to lead me." As Han Sen walked the path through the garden he had originally been on, the rest of the botanical residents returned to their initial positions, too, as if nothing had changed at all. After walking for a while, however, the garden began to take an unexpectedly pleasant turn. In fact, it started to look pretty. The flowers soon looked like butterflies, and the trees were sculpted like beautiful carvings in wooden furniture. It was like something you'd see in a fairy tale. It looked almost unreal. Han Sen soon came to a lake. Its surface was still, glassy, and blue like a clear summer's sky. At the center of the lake was a stone tablet. In front of it stood a man. This person wasn't someone Han Sen was familiar with, and as he walked closer to get a better look, he saw that the man was clad in sparklingly white, clean clothing. He wasn't the sort of person you'd expect to see in such a sordid shelter. "My child, you are finally here," the man in white clothing said. "Are you talking to me?" Han Sen asked. "Of course, my child." The man seemed to be speaking to Han Sen, but his attention seemed affixed to the stone tablet he was in front of. Han Sen thought it weird that the man continuously referred to him as "my child." "Who are you?" Han Sen asked, with a frown. Han Sen knew this was not someone whose voice he had heard before, and neither was it a person he had seen before. "I could ask you the same, but only my children are capable of coming here. So, that is what I can best assume you to be." The man in white clothing spoke in a very relaxed manner. He spoke as if he had awoken from a restful slumber, and was at peace and tranquility. "Speak plainly. It has been a long day, and I'm not in the mood for games. Han Sen spoke with a stern voice, primarily because he could not stand being called my child any more than he could stand being called boss. I am a shadow, and I have waited for your arrival for quite some time, the man in white clothing said. My arrival? Me? You know who I am. Han Sen thought the man was very strange. If it wasn't for the mist skating gracefully across the lake, Han Sen would have been able to scan the man and get a clear reading of who or what he might have been. Yes, but it does not matter. You are here, therefore, you are my child, the man in white clothing said. Han Sen was getting annoyed. The man was speaking quite a bit, but he wasn't actually saying much. Han Sen summoned his crystal egg with the desire to throw it at the man. He'd had enough of being called his child, so he cared little for who the man believed him to be. He wanted to shut him up so he could continue with the expedition. Before Han Sen could lob it, though, the man suddenly said one more thing which stayed his arm. He said, "This is the only thing I can give you." The man walked into the tablet as if he was a ghost, passing through a wall. The stone tablet had once been empty, but was now scrawled with a few additional words. God has returned. Han Sen was quite surprised to see the words of Life Door now appear on the tablet. He peered at the tablet a little closer then, and before his eyes, the entirety of Life Door began to show up on the stone. The words appeared one by one. Han Sen was delighted, though, and he quickly tried to remember everything that was written down. After reading it all, he felt as if his Blood Pulse Sutra was starting to run by itself and generate a brand new Geno core. Han Sen always believed he was going to create a Geno core with it, but there was something prohibiting him from completing the process. There was always a snag he was getting caught on. But now, just seeing Life Door written before him on such a pristine lake, it had freed up whatever was hindering his progress. The Blood Pulse Sutra got to work producing a new Geno core with no trouble now. This place really is connected to Blood Legion. That man must believe I am a part of Blood Legion, Han Sen thought to himself, as he read the text and did his best to memorize it. When the text was all revealed, his Blood Pulse Sutra began to fire on all cylinders. The process of producing a brand new Geno core was well underway. The black crystal was also triggered, prompting more of that black fluid to taint the mixture. This was the first time Han Sen had the ability to watch the Geno core produce. Before, he had always been under fire and unable to, and he found it remarkable how much the substance created looked like a supernova. Han Sen was rather shocked when he laid eyes on the finished Geno core. The Blood Pulse Sutra's Geno core was a miniature version of Han Sen himself. It was like a little figurine, shaped to replicate his body perfectly. As Han Sen stared at it, his bewilderment heightened, as something most strange occurred. It was as if he was watching time itself rewind around the miniature. He actually watched it get younger. It went backwards, becoming a teenager, a child, a baby, a fetus, and then blood. Bronze Geno core. Bronze real blood. Han Sen did not know what to say, and it felt as if his lingering thoughts had been left suspended. It was a strange sensation, seeing a figurine of himself grow younger in less than a minute. Child, the trail you tread is one you must blaze yourself. This is all I can do to help you. The light that hovered on the tablet then departed the stone, becoming the white-clothed man again. In this time, Han Sen was able to see his face. Han Sen was certain he had never seen this man before. He did not look like Han Sen's father, grandfather, or even his great-grandfather. The man didn't resemble Han Sen himself, either. They didn't look at all related, so the reason why the man constantly referred to Han Sen as his child was completely unknown. Who are you? The leader of Blood Legion? Han Sen asked, his raised voice gilded with a certain sternness. The white-clothed man merely smiled, and he said, "Remember, your fate is not predetermined. It is forged through your will and desire. No external, higher power governs it." After that, the light on the tablet began to fade, and the man alongside it. All that remained was the faceless tablet in the center of the lake. At that same moment, all the plants in the shelter came alive, crying rivers of blood as if to summon a world-ending flood. If that guy was the leader of Blood Legion, I wouldn't be surprised. But even though he looked human, he carried the aura of a spirit, Han Sen thought to himself. At this point, Han Sen was relieved that he had taken the time and been fortunate enough to learn and practice both the Blood Pulse Sutra and Life Door. Had he skipped one of those, it was highly likely he wouldn't have been standing where he was at that moment. Repeatedly, People had come to believe he was a successor to Blood Legion, so it was certainly paying dividends, bit by bit, in his investigations. The strangest thing, though, was that his 9-life cat pendant was a relic that supposedly belonged to Blood Legion. Even here, of all places, it did not resonate any sort of power. It was as lifeless as it had been over the previous days. If that man was the leader of Blood Legion, he should have been able to just sense the pendant's presence. Others had done so before, so this was a given. It was a shame he had gone now, though. He had vanished with the silent grace of a wisp. Any more answers Han Sen might have wished to glean didn't seem likely to be gotten right now. Han Sen turned his attention to the bleeding plants, and he watched a certain thicket bend and move aside to form a path for him. If that man thinks I'm a member of Blood Legion, the plants won't want to hurt me, will they? Han Sen wondered to himself. Han Sen walked the trail and found himself exiting the garden, but it wasn't by the same path he had used to enter. He had ended up going further, and he now found himself standing before a palace. The entrance was wide open, and directly beyond it, Han Sen could see a bronze coffin. Strange symbols and enigmatic lines of text were scrawled and inscribed across it, and sitting atop the coffin was a beast. The beast was asleep there, and its fur looked like a gentle fire. This is the place the survivors spoke of before they died. The beast sure does look like the 9-life cat, Han Sen thought. As Han Sen pondered this curiosity, his pendant finally came to life. It began to pull Han Sen forward, clearly wanting to visit the beast. He was going to pull it out from beneath his clothes, but just before he did, Mr. Lee and the others came staggering forward from another direction. Mr. Lee seemed surprised to see him there. Han Sen, you're alive. That brings this old mind some comfort. I feared we had lost you in the scrape with those wolves. Mr. Lee's rough voice was varnished with genuine concern for Han Sen's well-being. I'm lucky to be alive, I can tell you that much, Han Sen said, stressing each word with a nearly winded facade. Mr. Lee stepped forward, asking, so, how did you escape the wolves? I don't know, there was so much going on. There were so many, it's all a blur, but I went through the plaza with all those statues and reached a garden. I traversed it to reach this place. After Han Sen's half-hearted explanation, he approached the others with a question, asking, and you, Mr. Lee? How did you and the others get here? It was a trial that was no different than your own adventure. But you only have a bronze Geno core. For you to make it through on your own, well, you weren't kidding about that luck you possessed, Shu Yanmeng's words were fine at face value, but the tone with which he spoke expressed doubt about the validity of Han Sen's tale. He wasn't entirely convinced, that was for sure. The wolves were strong, and stronger than the average mutant creature, that much was certain. They might have been okay, in a series of 1-versus-1 matches. But an entire pack of the beasts had assaulted the group, and the team was fortunate to make it through. For Han Sen to escape their pursuit with no wounds, that was suspicious. Han Sen wasn't planning to explain, though, and their doubts did not concern him. He merely asked them, is this the bronze coffin they spoke of? Mr. Lee and the others examined their surroundings, having not taken them in when they first laid eyes on Han Sen. Their faces turned a ghastly shade of pale when they saw the coffin, as was described. The beast was sitting atop it, just like they had heard. The previous team had all ended up dead after coming here. There were more people in that team, so the new team's prospects of making it out themselves did not seem good. It sure looks it. Mr. Lee did not take his eyes off the beast that was lounging atop the coffin. Mr. Lee, how should we proceed? Zhang Sanshao asked. He sounded very polite and respectful, this time around. Something must have occurred earlier on, for Zhang Sanshao to regard Mr. Lee with admiration now. Outer Sky and Sacred Shelter want us to find out what is inside that coffin. That has been our primary objective since setting foot in this place, so turning back now is not an option, Mr. Lee explained. Wang Zhao and Zhang Sanshao both looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, the latter spoke. We have to open the coffin, that much is certain. But it is a needless risk for us all to approach it. Surely, it won't take the strength of more than one person to go over there and open it alone. What are you trying to say? Mr. Lee asked. Zhang Sanshao looked at Han Sen and said, only one person made it out alive when folks from Sacred came here. And the reason he made it was because of his distance from the coffin. He said he was the furthest away from the coffin when the *T hit the fan. So, we should get one person to open the coffin while the rest of us hang back where it is the safest. sh*t. I see it in his eyes, he wants me to be the one to prod the hornet's nest. Han Sen quickly realized, although Han Sen wanted to be the one, he wanted to maintain his innocent look and not be forced to open it at the behest of others. Brother Han, your luck has carried you on shielded wings thus far. How about you test the mettle of your luck one last time with the coffin? We will satisfy your every desire, if you do. No request will be too outlandish. Zhang Sanshao phrased his request carefully, and made sure to make it sound pleasant, but he was well aware that it was a tall order. Mr. Li cut across before Han Sen could respond, though, and said, how could you even think to place him in such a position? There's a red creature of some sort on the coffin already. You know the danger of this situation, and no volume of luck can change the odds of him opening the coffin without issue. Han Sen had come to like Mr. Li a lot. The old man had looked out for him a lot throughout the length and extent of the expedition. Thank you, Mr. Li. Only an animal could suggest I be the one to go up there. Han Sen said a whole lot more than this with the icy, dagger-like eyes he gave Zhang Sanshao. But Zhang Sanshao was not happy with this, and he blusterously stepped forward to say, do you really think a bronze Geno-core human could survive everything we've been through? Do you all really think he survived a solo chase with the wolf pack without a scratch? This guy is up to something, I'm telling you. All is not what it seems with him or with you. Mr. Li came to Han Sen's defense again, saying, now listen here, I haven't known Han Sen for very long. And I agree, he keeps to himself, but if there's one thing we know for certain, it's that he's a good man. Remember when he pushed the door open? He didn't even hesitate. Even if you are a lucky sod, you'd still wince when pushing it. He just touched it, fearlessly. He knew it would open, and he knew there'd be a bunch of hungry, slobbering wolves waiting for us behind it. He tried to get us killed. Zhang Sanshao was getting a little ahead of himself. I do not fondly seek to look ill on others, but there is something off about Han Sen, Wang Zhao confessed his own feelings. I'll throw my hat into that ring, as well. Something is not right with that dude, Shu Yanmeng chimed in to say. If that is how you all feel, then nothing I say can change that. But, if you want Han Sen to be the one to open that coffin, I will be by his side when he does. Mr. Li was stalwart in his defense of Han Sen. Mr. Li gave Han Sen a pat on the shoulder, and he told him, little Han, don't sweat a thing. I won't let you face danger alone. Mr. Li. Han Sen felt touched by Mr. Li. Mr. Li, you don't have to. Zhang Sanshao said, well, no one else is volunteering. I have made my decision, I will go with little Han. And you lot can stand back, just in case something happens. Mr. Li was firm in his decision. Well, if you're going, so am I. Shu Yanmeng puffed his chest in a display of newfound courage, and he marched forward to stand beside Mr. Li. We have to find out what is inside the coffin, old Chu said. Wang Zhao said, fine. Let's go, then, all of us. Mr. Li saved our lives once before. If that hasn't earned him our trust, nothing will. If you agree, then come. But on anyone who goes with us, no oath or bond is laid. You don't need to go any further than you wish, Mr. Li said. Don't say that. Shu Yanmeng gave Han Sen a firm gaze, and went on to say, but if I find out Han Sen is some worm-tongued snake that plans to harm Mr. Li, I'll kill him. Han Sen replied, I'd only hurt you guys if you did something that would warrant a hurting. Bold words. Shu Yanmeng wasn't going to trust Han Sen quite so easily as the rest. Han Sen had pushed open the door earlier to earn himself Geno fruit and save everyone from a possibly fatal incident. He hadn't expected his kindness to be rewarded with suspicion and ire. Without Mr. Li, a fight would have broken out between them already. Everyone summoned their Geno cores next, and when Shu Yanmeng brought out his spear, he pointed it at Han Sen and said, you're up front. If I catch you doing anything dodgy, this'll be rammed up where the sun doesn't shine. Mr. Li was as chummy as ever with Han Sen, and this speech made him walk side by side with him. He patted Han Sen on the shoulder again and told him, let's go together. Han Sen could not be bothered to explain anything. If he told them what had occurred during and after the wolf chase, it was highly unlikely they'd believe him. They all approached the coffin with bated breath. The creature atop it did not move or make a sound, but everyone remained as silent as they could. You could have heard a pin drop. But Han Sen's 9-life cat pendant began to burn when they neared it. And the closer Han Sen got, the hotter it burned. When Han Sen touched the pendant, he was scalded by the heat it had generated. The pendant did not have a reaction to the leader of Blood Legion, assuming that was who he was. But why is it reacting so strongly to this? Is this the real 9-life cat? Or maybe what I saw was an apparition, and the bones of the leader actually reside in this coffin? There was a lot to question and a lot to be wary of. Still, assuming that was true, Han Sen noted that it would be very strange for the coffin to be placed where it was. Authority figures or leaders of much renown weren't known for making their resting places at the entrances of their palaces. The group walked forward until they were only 3 meters away from the coffin. There, they could now see the creature clearly, and make out all of its distinct features. The so-called beast was curled up, and it had its head tucked beneath its tail. There was not, however, any life force that Han Sen could detect. But suddenly, the tail moved. Unsure about what this meant, everyone stopped in their tracks and remained dead still. They peered at the creature with intense, twitching eyes. "It's alive," Xu Yanmeng hollered. The creature's tail swung again, like the slow lashing of a whip. The creature unfurled to look at the group that was approaching, and it did so with eyes that looked like a couple of red sirens. "It's alive," Zhang Sanshao also called out, trembling as he took one step back in fear. The creature really did look like a cat, complete with oval eyes. Its gaze was menacing and cold, but it wasn't directly threatening. Everyone readied themselves for a fight. The group that had come before them encountered this creature and died shortly after all. But the motionless standoff went on longer than anticipated. The cold, uncaring gaze of the cat developed into one of disinterest after a certain amount of time elapsed. After a while, with the prospect of immediate danger diminishing, Zhang Sanshao said, "Now is the time to strike. It's not attacking, so let's take advantage of that." Everyone knew it might be for the best to remove the stranger danger that cat might or might not pose, but they'd have to do it together, if they chose to attack it. "No," Mr. Li said, with a resolute voice. "It is not hostile to us. If we provoke it, and make it hostile, we may not even live long enough to regret it. We can't just stand here, though," Zhang Sanshao pleaded. Mr. Li said, "We can continue to approach it delicately, and assuming it does not do anything more, we will try to open the coffin." Everyone in the team looked at each other, to see how they each felt about that. Although they were all worried about what might happen, they all agreed it was best to approach the coffin slowly without directly inviting hostility from the cat. Each step they took was slow and steady, exercised with great care and caution. And each time one foot settled back on the ground, they looked at the beast intently, to see if it had moved at all. When they reached the coffin, the cat had not moved an inch. It merely looked at them, with its tail brushing softly against the coffin it rested upon. Everyone approached the coffin from a different direction, surrounding it. Strangely, the creature seemed to be watching Han Sen. "Get a firm grip around the edges, and lift it up," Mr. Li commanded softly. They placed their hands around the smoothed edges of the coffin and dug their fingers as far they could underneath it. They did not care much for the coffin or what might rest inside. Their main worry was how the creature would behave once they began moving the lid. They feared it was ready to pounce. 3, 2, 1. When Mr. Li finished the countdown, everyone heaved the hefty lid up. The combined strength of the group removed the lid with ease. They lifted it as high and as straight as they could, and strangely, the cat did not move an inch. The beast looked as disinterested as it first had, and it didn't seem to care about what they were doing. Their mission was to find out what was in the coffin. Once they caught a glimpse of what was inside, they could return. With the lid safely removed, they all stole a glance inside. What they saw surprised them. It was empty. There was not a single thing inside it. "It's empty. Why is it empty?" Wang Zhao asked aloud. Old Chu then drew attention to the vacant lid of the coffin, with a voice that trembled and shook. "The creature is gone." Everyone turned to look where Old Chu was staring. The cat was gone. It was as if it had completely vanished into thin air. "Where did it go?" Xu Yanmeng asked, looking around in a near panic, fearing a sudden ambush or pounce. Everyone thought it most strange, and did the same. But no one was able to see where it might have wandered off to. "Look, we've seen what's inside the coffin. We can leave now, we've done what was requested of us. We really should get moving before something ill falls upon us," Wang Zhao suggested, trying his best to conceal the nervousness that tried to break up his words. "Okay, let's put the lid back before leaving," Mr. Li said. When they lifted the lid up and set it back down on the coffin, their faces changed. It made Xu Yanmeng scream at the top of his lungs, and he yelled, "The suction! I can't get my hands free. Me, too. OFCK. Zhang Sanshao tried to pull his hand free, but he was unable to. Everyone was suffering the same misfortune, finding their hands to be stuck in a vacuum stemming from the coffin. They couldn't get their hands free. Han Sen held onto the lid like the rest, pretending he was suffering the same fate. Truthfully, the suction that gripped the others didn't seem to be affecting him. His compatriots already thought poorly enough of him as it was, so he made sure not to reveal his fortune. Everyone was scared, on the precipice of tumbling into full-on panic. They all exhausted as much of their powers as they could trying to free themselves from the coffin, but nothing worked. They were well and truly stuck. It was like the coffin wasn't just pulling their bodies, but it was siphoning their strength and power as well. Whenever they released some power as they tried to escape, it was as if they were feeding the coffin. Wang Zhao watched his power bleed away, and he was unable to stop it. Zhang Sanshao summoned a sword Geno core to batter the coffin into freeing him. But when his blade touched down on the spooky sarcophagus, the power and life of his weapon began to drain. This occurred to the Geno cores summoned by the others, as well. And when their powers were drained, the cores were pulled out of their hands and stuck to the top of the coffin. It was as if the cores had been dragged away by a magnet. Everyone was shocked, unable to understand what was going on. And amidst this confusion, the symbols and scrawlings that adorned the coffin began to light up with a sinister neon hue. "Why hasn't your power been absorbed?" Xu Yanmeng asked. His suspicions regarding Han Sen hadn't diminished, and now, they only heightened. To Xu Yanmeng, the fact that Han Sen was unaffected was proof enough that he was some sort of traitor. Hearing this, they all turned to look at Han Sen, who was seemingly unaffected. FCK, I knew something was up with him. Zhang Sanshao was furious, thinking Han Sen had willingly betrayed them, and so he summoned a Geno core and tried to attack him. Han Sen let go of his grip on the coffin lid and dropped the pretense. He swiftly moved to evade the attack and pleaded, "Fine, I'm not trapped. But it's not like I tried to get any of you hurt. This is as unexpected for me as it is for you. I don't know what is happening." Han Sen hurriedly took a few steps back. His former compatriots all had gemstone Geno cores, and if the rest sought to attack him, Han Sen did not fancy getting surrounded. "I knew we should have killed him when we had the chance," Xu Yanmeng proclaimed. "Your body," Old Chu suddenly exclaimed. Then, all the members of the party began looking at each other in fear. They were all aging at an extremely rapid pace. Xu Yanmeng's hair turned white, and his skin began to gather wrinkles like weathered, coarse leather. He was like an old man. Wang Zhao then shouted, "Mr. Li, why are you not affected by this?" Wang Zhao wasn't the only one to notice this, and when the group's enfeebled eyes looked over, they too saw him unaffected. Mr. Li smiled and took a step back, letting his fingers leave the cusp of the coffin's lid. "I wasn't trapped, either. And I won't be getting any older. Do you know why this is happening? Surely, there must be something you can do for us." Everyone's face was turning grim, thinking they were on the verge of death. "This is a coffin belonging to Blood Legion. The 9-life cat was suppressing the power within. Now that we've opened it, it is absorbing all nearby life forces to wake up what slumbers inside," explained Mr. Li, with disturbing calm and resoluteness. "What? How do you know all this? Is there a way you might save us?" Old Chu pleaded. Old Chu was already an old man, hence the title. He had withered faster than the rest, and his skin was now not far off the stressed guttering of tree bark. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Mr. Li. They knew his speech had taken on a different tone, and they had the suspicion that some veil had been removed. But still, they clung to their past vision of the man they had accompanied on their way inside. They desperately hoped he would know how to save them and act upon the ability to do so. "I can save you, yes. But that would nullify my reason for coming here," Mr. Li said. "You planned for this to happen. You wanted to kill us." The fear that had taken root inside Wang Zhao turned to wrath and rage. He was seething as he spoke, having suffered this betrayal. "I am taking back what is owed. I already saved you all once, or have you forgotten? You said you were willing to lay down your lives in return, and now the time to do that has come. There shouldn't be a problem, should there?" Mr. Li's tone had become cold and callous. Wang Zhao found the situation incredibly disturbing, and as much as he wished to lash out and spite the man who had done this to them, he found himself unable to. The withering and brittleness of intense old age had settled in his bones, and merely remaining upright was becoming a trying task. Han Sen, although he hadn't been backstabbed himself, was shocked by what was happening. He had never expected Mr. Li to do something such as this. Everyone had placed their faith in Mr. Li, and they left no room for doubt. Their blind, unwavering trust had led them to the situation they were in, and they cursed themselves for it. Mr. Li then turned to Han Sen and said, "Little Han, which part of Blood Legion do you belong to?" Han Sen was taken off guard by the question, and he wasn't sure how he might answer this. Han Sen knew there were two factions within Blood Legion. One consisted of the loyal, like Nan Lishan, the others were considered traitors, like God's Retribution and Han Jinji. He didn't formally belong to Blood Legion, so he wasn't sure if he could give an answer. With no answer forthcoming, Mr. Li didn't seem to dwell on his silence much. He moved on to say, "I need sacred blood to wake up the coffin, you can help a bit." Mr. Li cut his own hand open with his nails, and blue blood dripped from the palm of his hand onto the coffin lid. The blue blood was almost as bright as that of God's Retribution. "What is your title within Blood Legion?" Han Sen asked. Mr. Li answered, "Again, which side do you belong to? Did they not teach you about the leader?" "You, or the leader?" Han Sen asked, with a quivering voice. Han Sen had always wanted to know who the leader of Blood Legion was, but in his short time in this shelter, two possible candidates had made themselves known to him. There was the shadow that seemed to imply himself to be the leader, but Mr. Li was now insinuating that he himself was the leader. Why is there more than one leader now? Han Sen wondered. The group that had been betrayed were nothing more than skeletal husks now, frail shadows of their former selves that clung to the most meager tethers of life. They were so brittle and aged, they could not even stand. "Come, deliver thine blood," Mr. Li coldly said. "What happens if the coffin is revived?" Han Sen wanted to continue feigning he was a member and avoid invoking the ire of the possible leader of Blood Legion, but he feared what might happen if he was to give his blood. Mr. Li walked over to Han Sen and grabbed him by the neck, then dragged him over to the eerie sarcophagus. Han Sen hadn't realized what was happening until it was too late. He had no hope of avoiding the man's grasp. But it wasn't an ordinary grip that held his neck, either. He felt the tingling sensation of electrical currents running through his body, paralyzing his ability to resist. It was like he was suddenly chained up. Mr. Li pushed Han Sen down on the coffin and readied himself to slit Han Sen's throat with his dirty, overgrown fingernails. Han Sen swiftly understood the directness of the situation, and so his eyes flashed white. His black hair became a gown of milky silk. His body glowed brightly. With that strength, Han Sen did not hesitate to pull away and perform super spank on Mr. Li. Pang! Mr. Li stumbled backwards in shock, staring at Han Sen in his new form. Unfortunately, Han Sen was unable to break Mr. Li's sequence structure. Trying to do that was like trying to pry steel with bare hands. He had gotten free as he had hoped, but he could hardly believe how strong he was. Mr. Li had to have the strength of a super creature. Han Sen turned around and began to flee. He knew he'd die if he tried to remain and fight an enemy so far beyond his own abilities. The power he possesses is magnificent, but unbridled and not honed. Still, the coffin demands the sacrifice, Mr. Li spoke aloud coldly, as he moved forward to catch Han Sen. But Han Sen knew he wouldn't be allowed to leave so easily, and he was prepared to react when the moment was right. When the full extent of the powers given by his Super King Spirit mode was enabled, he was faster than a sudden bolt of lightning. With his bulwark umbrella, Han Sen shielded himself from Mr. Li's incoming grip and summoned his crystal egg. Boom! Mr. Li came into contact with the umbrella with the force of a comet. The umbrella cracked, and the crash of the impact sent Han Sen hurtling through the air. The egg was headed in Mr. Li's direction as this occurred, but it did nothing. Mr. Li grabbed the egg and with the sound of a pang, crushed it in his hands. Still, this prompted the jade skeleton to appear. The pygmy was quick to scramble out of its ruined shell, and it delivered Mr. Li a firm punch before flying over to Han Sen. This was an unexpected turn of events which took Mr. Li by surprise, and where his palm had been struck by the creepy little skeleton, he had turned to crystal. This crater in his palm began to expand and web across the entirety of his hand and beyond, turning him into a jade-like statue. Over the course of a few seconds, though, Mr. Li's body turned entirely blue. It overlapped the spreading jade and vanquished it, removing the effect of the pygmy's punch. That is rare. You are the first I have witnessed use such powers in a sanctuary. Despite his desire to slit Han Sen's throat as a sacrifice, Mr. Li complimented him. Survival was the best Han Sen could hope for in such a dire situation, but he couldn't contemplate a way in which he might ensure a getaway. Han Sen's power was far inferior to Mr. Li's, and he only possessed bronze Geno cores. There was no hope of fighting back, or even repelling the man. Why are the people in Blood Legion struggling to adapt to life in the sanctuaries? Han Sen asked, wanting to stall his nemesis. Mr. Li knew Han Sen was asking nonsense, hoping to buy himself time. But he answered anyway, saying, Blood Legion members can absorb Geno points, but they cannot possess special powers. While we can use Geno points to become stronger, it is impossible for us to change our elemental alignment. Your blood is too light and impure, which is why you can do so like the rest. Who are you? Which generation do you belong to? You know my name is Han, Han Sen said. There is no one named Han amongst the 13. Mr. Li looked genuinely curious. There was. My great-grandfather was called Han Jinji, Han Sen said. That is impossible. He joined the Legion, but he was an outsider. His heirs cannot possess holy blood, Mr. Li denied. Now Han Sen was thinking Nan Lishan and Baby Ghost were telling the truth, and Han Jinji had been forced into Blood Legion. If you say he is an outsider, why would he possess the relic? As Han Sen spoke, Han Sen employed his Dongshuan aura to determine the best possible escape route he could use. While doing this, Han Sen noticed the 9-life cat sitting upon the palace's rooftop. It was staring right back at him, swinging its tail. It's still here. Han Sen did not expect to see it there. Mr. Li answered the former question by telling him, if you know of the relic, you must belong to the lineage of one of the 13. Are you from the Qin family, perhaps? How did you know? Han Sen pretended, with a put-on tone of exaggerated surprise. The Qin family left Blood Legion a long time ago, so light sacred blood is to be expected. Mr. Li paused for a moment, before saying, I cannot believe the Qin family is returning to the Legion. This is a most splendid thing to learn. So, if that is a good thing, why are we fighting? Bleeding is no good, Han Sen said with caution, stepping backwards as he kept up the lie. Blood is all. We are proud of blood, and we use blood to celebrate. If you are an heir of the Qin family, then your sacrifice is even more welcome. When I become sovereign to the Legion, I will handsomely reward your family. Mr. Li, as he spoke, came nearer to Han Sen. Not wanting to get too close, Han Sen leapt up towards where the 9-life cat was crouching. Han Sen's pendant had been acting up again, and it burned with great intensity when he neared the creature. It was directly reacting to the 9-life cat, not the coffin. The 9-life cat pendant was able to suppress blue blood, and the creature itself suppressed the coffin. So, if Han Sen was in need of a deus ex machina to wholly alter the situation, that one would be as appropriate as any. Mr. Li looked at Han Sen and started to follow, but when he saw the 9-life cat, he frowned, quit the chase, and looked at it. Han Sen was delighted by this reaction, so he made sure to stay as close to the cat as he possibly could. Mr. Li's eyes were fixed on the cat that hadn't moved, and he said, the coffin is open. Why aren't you leaving? Do you really think I won't kill you? The cat heard this and squinted its eyes and moved its lips, as if the man's words had elicited a smile. It jumped atop Han Sen's head, which came as a surprise to Han Sen, but then looked down on Mr. Li as if it were mocking him. Han Sen, acknowledging the cat had no intention of hurting him, thought to himself, wow, does the cat really hate the leader? What's going on here? Mr. Li looked at the cat and jumped towards them both. Mr. Li's attention was unnaturally affixed to the cat now, but unfortunately for Han Sen, the cat was on his head. If he wanted his head to remain upon his shoulders, he had to evade each incoming blow as best he could. The pendant on his chest was burning hotter and hotter, though. It shone red, as it seared the skin it hung across, and soon after, his entire body glowed red. And all of a sudden, Han Sen felt as if he possessed the power to destroy the universe. Han Sen punched Mr. Li and sent him flying. Mr. Li was sent barreling through the air, arcing down towards the ground. When he crash-landed, he skidded through the tiled ground for 10 meters, spilling blue blood from his mouth. You do have the relic. Who are you? Mr. Li looked at Han Sen and asked. I told you, I am the heir of Han Jinji. Han Sen's pendant augmented his power, fueling him with a strength he had never felt before. If you truly are, then you should die. As Mr. Li looked dim and swung his fist towards Han Sen. Feeling overwhelmingly confident in his newfound power, Han Sen did not even try to dodge this time. He threw a punch to meet with the incoming fist. Pang! Mr. Li had no hope of matching with that strength, and again, he was lifted off the ground and sent spinning through the foggy atmosphere of the shelter. Han Sen leapt into the air and landed on a rooftop directly before Mr. Li, for whom the tables had turned. Han Sen unleashed a barrage of punches on Mr. Li, with the speed and ferocity of a tornado. Each hit was the lash of a spiraling wind, and the power he delivered in each strike was unlike anything he had ever felt before. Mr. Li was able to dodge a few strikes, but when the next ones landed, they were devastating. His defense was broken, and his body was next in line. Like a boxing bag propped up for training, Han Sen unleashed all the power he could on Mr. Li. His body was twisted and disfigured. Alu alu alu. The excitement of this ability to punch with manic speed and wretched power was a thrill like no other, and Han Sen imagined himself as Xianxia King, pummeling an unfortunate foe into oblivion. To destroy with nothing but one's fist instigated a primal ecstasy. Boom! Mr. Li was sent flying once more, and he crashed against the coffin. Han Sen wished to fly over there and finish him off. But Mr. Li, with his body being little more than a sack of bruised organs and broken bones, stuttered to say, Han Jinji broke my legion, and now his heir breaks my mission. Curse your foul lineage, I am on the precipice of becoming a god, and you dare do this to me. The right is mine. A god? You seek to become a god? Han Sen was shocked hearing this. You are Han Jinji's heir. Have you not learned a thing from your predecessors? Blood Legion's entire purpose is to assemble a faction of godhood. Mr. Li coughed up more blood. What kind of god could you hope to become? Han Sen asked with a frown. You must break through the vacuum and reach the fifth sanctuary. Then you become a god. As much as I would have liked this, it seems you have the highest chance of success. Mr. Li said. And why could Han Jinji not do this? Han Sen asked. It was nothing more than a fantasy for him. Like me, he was too weak to achieve such greatness, Mr. Li mocked. Han Sen wanted to kill Mr. Li, but there were a number of questions he wished to ask first. So, he asked, why does Blood Legion feature spirit members? Who created the organization, initially? Mr. Li wiped away the blood oozing from the corner of his lips and said, are you really his heir? It seems to me that no one has told you a thing. Does it matter? Han Sen responded, ultimately, I suppose it does not. Mr. Li paused to regather some of his composure, then went on to explain, Blood Legion was formed through a union between humans and spirits. There is no contradiction. What does that mean? Han Sen frowned. Mr. Li smiled and said, where do you think we come from? Han Sen's heart jumped against his ribs, and he blurted out, was Blood Legion's creator from the sanctuary? Did he then go to the Alliance, like Asura? Mr. Li shook his head and explained, you're half right, but Asura? He was nothing. He was a petty but fortunate individual that was able to slay a damaged god. Our creator was the one who did manage to break through the vacuum and reach the fifth sanctuary. Are you insinuating that the entire human race originated in the sanctuaries? Han Sen screamed and felt his voice crack. That is the secret Blood Legion has harbored since our founding. Mr. Li said, what's in the fifth sanctuary? Han Sen asked, as what Mr. Li said was too shocking. He wanted answers. Mr. Li shook his head and answered, that is what we all wish to know. Whether it will eventually become common knowledge is uncertain, but become a god yourself and you're sure to find out. Then who is Han Jinji? What happened with him? Han Sen asked. Mr. Li smiled and said, he's just a liar. I thought he possessed the power necessary to help me locate the relic, but he didn't help me. He wreaked havoc amongst the Legion, stole my map, and took the relic for himself. Evidently, he then gave it to you. Everything Mr. Li was telling Han Sen shocked him. The Qigong master Han Jinji was a liar who had managed to trick the entirety of Blood Legion. Han Sen tried to collect all the intel he had gathered thus far in his head, and he tried to organize the whole story by laying it all out on a table in his mind. Humans were beings originating from the sanctuaries, the place where Blood Legion had been created. Like Asura, the being that created Blood Legion became a god, then somehow went to the Alliance. Humans were unable to return to the sanctuaries for the longest time, leaving behind a grand portion of their history there. When technological advancements reached a certain point, humans were able to teleport in and out of the sanctuaries as they pleased and explore. When Han Sen met the self-proclaimed leader earlier, the shadow could have been a reflection of the person before he became a god. Han Sen thought the vat of knowledge he had learned from Mr. Li was quite unbelievable, but not entirely implausible. That meant the people he saw before were ancient humans. It was no wonder the shadow kept referring to Han Sen as his child. And Han Sen did not know why Mr. Li required the relic. It was entirely possible, after seeing the power he had just exhibited, that the man had wanted the relic to become a god. He had hired the Qigong master Han Jinji to help him locate the relic, perhaps because he could not do this by himself. But Han Jinji tricked the entirety of Blood Legion and even took the map for himself. Han Sen thought Han Jinji had procured the map himself, and he had merely asked Uncle Bug for assistance in locating the relic in Life Door. Han Sen thought something had to be wrong with this tale, and he had more to ask Mr. Li, so he asked, did Han Jinji join before or after the discovery of the sanctuaries? Mr. Li looked at him with disdain and said, if Han Jinji didn't steal our research, how would the Alliance have created teleporters? The Alliance was merely lucky to have crystallizer technology. When Han Jinji was in the 7th team, the place they supposedly ventured to was the sanctuary. The technology had not yet matured, however, and the realm they ended up in might have been the 5th sanctuary. They could have ended up there right off the bat, completely unaware. Han Sen was not sure what happened there exactly, but from what he had gathered, the people in that team had been tricked by a being or a deity that referred to itself as God. Han Jinji must have known about the sanctuaries he was trying to access, but Han Sen couldn't help but wonder why the man had made a wish. He didn't understand. If he wanted answers for everything, Han Sen knew he'd have one more destination to reach, the 5th sanctuary. Once he got there, he knew everything would become clear. Was this shelter once occupied by the leader who later went on to become a god? Han Sen asked Mr. Li. Mr. Li nodded and then spoke with pride in his voice. This was indeed the leader's shelter. Only his children can access this place, and not even a god could enter if he had no affiliation. Han Sen, pondering these revelations, then thought of something. He wondered why the heirs of Asura were unable to enter the sanctuaries. He also wanted to know how a god could be damaged and allow itself to be killed by Asura in the 3rd god's sanctuary. Han Sen could not be 100% certain he was being told the truth concerning these matters, but these pieces of the puzzle fit the information he had previously gathered. What is the relic? Han Sen asked, looking up at the 9-life cat that was still perched upon his head. That would be a Geno core belonging to our ancestor, whose name I admittedly do not know. It was formed after he became a god. Mr. Li turned his bloodshot eyes over to the 9-life cat and went on to say, and that is the guardian creature of the shelter. I am not sure of its association with that ancestor, but I am well aware the Geno core looks just like it. Han Sen wished to ask even more, but Mr. Li gave him a queer smile. He said, time's up. Han Sen's face changed. He knew what was happening, and so he threw a punch towards Mr. Li. Before the hit could land, the coffin began to shine with a bright light as the lid removed itself. Then, Mr. Li hopped inside with the last of his strength. When I am reborn, I will rise as a god. Mr. Li's voice rang out as the lid of the sarcophagus closed. Han Sen gripped the lid and tried to pull it away, but no matter how hard he pulled, it would not budge. Save your strength, that is a relic belonging to God. None can open it if it does not want to be opened. Han Sen suddenly heard the 9-life cat begin to talk. Isn't the pendant a Geno core given by this god dude? Can its power really not be enough to open the coffin? Han Sen asked the creature. He wasn't too surprised the 9-life cat was able to talk, given its reputation. 9-life cat squinted its eyes responded to him, saying, this thing is not a Geno core. If God had it, of course he could open the coffin. But you are not God. It's perfectly normal for you not to be able to open it. When 9-life cat said this, the red light on the pendant began to dim and fade away. Han Sen had already assumed it was the 9-life cat that had triggered the pendants. Power to allow him to overcome Mr. Li, but he asked the cat, is there really no other way to get him out of the coffin? 9-life cat coldly answered, you are both heirs of the shelter's master, but there is something wrong with his blood. He was unable to see the master. Even though he has entered the coffin, there is a low chance of becoming a god in his state. The 9-life cat was rather chatty, and it went on to say, and if anything, using the coffin to become a god might not be a good thing. Why? Han Sen asked. The 9-life cat leapt back onto the lid of the coffin, to resume the position Han Sen had originally seen him. He explained, I promised to guard this shelter until an heir of God came to open it. My task has now been fulfilled. There is no use me staying here anymore. 9-life cat looked at the coffin below him, and the area around, and spoke mournfully. This has been my bed for the longest time. I am not used to sleeping anywhere else. After that, the 9-life cat jumped back onto Han Sen's head like a red fur hat. Let's go. I'll accompany you. For a time, the 9-life cat said firmly. Han Sen knew the creature must have been extraordinarily strong if a god had asked it to protect his shelter. He knew it would be best to remain friendly with it, and if possible, keep it as a companion. We'll get in trouble if we leave now. Han Sen proceeded to tell the 9-life cat about Outer Sky Shelter and Sacred Shelter, his mission, and what the situation was. Outer Sky and Sacred were around even way back when God was here. They didn't dare do anything, though. It was smart of them to deduce only humans could enter the shelter, but I'm hard-pressed to believe they suspected you might have been an heir. 9-life cat looked disdained. It makes me feel a lot safer, knowing the master of this shelter was such a powerful being. Why don't we just go waste them? Han Sen said. 9-life cat rolled its eyes and said, I don't have the power to go up against Outer Sky and Sacred, and you can't unlock the true power of the Geno God Square, either. I am sure there is a way we can sneak past them. Never mind, then. Han Sen took a pause to think, before proceeding to say, we're leaving, regardless. If you have anything to bring with you, now's the best time to start packing. 9-life cat was amused by his comment, catching a touch of greed coating Han Sen's words. He told Han Sen, and don't you think about taking things from here to go with you. You shouldn't take anything from this place. If you do, the spell that protects this place will be broken, and then anyone can enter. When you reach the power of an emperor, however, feel free to return and claim proper ownership. But Mr. Li is already here, Han Sen said. He is in the coffin, and this is a shelter. You have the Geno God Square, anyway. Mr. Li will be in that stone cage for thousands of years, I suspect, regardless of whether he is successful or not, 9-life cat explained. Han Sen was pleased to hear this, and so he said, in that case, I have nothing to fear. I could become a god 100 times over in that time. I suppose there is no concern, then. It was a shame Han Sen was unable to take anything with him, but he would be walking away with the Blood Pulse Sutra's Geno core and the 9-life cat. It was a worthy haul that made him quite happy. Han Sen didn't yet know how to use real blood or what benefit it could provide. It was very much like a newborn baby, in that you could not know what a newborn body could yet do or accomplish. He'd have to find out himself in time. It depended on the talent of the Geno core itself. Some Geno cores simply weren't great, and no matter how much time or effort you'd go into training and improving it, it wouldn't achieve much. Han Sen managed to get the 9-life cat out of the shelter, and when they were beyond the mist-draped walls, he decided to follow the cat, which seemed to have a specific direction it wished to go. By the way, do you have a name? Han Sen asked the cat. You can call me Cat God. The 9-life cat squinted its eyes. I don't understand. If we were all heirs of the master of the shelter, why did the rest of the team have to die? Aside from Mr. Li, the others should have seen the master's shadow, Han Sen asked. Cat God smirked and replied by saying, this shelter was here even before it was occupied by a god. This place is old, a remnant from an even older, harsher time. A cruel fate befell the others, but it is best not to dwell on what happened to them. You would have been one of them if you had not practiced the correct skills. And what's more, you wouldn't have received the shadow summons if you hadn't learned those techniques. Han Sen waited until it was mid-afternoon before completely leaving the shelter. Yu Miao, Yu Zan, and Goddess, seeing someone emerge from behind the gates, stood up with great interest. It was Han Sen, and he was leaving that place on his own. They immediately suspected what might have happened, and they were shocked that only a single human with a bronze Geno core had survived the trials inside that place. But it didn't seem as if they paid attention to Cat God's presence. It was almost as if the cat did not exist or was invisible to them. What happened inside? You must tell us everything. Goddess immediately asked Han Sen. No, there is no need to answer. Come, we can talk when you return, Yu Miao said, stepping in front of Han Sen, near Goddess. Excuse me, you said we would share the discovery together, and that it was a joint effort. We were to cooperate on this matter. Goddess's face was swiftly turning sour upon hearing this. Our cooperative venture is done now. Yu Zan, take him away, will you? Yu Miao coldly said, I won't let you get away with this so easily. Goddess had known a fight might break out if only one person from a particular team made it out. The collaborative effort was little more than a farce. Han Sen had prepared a speech for what he uncovered, but he was barely given the opportunity to speak. Yu Zan's pace with Han Sen was incredibly quick, as he pulled him away. The area swiftly turned into chaos, as the spirits and creatures of outer sky and sacred clashed arms. Yu Zan summoned a ship, and he used it to drive Han Sen away to a safer location. It wasn't long before they approached an old, big, yet grand shelter. He arrived there at an alarming speed. You just need to tell us what happened inside the shelter from beginning to end. Tell us everything, and the reward is yours. Yu Zan was worried Han Sen might soon die as the others had before, so he wanted to get Han Sen talking as soon as possible. Yu Zan quickly assembled a panel, and Han Sen told them everything he could. He avoided the more sensitive points by skirting around them or making things up, but for the most part, he told them what had transpired in the shelter. Han Sen described the tower to them and told them how a man had died after reading a line of text. He also told Yu Zan about the Wall of Destiny and the wolf packs that had hounded them after it. He even told them about the coffin, and how all his team had died beside it. There were certain things Han Sen made sure not to mention, however. These included him being the one to push the wall open, the shadow he had encountered, Mr. Li being the leader of Blood Legion, and the presence of a 9-life cat. After Han Sen recounted his tale to them, the spirit next to Yu Zan opened an eye. Directly in his forehead, the eye glowed with a mysterious, otherworldly hue, and it gazed at Han Sen. The look from the eye was invasive, and Han Sen could sense it purveying what it could of his mind. FCK, they want to read my memories to see if I am telling the truth. Han Sen was shocked, and he hadn't expected this to occur. However, Cat God whispered to him, "Close your eyes and do not resist. Pretend to be in pain and I will handle this matter." Han Sen closed his eyes and scrunched his face with exaggeration, pretending he was in pain. Eventually, that invasive feeling came to an end. The spirit closed his third eye and turned to the others, saying, he wasn't lying. Everything he said was the truth. Then it seems we have failed once more, or at least, our efforts were for naught. The coffin was empty. DMN. Yu Zan sighed. While Han Sen stood there before them, vacant-minded looking, Yu Zan asked the spirit beside him, what's wrong with him? The spirit answered, my truth-seeing eye broke his memories. His mind might have some trouble, going forward. With luck, he won't become retarded, but I fear his memories will be lost. Memory loss might be for the best, I suppose. We can't afford this news leaking beyond the shelter, Yu Zan said. Han Sen wasn't permanently damaged. Following that, his IQ suffered a drop, but his memory of the events that transpired was mostly gone. A few days later, he was mostly okay. Yu Zan provided Han Sen with the Geno fruits he was promised and had a spirit take him home. They didn't kill Han Sen because they believed his memory had been lost, and they were worried other humans would shy away from helping them in the future if they started killing people who did what they asked. When I'm an emperor, I'm going to burn them down to the ground. They're all as wretched each other. Han Sen was angry after returning to Shadow Shelter. When he got back, he went straight to the Alliance, in case others came looking for him. The next time he went hunting, however, Han Sen decided he'd strictly use Super King Spirit mode in case creatures from outer sky would see him out and about okay. After Han Sen consumed all the Geno fruit he was given, he was able to max out his sacred Geno point tally. He also had an additional 10 remaining. Han Sen still needed mutant Geno points, but killing any mutant creatures he came across would be a trivial task now. Han Sen entered the Geno core storage using his crystal core. Not a single creature showed up to challenge him, which was rather strange, he thought. I thought I need to be challenged at least once a month. Why is no one stepping up to the plate? Han Sen asked Rockman. Rockman answered, there are no challengers. Han Sen asked him the question again, but he received the exact same answer. He asked it again with different phrasing, but the answer wouldn't change. Because Han Sen put on a terrifying performance and outright killed his last opponent, none were willing to challenge him. He was too frightening a foe, and challenging him was asking for death. He had killed Black Mountain God and Heartwheel with no remorse. He hadn't even been given the chance to flee. No one wanted to risk their life by fighting him. Not even the spirits that could respawn dared challenge Han Sen, as they believed he had the power to destroy spirit stones. Can I challenge them, instead? Han Sen asked, seeing the Geno cores from Outer Sky Shelter and Sacred Shelter. He was feeling angry. You can, but you are already number 1. There is no benefit to be gained by challenging those who are weaker than you, Rockman answered. One of the Geno cores from Sacred Shelter was lit up on the leaderboard, indicating he was available to fight. Without hesitating, Han Sen challenged him, but in less than a second, his invitation was declined. I thought you said I could challenge them. Han Sen asked Rockman. Rockman said, you can, but if the opponent has already reached their quota, they can decline challenges. Han Sen was feeling rather disheartened by this, but then Rockman told him, Bronze Geno Core Rank 9 Ghost Eye has sent you a challenge. When Han Sen learned Ghost Eye was not from Outer Sky Shelter or Sacred Shelter, he was quite disappointed. Regardless, he had to accept the fight to meet his quota. After accepting, he went forward to meet his opponent to be on the designated battleground. There, Han Sen saw a panther with 3 eyes. Its coat of fur was dark and menacing, like the blackest coal. The panther didn't wait around long, and it ran forward. But it wasn't doing so in hostility. As it ran, it immediately began to plead, I'm not here to fight. Wait, hold up, I'm here to discuss an arrangement we might make. I'm not here to fight. Han Sen thought he'd been given the opportunity to slay another super creature baby, but hearing this, he was a little taken aback. This was not what he had expected. An arrangement? What arrangement? Han Sen asked, checking the Black Panther out. You are already in first place, and with your Geno core having been reinforced 9 times already, remaining in that lofty position is pointless. If you throw the match and put me in first place, I'll be indebted and give you whatever you desire. The panther spoke everything he could as swiftly as he was able to, in fear of being immediately killed. The panther knew he wouldn't have been able to take down Han Sen, so he was cleverly hoping to buy the first place off him. Define indebted. What are you willing to offer exactly? Han Sen was willing to consider such a bargain, but only if the price was right. If the offer was worthless, he'd simply kill the panther. Although no deal had been struck, the panther was exuberantly happy just hearing he was willing to consider a deal. He feared he might have been killed without even being heard out. Cost is of no concern, and we can pay you whatever sum you are willing to accept. Purgatory Shelter is a rather fancy place, I'll have you know. Name your price and we won't disappoint, the panther said. What does Purgatory Shelter have to offer? Han Sen was still willing to hear him out, but he pictured the panther as some rich tycoon's kid who could buy his way up the ladder with daddy's credit card. All sorts. You can get a kilo of ghost eye grass, hellfire. You know, good stuff. The panther proceeded to list a number of items, all with peculiar-sounding names Han Sen had never heard of before. What about fruit that can provide super Geno points? Han Sen asked. No, but we do have a super ghost tree. Its fruit might bear super creature babies. Eating those are better than eating fruits, the panther said. A fancy shelter doesn't have any fruit. Is that what you're telling me? Han Sen didn't believe him. The panther squirmed a little and said, we did have fruit trees, but they were recently harvested and eaten. Then what about super Geno cores? Han Sen asked. The panther receded into worried thought for a moment. Don't you need to kill an emperor or super creature for something like that? I have much respect for you, sir, but even if Purgatory Shelter had one, it would not be offered up in a trade such as this. The panther smiled queerly and uncomfortably. He knew he had to keep the offers coming, so he said, but we do have gemstone Geno cores available for trade. Han Sen knew he wouldn't be given a super Geno core, but on the slim chance he might get one, he thought it was worth asking. Gemstone Geno core, let's see. Useless. Han Sen exaggerated his disappointment in the offer, and then went on to ask, but for the simple sake of asking, what do they do? Do these gemstone Geno cores have extra special properties or powers? Han Sen, truthfully, wouldn't mind a gemstone Geno core. Remaining in first place wasn't much of a concern for him, and swapping it out for a few goodies was a worthwhile thing to do. The panther responded to his query and answered, oh, the powers of these gemstone Geno cores are unbelievably good. You'll be hard-pressed to find better elsewhere. I promise you, if you accept one of these, you won't be disappointed. The panther summoned a Geno core for Han Sen to see. He couldn't display the powers it possessed due to the rules of the realm. But even though its powers had been silenced, Han Sen could get a good look at it. But it didn't tell him much. All in all, it looked rather unspectacular. Han Sen could see it was a blue jewel of sorts, and had no clue what it did. The panther was ready to explain what it was, however. It is a dark element Geno core called Ghost Armor. It has a very high defense stat against elemental damage. You'd have to use it to see what the armor actually looks like. Han Sen could imagine the usefulness such armor might provide. It was a situational armor, for sure, though. Armor that was particularly effective against elemental damage had almost zero properties for defending against raw physical damage. Style was another concern for Han Sen, so it was unfortunate he was not able to see what it might look like on him while he was in the Geno Core storage. What was that tree you mentioned earlier? Han Sen went on to ask. The panther summoned the seed of such a tree and said, I can't move the tree, but I can give you the seed of one. You should take it. Very nice. Panther boy, I think you are a good man. Han Sen accepted the seed and was immediately able to sense the life force within it. Thank you, and what's more, you should get a feel for this. The panther then proceeded to hand over the ghost armor Geno Core. Han Sen accepted it, and it was as described. It was a gemstone dark Geno Core. I can give you first place for now. But once you've reinforced, you're going to have to challenge me and hand it back over, Han Sen stated. That is no problem, the panther agreed. Congratulations, you have obtained the first rank in the bronze Geno Core storage, Han Sen squinted. You have my thanks, good sir. The panther was clearly struggling to contain his excitement and joy. If you ever have the hankering to strike more business deals, look me up. Han Sen waved and immediately left the Geno Core storage. Han Sen's rank then dropped down to second. In first place was Ghost Eye. Han Sen looked at his crystal egg, just to double check, and he noticed how he still had the 9 reinforcements. Nothing had been lost. Back in the shelter, Han Sen donned his new armor and started casting dark element abilities. A blue shroud enveloped Han Sen's skin, which then projected outwards like a holographic armor set around him. The armor was true to its name. It was not a solid-looking armor set, and Han Sen looked more like a transparent phantom. It wasn't a bad bargain, all things considered. After trying out the armor for a bit, Han Sen grew rather fond of it. Its properties were right up his alley, in how it masked the user inside and obscured their life force. Its defense boosting was remarkable. Geno Core armor was also defined differently than Beast Soul armor, and if you wanted to, you could use a set of each at the same time. I should really get to first place again. Maybe someone else will want to make a trade with me, too, Han Sen said to himself. Before he returned, though, Han Sen took the time to plant the Super Spirit Tree's seed in the garden. He used a single life drop from the black crystal on the tree, and watched as it immediately sprouted and began to grow. One life drop was the equivalent of 1 year of growth, and he wondered how long such a tree might take to fully develop and bear fruit. The next day, Han Sen returned to the Geno Core storage and challenged Ghost Eye. When the panther received the challenge invite, he declined it and told Han Sen, I gave you the seed in order to achieve first place. Why would I hand over this lofty seat so soon? The panther had never planned to give it back to Han Sen at all. And he had even gone so far as to get in touch with other spirits who were willing to trade with him for the first position instead. The panther received another challenger's invite, which he accepted merrily. It was a spirit that wished to buy his way to first place, too. The spirit was the sword with a fat wallet, and the panther was sure to walk away with wealth that would cover the losses he incurred to Han Sen, and then some. Han Sen wasn't angry over the panther's rejection. In fact, he understood and laughed. If you think you can avoid me forever by declining my challenge offers, you are a naive little brat. Han Sen exited the storage and summoned his real blood Geno Core for a re-entrance. Upon re-entry, Han Sen used his real blood Geno Core to complete the ranking test. The real blood Geno Core had absorbed 20% of the black crystal, an amount that was double what the others had. If that was any metric for the strength of this Geno Core, then it was sure to be even greater than his other cores. Rockman's third eye scanned the Geno Core and began counting down from a dizzyingly high sum again. Inside a certain battleground elsewhere, the panther was engaged in a discussion with a spirit with red hair. So, you met the crystal core owner. What powers did he employ against you? The red-haired spirit asked. The panther gave a wry smile and answered, I didn't beat him, actually. I spent a fortune to achieve first place instead. I didn't even get a look at his Geno Core. Were you able to tell if he was a spirit or a creature? The red-haired spirit asked. The panther said, no, he was shrouded in a dark mist. I couldn't get a good look. If I knew these sort of things, I'd far sooner be auctioning the intel rather than this first place. The spirit nodded, and he knew that if the panther had known what the crystal core's master looked like, he'd have put that information up for trade as well. It'd also work as a form of life insurance. The items you want are here. Take them and throw the fight, the spirit said, after summoning the items they had settled upon when forging a deal. The panther's eyes suddenly lit up with an immense amount of greed. The items he was about to receive far outpriced what he had given to Han Sen. Things had turned out very well for the business-savvy feline. But just as the panther moved forward to collect his prize, the ranking leaderboard shone brightly. It made the two figures freeze. Their trade had not yet been completed, so their ranks should not have yet switched. But there was a change. All of a sudden, the panther found itself in second place. Taking his spot in first was a new Geno core called Real Blood. The panther was in disbelief. He knew the red-haired spirit's Geno core was not called Real Blood, too, so why did the ranking move? Are you now in first place? The panther asked the spirit, just in case. How dare you? What is this? Are you trying to scam me out of all this wealth? The red-haired spirit was suddenly brought to wrath, and he swung a fist at the panther. The panther was far weaker than the spirit was, so he did his best to explain the situation rather than fight back. He pleaded, I wouldn't dare scam you out of this stuff. See, I didn't touch your items. I didn't expect any of this to happen. Red Spirit God knew this had to be true, ultimately. Holding on to first place was silly, considering the wealth one could achieve by bargaining off the position. It was just bad timing, really. The punch, more than anything, was to release the anger that had suddenly rushed through his heart. He had come very close to losing a fortune. After suffering the blow, the panther was already coughing up blood, and with a wheezy voice, he rasped, I know. It must have been another Geno core that was able to reach first place again. Another one, so soon after Crystal Core. Gah, who might it be this time? Red Spirit God's face looked ill, and he suspected this might have been the case, as well. The panther was upset, and he writhed around on the ground in sadness. He had come so close to receiving all the wealth laid out before him, but now, he couldn't take any of it. All he had received was a punch. This sucks. Why would a Geno core suddenly appear and knock me off the leaderboard like that? What poor timing. The panther was on the precipice of crying his eyes out. Real Blood Geno core reached first place and created a big fuss across the fourth god sanctuary. What's going on recently? Another Geno core has jumped to first place. Who could create a Geno core that's scary? It feels like the fourth god's sanctuary is in for a big, frightening change. When these powers grow, we could see this sanctuary turned upside down. I wonder, is Crystal Core stronger? Or is Real Blood really the new champ? I'd say it has got to be Real Blood. Otherwise, it wouldn't have overtaken Crystal Core. Crystal Core lost to Ghost Eye on purpose, that is why it's now behind. You are aware he one-hit killed Heart Wheel, yes? Gee, this is so scary. Everyone is so strong. How am I supposed to live? Sacred and Outer Sky Shelter should be worried the most. When these two forces grow and mature over time, those two big shelters are the ones likely to be in the line of fire. I wonder if it's possible for one being to govern the entirety of the fourth god's sanctuary, all at once. Is that possible? It has never happened before. Have you ever heard of a Geno core achieving first place through the test before? Now there's two at the same time, so it is hard to say. This is also very scary to think about. I wonder who might possess them. Are they spirits? Or creatures? I wonder. All the fourth god's sanctuary were talking about Real Blood Geno core. The possessive super shelters were trying to find out who owned it, but they had no clue. After Real Blood achieved first place, however, no one dared to challenge the elusive Geno core. After what happened to Black Mountain God, no one was reckless enough to challenge a core that could leapfrog the rest and achieve first place in such a manner. But with no challengers to face, Han Sen became rather bored. So, he decided to visit Ji Yanran. Occasionally, he went off to hunt a few mutant creatures for mutant Geno points while using Super King Spirit mode. But most of the time, he stayed with Ji Yanran. Her belly had developed quite the bump, and the baby she was having was going to be a boy. Han Sen wanted to be with her during this time and not do anything else. The Super King Spirit Geno core had yet to be formulated, and none of his bronze Geno cores had yet become silver, either. Han Sen had leveled up too quickly, and he hadn't spent enough time practicing. Within a few months, though, Han Sen was able to max out his mutant Geno points. That left the procurement of Super Geno points being the last thing to do. Killing super creatures was not easy. Unless he found a baby one, it'd be a difficult task. Han Sen needed to level up his Geno cores to match his powers before he tried killing super creatures. But he didn't spend much time out in their search. He was with Ji Yanran in the Alliance, living well. In the third god's sanctuary, many emperors assembled in one shelter for a discussion. No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor were there amongst the collective. Super Spank was able to destroy everything, and for a long time, people believed the spirits that were slain by it would have their spirit stones broken, as well. But it wasn't like the falsified sky powers. When they lost their battles, they merely disappeared for a long time. Many foolishly believed they had gone to the fourth god's sanctuary. The creatures and spirits that had gathered there were almost as strong as No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor, who were the mightiest in the sanctuary. We can confirm that human has reached the fourth god's sanctuary. Nothing can stop us from reclaiming Sky Mountain, so it is time we take that place back. We will show them who is boss. Ruin Emperor coldly said. A dinosaur-looking berserk super creature amongst them said, the humans still have faithful servants among them, such as Xie Qing King and the super creatures, but they will be crushed beneath our sheer force of numbers. It is a shame we are unable to find the king to aid us in this endeavor, one spirit said. With only the weak humans remaining, we have no need for the king, a berserk super creature said. We must establish a time, and then we go to Sky Mountain together and show all the humans who is boss, No God Emperor coldly said. All the creatures and spirits roared and hollered at once, with a sound that almost brought down the roof. When Han Sen was in the third god's sanctuary, it was a bad time for the emperors. When they learned Han Sen was now in the fourth god's sanctuary, they were all going to cooperate and retake Sky Mountain. Sky Mountain. Queen was engaged in battle against a super creature. Han Sen had left behind so many life Geno essences for his family and friends, and Queen had received more of them than anyone else. After she absorbed them, she was able to take on super creatures alone, despite it still being difficult for her. Queen's skill in taking on super creatures was also partially due to the fact that she had learned Ghost Slash. It went well with Queen's super body, the Wheel of Space, which she depended on when fighting such fearsome beasts. This particular super creature, however, was wretchedly strong. If she did not have the Wheel of Space, she'd have been killed already. She was holding her own against it, but it was clear she was at a disadvantage. But suddenly, the creature stopped attacking and began running away. Queen was confused by this, and when she went to take a look, she noticed a vast army of creatures and spirits approaching. Queen saw No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor were amongst them. It was one big cooperative effort, evidenced by the many spirits that came forward, riding atop creatures. The spirits are breaking their part of the bargain, it would appear. Queen's face changed. Seeing the horde before her, Queen immediately turned tail and fled back toward the shelter she resided at. Ah, 'tis a good day. We have only just reached Sky Mountain, and already we have met someone he knows. No God Emperor saw Queen make use of the Wheel of Space, and it reminded him of the abilities Han Sen had used. So, he went straight for her. Normal super creatures and king spirits were unable to catch up with her, but No God Emperor could. He was as swift as he was wretchedly powerful, and he lunged all the way forward, wanting to cut her in half. Queen's body flashed and disappeared. When she reappeared, she had gone past No God Emperor's sword. Queen's Ghost Slash was better than Han Sen's because of her super body. She could teleport through space, rendering attacks against her undamaging. No God's sword was able to cut through the air she would be moving into, but Queen was able to manipulate the fabric of the space around her and remove herself from wherever the sword would land. Combined with the power of Heavenly Go, there was nothing No God Emperor could do to harm Queen. She was too nimble for him. Most of the spirits and creatures were shocked, seeing this. They found it difficult to believe some random, nameless woman was able to maneuver with such effectiveness. The spirits didn't say it out loud, but they all believed humans were a disease. They were compelled to kill them all before the plague spread. No God Emperor's face turned quite ill as he pursued Queen. He repeatedly swung his sword, hoping to cut her down, but it was all to no avail. When Queen traveled through space, she realized No God's sword was near. So, she used her sword to block No God's sword. Gotcha! Her sword shattered, and her pursuer's sword managed to continue on to create a tear in her armor. It nicked her skin and caused her to bleed. Queen did not dwell on the stumble, though. She summoned more strength and power into her legs, and time hopped away. She knew she might die out there on the slopes of that mountain, and she could make her peace with that. But she didn't want to die before she had the chance to warn the others to retreat into the teleporters or flee the region. Queen had not yet maxed out her super Geno points, though, and no God Emperor was able to catch up once he learned how to respond to her blinking. He dealt her another cut, leading to a flowerfall of blood in the air. This happened a few times, and her skin was becoming covered with the constant cuts and lesions. Queen used all her power and skill to race back to the shelter before the enemy horde caught up. But after a while of running, there was not a single part of her that was devoid of a bloodstain. She remained quiet and concentrated, despite the pain that gnawed at her mind. She put all she could into her bloody legs, to run back to where she could call for everyone to depart. Another strike came cleaving the air in two, directly behind Queen. Queen had just finished a new teleportation, and she knew she couldn't dodge it. She started to believe she would not be able to make it back to the shelter, and that this attack would be the one to kill her. She did not look back. Instead, she shouted out to the human shelter. The spirits have come. She was still a distance away from the shelter, but she hoped there were other humans out and about who would hear her call and relay it back. No one can save you, no matter how loudly you shout, no God Emperor coldly said, lifting his sword towards her back, hoping to cut Queen in half. Boom! Suddenly, a silver light exploded against No God's sword. It stopped the sword, giving Queen enough time to teleport a few thousand meters away. No God Emperor's eyes lost track of Queen, and so he looked forward. A ripped, muscly body had appeared in front of No God Emperor. He was wearing a blinding, garish tropical shirt and shorts. He wore flip-flops, and he stood tall and proud before the callous emperor. He wore sunglasses, too, and he had long silver hair. Xianxia King, we are the same kind. Are you really going to stand there, helping those cheap and filthy humans? No God Emperor looked at Xianxia King coldly. Xianxia King looked at him with disdain, and said, "Who said we are the same kind? Cut the sh*t, fool." No God Emperor was so angry, and so he said, "I'll kill you, you traitorous human humper." After that, No God Emperor began swinging his sword towards Xianxia King. Xianxia King's arms were bulging with muscles, and his hair and shirt was waving. He punched towards No God Emperor's No God sword. "Yes, if you wanted a fight, we should fight. What's the use in wasting time?" Xianxia King shouted. Pang! The skin on Xianxia King's knuckles split a little, and blood welled up from the cut. No God Emperor stumbled backwards after the strike, however. The spirits were shocked to see this. They were all surprised No God Emperor was unable to bring down Xianxia King. Xianxia King's silver light began to stream outwards, nearly blinding the battlefield. It was like a silver sun, wreaking havoc across the plain. Alu alu alu. No God Emperor's face was cold and emotionless as he concentrated on swinging his sword with precision and power. The fight sent out shockwaves across the land, bringing it into ruin. One would suspect there to be an earthquake. The mountainside began to split, sending many creatures and spirits spiraling down to their doom. Falling rocks and boulders crushed many others. "Let number God handle him, we will proceed onwards, to the shelter," Ruin Emperor coldly said, and commanded the rest of his subordinates to avoid Xianxia King and head for the human shelter. "Spirits, are you going to betray the treaty established with the king?" a disdainful voice bellowed across the landscape. And then, many others approached. A blue dinosaur, a knight wreathed with lightning, a lady formed of water, and a furry critter that looked like a snowball approached, alongside many others. A holy-looking rhino was also headed out, and upon it sat a woman. She was the one speaking. The woman bid for Queen to ascend the rhino, which prompted the creature to bestow a healing light upon her. Then, she was as fit as she hadn't been dealt a scratch. "The king may have established a deal with Han Sen, but we signed no such treaty," Ruin Emperor coldly said. "Why waste time with talk? Their elites are here, kill them and take back what is rightfully ours, and let these low-lives know who is the real boss." A big dragon roared in the sky. Then, the army of creatures and spirits began racing towards the shelter in unison. Emperors and super creatures went, also. The land was blanketed by the coming forces, as an endless bastion of creatures roared in their charge. Thorn Queen spawned countless vines to lash, impale, and choke the legions that ran forward relentlessly. The ground was dyed red with the blood of her victims. Dry Bone King brought out his heart bone and began playing the instrument. All around, the hearts of the enemies exploded inside their chests as they heard the rhythm. Water Fairy became a tidal wave of spooky proportions. It did not soak or drown the enemies it came across, instead, it stuck to them like jelly, then sucked them dry until they scattered like dust. Blue Dinosaur was a lot less fancy, but just as brutal. He swung his tail to crush entire battalions, scooping many up so that he could munch on them. Baby Ghost, Qing Jun, and Rock Giant rushed forward to do combat, as well. And as they did, trails of blood marked their wake. Quickly, the spirits came forward to fight Dry Bone King and the rest. Dry Bone King, I have longed to do battle with you. You and me, one-on-one, now is the time we decide which of us is stronger. A king spirit came before him, barking at Dry Bone King with a hammer in each hand. The spirit beat the hammers together, and the hammers unleashed a rain of thunderbolts which all came bearing down on Dry Bone King. Dry Bone King froze, and beat the Heart Bone instrument to summon an invisible power to repel the Thunder Dragon power. Boom! When the forces struck each other, no sound could be heard. Their clashes operated on a frequency that was too high-pitched for anyone there to discern. But the shockwaves kicked up were so grand they rattled the earth. Dust, soil, mud, and blood were thrown into the air. Dong, dong, dong. While the two of those drummers fought, no creatures could go near them, as they destroyed everything. Some creatures around were too slow to leave their proximity, and were immediately killed. The ground shook and the calls of thunder were frightening. Water Fairy, how about taking on me and my water powers? A female spirit appeared to challenge her, casting a sky river towards Water Fairy. Rock Giant, let us see if the strength of a mighty creature can compete with the power of a spirit. Face me, a giant spirit said, creating a big hole in the ground. Ruin Emperor, meanwhile, was flying towards the woman atop the Holy Rhino. But Purple Emperor cut him off before he could reach her. You dare lay your fingers on me. Ruin Emperor had the ability to trap and stifle the powers of anything that came into contact with him. Purple Emperor laughed, swung his purple sword towards Ruin Emperor and said, why would I not dare? Ruin Emperor's face then swiftly changed, not daring to accept the hit to be delivered by Purple Emperor. Purple Emperor was fully grown now, and that hit he was to deliver would break hell and kill Ruin Emperor for good. So, even Ruin Emperor with his ruin powers would not dare risk getting hit by that. The fight below continued to rage on, and Queen, having fully recovered, wished to rejoin the battle. Luo Lan merely frowned. They were a force to be reckoned with, and they could take on any individual emperor, but there was just too many for them to deal with. Dry Bone King and Water Fairy were not emperors yet, either. There was little they could do to fight and repel the oncoming hordes. Although Holy Rhino could issue torrents of healing at a consistent rate, it still wasn't enough to keep all their forces healthy and fighting. At least they weren't going to lose swiftly, though. There were many emperors and spirits headed for Zero now, too. They still wanted her dead, but she was able to mow them down with her red beams of light. Her falsified sky powers could also destroy the spirit stones of the spirits she slew, as well. It is the heir of Godslayer Luo. Even he failed to kill me. Do you really think a weakling daughter of his, like you, can kill me? A spirit had come prepared. When another spirit was killed, an emperor came. The emperor was holding a mirror, and Zero moved forward with her bone dagger. With that mirror, the emperor was able to block her falsified sky powers and she was unable to kill him. You are not strong enough to break my 10-life mirror, 10-life emperor said with disdain. Zero frowned, but did not relent. After she re-stabilized herself, she lashed out at the emperor once more. 10-life emperor is dealing with Godslayer Luo's heir. In the meantime, focus on felling Holy Rhino and the woman atop it. A command was issued, and the majority of the remaining king spirits and emperors turned their attention to the rhino. Boom! Blue lightning streaked across the entire battleground, and a blue halo formed beneath the feet of all the combatants. Those on the human side were becoming much stronger, whereas those on the enemy side were becoming much weaker and slower. Disloyal Knight had joined the fray, and after his cast, he leapt towards an emperor with his fist raised and ready to launch. Serpent Throne donned the appearance of the Lady Chef, and she raced forward to engage another emperor with her weaponized fork. Kill the rhino first. Kill their healer. The two emperors that were engaging Serpent Throne and Disloyal Knight roared and stopped the other spirits and creatures from helping them. The rest of the spirits and creatures roared and went for the rhino. With the rhino still there, unless they could kill Dry Bone King and the Water Fairy in one hit, they wouldn't die. The rhino was a berserk super creature that had managed to open 10 gene locks. Its heals were so effective, broken legs would hardly be felt, as they'd be repaired and restored instantly. Dragons soared across the sky, blitzing the ground below with trails of fire. Centipedes and other grotesque creatures were headed for the rhino. The holy rhino roared with its holy light, and wove a fabric of dandelions across the earth around him, imbuing his allies like Dry Bone King and the others, with a greater pool of health and a stimulant like zest and energy to fight the king spirits, emperors, and other elites. Although the rhino was powerful, it was harmless. It couldn't stop the horde of monsters that were coming after him. The battlefield was a mutilated hellscape. It was like a bunch of monsters pulling at a rhino in hell. Luo Lan was sitting atop the holy rhino, which was not moving. She simply smiled. Sky Emperor was the one who reached the rhino first. He planned to fell the rhino and Luo Lan simultaneously. But as the Emperor arrived near her to deal a killing blow, Luo Lan raised up her hand and made a simple waving gesture. The blade beam he wielded was cut in two, as was the Emperor's body. In a stunning display, she cut the Emperor's spirit in half. The Emperor's blood cascaded everywhere, drenching the sky and painting the ground. All who approached the rhino were frozen stiff in fear. They almost couldn't fathom what their eyes had just told them. Falsified sky power. This woman is also an heir of Godslayer Luo. Someone screamed. Luo Lan scanned the field ahead of her, and then, the holy rhino lifted up its two front legs and brought them down on the head of a centipede below, as if it had read her mind. After that, it leapt forward, up and over the horde, towards a dragon that was soaring through the sky. As the rhino did this, Luo Lan waved her hand as they passed by the horde, slaying a host more of the creatures and spirits below them. This woman has the powers of Asura. Han Sen did not lie. Dragon King, who was a dragon, felt a chill, witnessing the screaming creatures. The rhino continued to run, as she swung her hands repeatedly. Nobody could stop her, and all those who tried were immediately killed. Kill, kill, kill. Luo Lan gave a heart-stopping smile as she cleaved her way through the horde, and it did not leave her face for the duration of the fight. She was scarier than the devil himself. The Asura powers should not have come to exist in the sanctuaries, for it could lay waste to anything it went up against. Luo Lan had not even maxed out her abilities and power, and yet, without the 10-life mirror, none of the emperors and creatures could block her strikes. While the spirits and creatures were getting beat, a gold light came from the sky. It was a spirit that looked like a king, glowing as he came. It was Sky King, from Sky Tree. He was not a demigod, though. Oh no, Dragon King said. Asura powers were insanely strong, but Luo Lan herself was not Asura. If there was one thing her powers would be ineffective against, it was the power Sky King wielded. That was 33 days. With Sky King's coming, greater pressure was put on Luo Lan. Luo Lan, however, continued to make use of her falsified sky powers, and she tried swiping it upwards to strike the incoming spirit. Unfortunately, it could not reach Sky King. One day is one world, and I have 33 of them. You cannot do anything, Sky King coldly said. If Asura was still here, you wouldn't dare say such a thing. Dragon King called back out with disdain. Sky King balked, then laughed and rebutted, Ha! Dragon King, it surprises me to see you are still alive, but this woman is no Asura. I am not Asura, but neither is there a need for me to be. Luo Lan said this coldly, before waving her hand again to attack once more. Sky King attempted to evade the strike, but after rolling away, his face changed and he fell back. When he stopped moving, he noticed his armor had been destroyed and he was bleeding gold blood. Sky King's face changed, and Dragon King laughed. He called out to Luo Lan, saying, Nice job. Sky King, looking gold, used his 33 days on Luo Lan with immediacy, and he shouted, What are you all waiting for? Go and kill her. I can hold off her powers, and she won't be able to kill you. The emperors, kings, and super creatures all resumed their attack on Luo Lan, after having been stunned into submission by her display earlier. Their original target had been the Holy Rhino, but it had now been made clear to them that the woman atop the creature posed the greatest threat. Luo Lan hardly had what it took to repel the force and not submit to the pressure of 33 days. If the rest of the enemy moved on her, there'd be nothing she could do. With all those forces converging on her from every direction, she wouldn't even be able to dodge if she needed to. Dragon King was in shock. Luo Lan was Han Sen's mother, and if she died during this conflict, it would drive Han Sen mad. Everyone who looked upon Luo Lan wished to help her, but she was coming under fire from all directions, just as they themselves were. A rescue did not seem possible. But then, she did something else. Luo Lan threw a white fluffy orb into the sky. It was Snowball, and he clearly wasn't fond of what Luo Lan had just done. He rained down tears and summoned a big white orb. Boom! All the grisly powers were absorbed by the ball, in its descent to the ground. Despite the number of hits it incurred, it did not break. It was a little misshapen by the beating, but it rebounded to its original shape quickly after. Ignore the orb, kill the woman first. Sky King shouted. The army rushed towards Luo Lan once more, and like a guided bulwark, the orb rolled before her, deflecting all the hits that came. Of course, there was a limit to the damage it could ultimately sustain. And it couldn't protect her from every single strike from every single angle. An emperor had managed to find an opening in her defense, and with a fist that wielded a killing frost, he saw his chance to get her. Luo Lan was still focused on Sky King, and she didn't have the time to turn around and take the emperor out. She seemed likely to suffer the devastating strike, but before she did, the sound of a bird was heard chirping in the distance. The red fish bird had suddenly appeared, and it swooped down to gnaw at the emperor's chilling fist, and had him reeling back screaming. Luo Lan comforted the bird, and then turned to look around. The battlefield she pervaded was bad. There were far too many creatures and spirits to deal with, and the rhino's healing could only support them for a short while longer. If this went on, it'd only be a matter of time before they lost. Dry Bone King was on the verge of death, despite the constant sustenance of strong heals. His foe had gotten the better of him. Furthermore, as good as the heals were for keeping someone on their feet, death was death for most. No heal could resurrect the dead. It looks like I have to use this, then. Luo Lan pulled out a ju and poured wine into it. Han Sen had left it behind in the third god's sanctuary, hoping Luo Lan would be able to summon him down, to bring those who could not traverse the 10 steps of the holy door back with him. Of course, if someone could not traverse the 10 steps of the holy door, their bodies would not be fully cleansed, and allow them a further ascension to become gods. Still, it was better than not being able to become a demigod, and dying. Luo Lan brought out a blood bag and poured its contents into the ju. Han Sen had given her a bag of his blood before, during a time of respite in the alliance. By using his blood, it should have been possible for her to summon him from the fourth god's sanctuary. After pouring Han Sen's blood into the ju, the item she held had a reactive jolt. Alu alu alu. Xie Qing King was battling No God Emperor and 2 other abhorrent emperors at the same time. As dire as the situation was for him, he wasn't shying away, and he hadn't even been stricken with an ounce of fear. He was stronger than he ever had been, though, and while he could keep up with the 3 that assaulted him, he knew that even he would not be able to last forever. Zero was also still in battle, and her bone dagger could do nothing against the mirror her combatant wielded. If she was able to find a way to destroy it, then felling the enemy himself would be easy. Don't worry, I'll help you kill her. 2 emperors arrived at her enemy's side, then leapt forward to attack Zero. Pang! Dry Bone King's shoulder was delivered a hefty cleave that took out a large chunk of the bone. Then, a bolt of lightning blasted him a few miles away, sending him crashing into a mountainside that soon came crumbling down. Dry Bone King had barely managed to get back on his feet when he saw a large sword come down towards him. It was there to finish the job. By some divine intervention, or so it felt, a creature appeared and ate the metallic weapon. And so did a bird. A metal eater. The king's spirit exclaimed. Go to hell. A river of electric bolts then came bearing down on the metal eater. The metal eater started to glow, and then it blocked the thunder attacks. Its defense was very strong, but it still bled. But it was a metal eater, not a thunder eater. It couldn't eat and digest thunder powers. Qing Jun, as this went on, was surrounded by 8 king spirits. She had not yet opened her 10th gene lock, however, and without the holy rhino there, she would have been killed many times over by now. Rock Giant was engaged in combat with a spirit, too. Their fight was wild, and the land was torn asunder and thrown upside down amidst their rampage. Water Fairy had found herself shrunk, as the water of her composure was taken away in the current of the enemy's water streams she had to fight with. She hadn't yet opened 10 gene locks either, so she was at a disadvantage, as well. The humans were all surrounded, and just as they were about to lose, they heard a weird noise come from the holy rhino. Luo Lan was seen drinking wine atop the colossal creature, and the ju in her hand was beginning to shine red. This same color was then reflected in the dark, swirling skies above. The sky was torn in half, revealing an altar that descended down towards them. Upon it was a statue, modeled and sculpted to the look of Han Sen. The creatures that wanted to kill Luo Lan turned to see the altar, and then, their faces changed. When the altar appeared, there was nothing that the creatures surrounding it could do. And almost immediately, they felt their life forces leave them, drifting towards the altar. There were too many creatures, and so many life forces went towards the altar. They gathered up around the bust atop it. Han Sen's true self had acknowledged the summons while he was in the fourth god's sanctuary. He had already received news that the spirits had rebelled and were attacking the human shelters. So, now all he did was wait. He did not know if his blood was enough for him to be summoned, however. If he couldn't be summoned back, then his mother and the humans of the third god's sanctuary would be left to their own devices. Han Sen was starting to worry. He felt his body begin to burn. A strange sort of power was beginning to enter his body and swirl throughout. It was so powerful, it burned and had an effect on the area around him. He could feel and then see the dimension he was in begin to twist. Han Sen thought to himself, I guess it worked. I suppose it should come as no surprise that all those emperors and super creatures make for a worthy enough sacrifice to summon me. As Han Sen was lost in thought, his body became stronger and he opened a rift. He was suddenly pulled into a tunnel of sorts, and all that was there was a portal. Sky Mountain, in the third god's sanctuary. No god emperor saw the altar and muttered a few words of spite. Dmn it, curse these vermin, how can they always manage to summon demigods like this? Summoning demigods was no easy feat, however. It required a demigod geno core that had been left behind somehow, in the third god's sanctuary. Such relics were exceptionally difficult to come by. Han Sen had once summoned Lotus Empress's mother to stop no god emperor. This time, Luo Lan was summoning Han Sen himself. It seemed this could be a repeat occurrence, since the same relic had been used to achieve this twice since its discovery. No god emperor knew he should make himself scarce and flee. He had witnessed the power that Night Empress possessed. What awaited them was not something a being of the third god's sanctuary could resist. And although Han Sen had only been a demigod for a short amount of time, he grossly outperformed everyone and everything else that existed in the third god's sanctuary. No god emperor wasn't going to underestimate what the young man. Many of the creatures and spirits there had no clue what was occurring, while those that did spared no time in trying to run off. But before they could do that, they suddenly felt as if they had no place in that world. They couldn't feel their bodies, and even if they could run, they weren't sure where they could go. They were robbed of their senses, and they were unable to see or hear anything. They could not even smell, either. It was only them there, they could see, and the altar. What they could see was just that altar. It was like nothing else existed now. No god emperor did his best to try and escape, but he could not even feel his body and his beloved no god sword. Han Sen had broken his no god sword once before, and it had been tremendously difficult for him to get it back. And strangely, now, he could no longer feel the sword he was grossly attached to. Is he stronger than Night Empress? No god emperor was in shock. He was starting to suspect he might not escape this time. All the creatures and spirits in the region were feeling hopeless. They trembled in terror and worry. They couldn't sense their comrades around them, and they each felt lost and alone. Han Sen's true body then appeared out of the statue. Each step shook the earth, increasing the pain and sense of hopelessness they all felt. I am back. Han Sen was fairly excited, as he was doing something only a very small handful of demigods could manage to accomplish. Unfortunately, he didn't feel as free as he might. Perhaps it really was difficult for those from the fourth god's sanctuary to remain, because it felt as if he was trying to breathe through mud. But he could feel the power inside him dwarf everything else in his proximity. Power that did not amount to much in the fourth god's sanctuary was truly a devastating force to any being that resided in the third god's sanctuary. Dongshuan aura had stripped the enemies of their senses. The enemies could no longer feel themselves. They could see Han Sen approach from where he was, but that was it. They could not even move their fingers. Not even Ruin Emperor and no God Emperor could do anything. Queen looked at Han Sen with much admiration and joy. She had missed him, after all he had done for her. She never expected Han Sen could return after leaving for the fourth god's sanctuary. The situation that once looked like oblivion suddenly changed for the better. He was a demigod, and in this sanctuary he was practically invincible. Just seeing those emperors and super creatures around, and the way they reacted, you could tell how powerful and how much of a presence Han Sen had. The once ravenous hordes of enemies were all paralyzed before him. Son, these bad people are bullying your poor pretty mother. When Luo Lan spoke, she did so with light tears in her eyes, as if she had been subjected to bullying. When the spirits heard her say this, they thought to themselves, what? You practically laid waste to us, and we haven't yet touched a single hair on your head. We didn't bully you at all. DMN you all. Han Sen gritted his teeth. Han Sen allowed the spirits to hear what Luo Lan said because he wished for them all to understand why he was going to annihilate them. He wanted them to know that what was coming was deserved. Although Luo Lan had not yet been hurt, it didn't take much intellect to envision what might have happened to her if Han Sen hadn't been able to come back. Han Sen walked in front of No God Emperor, and as he did, everyone's eyesight was returned. But they could not move and they could not speak. Han Sen coldly told the Emperor, No God, damn you. For your latest transgression against humans, I'm going to kill you. Forever. No God Emperor was given the ability to speak, but he balked in Han Sen's face by saying, So what if you kill me? I can respawn. I don't think you can stay in the third God's sanctuary for long. One of these days, I'll kill them all. No God Emperor rebuking Han Sen actually inspired the other spirits with more courage. It was true that Han Sen could not keep returning on a whim, and dead spirits didn't stay dead as long as their spirit stones were fine. They had more chances in the future, that was for sure. You're telling me you'll try this again? Is that right? Han Sen coldly said. Zero, do your thing. Zero swung her bone dagger without being inhibited. She was targeting No God Emperor, whose movement had been restricted. The dagger punched neatly into the temple of his forehead, and after that occurred, No God Emperor's face looked distraught. Pang! No God Emperor's body shattered like glass, and so did his spirit stone, wherever it was. That newfound courage in the spirits dissipated. After that, they knew what had happened to No God Emperor, and they feared the same happening to them. They tried to suicide in an attempt to escape, but Han Sen had stolen their ability to do so. Han Sen walked before Ruin Emperor next, and then, he gestured for Zero to cut his entire head off. He wasn't even given the opportunity to speak. One by one, Han Sen and Zero walked to each Emperor spirit and had each of them beheaded. The terror of those in line was tangible. Han Sen was planning to see to it that each spirit was killed, but the army was large, and he had little time left there. He could feel the tug of the portal beckoning his return to the fourth God's sanctuary. Demigods were not supposed to reside in the third God's sanctuary, and it was actually dangerous for them to stay there long. He would have to take his leave very soon. And he now understood why Night Empress had to leave so swiftly. The pressure of keeping his stay in the third God's sanctuary was slowly becoming unbearable, and it was highly likely that his body could be ruined by remaining there for long. I'll give the rest of you one last chance to make this work. If I need to come knocking again, I won't be showing any mercy, and neither will there be any theatrics. Han Sen gestured with his hand and made all the spirits explode. Those he did this to return to their spirit stones to lick their wounds. Han Sen did not kill any of the creatures there. His beef was with the spirits, more than anything, and he knew the rest of his companions could deal with the creatures just fine. He let loose his grip on them, and as soon as they regained control of their limbs, the creatures tried taking off. They scrambled as best they could to get away. They were so frightened after what had happened. Creatures couldn't respawn like spirits could, after all. They sure wished they could run faster, though. The only person Han Sen had left alive was Sky King. He was planning on interrogating that sickly emperor, as there was much he wanted to learn before he departed. Qing Jun was his daughter, too. As much as Han Sen despised Sky King, he didn't think it was very nice to have her father brutally murdered in front of her, deserving or no. Demigods are so strong. Whoa, it looks like I should strive for a promotion. Xie Qing King laughed. Haha, if you're interested, I can take you back with me. But, not ascending through the fires could inhibit you further down the line, and you may struggle. Becoming a god will later become extremely difficult, Han Sen said. Understood. From this point on, I will strive to become a demigod the proper way. Where's the fun in taking a shortcut? Xie Qing King said. Han Sen asked Dry Bone King and Water Fairy, I have explained the situation, but if you still want to come, you may. Does anyone want to become a demigod? Any of you can come with me. Han Sen expected some of them to return with him, but surprisingly, none chose to come. They all looked at each other, and despite wanting to become demigods, they all agreed that if they were to ascend, they should do it the proper way. Even Snowball, who was a bona fide wimp, did not fancy cutting any corners. Han Sen was an example to them all, too, he later realized. They had seen what Han Sen was capable of, and they wanted to replicate his success and strength. They wanted to follow in his footsteps and do things right. Han Sen rubbed his nose and shook his head and said, "I understand." Luo Lan then walked up to Han Sen and provided him with a few items. She gave him the cruel bottle, and even Meowth. He hadn't taken them with him when he ascended the 10 steps of the holy door due to the added strain it would have posed. He was afraid the fire would have incinerated them. "Thank you. And now, Mom, I should go." Han Sen's body was having trouble remaining in the third god's sanctuary. He placed Sky King inside the cruel bottle and began walking back. Han Sen could at least chat with his mother back in the Alliance whenever he wished to. There was no need to do it there. Han Sen waved goodbye to everyone and then stepped back into the vortex-like portal that would take him back to the fourth god's sanctuary. Inside the cruel bottle, xianxia, Sky King, and even Meowth were all fine and safe during their transport. Han Sen was just going to treat Meowth like a pet, sort of like he always had. He wasn't bringing it through to do any fighting. Many emperors had been slain in the third god's sanctuary, and with the prospect of Han Sen possibly returning, none dared to attack the humans again. They could keep Sky Mountain. Han Sen returned to the Alliance to be with Ji Yanran shortly after this escapade, as her due date was incredibly soon. He was very excited to have a son. There was nothing for him to do in the sanctuary right now, anyway. He could not take on super creatures, so the best thing he could do was train and practice, which he oftentimes did in the Alliance. Ji Ruijun and his wife had been taking good care of Ji Yanran during the time she had been pregnant and Han Sen had been absent. And while Luo Lan was overjoyed she'd soon have a grandson, Han Sen did not fully trust her with the ability of raising a kid. The next day, Ji Yanran was taken to the delivery room. Han Sen, Luo Lan, Ji Ruijun, and his wife were all waiting outside, eagerly awaiting news. There were no human surgeons in the delivery room, just robots that performed their tasks with perfect precision and strict adherence to hygiene. Delivery this way was much safer than if it were done by hand. Han Sen, get in here. The speaker in the waiting room groaned with Ji Yanran's voice, who was obviously in pain. Husbands were able to go into the delivery room, but Han Sen had not yet entered due to the butterflies in his stomach. He was far more nervous than he ever thought he'd be, so he hadn't gone in yet. Hearing Ji Yanran call for him, he raced to the sturdy door and pushed it open. There he saw Ji Yanran lying on the bed, nearly drowning in her own sweat. She looked to be in massive pain. Swiftly, he moved over to her and grabbed her hands to bring her comfort. Ji Yanran did not stop yelling at him with vulgar language. She was never one to swear, but today, she couldn't seem to form a sentence without a curse word included. When the baby was finally born, what they didn't hear was what scared them the most. The baby was silent, and there was no crying. Usually, the day they're born, babies cried like mad. When the delivery robot brought the baby over to Ji Yanran, however, it looked remarkably healthy. The technological advancements of their time made giving birth a far swifter process. The nutrition they received also allowed for the baby and mother to recover faster. Ji Yanran was taken to the recovery room after the baby's delivery, as Ji Ruijun and Luo Lan were giddy with excitement to see their long-awaited grandson. Why was there no noise from the baby? Did something happen? Ji Ruijun asked, with a look of worry marring his face. But seeing Ji Yanran being wheeled calmly in with the baby, their worry didn't last long. It was merely strange, not a sign something had gone wrong. The computers confirmed the baby was perfectly healthy, and there was no sign of any disabilities. There's no need to worry he might be a mute or anything. Han Sen explained. Ji Ruijun finally had the chance to hold the baby, and after picking it up, he said to Han Sen, "Perhaps we should rattle him and get him to cry. What if he's actually suffocating? It's customary for the elders to make babies cry." After that, Ji Ruijun crudely swung the baby around and smacked its buttocks. When the tears of the baby came, he proudly exclaimed, "Aha! See, it has started to cry. This is an ancient technique I once learned from this old medicine man. It is very effective." After getting slapped, the baby's crying was louder than expected. But Han Sen suddenly felt something amiss, as Ji Ruijun reveled in his success at doing this. He felt a power begin to gather inside his baby boy, one that was rather frightening. Wah, wah, The baby's crying was growing in volume, and then, to the disbelief of all who looked, the little creature began to glow with a bright white light. Its previously bald head suddenly experienced massive, luscious hair growth. Then, the baby exploded like a ruptured volcano. Boom! The entire recovery room was blown up. Ji Ruijun's body was standing where he had been, but he had been frozen stiff. His skin was black, his clothes in tatters, and his hair stood up. Fortunately, Han Sen had taken quick action to prevent any further damages by suppressing his baby's power. If he hadn't, the entire hospital would have blown up. Ji Ruijun and the others all just stared at the baby, and didn't say a word for a while. What is this baby you have given birth to? Ji Ruijun snapped out of his daze. He looked to be in shock, and looked at the baby with a look of disbelief. Han Sen was shocked, too, and he was unable to explain how the baby had his super body. So, Han Sen quickly took the baby in his arms and rocked it gently. Quite quickly, the baby calmed down and reverted to its former self, silence and all. Bauer was currently sitting atop Han Sen's shoulder and looking at the newborn with her head tilted out of curiosity for the thing. Ji Ruijun asked the computer to scan the baby, and he was surprised to learn that its fitness was over 100 already. That was better than a super creature in the first God's sanctuary. If they had scanned the baby while it was in its super king spirit mode, that figure would have undoubtedly been much higher. The hardy genes of the Ji family must have composed most of this baby. I shouldn't be surprised to hear it is that good, Ji Ruijun smiled. President Ji, how could you say such a thing? Luo Lan balked in disapproval. And Ji Ruijun replied, oh, forgive me. It is a combination of the Han family and the Ji family. Congratulations on the spawning of a decent grandchild. Luo Lan said, yes, congratulations to you, too. What happened in the hospital was kept a secret, known only to those who were present. There was no point in reporting the incident and letting others know the baby had such high fitness. When the time came to name the baby, however, Han Sen had much trouble. Naming things was never his forte. So, lacking the creative fortitude, Han Sen consulted his mother for ideas. Luo Lan suggested the names Han Sweet, Han Steel Bowl, and Han Richboy. It seemed his mother was as hopeless as he was when it came to naming things. He quickly disregarded all of her suggestions. He then went to ask Ji Ruijun for naming advice. He believed Han Sen and Luo Lan were giving him the honor of coming up with a name. He had no idea it was because they were totally unable to come up with a fitting name themselves. I will come up with the greatest name this universe has ever seen or heard, Ji Ruijun patted his chest and staunchly proclaimed. Ji Ruijun went straight to the library to dig out a trove of ancient books, and he even visited a number of fortune tellers to come up with the right name. When he was done, after exhausting much time and effort, he settled on the name Han Littleflower. Han Sen realized, those bullshit books weren't going to help him, either. And it seemed no matter what he or anyone else tried, they could not come up with a decent name for Han Sen's successor. We can't use this name. Think about his future. What if he becomes a president, and everyone refers to him as President Littleflower? It's a name that lacks strength. Don't use it. Luo Lan was the one to reject the name first. There's no need for him to become a president, take it from me. All you do is work yourselves rotten. But this name is good. He'll become famous by simply using it. Our Littleflower will have what it takes to conquer the entire universe. Ji Ruijun stroked his beard as he spoke. Dad, how about we accept it as a nickname and you come up with something else? Ji Yanran wasn't very fond of the name, either. The president had no choice but to concede, and so he told them, fine. Fine. Lucky for you lot, I have a backup name. It's not half as good, but you might like it. Hearing that, everyone felt more worried than relieved. Clearly, no one wanted Ji Ruijun to come up with more names for the baby. Ji Ruijun said, if you really don't like Littleflower, how about Han Fei? Han Fei, that's good. Yes, that is very good. Everybody agreed this was actually a decent name. They were grateful he had managed to come up with an ordinary name, for they all clenched their backsides when they heard he had come up with another name that was not as good by his standards. They expected him to name the baby Han Bigfoot or something. That really would be awful. So, after that, it was settled that the baby would be called Han Fei. Its unofficial nickname remained Littleflower. Ji Ruijun continued to refer to the baby as Han Littleflower, but everyone just ignored him when he did that. Han Sen's house was already full of high-tech AI-driven machinery and robots to help out, but Ji Ruijun insisted on coming over to do what he could, despite his obligations and hefty workload. Ji Ruijun's wife had also moved into Han Sen's house for a time, under the pretense of wanting to help out, but more than anything, she was just determined to spend as much time with the baby as she could. Luo Lan liked kids, but she did not like housework, and since it was her home, she took every chance she could to command Ji Ruijun's wife to clean. While the name Han Fei had been settled on, most people stuck to calling him Little Flower. The baby was well behaved, and it never really cried or threw a tantrum. It swiftly led to the mother-in-law believing it would one day grow up to be a remarkable person and a shining example. However, you could not make the baby mad. If you did, the house could end up getting blown to Kingdom Come. But the instances of the baby getting mad were very rare, and it only happened if people were unusually and unnecessarily cruel to him, like Ji Ruijun had been, after picking up the baby and slapping it with no cause to. Han Sen had nothing much to do in the house, especially with everyone crowding there, so decided to return to the sanctuary for a bit. The Geno cores level up so slowly, and that aside, I really need to generate a Geno core for Super King Spirit mode. After thinking this, Han Sen traveled to a large valley that was far beyond the middle of nowhere. There, he was going to find a way in which he could generate a Geno core. He tried many different methods, but all were to no avail. He ended up using his old trick saving money, and with it, he began to build up a vast reservoir of power. The coin rattled between his fingers as it gathered power, and the numbers on the coin ticked up to the number 27. This was all Han Sen's power multiplied by the figure of 27. Needless to say, holding that much power was a difficult task. But he held onto it firmly, not yet willing to let it go. When the sum reached 30, his body began to sweat profusely. It felt as if he had just stepped out of the shower. When the figure reached 40, the real strain began to settle in. His body was trembling like mad, exhausting everything it could to hold onto that power. The coin itself was glowing, having trouble containing that might. If it buckled and exploded between his fingers, it was highly likely Han Sen could end up destroying himself. Normally, Han Sen wouldn't hope to continue past a number this high. But on this day, he was genuinely interested in seeing how far he could take saving money. One by one, the figure grew higher. It hit the number 50. If the power contained inside that coin was inside his body, he'd be nothing more than a flash of light, and then nothing at all. Han Sen made sure to hold onto the coin carefully. He didn't want to risk dropping it on the ground. With all the power inside that coin, it was becoming incredibly heavy, too. Han Sen's fingers were beginning to creak and make strange sounds as he struggled to hold it up. When it reached the almighty figure of 100, Han Sen knew he couldn't take it any further. The risk was too high and he was beginning to lose control of it. Han Sen wanted to fire his coin and get rid of the power that he had bottled up inside it. Unfortunately, he now realized he was unable to. Han Sen understood the best he could do right now was toss it away elsewhere, so it could explode. He had decided to use this valley due to the presence of a strange hole there. He hadn't ventured down it before, and truthfully, he did not know precisely how deep it was. He only knew that it was deep, and if he had to, he could drop the coin down there and avoid blowing himself up. Han Sen didn't want to kill himself by mishandling the coin, but when Han Sen threw the coin out, it really was too heavy. He was only 3 meters away from the hole, but he felt as if he couldn't even throw it 10 centimeters. He had to inch his way close to the hole and drop the coin in. Walking over towards pit was a struggle, and each step left a crater-like footprint in the earth. The very core of his bones squealed. After taking 3 steps, he had walked 3 meters. Those 3 meters felt like 3 light years, however. **T, am I going to end up blowing myself up? Han Sen stretched out his hand and watched it fall slowly, under the crushing weight of that coin. I shouldn't have done this. I won't reach the hole. The coin was about to drop. Gotcha. Cracks in the earth began shooting out from Han Sen's feet. The ground could not even handle the initial weight of the coin, and in less than a second, Han Sen felt the earth around him give way. He found himself falling. As the ground collapsed and Han Sen found himself in free fall, he let go of the coin to plummet by itself. Then, he flew back up to the ground that was still stable. He waited near the drop for a long time, but the coin did not seem to find ground. If it had, it would have exploded with a blast Han Sen was sure to feel. Han Sen poked his head over the sides of the hole that had formed, and it was only then that a scary power burst out of the ground like a geyser. The power sent Han Sen flying, around 50 meters away from the hole. Both sides of the hole had been brought to ruin. The power unleashed by a saving money coin, dialed to the number 100, was far too terrifying for Han Sen to comprehend. Once he got back on his feet and patted himself down, Han Sen inched his way back to the drop to get a clearer look at the aftermath. But before he could do that, he could feel his Super King spirit release a substance inside him. Aha! Did it work? Am I finally generating a new Geno core? Han Sen stopped to take a look with sudden happiness. It was, and just like the formation of his other Geno cores, a substance was released into his sea of soul. It gathered together in a spot and began to swirl, before hardening to present something solid and tangible. The black crystal, as it always did, released some liquid that joined the swirling fluids and partook in the creation process. The black crystal wasn't very big by this point. After having created the other Geno cores, its size had been reduced by 50%. And now, with the release of more liquid, it was getting even smaller. But this time, Han Sen's shock and awe was taken to a whole new level. The black crystal was no longer a black crystal. It didn't seem crystallized anymore. Its color had been wholly robbed, and its shape had been warped. It became a faint, translucent item that seemed to possess a blurry halo in its interior. Without the black coloration of the crystal, the light inside was free to shine out. It began to beam brighter than the sun. It was so bright, Han Sen was unable to see what might have truly resided within that light, but whatever it was, he could feel the power it possessed. Before Han Sen could investigate it any further, though, the Geno creation process was complete. His Super King Spirit Geno core had taken the form of a coin. The coin had the number 1 fixed on its front, and on the back was an image of Han Sen in his Super King Spirit form. Self Geno core, bronze coin. Han Sen did not have time to check out the Geno core in great detail, though. The volume of the halo's brightness went up a few more notches, completely blinding Han Sen. Fortunately, the light was not harmful, and after a short period of believing himself to be blind, his vision began to return. Han Sen took another look at where the black crystal had been, and what he saw gave him another surprise. The black crystal was completely gone. It had been replaced by a black crystal armor set. It was a heavy armor, but it had been forged with a sleekness in mind. It would be tight-fitting and rather feminine, in many respects. There was also a weapon alongside the armor set. Placed firmly in the gauntlets, there was a black crystal greatsword. And on the back of the armor were black crystal wings. The black crystal armor was motionless, it was just there. He couldn't see if there was a creature in it or not, but Han Sen could tell the energy it contained exceeded that of Night Empress. After trying to give it a scan, however, Han Sen noticed its energy reduce. After a bit more time elapsed, all its power had depleted. In Shadow Shelter, the 9-life cat suddenly opened both of its eyes with a look of confusion. It arose from its slumber and took off running towards the valley Han Sen was in. 9-life cat saw Han Sen there, and with a brisk teleportation, it appeared where the ground had caved in. It called over to Han Sen, saying, "Weird. I just felt it. Where is it? Has it gone?" 9-life cat sniffed around the ruined pasture in search of something, but could find nothing. "Why are you here, kitty?" Han Sen opened his eyes near the drop and saw the cat. 9-life cat did not respond to his question and merely went on to ask, "Did you see something?" What did I see?" Han Sen asked, obviously confused. 9-life cat ignored Han Sen and began talking to itself, pondering something intently. "Am I mistaken? This thing shouldn't be here." "What thing? What are you mistaken about? Hello, are you going to talk to me?" Han Sen walked up to the 9-life cat while asking. 9-life cat shook his tail, saying, "It's none of your business. You still only have a bronze Geno core. When are you going to become a god? You should really think about hurrying up. Does it matter to you whether or not I become a god? What interest do you have in my affairs?" Han Sen said. 9-life cat looked at Han Sen with a fairly serious look. He told him, "If you don't become a god, how am I supposed to get back?" 9-life cat then realized he had just said something he shouldn't have. This prompted Han Sen to ask, "Back? Back where? It's nothing." Then, 9-life cat started walking away, as if nothing had happened. "Are you from the 5th sanctuary? Am I supposed to be your transport there?" Han Sen asked after it. 9-life cat did not turn around. It continued to walk away, and as it went, it answered, getting to the 5th sanctuary isn't easy. Han Sen wished to ask more questions, but all of a sudden, 9-life cat disappeared. Han Sen shook his head and disregarded the cat. Then, he returned his attention to the Sea of Soul. The armor set was still there, but it was dead and devoid of a life force. He could not bring it out of the Sea of Soul for some strange reason, and all he could do was view it with mild curiosity. The armor set, for what it was worth, gave him the same feelings he received whenever he inspected the black crystal, though. Han Sen wanted to go back now, but before he took off, he saw something flicker in the hole. It seemed as if something was down there. It was dark down in that pit, though, and the light appeared to be very deep within the hole, which made it hard for him to see what it might be. After using his Dongshuan aura to scan what he could of the pit, Han Sen was unable to detect the presence of any creature residing in the dark down there. If some creature had been disturbed by Han Sen's coin, and somehow survived, it should have all come scrambling out by now, anyway. So, apparently having nothing to fear, Han Sen decided to investigate the whole feat first. The pit he had created was enormous, and a few clicks deep without a doubt. A haze hung thick in the air after the previous explosion. As Han Sen neared the bottom, he could see how ravaged and frighteningly violent the power he had unleashed really was. At the bottom of the pit was a tunnel, strangely enough. It was not a natural formation, he could tell, and it seemed to lead in a certain direction. The light Han Sen had glimpsed probably came from there, and this was confirmed when he saw the same flicker cross his vision as he peered into the tunnel. After traversing the length of that black stretch, Han Sen found himself wandering into a chamber that was fairly large. It almost looked like a nest, given there was a creature at its center. It was a snake. It was black and white in color, but the white parts were fluorescent. They were almost like neon bulbs. Acknowledging this, Han Sen quickly and correctly determined that they were the lights he had caught sight of briefly earlier. The creature was a few hundred meters long, however. And strangely, after taking a closer and more accurate look, Han Sen noticed the creature lacked eyes and even a mouth. Truthfully, scaled height aside, it looked more like an earthworm in shape and form. At one end, which Han Sen guessed to be the face, there was a crude horn which was also black and white. It didn't wriggle around on the spot, either, as worms often would. It could move and slither around just like a snake. Han Sen gave the creature a scan and did not rush over to the earth-dwelling beast. And it was good that he didn't, because his reading indicated it was a super creature. It wasn't stationary, though, and Han Sen made sure not to get in its way. It was slithering to and fro, obviously in search of something. Han Sen made sure to suppress his breathing and mask his life force, so he could remain in hiding and spy on it for a while. Whatever it was looking for might have been a worthy treasure he could snatch for himself. If the creature noticed he was there, and it was aggressive and prompted the need to fight, Han Sen didn't think he could kill it. He had to be as sneaky as possible. Of course, if Han Sen possessed a self-geno core that was gemstone class, he'd give it a go. But he didn't and wouldn't. After watching for a while, Han Sen fully understood what the snake worm was up to. It wasn't searching for anything, actually. It was expanding its little subterranean boudoir. It appeared to be circling the cavern, but it was actually lashing the walls of its home with its hard scales, cleaving away a meter of earth each time. It did this same thing equally, all around its nest. And the creature kept on doing this, over and over. Its residence was expanding at a rapid pace. Does it want to commit suicide? And it's building itself a nice grave before it goes. Han Sen thought to himself. As Han Sen watched with waning curiosity, something suddenly appeared in the deepest reaches of where the creature had dug. It looked like a porcelain object, and it had a creamy, subdued white color. When the monster found it, it began digging with renewed vigor. It went faster. It went harder. The porcelain object was like a pot or some such, but it was difficult to make out in the flying earth. Initially, due to its shape, Han Sen believed it to be an item that was the handiwork of primitive humans, but as more of it became unearthed, he realized it was actually an egg. It wasn't small by any account, either. From what Han Sen could see, it was 1 meter tall, but most of it was still embedded in the earth the creature was swiping away at. It's an egg then. But if it is an egg, does it belong to this weird creature? Or is the creature stealing an egg that belongs to something else? Han Sen racked his mind in wonder. Eventually, the monster dug the egg out in its entirety. But the creature didn't stop there, and it actually looked entirely uninterested in the item. It simply continued to dig deeper and deeper in the same spot until it was out of sight. Han Sen's heart was beating quite rapidly in excitement, and he thought to himself, he's finally gone. Well, whoever that egg might belong to, it sure looks like it belongs to a super creature. Over there, super geno points are sitting right out in the open, unguarded and ready for the taking. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura again to make sure the coast was clear. It was, and wherever the snake worm monster had gone, it was now far away from Han Sen. Here goes nothing. Han Sen braced himself, then leapt over to the egg. In a frantic rush, Han Sen wished to quickly put it into his cruel bottle for an easier escort out. The cruel bottle was not like the gourd, however. It couldn't suck things in like a vacuum, and he'd have to physically lift the egg and push it in. Unfortunately for him, try as he might, the egg would not budge. He had no idea why the egg might have been so heavy, given that its contents were most likely yolk. He was already exposing himself longer than he wished to, and he fretted profusely over what he should do next. He obviously could not transport it out, but neither could he eat it right then and there. As Han Sen ransacked his mind for a solution, he heard the black and white monster returning. Fortunately, it was coming back at a mellow pace. Chances were, it had yet to learn of the intruder hungry for the egg. Han Sen allowed himself one more minute to deal with the egg before escaping, guessing the creature would return by then. Should I just give up, then? Han Sen asked himself. Finding an unsupervised super egg was incredibly rare, though, and the thought of abandoning it caused him heartburn. The entire situation was comparable to winning the lottery, but later realizing you had already trashed the golden ticket. Han Sen tried again to push the egg, as it should have been easy to roll. But still, he could not. It was a frighteningly heavy thing. Just as he was deciding to retreat and leave it be, Han Sen noticed there was something wrong with the egg. "Where are you trying to take me?" Suddenly, the voice of a woman was heard echoing in the chamber. A little later, the monster reappeared, and upon its head was a pretty lady. The monster came straight towards the egg, and when the lady's eyes took notice of it, she looked surprised. "Snake King, this egg looks special. Does it belong to a super creature?" The lady dismounted the snake and ventured towards the egg. She stroked the egg as she spoke. The big snake nodded to the lady. "Good, we haven't had super creatures in our shelter for a long time. It would be best if we brought it back with us," the lady went on to say. The snake wrapped itself around the big, heavy egg and tried to lift it onto its scaled back. But when the Snake King pulled to lift it, the egg shattered instead. It was an unexpected and slightly disheartening shock to incur, but as they watched it shatter, something came falling out of it. It was a humanoid-shaped creature that came tumbling out, one that glowed white and bright. The creature was actually Han Sen. The issue with the egg, Han Sen had realized, was that it was actually empty and devoid of any yolk. So, what he did was dig underground and come up underneath the egg. From the bottom, he was able to insert himself into the egg and prepare to play the part of a newborn, something he figured he'd be good at. At first, he only wanted to get a glimpse of what might have been left behind in the egg, if there was anything. He did find something inside the egg, too. It was an abundance of fragrant, aromatic mushrooms. They were pleasant to his nose and he planned to eat them, but all he had the time to do before his cover was blown was pocket the mushrooms. The mere scent of the mushrooms was enough to excite the cells in his body. It was truly invigorating. And it got Han Sen thinking of the various ways he could sizzle and serve them whenever he returned home. "These are good, these are so good," Han Sen told himself repeatedly, before putting them all inside his cruel bottle. And unlike the unfathomably heavy shell that had veiled the mushrooms, they were easy to pick. All in all, he managed to collect 7 of the wide-brimmed shrooms. He was going to escape shortly after, as he was well hidden and the subterranean passage he had carved out for himself would take him a good distance away from the snake's chamber. But before he could get out, the snake grabbed hold of the egg and clumsily broke it with ease. Han Sen came tumbling out, which was a surefire guarantee of his presence being exposed. The need for an act came then. When Han Sen looked up, he saw the lady and the eyeless snake looking down at him. The lady was not a human, that much was certain. She had cat ears and a fluffy fox tail which delighted Han Sen's inner fury. Han Sen could sense she was not a spirit, and she was most likely a humanoid creature, and a fine one at that. Unfortunately, he was unable to detect what strength she possessed and what level she could be classed at. Whatever she was, though, he knew he shouldn't underestimate her. Should I run? Han Sen wondered to himself. Before he could come to a decision, the woman spoke to him. She said, "We mean you no harm, you cute little thing. I am the master of Dark Spirit Shelter. I was hoping you might be able to join us there." Han Sen was surprised, but also a little relieved. They were not hostile, and what's more, they believed he was a creature. When Han Sen was in his super spirit mode, spirits believed him to be a spirit and creatures believed him to be a creature. Han Sen didn't play it like a doe-eyed newborn, though. He went straight to business, asking, "What kind of shelter is it? And how many super creatures reside there? All children of Dark Spirit need to have their own shelter to grow up in. But for now, there is only me and the Snake King here. If you join, that makes 3. The lady blushed as her tail stood up alongside her ears that twitched left and right like a couple of rotating satellite dishes. Han Sen mulled the situation over swiftly, and came to the decision it wasn't an all-bad proposition. With how gullible she had been, he said to himself, "Whoa. She's easy to fool. Perhaps I should go after her and see what goodies I can wring out of her." "What are the benefits of joining your shelter?" Han Sen asked. "You are newly born, aren't you? Me and my big snake can protect you. We can offer you food, warmth, and much loving care." The lady blushed again, and did so at several random intervals. She went on to say, "We only have mushrooms to eat for the time being, but it is early days yet. As we grow and prosper, what's on the menu is sure to expand." "Okay, but what is your name?" Han Sen asked. The lady was half expecting Han Sen not to agree, but she told him, "My name is Ling Mare." "What about you?" "My name is Dollar," Han Sen answered, thinking it had been a long time since he last used that alias. "Well then, Dollar, let's return. If Dark Spirit found you, things would not turn out so well." Ling Mare invited Han Sen to ride on Snake King's back. She seemed to be a very naive woman, so Han Sen asked her all the questions he could think of. He wanted as much intel as he could possibly gather. Han Sen was surprised by what he heard. The dark spirit she had referred to was actually a tribe of super creatures. Will this tribe come after me, if they know I kidnapped Ling Mare? Han Sen asked himself, thinking of what he could ultimately do with the cat fox girl. Ling Mare didn't stop talking to Han Sen along the way. He learned he was in a large underground realm, one that would not make for a short trip. Han Sen was expecting, from how humbly she spoke, that her shelter would be something rather small. He wasn't expecting much, but what greeted his vision would have disappointed him, even if he set the expectation bar at its lowest possible point. He was frozen at what he saw. It was a cave, next to a dirty river that babbled like a wheezing exhaust. "This is what you consider a shelter?" Han Sen asked, unsure if she had been pulling his leg. This was the first time Han Sen had been to a shelter that wasn't an island of polished constructs. It was a hole in the underground and little more. Ling Mare blushed, as she frequently did, and told Han Sen, "There aren't many shelters down here. But don't worry, we are sure to claim a bigger shelter someday. This is just our temporary residence." Han Sen smiled like a weirdo, telling her, "Actually, you don't have to stay in this place. That little pit is not worth our time. With our combined might, you and I can most certainly conquer or claim many shelters above ground." Ling Mare shook her head and proclaimed to Han Sen, "I cannot leave here." "Why not?" Han Sen asked. "We made a deal with another tribe, and it is because of this deal that we cannot go to the surface," Ling Mare vaguely explained. "What deal, and with who?" Han Sen asked. Ling Mare cleared her throat and said, "I don't know. But our elder said that we must adhere to 100-tribe deal or something of the sort. If I go to the realm of the Landwalkers, and I end up dying, nobody will avenge my death." Han Sen had no clue what she was talking about, and from the look on her face, neither did she. It sounded like an agreement between many tribes that occupied the underground space, but Han Sen thought it to be silly. Regardless, Han Sen followed her to the cave. It was barely more than an alcove, and it was nothing close to an actual shelter. It was rugged and filthy, and you could even see the scrape marks of the Snake King's scales. Clearly, the shelter had been haphazardly constructed by the Snake King. There were a few mutant and primitive creatures inside the place. All in all, there were around 20. They were creatures that had been found maybe stolen when they were babies. They looked rather weak and almost malnourished. For Han Sen, it was as if he had stumbled into a cellar sweatshop. With an ally like Snake King, I'm sure you could procure a better shelter for yourself. This is grim. Han Sen couldn't understand why they were so willing to live in squalor. Ling Mare vehemently shook her head again, and she told Han Sen, Snake King is accompanying me on the orders of the elder. He won't help me try to claim another shelter, though. Han Sen thought to himself, she must be important to the family, if the elder was willing to take care of her to that extent. But still, these living conditions. Han Sen, while he wanted to go, still thought it best to forge a better relationship with her. He'd get nothing if he was to duck out now. And furthermore, Han Sen wished to learn more about the 100-tribe deal before doing something rash that could cause issues for her as well as for him. So, for now, Han Sen was willing to put up with the less than favorable conditions and live there in her shelter. For dinner that night, Ling Meier came forward to present him with mushrooms. After tasting the cave shrooms, Han Sen thought they were awful. They didn't agree with his tongue or his tummy, and to make things worse, they were only mutant class. Seeing his repulsed reaction, Ling Meier looked rather worried and she said, "It wasn't a good idea to serve you these mushrooms, was it? Don't worry, I'll find better food for you next time." Han Sen nodded. Reviewing his situation, he was bewildered to see a leader like this. To quench his thirst and sat his hunger for the evening, Han Sen instead brought out jerky and a few drinks from his cruel bottle. Han Sen had been unable to get super creature flesh, so he brought food with him from the Alliance. As Han Sen munched on the chow he brought with him, Ling Meier did not take her eyes off it. Her gaze was intense. "Do you want some?" Han Sen asked with a queer smile. Ling Meier shook her head and shyly told him, "I am the master of this shelter. I cannot indulge myself on my subordinates' food. I should really go look for better stuff to serve you." It seemed to him that she was super willing to treat Han Sen like a dear pet. "I don't mind. Are you sure you don't want to try some?" Han Sen tempted her to try his food. Ling Meier gulped and wiped the drool that had escaped the corner of her lips. She shook her head again. "How are you supposed to know what I like if you don't try some of this stuff? Go on, have a bite." Han Sen passed her a bag of jerky and a can of soda. "Fine, just a nibble." Ling Meier ended up taking a hearty bite of the jerky and almost drowned herself in rabid consumption of the soda. Her eyes shot open with wild delight, and she asked Han Sen, "What is this stuff? Did you squeeze this juice out of a plant?" "That stuff is gathered from a jerky vine while the drink was collected from a soda tree orchard," Han Sen told her. "Would it be rude of me to ask for some more?" Ling Meier asked Han Sen. She was clearly having trouble mustering the courage to request more. "Yes, of course. You're going to have to remember this taste and flavor, after all," Han Sen said, unsure if he himself was making a jape. Ling Meier accepted more of the jerky he had to give, and she spared no time eating the quantity provided. Han Sen noticed she still wanted more, and so he obliged. This time, however, he brought out spicy jerky. He told her, "This is spicy, so mind your tongue. But I like it a lot, as well. It's best I learn this flavor, then." "You're right, let me try it." Ling Meier had gotten proficient at peeling open the jerky packaging, and as soon as she did, she began to ravenously gobble it all up. It was as if she hadn't eaten in months. "That's right, eat and fall right into my trap. Get hooked on the merchandise only Papa Han Sen can provide you," Han Sen sneakily thought to himself. He figured himself for a sugar daddy. After eating a bunch more packets of jerky, and downing a few more cans of soda, Ling Meier was finally starting to fill up. Han Sen, thinking he had softened her resolve and scored a bunch of affinity points with her, asked her questions about the underground realm as she chewed her last mouthful. There were certain things she was not able to tell Han Sen about Dark Spirit, but that aside, she told Han Sen all she could. Han Sen came to learn that most of the underground realm, referred to as the underworld by its inhabitants, was owned and controlled by the Dark Spirit tribe. There were a few other tribes too, and some even owned gold shelters. Ling Meier was too weak to claim a proper one for herself, but she still tried to her best for those who were willing to join her. She only had a bronze Geno core, too. So even if she and Han Sen did seek to bring down a gold shelter, it would be a tall order. "Do you count as an adult for Dark Spirit, if you only have a bronze Geno core?" Han Sen asked her. Even super creatures started off with a weak Geno core and low fitness, and they'd have to go through the same routine as others. Ling Meier would have to upgrade her Geno core if she really wanted to expand. "We are considered adults the moment we generate a self-Geno core. And once that happens, we are sent away from Dark Spirit Shelter in the expectation we will survive and thrive." There was a glimmer of sadness veiled behind the curtains of her speech, despite her attempt to put on a brave and proud face. Han Sen thought to himself, it looks like Dark Spirit controls most of the underworld. If they didn't have a firm grip on the entire place, they wouldn't let their people come and go freely. So, how can I lure her to the surface? They surely won't come after us up there, so getting her to go and leave this place is the only struggle. Han Sen racked his brain for a solution, and as Han Sen pondered this, his attention was drawn to a voice outside the cave. Ling Mayer, are you in there? Ling Mayer's face completely changed. She hopped onto King Snake's back and yelled at Han Sen, come on. We have to go. What are you afraid of? Han Sen asked. I'm not afraid. Before she finished speaking, a dark shadow began entering the cave. It was a man with cat ears and a tail just like Ling Mayer. It was clear that he was a family member of hers. He was riding atop a green bug that was the size of a bull. Where are you running off to this time? Come, quickly fight with me. And when you lose, come. You know what awaits. Don't try running off. The man's voice took on a threatening tone, and he didn't seem like a nice person at all. I'm not running. Ling Mayer said this and scowled at Han Sen with her kitty fangs on full display. She wasn't happy Han Sen had been so slow. Bring forth one of your creatures so that it might fight against my green bug. If you lose, you come back with me, as was the deal. The man hopped off his mount and took a few intimidating steps forward. The bug followed after its master, looking all smug, as well. Your bug is a gold Geno core, whereas mine is not even silver. That's not even fair, Ling Mayer protested. 1 year, that was the deal. You're the one who has wasted their time hiding in this dump for that duration. If you'd prefer, I could always go contact the Elder and see what he has to say about this whole situation, the man said. Spirit 13, don't be ridiculous. Ling Mayer said. She tried to put on a stout voice, but it trembled. She was squirming in her seat. Then how about I go and see the Elder to ask what he considers to be ridiculous? Spirit 13 turned to leave. Fine, we'll fight. Ling Mayer stopped him from leaving, but she was falling right into his ploy. The saddest part was that she probably knew. Spirit 13, with the smuggest and most punchable face in the universe, turned back around and told Ling Mayer, choose your best combatant. The choice is yours. Ling Mayer looked at the only 2 mutant creatures she possessed inside. One of them was only a baby, after all. Times had indeed been tough for her. The mutant jade rat already had a silver Geno core, so that was her best bet. It wasn't much, but that was where her hope would have to lie, she thought. She was still willing to go forward with the proposed fight, but she already believed her fate to be sealed. But then, Han Sen stepped forward and asked the two, and here I thought you two were related. Ling Mayer spoke with much regret, saying, yes, we are. But if I lose this fight, I need to return home and produce babies for him. What? How could a sick deal like this come about? A fire blazed through Han Sen's eyes, and he looked at Spirit 13 with much disgust. The Dark Spirit Geno core was able to tame creatures easily. And of course, their Geno cores could still fight, as well. Regardless, it was something Han Sen fancied. He didn't want to lose it to that man. Han Sen thought Ling Mayer would make a fine secretary for him in the surface world, too. And she seemed to know a lot about the new realm he had just discovered. He wanted her to leave with him, not with Spirit 13. Now that Spirit 13 was taking her away, all for making babies, Han Sen was fuming mad. The jade rat looked nervously at the bug it would soon have to fight. It was facing a gold Geno core enemy and it knew it didn't fancy its chances, that was for sure. Classes aside, the rat was tiny compared to the green bug, as well. It didn't stand a snowflake's chance, and everyone in the cave expected a brutal outcome to befall the poor squeaker. Come on, let's get this over with, Spirit 13 callously said, now with a raised voice. The green bug summoned a scythe, and it leapt forward, ready to kill the rat within a moment's notice. You can do it, Ling Mayer hopelessly called out, as if a raised spirit was all the rat needed to even the odds. The jade rat squealed and stood in place, frozen with terror. And just when Han Sen and Ling Mayer thought the little critter was going to summon its Geno core and fight back, it simply scurried away. It ran to the hills. *T. Are you serious? Han Sen shook his head. Spirit 13 laughed out loud, asking her, what sort of rubbish have you been collecting? The cave is one thing, but, man, you're embarrassing to watch. Come home and make babies for me. You'll be good for one thing, that way. The only thing I'm going to make is a super Geno core so I can rip your ears off. Ling Meier rebuked with feistiness. Cool your temper. But honestly, I don't see a way out of your predicament. You know the agreement in place, and unless you can pull another creature out of your backside to fight me, you're either leaving here with me for a baby-making future, or you're leaving in a body bag. Do you have another creature that's ready to fight? Yes or no? Spirit 13 gave her his ultimatum. Jade Rat was her strongest creature, and she nothing else that was willing to fight. That's what I thought. Now come along, your daddy-o is getting impatient. Spirit 13 licked his lips with sickening lust. Ling Meier was about to agree, but before she could open her mouth, someone else stepped forward. Let me fight it. Han Sen walked in front of the green bug, with his speech directed at Spirit 13. It's all the same. Spirit 13 motioned with his hand for the green bug to take a swing at Han Sen. Spirit 13 was confident that was all it would take. The green bug's attack and defense were balanced, and it was the baby of a sacred blood creature, too. The mutant Jade Rat wouldn't have been able to compete with the green bug even if it possessed a gold Geno core. Although they were of the same tier, their bases were different. Spirit 13 knew Ling Meier was cherished by the Elder, so he wouldn't break the bargain they had established if Han Sen beat the opponent. The Elder had given her the black and white king snake, but it wouldn't kill for her, and neither would it attempt to conquer a shelter on her behalf. She still had to work hard herself. Ling Meier hadn't traveled much, and in this place, it was difficult to find a high-tier creature she could tame and convince to join her roster. Even if she did manage to locate one, she needed resources and time. Those were two things she was in a short supply of. Those of Dark Spirit could read life forces with great clarity, but Spirit 13 was unable to lift much from Han Sen's suppressed life force. Because of this, he didn't exercise much caution when engaging him. Seeing the insect scythe bearing down on him, Han Sen swiftly let out a punch towards it. No, Ling Meier screamed, seeing Han Sen willingly do that. She thought Han Sen was the heir of a super creature, but at the end of the day, a demigod creature's power was still kept in check by the Geno core they possessed. Han Sen had only just been born, so there was no guarantee he even had a Geno core, and if he did, it'd be a measly bronze one. He could only do combat with a creature with a silver Geno core, at best. Fighting a gold Geno core would be a trying task for any individual. Now that Han Sen was bringing his fist against the scythe, she believed it was highly likely he did not possess a Geno core. He might be hurt a lot by the gold Geno core. This is suicide. Spirit 13 cackled coldly. The moment Han Sen's fist came into contact with the scythe, however, it reversed everyone's expression into one of shock. The big green scythe, after coming down on Han Sen's brutal fist, shattered into glitter like a flurry of stars. After Han Sen broke the creature's Geno core, he then moved to bring that lightning-fast fist down on the green bug's shell. The carapace was immediately destroyed, and the bug swiftly died. Sacred blood creature green crystal bug killed. No beast soul gained. The Geno core was shattered. The flesh is edible. Consume its flesh to earn 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. That was purely an exercise of Han Sen's simple physical power, and he did not even use super spank. Han Sen had maxed out his ordinary, primitive, mutant, and sacred Geno point tallies. Green crystal bug would have needed a gemstone Geno core to challenge him properly. Now that Han Sen could kill the likes of that with his plain physical power, there was no need to exert much effort and trouble himself. But this punch had shocked the other two completely. What Han Sen had just done so simply would have required a gemstone Geno core sacred blood creature. Even Dark Spirit's super creature heirs required a gold Geno core to perform the feat he had. Ling Meier thought Han Sen had just been born, and if that was true, it was a frightening thought that he already had such strength. Spirit 13 looked ill, and he said, I can't believe you were able to tame something so wretchedly strong. But I'll be back. Spirit 13 flew away after that. King Snake was there guarding her, so he couldn't do anything bad to her even if he tried to. You are so good. You must be a baby of the mightiest of super creatures. Was your parent a berserk super creature, I wonder? You're better than me, even. My parents have sacred blood genes in them, they weren't pure super creatures. Ling Meier had run right up to Han Sen to say her piece. I guess, Han Sen said. Ling Meier was the heir of a super creature, but she still only had a bronze Geno core. She also lacked social skills, which made her a very easy person for Han Sen to trick. Now, Han Sen was too lazy to even make up a story. After Han Sen killed Green Crystal Bug, Ling Mei really wanted Han Sen to stick around. Unfortunately for her, she didn't think she had anything that would make him desire to stay with her, especially when she had already started eating his food. "Mayor, did you say there was a gold shelter nearby that was unclaimed? Let's go take it," Han Sen said. Ling Mei was no longer feeling like much of a master, but she found herself surprisingly happy. She asked Han Sen, "Yes, which one? There's a few of them." She did not know anything, so Han Sen would have to do the claiming himself. He proceeded to ask her a few questions, and then he went off to get her a safer place to live in. Han Sen needed to use a teleporter to return to the Alliance, too. He had to check in whenever he could, because the family would worry if he was absent for too long. Inside a shelter in that underground realm, Spirit 13 looked horrible. He was getting told off by a dark spirit that looked just like him. "I tamed that green crystal bug for you. How could you lose to Ling Mei?" The dark spirit man spoke harshly. "Dad, she somehow found an extremely strong creature that shattered the gold Geno core and one hit killed the bug." Spirit 13 was speaking with a bitter tone. The dark spirit man looked dim, and he replied, "How old is Ling Mei? How is it possible for her to tame a creature such as that?" "Father, what I'm telling you is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Spirit 13 was swearing profusely. If it is indeed true, it must be because the elder is helping her explicitly. Spirit 13 heard the remark with shock, and he said, "Do you think the elder gifted her the creature?" The dark spirit man laughed coldly and responded, "Ling Mei is as average as they come. The blood of her parents is only half super blood, but she earned all the benefits such genes could provide her. The elder must think she could become a super Geno core, otherwise, he wouldn't have given her his Mount Snake King. If the elder is protecting her, then that means I have no chance." Spirit 13 frowned. "The elder should not be able to break his own law. I will help you get Ling Mei to improve our own lineage." The dark spirit man coldly laughed. Han Sen and Ling Mei were on their way to a gold shelter. The underworld was a sprawling labyrinth that featured all sorts of places. Creeping across many of the rocks were thick, hardy vines. "Are these vines Geno plants, by any chance?" Han Sen asked Ling Mei, pointing at the vine. The vines looked familiar to him. The vines were not strong like the aqua vine, and more than anything, they almost looked like the ordinary, garden variety. "This is the underworld's holy vine. They support the entire world, we down here are its protectors. When we finally acquire a gemstone Geno core, we are allowed to return to Dark Spirit Shelter. That is the place that houses the primary vine," Ling Mei explained. "Can the holy vines produce fruit, and if so, are they beneficial?" Han Sen asked with much curiosity. Ling Mei smiled and said, "It can produce fruit, yes. But the elder says it has only ever produced one. As for when it next might mature, none can tell. The elder never leaves the shelter due to the terms of the 100-tribe deal, but he also remains there to safeguard the vine. If your elder wants to protect it that much, it must be something quite powerful," Han Sen said. Ling Mei receded into thought for a moment, before saying, "There is one fruit currently on the vine, but it has yet to mature. He hasn't told me what it is, but I recall when I was small, he let me sit next to it and touch it. I don't remember it being anything particularly special." Ling Mei described the fruit's shape and size and then said, "But I'm not sure how all the vines can only produce one small fruit like that." Han Sen was shocked to hear Ling Mei describe it, because he realized she was talking about a gourd. And learning this, it was like a lightning bolt struck his brain. He knew now why the vine looked so familiar to him. The vines that gave birth to Bauer looked exactly like this. The only difference was that the vines he had seen long ago were rotten, and that's why his mind didn't immediately make the connection. After hearing what she had to say, he realized now that the holy vine was what those vines would have looked like if they weren't all dried out. Han Sen drew the shape of a gourd on the ground and asked, "Did the fruit look like this?" "Yes. Have you seen it before?" Ling Mei patted her own head then, and went on to say, "Wait, you've only just been born. There's no way you've seen it before." Han Sen was shocked. The gourd he drew was exactly the same one that Bauer came out of. Did that mean Bauer would have a connection to the holy vine? Han Sen had mulled this over a lot in the past, and he was always interested in learning more about where Bauer came from. Only humans or creatures with human blood could travel between the sanctuaries and the Alliance. Bauer was from the gourd, so it was unlikely she had human genes. But then again, if that was so, how was she able to travel between the two? If Han Sen was able to find out more about the Holy Vine, there was a chance he could discover more about Baoer's origins. But Ling Meier's knowledge of the vine was lacking, and it was highly likely only the elder knew much about it. Han Sen really wanted to examine the holy fruit now, to see whether or not it was Baoer's gourd. But Ling Meier required a gemstone Geno core before she would be allowed to return to the shelter. Ling Meier was not weak, but she was young and had not yet grown up. Without Snake King, she might have already been killed. It was difficult to tell when she'd earn a gemstone Geno core. After taking this shelter, I will bring Baoer and let her take a look at the vine. Han Sen decided to help Ling Meier take over a gold shelter. Shelters of the underworld were hewn from the stone of the realm itself. They came before a stone gate, which Han Sen inspected keenly. There was a lock on it that had not yet been opened. It was unclaimed. The Black and White Snake King had found this shelter before, but he was prohibited from helping Ling Meier take it down. Observing the large construct, Han Sen noticed the presence of many creepy mask symbols adorning the stonework. Usually, the symbols that adorned the gate of a shelter were in some way connected to the shelter's power. What this indicated, however, Han Sen could not quite tell. Judging from the size of the gate, Han Sen did not believe the shelter would be particularly big. It was either a silver or gold shelter. This is it. Han Sen broke the lock and opened her up. Han Sen and Ling Meier entered the lobby of that place, while the Snake King stayed behind. Can we really take this place for ourselves? Ling Meier looked uneasy and unsure. The lobby was host to a stone table and a number of stone chairs. On the furthest wall from them, there was a large depiction of a gold mask. The mask was the same as what he had seen on the gate to the shelter, but this work was far prettier than the cruder exhibits outside. Before they approached it, however, the gold mask suddenly came to life and raced towards them. They weren't given much of a chance to retrieve their Geno cores to respond to the threat, and what was coming to them looked like a gold Geno core. Swiftly, Han Sen responded by firing a coin at it. The coin planted itself firmly on the gold mask's forehead, but it did not stop the mask as it came right for Han Sen. Han Sen frowned. The single coin could have been too weak, so he then fired a barrage of coins at it. The coins landed on the gold mask, but the phantom did not relent at all. With his fist, Han Sen moved forward to punch the gold mask, and when his fist was about to meet with it, his hand went right through it. It was like an ethereal object. The next second, the gold mask planted itself neatly on Han Sen's face. In the moment that occurred, Han Sen felt a weird power surge through his brain. "Slave, adhere to my commands and I will grant thee power." The gold mask roared with a booming voice, with a speech that tried to invade Han Sen's mind. Han Sen's brain had been fortified by the crystallizers, however. He tried to grab the gold mask on his face, and he noticed his fingers were now able to touch it. It had become a physical object. Han Sen ripped it off of his face and held it in his hands. The gold mask squirmed and struggled. It was an incredibly weak thing after becoming solid. Just as Han Sen was going to destroy it with a punch, the gold mask pleaded, "Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I'll swear allegiance to you." Han Sen did not expect the thing to be able to talk out loud like that. But it was audible all the same, even if the mask's facial features did not move. "What is your Geno core level? What does it do?" Han Sen wanted to grill it for information before he agreed to its plight. "I am the gold Geno core gold mask. I can attach myself to the face of anyone and then control them. Please don't destroy me." Gold Mask spoke with a creepy, unsettling voice. "That sounds useless," Han Sen said. "It's useful," Gold Mask remarked, in shock. It quickly went on to say, "Master, you are just too strong. That is why I might appear useless right now. I can easily control normal creatures, even of sacred blood strength. And what's more, I can evolve to become a gemstone Geno core and even a super Geno core." "Are you kidding me? I've never heard of a Geno core that was capable of evolving," Han Sen coldly rebutted. "But I'm not kidding. I really can evolve. Take me with you, and you'll see it firsthand. If I am unable to do this, you have my full permission to destroy me." Gold Mask was scrambling to spit his words out. "Okay." Han Sen didn't really want the mask, even still. Gold Mask hastily gave Han Sen his mark, and then went straight into his Sea of Soul. Han Sen checked out the information it came with, and it did indeed say that it was able to evolve. Gold Mask. Spirit-type Geno core evolvable. Han Sen was more than surprised. Genocores required living things to evolve, and he had no clue a genocore could evolve by itself. Han Sen had only seen Little Angel and Golden Growler evolve by themselves, but they were beast souls. The gold mask would save Han Sen a lot of trouble, though. He didn't require a spirit to control the shelter, as the gold mask could do it for him. Is that it? Ling Meier couldn't believe it was already over. Yeah, this is your shelter now. Han Sen smiled. It was Ling Meier's shelter, technically, but Han Sen was its true master and controller. I finally have a shelter to call my own. Ling Meier happily swung the gate open to invite Snake King and the rest of her creatures inside. Han Sen found his chance now to sneak back to the Alliance and retrieve Bauer, so she could check out the Holy Vine. But when he returned home, Han Sen was in for a surprise. Luo Lan had gone to visit Han Yan in the military school a few days ago, while Mr. and Mrs. Ji had gone away to resolve a few matters of their own. There was a problem with Ji Yanren's business, so only Bauer had been left behind to look after Little Flower while the rest were absent. Bauer may have looked small, but she was capable of taking care of Little Flower for quite some time. There were a bunch of AI droids in the house, as well, which helped. They were all well behaved. Bauer was staring at Little Flower while suckling a milk bottle. Little Flower was doing the same, but with a smile. Bauer placed a gentle hand on his jaw and suddenly got up, ran to Ji Yanren's room, and unearthed a few makeup products. Don't move, Little Flower. Let me make you prettier. Bauer grabbed a tube of lipstick and some eyeliner with an evil smile creeping across her face. Little Flower was smiling happily at Bauer with an unchanging expression, as Bauer drew across his face, occasionally pausing in admiration of the work she had done upon her human canvas. As she had fun doing this, she stopped. She sensed someone had entered the house. Han Sen's house was in an old town. It wasn't a very fancy or expensive neighborhood, and neither did the house have much in the way of valuables. Every generation of the family had lived there, though, and because Luo Lan did not want to move away from there, that was where they all stayed. A man opened the door and entered the house stealthily, closing the door as discreetly as he could. I thought the Alliance's first super aristocrat would have a fancier house than this. I am a master thief. This place is far too easy for the likes of me to break into. A man was speaking to himself. The man looked around and then pulled out a gadget. He pressed a bunch of buttons and all the alarm systems were disabled. Not even the robots functioned after that. This really is too easy. I thought this would be challenging. A super aristocrat, the president's son-in-law, has chosen to live in this dump with hardly any security. Pa. The man walked straight into the next room. When he walked in there, he saw Bauer and Little Flower. It must be the smaller one, but why would that guy pay so much money for him? The man knew no one was home, and his target was Little Flower. Tang Rubei's nickname was Ghost Hand. He called himself the best thief, and through the employ of state-of-the-art technology, he hadn't once botched a job in over 60 years. Someone had paid him a high price to steal Han Sen's son Little Flower, and that was why he was on planet Roka. He waited until everyone was gone before breaking in to complete his objective. People these days are way too naive. They rely on robots to do everything for them. Even a rookie thief could get this job done without breaking a sweat. Tang Rubei was speaking out loud to himself, as he stepped towards Little Flower. Do you want some ice cream, little girl? Smiling warmly, Tang Rubei offered a blue gemstone ice cream. The client had informed him that Bauer was not a real human, just a pet beast soul. It didn't fight, and it loved nothing more than ice cream. Uncle, you're a good man, Bauer told him, gleefully accepting the ice cream. Tang Rubei thought to himself, this is what you call true talent. If I admit I am the second best thief in the universe, no one would be the first. As Bauer licked away at her ice cream, Tang Rubei gently moved to pick up Little Flower and said, Little baby, let me take you someplace fun. But before he could lay his fingers on the baby, he felt something touch his clothes. With the zap of an electrical current, he promptly turned around to see what the issue was. His senses were excellent, and he had not detected the presence of anyone else in the house. But strangely, his clothes were still being pulled. He had not been caught once across all the years he'd been active, and if he was to fail now, his image and reputation would be forever tarnished. After turning around, he noticed Bauer was staring at him intently. Pa, I knew no one would have gotten home that soon. Tang Rubei sighed, seeing no one else there. His heart had almost leapt out of his chest. You continue eating your ice cream, kiddo. Tang Rubei smiled at Bauer and went to pick up Little Flower again. His clothing was tugged again, and when he turned to take a look, Bauer told him, "I finished my ice cream. I want some more." Tang Rubei felt a headache coming on. Although Han Sen would not know what the pet beast soul was up to or how she was treated, if Tang Rubei attacked her, there was a chance Han Sen might realize something was up no matter where he was. To avoid Han Sen's wrath, Tang Rubei thought it was best not to attack Bauer. Bauer was not technically his beast soul, anyway. The chances he'd find out were low, regardless. It is true that the rich are selfish. I'd let such a cute humanoid pet eat whatever she desired. Han Sen's family has no doubt been cheap on her, Tang Rubei thought. He then opened the mini fridge attached to his waist and gave her 2 more ice creams. Tang Rubei liked being prepared, so he had brought 3 ice cream bars with him, just in case. He gave the remaining 2 to her and said, "Go eat." In a flash, Bauer gobbled up the ice cream bars and immediately proclaimed, "Uncle, I want more." "Won't you get sick, eating that much ice cream?" Tang Rubei had only brought 3 and had no more to give her. "I have run out of ice cream, I am sorry. If you stay here, I'll go and bring you some more later." Tang Rubei was reaching down to pick up Little Flower as he said this. "Uncle, take me to get some now." Bauer tugged at his clothes. Tang Rubei wished to ignore her, but he realized his hand was incapable of reaching any further to pick up Little Flower. He turned around and was in shock. Bauer had latched onto him, and she was so strong, he found himself incapable of moving. Is she a high-class pet beast soul that's in battle mode? This was not mentioned in the mission dossier at all. Tang Rubei was in shock. Fortunately, he was very experienced, so he smiled and told Bauer, "I'll go buy them now, then. Let's bring your brother along for the ride. We'll all go together, okay? Okay, you really are a nice man," Bauer happily told him. "Let's go now. If we don't hurry, the shops will close." Tang Rubei turned back around to pick up Little Flower, but again, he was stopped by Bauer. "Uncle, I can't go." Bauer looked rather bitter this time. "Why not? Do you not want ice cream?" Tang Rubei rushed his dialogue. "I do want it, but if I don't finish my homework, my parents will yell at me." Bauer had her finger pointed at the books in front of her. Han Sen wanted Bauer to learn about the Alliance. He wanted her to live there instead of the sanctuary, as civilization seemed to suit her a lot more. Parents these days are ridiculous. They even get their pets to do homework. "Sheesh, let me help you." What Tang Rubei said was in support of Bauer, but inside, he thought to himself, "If I wait for you to finish, Ji Yanran will be back." "Uncle, you are a good man." Bauer was touched. "Yes, I am." Tang Rubei picked up the book and pen and said, "In the farm, there are 67 animals. There are twice as many ducks as there are chickens." Tang Rubei scrawled a bunch of nonsensical answers, planning to leave swiftly. "Good uncle, this is wrong." Bauer pointed down to the answers he had made up. "I deliberately wrote it incorrectly, just so I could test you." "Very good." Tang Rubei was getting glum, realizing he might have to do the homework for real. "What is this? I'm a master thief. I shouldn't be reduced to doing baby mathematics." Tang Rubei's facial expressions turned bitter as he resumed doing the math. His heart sank even lower when he realized there were some questions not even he was able to answer. He had studied many of these subjects many long decades ago, but by now, he had forgotten everything. He had no clue on how to come up with the solutions for the more complicated questions. This is horrible. How can they allow a kid to trudge through something so hard and brain-melting? This is sure to ruin their childhood. Whoever created this textbook should be executed, Tang Rubei angrily proclaimed. Bauer tried to comfort him in his distress, saying, "You are right. You should execute my father. But you still need to do this. Why don't we take a break and go get some ice cream? If something occurs, I'll get your back and cover for you." Tang Rubei patted his chest. Bauer shook her head and said, "No, we have to do it now. If I don't finish this before he gets back, he'll destroy me with his belt again." After that, Bauer's eyes began to well up with tears. What an animal. How can such a young kid be subject to such horrible treatment? I should really go to see child services and take him to court. Tang Rubei felt genuinely angry, seeing how frightened and fearful Bauer was becoming at the thought of her father. Bauer looked like a nice and cute child. To think of her getting her hide whipped by a belt would make anyone mad. When Tang Rubei learned the art of theft, his master often brought out his whip if he failed to conduct his practices with the precision expected. He knew exactly how Bauer felt, and he could empathize with her. Don't worry, I will complete these exercises for you. I won't allow you to get hit anymore. Tang Rubei had no choice but to complete her homework for her. He couldn't leave and let her be subject to that, not now. Tang Rubei turned on his computer and allowed the PC to complete what he was unable to do. It took the machine an hour to finish it all. Good man, uncle. You are smart. You can do anything. Bauer looked at him in profound admiration. He had completed the entire week's worth of homework her parents had given her to do. Tang Rubei felt cocky and proud of himself, too. And in this arrogance, he said, "Oh, it was nothing. I've dealt with worse. We should go and get that ice cream now, shouldn't we? If we don't get going soon, all the shops will close." Tang Rubei reached over to Little Flower then, prompting Bauer to yell, "Good uncle. Don't touch him." "Why, what is it?" Tang Rubei was dealt a heart-stopping shock, thinking she might have discovered he was in fact a bad man. But still, he played it cool. Bauer came clean, honestly telling him, "Good uncle, my parents are afraid someone will try and steal my brother. So, they had a machine planted on him. If someone unfamiliar touches my brother, it will trigger an alarm. If my parents and grandparents learn it was me who allowed a stranger to come in and take my brother, I'd be so screwed. They'd kill me for merely letting you in." Tang Rubei breathed a sigh of relief, knowing his cover had not been blown. "I knew a super aristocrat and the son-in-law of the president wouldn't really employ such cheap and crappy security. But I've never heard of this before. Was this device placed inside the child? If Tang Rubei was unable to steal the baby, how was he going to accomplish his mission?" While he racked his mind for an idea of what to do, Bauer ran off into her room. She came back out holding a remote, which she promptly handed over to him. Then, she said, "Good uncle. I know you are a good man, so you will need to push that button to disable the security and its alarm for a brief period of time." Tang Rubei accepted the remote and felt rather touched by the help he had been given, and he said, "Bauer, you are so nice. I will buy you 10, no, 20 ice cream bars. Thanks. And yes, you have to aim it at his face." Bauer looked very excited. The device was injected into his brain. Tang Rubei used the remote on Little Flower, and a light flashed across his face. Little Flower was looking at Tang Rubei the entire time, but the light gave him quite the unexpected shock. Little Flower's mouth turned crooked, and tears began to drown his eyes. He was on the precipice of crying up a storm. "You need to comfort him, quick. If you don't, my parents will beat me." Bauer hurried Tang Rubei into action. Tang Rubei was also worried the crying would draw attention to him, so he swiftly picked up Little Flower. Tang Rubei held Little Flower, but now that he was being hugged by a stranger, that was when the real waterworks turned on. "Don't cry." Ah, just as Tang Rubei was about to comfort the baby, a strange force came out of Little Flower. He was blown away, and the entire room they were standing in was destroyed. He was sent flying outside into the pond. Fortunately, Tang Rubei was a surpasser. His body was tough enough that the blast did not outright kill him then and there. Tang Rubei dragged himself out of the pond and walked back into the house dripping wet. He looked at the children with a fire in his eyes. Bauer was holding Little Flower who had, by now, stopped crying. "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you he has an intruder explosive device, too. But don't worry, I've turned it off now. Let's go," Bauer said, looking at him. Tang Rubei grew suspicious of Bauer, then. He stood there soaking wet, his hair black and smoldering. He seemed to be in a horrible state. He'd look like a dubious individual if he brought the children out onto the streets now. "Good uncle, if people see us on the streets, they will tell my parents. And then, they'll hit me again. Use this." Bauer pulled out a big suitcase on wheels and climbed into it with Little Flower. Tang Rubei's suspicions died down a little. After that, all he wanted to do next was close the suitcase and get out of there. But with Bauer in there, the suitcase wouldn't close. He tried to push her head down, to make her fit. And then suddenly, Han Sen walked in. Han Sen saw a big hole in the side of his house, and an old man anxiously pushing Bauer's head into a suitcase. Bauer herself was holding onto Little Flower, whose face was flushed the color red as if he'd been bleeding. "What are you doing?" Han Sen looked at the man with such anger, he hissed the words through clenched teeth. He swiftly looked like a demon that had emerged from the fiery pits of hell. Tang Rubei stayed where he was, but turned to look at Han Sen. He jumped up and said, "Please, don't. Let me explain." This isn't how it looks. Dad, he is a thief. He wants to take Little Flower away, Bauer proclaimed loudly. You can explain in hell. Han Sen's power erupted like a volcano, as he leapt forward to deliver the man a flurry of punches. Kacha, kacha, arg. Tang Rubei was suspended in midair, as a geyser of punches sprayed him from above and below like heavy rain. Tang Rubei's bones were all broken, and his face had been deformed beyond recognition. When Han Sen delivered his next punch to send him flying, he spiraled through the air with a twisted body. He'd have been killed within a second if Han Sen hadn't wanted to keep him alive. Tang Rubei's bones were all dislocated. He wished he could commit suicide rather than endure that pain, and he couldn't even speak. All he could emit were a few painful tears from his eyes. Han Sen picked up Bauer and Little Flower and realized it wasn't blood that was on his son's face, it was crudely smudged lipstick. Han Sen didn't think the thief would be able to shove Bauer into the suitcase, so he asked, "What's going on?" Bauer looked at her father with innocence and said, "I wanted to make my brother look pretty, but I have no makeup of my own." Han Sen did not want to punish Bauer, so he stroked her head and said, "Are you hurt?" "Neither of us are hurt. I have been protecting him." Bauer spoke with a streak of pride. Han Sen patted Bauer on the head and called Ji Yanran and his father-in-law. Ji Ruijun was furious beyond measure, and he sent for someone to come and arrest their would-be kidnapper. Han Sen was unable to interrogate the man himself, but Ji Ruijun had people who could do it for them. 2 days later, Tang Rubei's background had all been dug up. Unfortunately, Tang Rubei did not know who the client was himself. The bargain was negotiated and struck through an interstellar pirate organization. The pirates were situated in an area that existed between the Shira's bubble of space and the humans' bubble of space. Whenever they were chased by humans, they could escape by fleeing to the Shira-governed territories. Whenever they were chased by the Shira, they could escape by fleeing to the human-governed territories. Tang Rubei and the client had made their deal by using the pirate organization as the middleman. They hadn't interacted with each other directly. Ji Ruijun was so angry, he made a deal with the Shira to send an enclave of ships to shake out the pirates' base of operations. The pirates were caught, but not even they knew who the client was. Who would want to kidnap my son? They obviously want to take him for their own ends and not kill him. But why? Maybe it's not that they want Little Flower, but by holding him hostage, they could use him to threaten me. If they only wanted Little Flower, then the likeliest candidates for such a conspiracy would be Luo Haitang and perhaps Blood Legion. But truthfully, I have many enemies. The list of people who might want to threaten me is far too long. Han Sen was in deep thought. Whatever the case may be, he was reminded that he had a son who needed much protection. No one could kidnap Little Flower in the alliance, otherwise, they wouldn't have asked Tang Rubei. The best way to ensure his safety was to keep Bauer with him at all times. With Bauer there, not even a demigod could kidnap Little Flower. But there would come a time when Han Sen would need to bring Bauer to the sanctuary. For those times, he'd call on Zero to look after Little Flower in her stead. Zero hadn't left the third god's sanctuary yet, though. If she did, she'd end up spawning in the fourth god's sanctuary alongside Han Sen next time she returned. With Luo Lan gone for the time being, though, Han Sen had to ask for Zero to come back. When Ji Yanran finally returned, she complimented and praised Bauer, and made sure to buy her many gifts. "I need another thief. That one earned me a lot of ice cream, and he even did my homework for me. And now I'm getting showered in praise and snacks," Bauer thought to herself, as she scoffed down the food she was given. Han Sen then brought Bauer with him back to the sanctuary. He convinced Ling Mayer to escort Bauer to see the vine. "Bauer, let's see if you have a connection to this thing." Han Sen pointed at the vines they had come to. Bauer looked to be in shock when she saw it. She looked at the holy vine intensely, and she reached out to touch it. "Don't touch it, it's dangerous," Ling Mayer screeched, looking shocked. But it was too late, Bauer's hands had already touched the vine. But after she did, nothing extra transpired. Han Sen felt safe, despite Ling Mayer's continued expression of surprise. How is this happening? Only those of us in the underworld should be able to touch it. If others do, it can dry up and wither their bodies. "Maybe she's special," Han Sen said. Bauer jumped back and returned to Han Sen, and then she turned to stare in the direction of Dark Spirit Shelter. "Dad, I want to take a look over there. It looks quite familiar, and it may be related to who I am," Bauer said with seriousness. Han Sen wanted to see the holy vine and the holy fruit, which were in the dark spirit shelter. Many super creatures occupied that place, though, so he knew he couldn't just go there. Wait a bit and we will go, Han Sen said. Just as he was about to return to their shelter, he heard an echo coming from a nearby tunnel. It sounded like a rat nibbling wood. What was that? Han Sen frowned. When Ling Mei heard the sound, her face changed. No, why are there corpse-chewing maggots here? What is a corpse-chewing maggot? Han Sen asked her. A scary creature that is native to the underworld. They can eat anything they desire, and wherever they go, things won't grow in their wake. If they head towards us, that will be very unfortunate. It is highly likely the shelter we have just claimed would be lost. Ling Mei was speaking in a rush. What's their level? Han Sen asked. They are sacred blood creatures. But they grow quickly, and it's their gemstone geno cores that make them as strong and fearsome as they are. Creatures of the same level would have no chance of breaking their shells, unless they were unnaturally powerful. And if you can't penetrate their shells, you won't be able to kill them. Ling Mei's face turned bitter with disdain for them, and she went on to say, but they've never come this way before. Why are they showing up here now? Can Snake King do something about them? Han Sen listened to the chewing sound, and as he spoke, he noticed its volume increasing. It was coming closer. He will take no part in this. The only thing Snake King will do is take me away to someplace safer. He won't help repel them. Ling Mei shook her head. As they discussed this, one of the bugs appeared around a bend in the distance. It looked like a crab. On its back shell, there was a white pattern that resembled a face. The claws it wielded were sharp, and so were the fangs that protruded from its rotten mouth. The creature was built like a little tank, and its overall color was black like obsidian. When Han Sen scanned its life force, he was able to confirm it was indeed a sacred blood creature. Han Sen's fitness was definitely at the necessary level to take it down, but his geno cores were still not up to par. But the crystal egg and bulwark umbrella's power would at least make the fight a touch easier. Real blood and the powerful coins were special, too, and Han Sen had a few tricks and techniques he wanted to try out in battle. The maggot then started heading their way without hesitation or restraint. Naturally, Han Sen rightfully assumed it was coming for them. Without time to mull the situation over, he knew he had to spring into action. So, Han Sen took off flying to meet with it. Although Ling Mei was the heir of a super creature, her geno core was incredibly weak. Han Sen took to the subterranean skies like a strange bird in flight. He swooped down just past the bug and delivered a mighty strike to its back. He didn't use Super Spank. His fitness level, combined with the boosts of Super King Spirit mode, were no joke and should have been enough. When Han Sen first became a demigod, he had 8,000 fitness. Ordinary Geno points boosted that figure up an additional 2,000. Primitive gave him a bonus of 4,000. Mutant points gave him an extra 8,000. Sacred Blood Geno points gave him an additional 16,000. Han Sen's fitness, in total, had reached 38,000. He was getting close to 40,000. And with Super King Spirit mode, Sacred Blood creatures had no chance of withstanding the devastating blows he could deliver. But just as Han Sen punched it, the face upon the maggot's backside began to glow brightly. When his fist came into contact with the shell, it was like bringing a fist to steel. He dealt no damage, and only the loud sound of ringing metal could be heard. Inside a cave, Spirit 13 and his father, Spirit 12, watched Han Sen fight. Seeing Han Sen punch it, Spirit 12 could not help but laugh. His punch far exceeds that of a sacred blood creature. There is no way Ling Mei tamed such a being, the elder must have given it to her. He is so strong. What if he manages to kill the corpse-chewing maggot? Spirit 13 asked, with worry. Spirit 12 looked disdainful, and he said, even if he can kill sacred blood creatures with ease, he has no hope of defeating a wretch like that. The maggots have a ghost armor Geno core, which provides incredibly high defense. Unless he is an elite of the highest order, he won't be able to break the Geno core. Han Sen fought with the creature for a while as those two spoke between each other. Try as he might, though, he had found no success in penetrating the shell. He could tell the shell was its Geno core, however, and that the real bug was inside that hardy carapace. Do you think this measly armor can stop the likes of me? Han Sen used Yin-Yang Blast, and with his Yin force, he drove a fist right into the middle of the creature's belly. Han Sen was left reeling in shock. Not even that punch worked, and there was a chance the creature itself was just as strong as the shell. The claws of the bug ground across the rocks as it moved. It had found itself unable to deal with its primary aggressor, Han Sen, and it thought Ling Mei would make a far more viable target. It was going for her. Ling Mei went to hide as the maggots scratched marks into the ground, scrambling after her. It then went for mask shelter. The shelter's gate was closed tight, and there were defensive wards in place. But this did not deter the maggot. It simply ran up to the gate and began banging on it like a siege engine. After a big boom, the gate swung open and the warding broke. The creatures Ling Mei had collected were all still inside. The maggot ran in and immediately grabbed a snake creature. Quickly, it began to devour it. Han Sen frowned and started to gather power in a coin. He fired it at the bug, which made it move slower. The maggot looked as if it was hauling rocks with its new speed. Han Sen wanted to kill the maggot, but all of a sudden, he saw many more of those same creatures appear. There had to be at least a dozen of them. One of them was even twice as large as the one Han Sen had been dealing with. It was clearly the king of the maggot enclave. Spirit 13 was excited seeing this, and he said, "Father, you are too good. You own this group of maggots. These maggots are not mine. If they were, they'd have my scent. My scent would be picked up by Snake King, and the elder would surely find out it was me behind this," Spirit 12 said coldly. "Then how did you make the bugs attack them?" Spirit 13 asked, with much shock. "It wasn't difficult. I had an insect spray the gates of their shelter with a flowery pheromone. The maggots love it more than anything, and it drew them to the shelter from far away," Spirit 12 explained. "Father, you are the smartest dark spirit," Spirit 13 complimented him. While they spoke to each other, the maggots were almost all inside mask shelter. "There are too many of them, and even the maggot king has come. We should just give this place up and run." Ling Mei was shouting. She was not afraid of getting killed, as the black and white snake would not let her die. But the snake was tasked with protecting Ling Mei and Ling Mei alone. It wouldn't concern itself with Han Sen, and that's why she was worried. "You take the others and go. I'll stay and see what I can do." Han Sen pointed at each of the maggots, creating bucketing storm clouds of coins above each of them. They were all slowed to a crawl. But it didn't last. The faces on the maggots would frequently glow, and when they did, all the coins would be shaken away. "These things are annoying." Han Sen summoned another coin, then. This one looked different. This coin was bigger and thicker. It was the Geno core generated by his Super King spirit. Han Sen wanted to see if it was effective against the bugs. Han Sen took aim at the Maggot King and fired it at the fiend. The Maggot King was a berserk sacred blood creature, and its hide was far tougher than any of the others. Believing itself to be too strong, the creature did not even bother dodging. The coin planted itself tightly to the enemy's shell. The glowing face started up again, but this time it was unable to shake the coin loose. The coin didn't do much to the maggot, though. It looked like the suppressing powers of that coin were not as effective as the others Han Sen could make. The coin Geno core's power was weaker than the average coin due to its power not being fueled by Han Sen's own might. The Maggot King didn't dwell on the coin it could not shake off, though. It just focused on leading its troops in a conquest of the shelter. As the maggots continued their march, however, they felt something strange occur. They felt their power begin to get sapped and drain away. The coin Geno core, over time, was getting heavier and heavier on the back of the Maggot King. Eventually, the Maggot King's movement speed was reduced by a considerable amount. Does that really work? Han Sen was feeling happy. A bronze Geno core could affect berserk sacred blood creatures was something remarkable, and it was likely something only Han Sen could accomplish. Not even the heirs of super creatures were capable of doing something like this. Han Sen decided to call this ability, collecting taxes, for when the coin showed up, the creatures around would all feel drained. The more creatures there were, the more effective it was. But due to the coin only being a bronze Geno core, its radius of effect was only half a mile wide. Still, for the maggots inside its range, it worked very well. The coin drained a dozen of the bugs of all their power, and all that power gathered up on the Maggot King's back, which slowed the creature down considerably. But due to the coin's absorption rate being as slow as it wasn't enough to stop the Maggot King entirely. If the coin becomes super, I can't imagine how wide its radius might be. It'd be great if it could encompass the entirety of the fourth god's sanctuary, Han Sen thought evilly. But he'd have to shelve such thoughts for a later time, as it wasn't anywhere near that powerful yet. It slowed down the advancing creatures, but it didn't stop them completely. Han Sen didn't expect the coin Geno core would stop them, though. And slowing them down was enough for him right now. Seeing the maggots in front of the shelter, Han Sen summoned a Geno core and threw it towards the Bug King. Something gold landed on its head. It was the gold mask that Han Sen had just obtained. Gold mask was one tier weaker than the foe, but it did tell Han Sen it could control sacred blood creatures. It was floating towards the creature slowly, though, and Han Sen imagined the average creature could dodge it with ease. That was why Han Sen had to use the coin to slow down the Maggot King. He wanted to see if the mask was effective enough to control sacred blood creatures. Again, the Maggot King did not dodge. The mask fell upon its face and molded to its shape for a perfect fit. The Bug King squealed and shook its head violently, as if undergoing some mental battle. The other maggots took notice of this and moved towards it to help, but the closer they went to the Maggot King, the more their power was drained. The Bug King used its pincers to try to rip the mask off its face, but it kept moving up and down shakily. The mask was probably fighting for the control of its claws. After a while, the coin Geno core had amassed a ludicrous amount of power, and it was enough for the gold mask to ensure full control of the king. Before long, the Bug King ceased its resistance. It screamed, and then, the entire enclave of maggots came over to Han Sen. They stood in front of him like an army awaiting his command. Spirit 13 and Spirit 12 could not believe their eyes. Han Sen returned the coin Geno core that was still atop the Maggot King, and as soon as it was removed, the creatures all had their powers returned. Perhaps that was one con of the Geno core. It had to be stuck on a creature to collect power, but once it was removed from that creature, the power returned to any creatures it had been absorbed from, and the negative effects that plagued the conduit creature were removed. But for now, Han Sen did not need this power. The gold mask had already taken control of the Maggot King, and by extension of their leader, the smaller maggots too. Now, they all bowed before Han Sen. "Please, issue me a command," the gold mask said, while controlling the Maggot King. It was only a gold Geno core, so the coin must have helped it out a great deal in allowing it to triumph and possess a berserk sacred blood creature. It didn't just possess the Bug King, though. It could absorb and feed off the trapped creature's power and make itself stronger. Han Sen looked happily at the 40 maggots in front of him. It appeared that he had just earned himself a legion of hardy meat shields. Spirit 12, on the other hand, looked ill. It had been a difficult task for him to lure them there, and the last thing he expected was Han Sen being able to tame them and bring them to heel. He felt as if he had gifted 40 powerful sacred blood creatures to his enemy by mistake. If he wasn't afraid of Snake King, Spirit 12 would have gone over to kill Han Sen right then and there. "Dad, what do we do? This guy is too strong. He even managed to tame the Maggot King. And what is that gold mask he has?" Spirit 13 asked in shock. "I cannot believe the Elder favors her that much, and was willing to provide her with such powerful creatures." Spirit 12 looked dim. "Does that mean I won't be able to have her?" Spirit 13 looked sad. Spirit 12 looked green, and he answered, "She will join our family eventually. Her blood may not be pure, but she has all the worthy benefits you require. If you can have sex with her, you'll be granted a powerful baby, I assure you." Dark Spirit was comprised of intelligent people, but they still had an instinct for creating a pure lineage with good blood. They weren't too different from humans, in that way. They chased beautiful people, subconsciously wanting good genes. But the maggots were unable to beat him, and he tamed them instead. "What else can we do? Can you do something?" Spirit 13 asked. Spirit 12 laughed and said, "We will think of something, but for now, let's go back." Ling Meier watched Han Sen return to the shelter with the maggots in tow, and she believed herself to be dreaming. She could not believe a berserk sacred blood Maggot King had suddenly become a member of her shelter. Han Sen asked Gold Mask, "Why did the maggots come to our shelter?" Gold Mask, who had its proverbial fingers in the Maggot King's mind, said, "They love the smell of Zuluo flowers. They followed its powder here." "Zuluo flowers?" Han Sen frowned. Gold Mask brought the Maggot King over to the gate and gave it a sniff. "This is the scent." Han Sen scanned it with Dongshuan aura and picked up traces of a powdery substance on the ground. Han Sen scanned the area around and picked up a trail that led through the gates and beyond the shelter. "Someone is behind this. It must be Spirit 13, Han Sen thought to himself. I am the master of this shelter. Should I do something?" Ling Meier asked, with a shy and awkward look. She was supposed to be the master of the shelter, but Han Sen had done everything on her behalf. She felt rather embarrassed every now and again. Can you give a good massage? Han Sen smiled. What is that? Ling Mei shook her head, having never heard the word massage before. Han Sen put on a look of sincerity and explained to her, giving a massage is an ability every great shelter master should have. It can make subordinates very happy and ensure they fight the best they can, when the time comes. Do that, and there's a chance we'll end up procuring more shelters. Before Han Sen had even finished talking, she said, can you teach me how? I want to be a great shelter master. I can teach you some techniques, but it still depends on whether you have a natural talent or knack for it. Han Sen checked her out. Her body was petite, but her boobs were big. At least D-cup. The elder said I'm good. Teach me what you know and I'll start practicing right away. Ling Mei was ecstatic and rushed in her speech. Okay, I'll teach you a few massaging techniques. But this is my legacy. You cannot teach others this, not even your elder. Promise me you won't mention any of this to anyone else. Han Sen looked at her seriously. Ling Mei was dismayed to hear she could not inform her elder of this, but more than anything, she wanted to be a great shelter master. I swear I won't tell a single soul, not even the elder. Very good, then. Now, I will teach you all about massages. Han Sen clicked his fingers and looked at her, up and down. A few hours later, Han Sen was lying down on an airbed. Ling Mei was on her knees, tapping his body repeatedly. Ling Mei looked rather confused, and she asked, does this massage really work? Yeah, I feel my power increasing already. Go lower and it'll go even higher. Yeah, harder here. Master, you are so good at this. Has your attacking power increased yet? Ling Mei asked as she performed a Thai massage on Han Sen. It is increasing, yes. Keep going, Han Sen said, reveling in the comfort provided by the massage above and the airbed below. Bauer, who was near, started to say, oh, great shelter master, I want to increase my power, too. Ling Mei moved over to her and then began massaging Bauer. Han Sen decided to sit up and ask Ling Mei, do you know where Spirit 13's shelter lies? Yes, what about it? Ling Mei inquired, as she was busy massaging Bauer. According to the Dark Spirit rules, are you allowed to bring down the shelters of others? Han Sen asked. You are planning on taking down Spirit 13's shelter? No, you can't take down a shelter belonging to someone in your own tribe. You either have to claim one that was unclaimed at the time, or conquer a shelter that belongs to another tribe entirely. Ling Mei shook her head. Han Sen always liked exacting revenge, and nothing would put him off the concept. This time, though, it sounded like he'd have to do it quietly. I need to think on this a bit more. Han Sen got to devising a way in which he could whack Spirit 13 without arousing suspicion. Han Sen wanted to boost Ling Mei to gemstone level, too, so she could return to Dark Spirit Shelter. If she could go back, Han Sen and Bauer could potentially get a good look at the Holy Vine and its gourd. It would take a while for this, though, and it had been made clear by now that if he didn't get rid of Spirit 13, he'd keep harassing them without stopping. He had already tried to assassinate Han Sen, and it would be best if Han Sen eliminated Spirit 13 before one of his next attempts actually had a chance of succeeding. Han Sen asked Ling Mei about Spirit 13, so he could learn more about the threat he posed and devise a method in which he might succeed in taking him out. The Dark Spirit Elder had 4 children, but some of the children reproduced with sacred blood and others with super creatures. It was because of this, some were weaker than others. Spirit 13 was a descendant of the 4 children, and the eldest was called Spirit 1. Spirit 13 was the 13th generation, and that was why he was so named. The other 3 dark spirits were not like them, though, and Ling Mei was a descendant of the 4th child. After the years that had elapsed, their blood had gradually thinned. When they mated with others of a different kind, there were no sicknesses or ill results. As a result, they were all allowed to mate with different races. Spirit 13 was the weakest. There was a big battle before the 100-tribe deal was hammered out, and it had resulted in many elites perishing. Only Spirit 13 and his father, from their entire lineage, survived. That was why they were in such a rush to produce babies. Spirit 13 was 50 years older than Ling Mei, but he was actually much weaker than she was. Spirit 12 only had a gemstone Geno core, to add to that. And due to his blood being what it was, he could not raise it to a super Geno core. They were the only lineage that did not have one. It's no wonder they want you so bad. Han Sen did not think Spirit 13 had the balls to try to take on Han Sen alone, and he imagined his father was in on his plan to take Ling Meier. If Han Sen wanted to deal with Spirit 13, that meant he also had to consider what he needed to do with Spirit 12. Spirit 12 was not super, but he was the leader of one of the bloodlines. He had many resources, and he'd be a far more significant threat for Han Sen to snuff out. Han Sen asked Ling Meier something else, while he mulled how he might deal with that pestering father and son. Han Sen was told there was a nearby swamp where a super creature resided. It was a dozen miles from the shelter, but it lived alone. Ling Meier told him about that to warn him, and make sure he stayed away in case something bad happened to him. Han Sen was interested after hearing this, though, and he made sure to ask what sort of powers this creature possessed. Okay, she says Yin Dragon has a cold element Geno core, and its breath can freeze people. My fitness, combined with Jadeskin, should be enough for me to resist and adequately combat that cold. I should definitely go give it a shot. Han Sen was now thinking about this. Han Sen wanted to be able to combat super creatures again. Han Sen never gave up an opportunity that allowed him to take down a super creature, but thus far, he hadn't been strong enough to fight one in the Fourth God's Sanctuary. Han Sen found an excuse to return to Shadow Shelter after that. Mask Shelter lacked access to the Geno core storage, and he thought someone had tried to challenge him. Who dares challenge me, huh? Han Sen's real blood had been there for a long time, and he was curious to learn who thought they had what it took to take him on, all of a sudden. Rockman read out the challenger's Geno core, and Han Sen learned it was called Six Paths. Which shelter the combatant hailed from, he did not know. Han Sen thought it was rather strange. He checked out the leaderboard and recalled that this challenger wasn't in the top 10, last time he was there. Han Sen could see it was in second place. It had even pushed down Crystal Core a notch. There were only two possibilities that could explain this. Either Six Paths conducted the test and jumped straight to number 2, or Six Paths had challenged the person in second place. Crystal Core was number 5 now. He didn't use it anymore, after losing to Ghost Eye. As a result, it had gradually descended the leaderboard. Han Sen donned his armor and accepted the challenge. The only thing he didn't do was hide his life force. He didn't want others to piece together that he owned both Crystal Core and real blood. The battleground was still set to the scene of a sand-buried city, lodged in a desert. There was a man in gray, standing on a tower in the distance. He held a black sword. He wasn't facing Han Sen to begin with. He only turned around to meet his opponent after Han Sen arrived. The enemy looked just like a human, but Han Sen could tell it was a spirit from the purple eyes he possessed. My name is Six Paths. You are the master of real blood, correct? Six Paths asked. I am real blood. Han Sen thought Six Paths was using a fake name, so he decided to use the Geno Core's name for a moniker, as well. Six Paths went on to say, I thought I could reach number 1. I challenged the core in number 2 and thought it was extremely weak. To prohibit me from taking first place, I wondered what sort of powers real blood possesses. After hearing Six Paths speak, Han Sen thought it sounded like he was confident in his chances of reaching first place. But the placement test had actually put Six Paths in 5th place. Crystal Core had been in 4th place, and when Six Paths conducted his test, he could not pass it. Where are you from? Han Sen asked. The spirit sounded very confident and full of himself, so he must have had some modicum of proper talent. I am an emperor that was created. I come from pure chaos, I have no parents nor background. There is no need to concern yourself with this. Just fight, Six Paths said with a cold tone of voice. Han Sen smirked. Do you think I was born yesterday? Born emperors start with Emperor Geno cores, you sound like the son of an emperor. Six Paths looked at Han Sen coldly and told him, when I came from chaos, I had an Emperor Geno core. But I didn't like it, and so I killed myself to receive another. Now, I am just like you, starting over with a bronze Geno core. Really? Han Sen's eyes opened wide. He didn't expect a spirit would ever give up an Emperor Geno core in exchange for a bronze Geno core. What would I gain by lying? Six Paths' glum seriousness suggested this really wasn't a joke. Why didn't you like your previous Geno core? Your body has the same element, and the second core can't be all that different from the first. What's the point? Han Sen asked. It is pointless to earn something grand when no effort of your own has gone into its retrieval. I'd prefer to earn things through my own hard work. The satisfaction gained that way is far more meaningful. Six Paths peered down at Han Sen for a moment, before continuing. I destroyed my Geno core, but my Emperor body is still here. I will scale down my power to combat you. Okay, let's see what you got. Han Sen used his hands like blades and began slashing towards him. Han Sen was employing Ghost Slash, which involved the powers of time and space. Six Paths pulled out his sword and struck Han Sen's hand. The collision of powers made an explosion. Six Paths was not moved, but Han Sen staggered backwards through the air a few meters. I know your power. I will scale down. Fight me, Six Paths said. Han Sen frowned and thought to himself, he really does have the body of an emperor. Ordinary super creatures could never possess such power. Han Sen looked dim, but he wasn't going to turn his nose up at the prospect of making battle with an emperor. Han Sen did not use his real blood Geno core, and instead, he used his phoenix techniques to fly towards Six Paths. Six Paths scaled his level to match Han Sen, and his speed and power were brought down to a similar, more manageable amount. Use your Geno core. Six Paths blocked Han Sen's attacks 3 times in a row with just his hands, and his opponent still refused to use his Geno core. Feel free to use yours. I'll use mine only when I need to, Han Sen said. Okay, then, so be it. Six Paths pulled out an ancient sword. Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine when he saw it. It was wholly black, with no sheen or gloss. It didn't reflect a single thing, and it looked almost sullen. The appearance of the sword made something clench in Han Sen's gut, as if he was in danger. As Han Sen watched him hold the sword, he believed the spirit really was named Six Paths. His sword, the Six Paths sword, became one with its wielder. My Six Paths sword has 6 different powers. I will make use of the first. It is called Heart Sword. Six Paths pulled out his sword. Han Sen only knew there was an animal path, but he had never heard of the Heart one. When Six Paths attacked, Han Sen felt a great power overwhelm him. He felt as if he wanted to get stabbed. It was like watching a horror movie. They could cause much distress due to how terrifying they were, but people insisted on watching them to ride out the thrills, anyway. Han Sen felt like a moth, drawn to a flickering flame that could incinerate him. Han Sen used his phoenix techniques to dodge, but he couldn't shake the desire of wanting to get stabbed. Fortunately, Han Sen had an incredibly strong will. Most would find themselves thrown onto the sword by now already. Six Paths attacked swiftly, and over time, the attraction grew stronger. Han Sen was having to fight physically and mentally, the latter being the temptation. From Han Sen's point of view, Six Paths was an alluring person. He felt as if he wanted to die by the spirit's hands. Although Six Paths scaled his power down, Han Sen realized he was at a genuine, clear-cut disadvantage. This had never happened to him before. This Heart Sword is evil. Han Sen did his best to fight back against that suicidal attraction. Six Paths was able to see into Han Sen's mind and read what was going on, and he said, the path of the heart is one of faith. It makes people believe what you say, regardless of whether you're right or wrong. Your faith becomes stronger than everything else, and that is why it is called Heart Sword. Han Sen thought the man was extremely attractive, and he felt small and unworthy in his presence. Six Paths had gone on to tell Han Sen his secrets, but Han Sen was so selfish he hid everything. It made Han Sen feel like he was a much worse person, and Six Paths was someone he could greatly admire. His sword was extremely attractive. This skill is so powerful. I cannot believe I underestimated a spirit in this sanctuary. Han Sen thought he was invincible against those of the same level as him. Now, Six Paths had revealed to him that spirits of such might, at that level, still existed. It wasn't just physical attacks he had to deal with, Han Sen had to battle within the mindscape. There was no skill involved there. You could lie to others about the power you possessed, but you could never truly lie to yourself. If Han Sen's mind was weak, his nemesis would not have to exert effort in trying to kill him. If Han Sen was weak, Six Paths could just ask Han Sen to kill himself and he'd do what was bidden. There was a clear difference between the heart and willpower. Willpower improved one's faith, but that was not all. People with normal willpower and normal body power could still have strong faith. People with a strong mind might not be the strongest physically, but it was still common for physically strong people to have strong minds. The fists collided with a sword while faith clanged against faith. There were no sparks for the latter, but the lethality of that dance was just as wicked and dangerous. Every hit and every turn teetered on the brink of a knife. A misstep would bring certain death. Han Sen had experienced many life and death battles in his time, but his mettle had never been tested this much before. Han Sen fought his hardest when he was in combat with an enemy that was clearly stronger than he was. But in this fight, he couldn't solely rely on his body. He had to rely on his heart as well. This was almost overwhelming, and Han Sen was exhausting more power than he should have been to make decisions. Beneath that power of attraction, Han Sen still managed to keep his head clear. His objective had not been mired and he did not let himself succumb to the charm of his opponent. Han Sen didn't think highly of himself. He was a demigod, one of the best in the alliance. But at the end of the day, what Han Sen wanted out of life was fairly simple. So what? It doesn't matter how good you are. I'm soil, and I will grow my own faith. I don't need others influencing me. Han Sen's heart was incredibly strong. He really admired Six Paths' faith, but he would never consider trying to become like him. All I have to do is remain who I am. Be myself. Han Sen was really strong of faith, and he was most certainly not going to change due to the skills that Six Paths possessed. Suddenly, Six Paths withdrew his sword and stopped for a moment. He stood where he was, unmoving, just staring at Han Sen. Why have you stopped? Han Sen looked at his enemy with confusion. Six Paths shook his head. Your talent is too strange. It seems as if you are able to predict the motions of your enemy. My sword was unable to move your heart, so it is pointless for me to fight. You concede? Han Sen asked, with shock. I only used my first technique. I have 5 others, so I won't concede. But you are an enemy unlike any I have ever seen before. You are a rare sort. You did not even have to use a Geno core to do combat with me. I don't want to fight you. What does that mean? Are you fighting or not? Han Sen did not know what he meant. Six Paths said coldly, the most delicious food must be enjoyed. To me, that is what you are. But you are not strong enough for me to enjoy the thrill of fighting you to my fullest. I will wait until the day I do not have to scale down to fight you. After that, Six Paths withdrew his weapon and readied himself to leave. Hang on, Han Sen shouted. What is it? Six Paths turned around. I can let you take first place. Just give me an item to trade. My Geno core was reinforced 9 times already, anyway. You've only done it 8 times, correct? Han Sen made himself look like a charitable person. But in Han Sen's heart, he thought, you are an emperor. Even if you destroyed your Geno core, you should still have a bunch of worthy goodies. Give me something better than that ghost I did. Six Paths looked at Han Sen with much surprise, and he said, okay. I'll trade this with you. Han Sen accepted what Six Paths offered him. It was a wooden sword. It looked like the Six Paths sword, but it had been crafted from black wood instead. Han Sen had no clue what wood it had been made from, but it wasn't a beast soul or a Geno core. It really was just a hunk of wood. I crafted this wooden sword when I was practicing. This is all I have to give, Six Paths said coldly. Okay, then I'll leave. Han Sen said he was going to leave, but his legs did not move. Han Sen thought he'd earn a treasure off the man. He didn't expect he'd only receive a plank of wood. I hope you can become stronger soon, so we can have a real and true fight someday, Six Paths told him. Okay, I will work hard to ensure that, Han Sen said randomly and then quit the fight. This is bad. I swapped my first place for a wooden sword. Han Sen regretted his decision, but he didn't want to backpedal on his word. Six Paths becoming first place did not create much of a fuss. People believed Six Paths' new Geno core was bound to be better than his old one, so it didn't come as much of a surprise. He was not a nameless emperor. He was from chaos. He had been alive for 1,000 years, and none could rival him. His old Geno core was the second best on the Super Geno core leaderboard. It had made a big fuss in the 4th God's Sanctuary before, so this was more or less a repeat that didn't warrant the same fanfare. Spirits believed it to be a normal, almost natural and expected occurrence. Han Sen brought the wooden sword back to the shelter with him. He went and saw Moment Queen, who wanted to access the Geno core storage. They said hello to each other, but when Moment Queen saw the sword Han Sen held, her eyes opened wide. What are you doing? Han Sen saw Moment Queen approach him and grab the wooden sword with profound excitement. It was like she was looking at some extremely expensive antique or relic. Impossible. How can? Moment Queen's face stiffened with a massive shock. Is this something good? When Han Sen saw Moment Queen's face, his heart jumped. Of course it is. Where did you get it from? But I wonder why it has become a wooden sword. What a waste. The way Moment Queen looked at Han Sen was like a spoiled woman. Where I got it from is none of your business. Tell me what it is. Han Sen was really happy, and the way in which Moment Queen spoke suggested he was holding onto something pretty special. Moment Queen paused. If I am not mistaken, it is a branch of the Godspeak tree. What is the Godspeak tree? It sounds powerful. Han Sen had never heard of it before. Moment Queen rolled her eyes. You've been in the fourth God's sanctuary for a while now. How come you've never heard of it? Just tell me. If I knew what it was, would I have to ask? Han Sen sounded annoyed. Every time Moment Queen opened her mouth, her speech was crooked and not to the point. Moment Queen said, Godspeak trees grow in the fourth God's sanctuary. Legend has it, they connect to the fifth sanctuary. If you scale the entire tree, you are made a god and you can go there. That sounds a bit too easy. If all you had to do was climb a tree to become a god, we'd all be one by now. Han Sen smirked. Actually, no one has ever made it to the top. No one has become a god, Moment Queen clarified. No one, no way, is that tree thousands of meters tall or something? That shouldn't be a difficult challenge for the elites. Han Sen did not believe her. Moment Queen stroked the wooden sword and said, no one knows how tall these trees are because no one has yet reached their tops. Not even emperors have managed to scale such trees completely. If the tree was that big, then this branch should be worthless. Han Sen was disappointed. He didn't care about reaching the top, but hearing of how big the tree was really did devalue the rarity of such wood. Han Sen thought Moment Queen's surprised reaction indicated he was holding something very special, but it turned out to be something rather common and unspectacular. Moment Queen rolled her eyes and said, who do you think has what it takes to cut down a tree called Godspeak? Not even emperors can scrape its bark. You cannot fathom how hardy such trees are. Interesting. Han Sen stroked his jaw. It's not just interesting. Some people believe the Godspeak trees are seeds of the fifth sanctuary. It makes sense, since emperors are unable to damage them, Moment Queen said. If emperors are unable to damage them, where did this hunk of it come from? Maybe it's not even Godspeak wood at all. Han Sen eyed the wood suspiciously. Moment Queen shook her head. This is Godspeak wood. Although emperors are unable to break such trees, every 10,000 years, branches are known to drop. Moment Queen gave Han Sen a few more details about this. Every 10,000 years, thunder rained down across the trees. The thunder could incinerate everything it touched. If an emperor came into contact with it, they'd be instantly rendered charcoal. But the Godspeak tree couldn't be damaged, for the most part. There was simply the occasional chance a small branch would be struck, and it'd fall from the tree. These rare fallings were called thunder godwoods. Thunder godwood was incredibly sturdy, but they weren't as strong as they had been before being sundered. If an emperor was strong enough, they could actually pull them down. It was considered a lot, even if only 3 cropped up every 10,000 years. Thunder godwood had some special attributes, however. If you carried it with you, it could moisturize your body and your genocores. It could even influence genocores to evolve at a faster rate. Some emperors carried thunder godwood around with them as a trophy of sorts. It acknowledged or underlined their reputation. Moment Queen looked at the wooden sword in her hand and she said, thunder godwood, the bigger the better. Seeing just 1 foot of this is rare. The emperors are so proud of theirs, but this one is 3 feet long. Furthermore, it has been carved. The handle is thicker than your arm. It must have been very big before, and I must confess I think it was a bit of a waste to have it carved into a sword. Han Sen almost had tears running from his eyes. It was a treasure that could make genocores evolve, and yet, it had almost been ruined. Han Sen took back his thunder godwood and stroked it like a lover. He told it, I am so sorry you were unfortunate enough to end up in 6 paths, care. Come with me and I will treat you well. I'll take care of you as if you were my baby. Before Moment Queen entered the genocore storage, she turned around. With a serious look on her face, she said, it would be best not to let others see it. If emperors see it, they will undoubtedly want to take it from you. You cannot fight emperors yet, isn't that right? Han Sen nodded. I didn't know it was a treasure, at first. Now I'll be sure not to let anyone else see it. Moment Queen departed, and then Han Sen brainstormed a few ways in which he could mask the sword and prevent others from recognizing it. He had to carry it with him, too, because Han Sen could not put it inside the cruel bottle. 6 paths, was able to carry it, but it would be easily noticed if Han Sen was carting it around. As he mulled this over, he thought of a question. If it was called Thunder Godwood, and it had been thunderstruck, then shouldn't it be a thunder element treasure? Perhaps it will come in handy for the silver fox. It is a shame he has not evolved yet. If he had, I'd definitely want him to see this. Han Sen, now thinking about Silver Fox, decided to look at the egg he now resided in. Han Sen did not put Silver Fox inside the cruel bottle, due to it being a separate dimension. Han Sen was afraid he would not evolve inside there. Han Sen took the egg Silver Fox had become, and then, all of a sudden, the lifeless black thunder godwood suddenly erupted with lightning. It was going directly towards Silver Fox's egg. The wooden sword was black, but the lightning was white. It struck the egg and was absorbed by the shell. As this occurred, the egg began to shine. Han Sen looked at the wooden sword and the egg in shock. The lightning from the wooden sword did not look aggressive, but it was radiant and brimming with energy. It looked as if it wished to bestow life upon its target. Han Sen felt as if the egg Little Silver had become was desiring flesh. Han Sen then placed the sword on top of the egg, to see if Little Silver would have some sort of reaction. Thunder Godwood was rare, but if it could speed up Little Silver's evolution, Han Sen wouldn't mind spending it on him. After all, Little Silver had been with Han Sen for a very long time. He had saved Han Sen's life many times, as well. As far as Han Sen was concerned, Little Silver was a part of the family. When the sword came into contact with the egg, the lightning flowed into the egg like silk. The egg glowed brighter and brighter. Surprisingly, despite the fact that the Thunder Godwood had been shaped into a sword, it began to look lively. Its charcoal body looked as if it had been moisturized, and it was undergoing a change. Not long after, Han Sen saw a sprout on the wood. More and more began to pop up across the sword, making it look like some dry fallen log that had submitted to overgrowth. Does this represent the turn of seasons, the coming of spring replacing the winter? Han Sen sighed. Lightning continued to pour out of the wood, and the egg's glow made it look like a silver sun. The wooden sword had become a little tree, flourishing with green leaves. This did not last long, though. When the wooden sword was decked in green leaves, the life force it had exhibited began to fade. Slowly, those leaves began to die, and as this occurred, the lightning it generated diminished. Eventually, all the leaves had died and there was no more lightning. After a momentary stillness, pat! The sword crumbled into dust. Han Sen felt hurt. It was a treasure one could earn only once every 10,000 years, and it had been procured from an emperor. Now that it had been destroyed, Han Sen was unsure if he'd ever get another one. Inside the silver light that still burned before him, Han Sen could detect Little Silver's life force becoming stronger. Gotcha! Inside the silver sun, there was some noise, then a thunderbolt burst out to beam through the entire hall. But the silver light did not hurt Han Sen. It made him feel good, as if he was being energized. Inside the silver light, something elegant, decked in silver fur, had appeared. Little Silver. Han Sen was so happy that he picked the furry thing up and stroked its head. Little Silver squinted its eyes and looked proud. But above all, it looked happy. The lightning slowly began to fade, and when it did, Little Silver jumped away from Han Sen. It shook itself, showcasing its extremely smooth hair. Don't randomly hold a girl, Little Silver said in a mockingly feminine voice. Han Sen was shocked, hearing this. He went over to pick up Little Silver again and said, "You speak the human language now. I said you shouldn't grab me. Look, you've messed up my hair again." Little Silver leapt away from Han Sen again and shook down his hair to reset it. With a proud tone of voice, he turned to tell Han Sen, "The human language is easy to learn. It's nothing to be proud of. I knew you were the best." Han Sen bent down to rub his head. Little Silver looked all cocky, but did not tell Han Sen not to touch him this time. Now that Little Silver had been reborn, Han Sen was exuberantly happy. Unfortunately, this upset Bauer. She used to be the sole recipient of Han Sen's love, and he took her everywhere. Now, she felt she'd have to compete for Han Sen's attention. Bauer and Little Silver looked at each other. A spark of rivalry jolted between them, and they both turned around to look away. Little Silver was like the heir of a super creature, and so was his fitness level. Little Silver had received a Geno core, but it was only a bronze one. He'd have to spend much time leveling it up. Han Sen planned to take Bauer and Little Silver down into the underworld. He worried if he was gone from there for too long, Ling Meier would fall prey to another one of Spirit 13's machinations. It would be a shame if such a cute girl was tricked into making babies for Spirit 13, of all people. But before Han Sen left Shadow Shelter, he felt something very powerful approaching. It immediately made him frown. Han Sen knew who it was. It had visited the shelter twice before, after all. It was Qingla from Outer Sky Shelter. Han Sen quickly went to hide in the spirit hall, while Cheap Sheep and Green Cow went over to welcome him in and see what he wanted. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow commanded a few creatures to open the gates. The sheep smiled as the gates opened and said, "Mr. Qingla, welcome. I wonder what business brings you here. Whatever it is, I assure you we will strive for cooperation." Qingla looked dim and replied, "From now on, I own this shelter. You are all to follow my command." Qingla was in a bad mood. Han Sen was the only member of their search party to escape the mystic shelter. Qingla and Yu Zhan had been responsible for recruiting Han Sen, so Qingla expected a reward of his own. But Han Sen did not provide them with useful intel, and they couldn't claim the shelter. The rewards Qingla wished to receive did not come. The reward aside, despite the fact that Qingla was close with Yu Zhan, Yu Miao hated him. He had been forced to patrol this region, but there was nothing at all around. Shadow Shelter was one of the only decent shelters in the vicinity. Plus, he believed Han Sen's mind had been damaged. Now, he wanted to occupy the shelter. Hearing him say this, Cheap Sheep and Green Cow's faces changed. "Mister, there is no need for you to control this entire shelter. Just tell us what it is you need, and we will go and fetch it for you," Cheap Sheep said. "Cut the crap, take me to the spirit hall. I'm your boss now." Qingla was very upset, and he had no interest in discussing matters with the sheep. He barged inside the shelter. Fine, fine, fine. This way." Cheap Sheep rolled his eyes and lowered his head as he spoke. "What's going on with Han Sen?" Qingla asked Cheap Sheep, as he walked inside. Cheap Sheep looked at the spirit with disdain and answered, "His brain had problems. We chased him off, seeing there was no point keeping a simpleton around. Having an idiot running the place would be silly. Yeah, he became so dumb, he cannot even tell the difference between men and women now. No one would even accept him as a slave," Green Cow added. "That makes sense. Do you know where he is right now?" Qingla asked. "Who knows? I sometimes see him skulking around the alleyways, munching on leftover food. He knows they're just bones devoid of meat, but he still ravenously gnaws away at them." Cheap Sheep was saying a lot. After Qingla heard this, he didn't want to know any more about Han Sen. Who asserted leadership over the shelter, then? Cheap Sheep and Green Cow played dumb, and just said, "You're the boss now, Before I arrived, I mean. Who was the boss?" Qingla stared at the two. There was a female spirit leading us, called Moment. She left a few days ago, but she has yet to return. No one dared ask her where she was off to, Cheap Sheep said. Qingla asked a few questions regarding Moment, but Cheap Sheep and Green Cow kept saying they didn't know. Qingla was satisfied, regardless. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were being polite, after all. He walked around Shadow Shelter for a bit and came to quite like the place, and after that, he went to wait inside the spirit hall. He asked for the two to gather everyone the next morning, so they could announce who their new leader was going to be. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow agreed to do this, but eventually, they sneaked off into a stone house together. Han Sen, Moment Queen, Bower, Little Silver, Red Pony, and Galaxy Beast were all there waiting. "Boss, we've calmed him down. What do we do now?" Cheap Sheep explained what had occurred to Han Sen. "Why don't we kill him in his sleep?" Green Cow spoke with a hushed voice, one that harbored contempt. Han Sen shook his head and said, "Qingla is from Outer Sky Shelter. We don't have the strength to combat such a place, and killing Qingla would only draw trouble from there. You guys continue the charade for a few more days while I figure something out." Cheap Sheep and Green Cow patted their chests and said, "Don't worry, we are loyal to you. Even if we stand next to Qingla and look faithful, at heart, we are forever yours." "Good. For as long as I breathe, I'll take care of each of you the best I can." Han Sen's voice turned cold, and he went on to say, "Go back for now. Do as he commands and keep up the act. We can't afford him growing suspicious." When Cheap Sheep and Green Cow left the house, they began speaking to each other. "Cheap Sheep, should we follow the old boss or the new boss?" Green Cow's voice dipped even lower. She was close with the sheep, and she trusted his judgment. Cheap Sheep rolled his eyes and said, "We follow the strong one, of course." "Does that mean the new boss? He is from Outer Sky Shelter, after all. He must be stronger than Han Sen." Green Cow made her opinion clear. Cheap Sheep touched Green Cow's leg and said with a smirk, "You don't know anything. No matter how strong Qingla is, he is still the slave of someone else. There is no use in following a slave. Do you really want to become the slave of a slave? I thought you said we should follow the strongest." Green Cow asked for clarification. Cheap Sheep sighed and shook his head. "Are you stupid? Are you really not able to tell how powerful our boss is? If Qingla did not already belong to Outer Sky Shelter, I guarantee the boss would have killed him by now. The boss is that strong." Green Cow's eyes opened wide. "That is why I called you stupid. For as long as the boss is around, the shelter will still belong to us. Of course, if you want to pledge a short-lived allegiance to Qingla, go right ahead. But with your measly power, it won't make a difference once the tables turn." Green Cow said, "I suppose you are right. You and I lack power, and it was very courteous for the boss to let us run and manage the shelter." "Exactly, and the boss has not told us to be hostile. He's kept things friendly, and maintained the quo." Han Sen left the shelter. He was not afraid of his companions being rats. Qingla was merely a royal-class spirit with a gemstone Geno core. He needed to avoid Outer Sky Shelter's wrath, above all. If that wasn't an issue, he would have killed the pompous spirit already. Qingla obeyed others, so his spirit stone was inside his body. He couldn't even revive. Han Sen was determined not to let him get away with this, but he wanted to go to the underworld before he did anything and retrieve his maggots. If he pinned the death of Qingla on those creatures, they wouldn't think to put the blame on Han Sen. Han Sen walked a few miles, but after a while, something white approached him. It was a 3-meter-tall white ape. Its muscles were like steel, and the only places not coated with its lustrous fur were its face, hands, and feet. The ape had already reduced its power, but with his Dongshuan aura, Han Sen was able to tell the creature was extremely powerful and far better than the maggots he was setting out to retrieve. Han Sen did not want to fight, though. So, he planned to avoid it. But the ape already had Han Sen in its sights. It ran towards him like a train, sounding furious, and it bellowed, "Are you from Shadow Shelter?" Han Sen eyed the ape up and down and thought to himself, he must be looking for trouble. Han Sen quickly answered, "I was there, but I just got kicked out." "Good, take me there and I'll kill the master. No one will kick you out after that," the ape said coldly. Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine, as he was actually the shelter's master. Wait, the shelter is owned by Qingla now, Han Sen realized. "Do you have a grudge with the new master there?" "It goes far beyond a grudge," the ape roared. Han Sen brought Snow Ape to Shadow Shelter, feeling exuberantly happy. Along the way, Han Sen asked the creature many questions. Snow Ape was the heir of a super creature known as Daemon Ape. After he was born, though, for reasons he never learned, he was unable to see his parents. Not long after that, Nan Lishan captured him and brought him back to the shelter to conduct tests and experiments on him. Nan Lishan did not expect to get so lucky and capture the baby of a super creature. But still, Snow Ape was actually a sacred blood creature. Snow Ape claimed it was sacred blood because its blood may have been impure. Su Mianhua had taken much of his blood to run many tests. He had been fortunate to escape captivity one day, while Nan Lishan was away from the shelter. And then, he got even luckier. He leveled up and his Geno core became a super Geno core. With such might and confidence, he planned to return one day to slay Nan Lishan. Unfortunately, that was a long time ago. He was young when those atrocities were committed. He didn't actually remember Nan Lishan's name, and neither did he remember what he looked like. He only remembered a vow he made long ago, and that was to kill the master of Shadow Shelter. Han Sen felt relieved he had narrowly avoided being the ape's target, and he thought to himself, it's lucky Qingla came when he did. If he hadn't, this big ape would be out for my blood instead. Snow Ape didn't sound like a bad person, though. He was very grumpy, but he wanted to keep his rampage focused on the person he vowed to kill. He didn't want to kill anyone else. They traveled back to Shadow Shelter, and when Snow Ape's eyes saw it, they turned red. The ape cried aloud, "This is the shelter." After that, Snow Ape attempted to run right for the shelter. But Han Sen stopped him first and said, "Mister, don't go yet." "Why not? Are you going to try and stop me?" Snow Ape stared at Han Sen with anger, as if he rightfully knew the human would be unable to stop him. "No, not at all, but you don't know what his face looks like. If you go in with such bluster, you'll frighten everyone. And the master is sly, so he will probably blend in with the terrified crowds and not admit to being the one you're looking for, Han Sen quickly explained. That makes sense. Snow Ape groaned. How about you hide your strength, like you did earlier, and come back there with me? I'll help you find the master, and once he admits his identity, you can go right on ahead and kill him. On the inside, Han Sen thought to himself, I killed Nan Lishan and already got you your vengeance. Now you can return the favor and help me get rid of Qingla. When Snow Ape heard what Han Sen told him, he replied, good thinking. Take me to the *SSHOLE so I can kill him. Han Sen nodded and brought the Snow Ape straight to the Spirit Hall. Qingla was having a meeting in the Spirit Hall at the time. He was sitting upon the throne, gobbling up all the Geno fruit Cheap Sheep and Green Cow had been delivering him. Shadow Shelter was better developed than he believed it to be. He thought he could rake in quite a lot of profits with this place under his control. It was a concept that perked up his mood quite a bit. All of a sudden, someone unwelcome entered the hall. Qingla thought it might have been a metal eater, but it wasn't. It was Han Sen, and at his side was a white ape. Han Sen, what are you doing here? Han Sen was useless to Qingla now, so he was going to spare all his courtesies and niceties. You're asking me why I'm here. Why are you sitting there? Han Sen asked, angrily. Why, because I am the master of this shelter. Qingla spoke very cockily, gesturing with his arms that the entire place belonged to him. Those words were perfect. Han Sen was delighted to hear him say that, as he expected he'd have to say a lot more to get the spirit to admit it. Qingla was so arrogant, he jumped right into the admittance. It rendered Han Sen's prepared speech useless. You really are the master of this shelter. Snow Ape did not make a move yet, and just tried to suppress his anger. If I'm not, who else is? You. Qingla did not have Dongshuan aura, so he couldn't tell how incredibly strong the Snow Ape really was. Thinking him average, and knowing no other creature there could stop him, he was fearless. When Han Sen heard this, he again felt relief. And he thought to himself, Qingla, you just played yourself. After this answer, Snow Ape kicked up a display of wrath before Qingla. His gold claws immediately came down on the spirit's head. Qingla was shocked, and he quickly shouted, Gah! Who are you? The ape snorted and answered, I am the little ape you once captured and drained the blood of. I am here to exact my revenge. Qingla was confused, but before he could plead his innocence, the Snow Ape tore the spirit in half. His blood coated the spirit hall red. He had no chance of fighting back. Qingla was a spirit that obeyed Outer Sky Shelter. His spirit stone was a part of his body, just like Moment Queen's. He could put his spirit stone in the spirit statue, but he'd still be unable to revive. Now that Snow Ape had ripped him apart, he was gone for good. Snow Ape was still extremely angry. He repeatedly pounded the ground and smashed the guts and limbs of the lifeless spirit into mush, over and over. Poor guy, how dare you pretend to be Cheap Sheep's boss? Han Sen looked at what remained of Qingla and sighed. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were frozen. Qingla was a powerful royal spirit, and he had just been torn to pieces in a flash. He didn't even stand a chance of fighting back. The creatures and spirits that had arrived there for the meeting saw the messy leftovers of what had transpired, and they were brought to shock. After killing Qingla, the ape turned around and left. He did not fancy staying there a second longer. Han Sen reminded him, be careful. He obeyed Outer Sky Shelter, and if they find out he was killed by your hands, they will come after you. I'll kill whatever comes my way. Snow Ape spoke with anger as he slowly walked off. Boss, you are really smart and really strong. Qingla was such trouble, and you found someone to get rid of him. Inside the spirit hall, Cheap Sheep praised him proudly. Green Cow also chimed in to say, Boss, you are blessed. You are so young and so handsome, all the woman cows are sure to fall for you, head over heels. You can keep them, Han Sen thought to himself. He then turned to look at them and said, if an envoy from Outer Sky Shelter comes, do you all know what to say? Yes, a creature named Snow Ape came and killed Qingla. He was a spirit with many enemies, so it didn't come as a total surprise, Cheap Sheep quickly answered. Good, honesty is the best policy. Han Sen smiled. Thank you for the compliment. From now and into the future, I swear to serve you as best as I may. Cheap Sheep had a renewed vigor and a spring in his step. He used the phrase Han Sen had taught to both Bauer and Galaxy Beast. Han Sen handed matters of the shelter back to Cheap Sheep and Green Cow once more. They were a strange duo, but they got things done. He didn't expect them to be loyal forever, but as long as they kept the income flowing, they were fine to handle things however they chose to. Most spirits and creatures were unable to speak the way they did, as well. It did not matter how strong others were, none matched their eloquence for diplomacy. Han Sen left Moment Queen in the shelter, and even Little Silver. He activated his Super King spirit and redonned his dollar identity, and then, he took off to the underworld shelter. Bauer did not want to stay in Shadow Shelter, and Han Sen needed to take her to the Holy Vine, anyway. Thus, he brought her with him. As they left, Bauer sat on Han Sen's shoulder. She gave Little Silver a smile, as if she had asserted victory. Little Silver ignored her and continued to rest on the bed. His attitude and lack of caring just made Bauer angry. Back in Mask Shelter, nothing ill had befallen the place during Han Sen's absence. Spirit 13 hadn't tried anything else. I located an area with high-tier geno plants. Snake King refuses to take me there, so can you? Ling Meier asked Han Sen. What is it? Han Sen was not interested in any average geno plant. It's a cave with an abundance of mushrooms. They look high class, but I don't know their names, Ling Meier said. Han Sen did not know how to deal with Spirit 13 yet, and with nothing else to do, he decided to accompany her and check out those mushrooms. There were millions of smaller caves and tunnels in that place. If Ling Meier was unable to lead the way to them, it was highly unlikely Han Sen would find them himself. The tunnel was only one person wide. After a few hundred meters, it opened up enough to allow 3 people of average build to walk side by side. After a while, Ling Meier pointed ahead of them. Those are the mushrooms. Han Sen looked at where her fingers pointed, and there were mushrooms skirting a number of rocks. Their caps were white in color and around the same size as a clenched fist. Nothing seems to be guarding them. Why don't you just go grab them? Han Sen's Dongshuan aura did not detect anything hostile in the immediate environment. I tried, but I was unable to, Ling Meier said, with an apathetic attitude. Why not? Han Sen couldn't see why. Ling Meier did not know why, either. I was just unable to. You should go try to pick them up. Han Sen didn't sense any danger, so he walked right up to one of the mushrooms and tried picking it up. His hand went right through it. The mushroom was giving off a fragrance, and it was plain to see, but he was simply unable to make physical contact with it. Weird. It's a shadow, Han Sen said, as he looked at the mushroom. It was white, with a slight smidgen of pinkishness. It smelled good, and the Dongshuan aura was telling him it was a sacred blood plant. Han Sen used his hand to touch it again, but just like before, it slipped right through. See, you can't touch it, Ling Meier said. So very weird, why can I not pick it up? Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to scan it again. It was alive, and it most certainly did exist. But no matter what he tried to do, his fingers could not grip the shroom. There's a lot more ahead, Ling Meier said, as she went deeper into the cave. Han Sen followed. The cavern was filled with the mushrooms, all of varying sizes. Some were as big as footballs, whereas some were only fist-sized. Han Sen tried touching them, but again, he failed to make contact. He couldn't touch any of them. Bauer was curious about this phenomenon, so she jumped down off of Han Sen's shoulder. She successfully grabbed a mushroom and picked it up. Bauer is good, Han Sen thought. Ling Meier saw Bauer grab one with success, and so she tried doing the same. Just like Han Sen couldn't, she was unable to pick one up. Dad, this is for you. Bauer put the mushroom in Han Sen's hand. Perhaps it was because it had been picked up, or it had been touched by Bauer, but the mushroom was now a physical item he could hold onto. Han Sen gently squeezed the cap of the mushroom, keen to see what it did. But when he squeezed it, the entire mushroom blew up in his hands. A white light hit Han Sen's forehead, prompting an announcement to play. Ordinary class Beast Soul Grenade Mushroom obtained. This is a Beast Soul. Han Sen was rather surprised. Han Sen had a look inside his Sea of Soul, and there he saw a white grenade mushroom. He checked out its information. Mushroom. Ordinary class Plant Beast Soul. What is a Plant Beast Soul? Han Sen did not understand. Clearly, Plant Beast Souls did not come from plants. Han Sen used to have many Beast Souls, but he'd never seen this type before. As Han Sen mulled this over, Bauer picked up another mushroom. She had seen Han Sen break the mushroom, and she decided to squeeze one herself. Dad, I got a sacred blood beast soul, Bauer said to Han Sen. Why is there such a big difference? Why did I get an ordinary beast soul? Han Sen's eyes were opened wide. Bauer, help Dad get another one. Han Sen thought if there was a sacred blood beast soul up for grabs from the mushrooms, he couldn't leave satisfied with an ordinary one. Bauer went to pick one up, but Han Sen suddenly blurted out, "That one. That's only like the size of a fist. Surely it can't have anything good inside it. Instead, grab that big one there." Bauer grabbed it and passed the football-sized mushroom over to Han Sen. It was much heavier than the one he last received. It's obvious this is the sort to hold something good. The bigger it is, the more life force it has absorbed. It must be a few tiers above the rest, Han Sen said and then squeezed it. Pop! The football-sized mushroom was broken. A white light quickly penetrated Han Sen's sea of soul. Ordinary beast soul grenade mushroom obtained. *T. Why is it just an ordinary beast soul again? Are the smaller ones better? Han Sen wondered. "Dad, I got another sacred blood beast soul," Bauer happily exclaimed, having squeezed another mushroom. "I must have done it in an incorrect position. Surely, I cannot be that unlucky." Han Sen bit down on his own teeth and spoke to Bauer, then. He told her, "Bauer, help me collect another one. This time, I would like the smallest one you can find. It seems the big ones aren't compatible with my horoscope." "What is a horoscope?" Bauer looked at Han Sen with much confusion. "You don't need to know. Go get me a small one," Han Sen said hurriedly. Bauer complied and picked up a small mushroom. Then, she tossed it to Han Sen. Han Sen caught the mushroom. Before he squeezed it, he knelt to pray. He closed his eyes and said, "Buddha, God, Mary, please let me have a sacred blood beast soul. I will pray to you every day if you give me one." After Han Sen said his prayer, he was going to break the mushroom. But before he did, he suddenly turned around and chose what he deemed to be a lucky spot to pop it in. Ordinary beast soul grenade mushroom obtained. FCK. The RNG of these shrooms must be broken. It's not that my luck is bad, this cave is just wonky, with skewed probabilities. I just need to break a few more and I'm sure to get what I need. Han Sen put aside his superstitions and faith, and this time took stock in science. "Dad, I got a sacred blood beast soul." "What did you get?" Bauer gleefully said. "Something similar. Collect me a few more, would you?" Han Sen coughed. Bauer did as she was told and picked up a few more for him. He accepted the mushrooms and took a deep breath. Those gods are useless. Science is where it's at. Ordinary beast soul grenade mushroom obtained. "Dad, I got another sacred blood beast soul." Ordinary beast soul grenade mushroom obtained. "Boring. Is sacred blood the only thing I can get?" Ordinary beast soul grenade mushroom obtained. "Dad, I got a super beast soul." Blurg. Han Sen almost coughed up blood, and his hands trembled hearing this. Although he had many more mushrooms, he was afraid of wasting them all. But Han Sen thought to himself, Bauer sure is different. She always manages to get high-class beast souls. Maybe my luck is average and these are the common results. What are you guys doing? What are those mushrooms for? Ling Meier had been watching for a while, but she didn't understand. Han Sen's eyes darted her way. He provided her one of his mushrooms and said, "Break this for me." In the first 3 sanctuaries, if spirits did not obey a human, they could not use beast souls. He wasn't sure if that's how things worked here or not. If spirits could not obtain a beast soul, he wondered what she'd get when she broke it. Han Sen was excited to see the result. Surely she wouldn't receive absolutely nothing, even if she couldn't make use of beast souls. When Ling Meier watched Han Sen and Bauer compete in breaking the mushrooms, she wanted to join in on the fun. Now that she had been given one, she broke it quickly. Pop! A white light exited the mushroom and flew into Ling Meier's forehead. Ling Meier looked surprised and said, "I got a primitive beast soul." Han Sen felt frightened. Although it was only a primitive beast soul, it was better than what he had managed to get. Han Sen gave the 2 he had left to Ling Meier, and she managed to obtain another primitive beast soul and a mutant beast soul. What a piece of crap. Back in the day, I used to get loads of high-class beast souls, the number of which could circle the alliance 3 times. Who cares about these stupid beast souls that you don't even have to fight to obtain? I don't need them. Han Sen's eyes twitched as he wrought a painful smirk. Bauer walked into the mushrooms and picked up more, merry as ever. "Dad, they're for you," Bauer said, trying to hand over a few more mushrooms to him. "I don't want them. Squeeze them yourself, if you want." Han Sen thought it was a waste for him to break them. There were around 100 beast souls in that cave, and at least if Bauer broke them all, they'd each earn a bunch of sacred blood beast souls. Still, Han Sen was interested in learning what the grenade mushroom beast souls were capable of. They were all the same, just of different levels. Han Sen had never seen a plant beast soul before, so he summoned one of his ordinary grenade mushrooms. A white mushroom appeared in Han Sen's hand, and he was quite surprised to see that it looked no different than the mushrooms he had broken to obtain it. Can I use this like a grenade? Han Sen threw the grenade out. Pang! The grenade mushroom hit the floor, and a couple of seconds later, detonated. The explosion was in the shape of a mushroom cloud, and it devastated the rocks around where it blew up. *T. I really can use it like a grenade. If the ordinary class grenades are this strong, I wonder how powerful the sacred blood and super ones are. Han Sen was rather excited. It's a shame it is a one-time use only beast soul, though, Han Sen thought, eyeing the rest greedily. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the cave. Something was approaching them. CCCC. Han Sen looked towards the deeper recesses of the cave. A red light was quickly approaching them. When Han Sen saw it more clearly, he was quickly relieved. It was not a red light, it was, in fact, a red-headed cricket. The felon was 1 meter in length, its body was like steel, and its wings had gold markings emblazoned on them. It was skittering towards them on its 6 legs. The 4 up front were small, whereas the 2 in the back were large. The head and the back of the creature possessed 2 beard-like whips, and the head itself glowed brightly like a shining ruby. When the gold wings flapped, it made a strange sound that was painful to hear. The power of its back legs was shocking to behold. It immediately leapt up towards Han Sen, and it looked at him with anger. Crap, it's a super creature. Run! Han Sen grabbed Bauer and took off running, with a surprising lack of concern for Ling Meier. Ling Meier wasn't keen to hang around, either, and she followed after them. But she was slow, and she quickly found herself falling behind Han Sen. The monster would be sure to catch her. Han Sen heard the sound of something banging around up ahead, and it was then that he realized the cave narrowed to allow only one person to pass through at a time. Snake King was outside, slamming into the stone to widen the way. But by the time its work was done and it could get to Ling Meier, she'd be dead. Seeing the red cricket behind Ling Meier, looking like a hellborn devil with its serrated teeth grimacing in pursuit, Han Sen imagined it'd be capable of tearing through steel with ease. Han Sen jumped backwards, up and over the struggling Ling Meier's head. He gave her a pat on the back which pushed her out of the way of the cricket's incoming attack. Han Sen saw the redhead cricket's teeth nip and gnash at each other in its sordid mouth, making squelching sounds as it did. Quickly, Han Sen then jumped over the cricket's head and patted its back, too. He had given it a slap with super spank engaged, but he was only able to make its sequence structure tremble a little, and it felt as if Han Sen was bringing his hand against thick, unbreakable steel. Han Sen landed 10 meters behind the cricket. After the hit, the completely uninjured cricket turned around to look at the bold human. "Come this way, chase me, you stupid bug." Han Sen flipped the bird at the cricket and took off running, back deeper into the cave. CC. The red-headed cricket squealed, leaping after Han Sen. When Ling Meier saw what Han Sen had done and that the cricket was going after him, a mesh of emotions crossed her face. She was touched by his courage. Unfortunately, despite how fast Han Sen could run, the cricket would eventually catch up to him, too. And so it did, shortly after. Han Sen was able to summon a grenade mushroom to throw at the cricket, but it would have been a pointless move. He only had ordinary variants of the explosive shrooms, and they'd likely do nothing to the super creature in hot pursuit. "Bauer, give me the grenade mushrooms you possess," Han Sen shouted as he ran. Bauer complied and quickly gave all her beast souls to Han Sen. Han Sen was shocked at what he received. There were 11, 10 of them were sacred blood grenades, and 1 of them was a super grenade. Han Sen hadn't expected this to be how he received his first super beast soul as a demigod. It almost made him angry. He'd spent half the day receiving only ordinary beast souls, but Bauer had amassed sacred blood and super beast souls with ease. But there was no time to mourn those sour results right now. The red-headed cricket was right behind him, ready to strike Han Sen's backside. Han Sen lobbed one of the sacred blood grenades directly into the cricket's hungry maw. It rattled down its windpipe until Han Sen heard a low boom. After that, the cricket was gone from sight, vanished in a heavy white mist. The shockwave blew Han Sen away, and he was sent hurling into a wall. One-time use beast souls are stronger than the average variety, that's for sure. That power was almost equivalent to that exhibited by super creatures. Han Sen stood up, merrily narrating to himself. But the smile on his face was quickly lost, as the cricket emerged alive, staggering out of the dust. The mushroom had not damaged it. There was no blood, and its life force showed no sign of being any weaker than it was before. Han Sen got back to the chase by quickly running away. The cave was a labyrinth of complicated pathways, and Han Sen had to use this to his advantage. If he didn't evade the cricket with care, it'd surely catch up and bring him to a grisly end. The cricket was determined to hunt Han Sen down, though. Nothing swayed its resolve, despite Han Sen lobbing a sacred blood grenade mushroom every time he found himself in a dangerous spot. It helped to slow the creature down. After an hour of this running, Han Sen had almost run out of grenades. He was down to his last, the super grenade mushroom. The cave ahead suddenly widened, and Han Sen took off for this expansive cavern. Han Sen ran through it as quickly as he could, and then took off flying towards the holy vines he could see creeping across the stone high above. The cricket was able to fly, and it came after him just as it had been. Han Sen reached the ceiling of the cave with the cricket at his heels. Han Sen was going to be swallowed by the rampaging creature if he didn't move fast, so he swirled through the air in an arc like a swooping bird to avoid it. Boom! The red-headed cricket hit the cavern ceiling, and the vines reached out like snakes, lecherously tangling the insect up. Han Sen didn't want to stick around, as he was unsure whether or not he was immune to the holy vine's aggression like Bauer was. Han Sen saw the cricket squeal and struggle the best it could, unable to get itself free. That holy vine is powerful. Not even super creatures can escape its grip. Han Sen was shocked. The cricket struggled as hard as it could, but eventually, the ruby on its head began to shine. And then, something else appeared on the creature's head. Han Sen saw a 1-meter-wide red saw manifest. It began to spin around and around like a rotor, trimming all the vines that had ensnared it. The holy vines were thick like arms, but they were weed-whacked away in just a couple of seconds. Han Sen ran. There were no other creatures around to occupy the cricket, and buy him the time to build up a coin with immense power. He knew there was no hope of fighting the cricket under the circumstances. While the red cricket was still trapped, Han Sen wanted to run as far as he could, and hopefully get out of its sight for good. But after 2 miles of running, Han Sen heard the CC sounds again. It was catching up swiftly. The scariest thing was that its ruby saws were still spinning as it pursued Han Sen. If it could tear the holy vines to shreds, Han Sen would be sliced in two with little to no effort. Han Sen kept on running, but the cricket was closing the gap. The situation became even worse when Han Sen noticed he was racing towards a dead end. DMN it, Han Sen thought to himself. He scanned the walls all around, hoping there was a passage he could slip into and keep up the escape. There were so many caves and tunnels in the underworld, but unfortunately, this one big wall didn't have the slightest crevice. Han Sen ducked to the left. Fortunately, there, the cave was wide and he did not have to go back. Han Sen stopped after a few more steps. Nothing was blocking him or anything, but the cricket had stopped 30 meters away from him. If Han Sen ran back now, the distance between him and the cricket would reduce. The red-headed cricket screeched and squealed at Han Sen, but it did not move or come any closer. As Han Sen thought the scenario strange, and pondered what it meant, Bauer said, "Dad, look behind you. Isn't that just a wall?" Han Sen wondered, but he still looked back. And what he saw gave him a shock. The uneven wall that seemed comprised of discs was actually populated by a number of shells. The shellfish on the wall were all opening up, revealing the red meat that was inside them. There were many of them, all within a few hundred meters. And they all opened up their shells, showing off the sickly red meat inside. Some of these stony shells had pearls inside. The jewels they possessed were the size of a man's fist and had a pinkish hue. Han Sen didn't plan to take anything, of course. He couldn't even tell what level the stony shells were, but the cricket must have had a reason to stop chasing him. Han Sen wagered it must have had something to do with the shells. Han Sen gave them a scan with his Dongshuan aura, but the results surprised him. While there were a few sacred blood variants amongst them, the horde of shells was primarily composed of primitive and mutant types. They didn't seem like the sort of enemy the cricket might fear. The fact that the cricket had stopped perplexed Han Sen. Han Sen was sandwiched, with a cricket behind him and a wall comprised of shells in front of him. While the stony shells did not seem that strong, there had to be something wrong with them that made the cricket not dare take a step closer. They must have had a special power or something, that struck fear into the hearts of super creatures. As Han Sen wondered what was going on, the meat of each shell reached out like a tongue. They were all going right for Han Sen. You could not imagine how strange it was to have a wall full of wretched tongues reach out for you. The tongues were incredibly stretchy, and they became longer and longer as if their lengths were infinite. Han Sen saw the meat and saw the cricket. Defiantly standing his ground, he pulled out Taya to cut the tongues down. The shells were not very powerful, and Han Sen was thankful they were foes he was able to deal with. He knew for sure he could not take out the red cricket. Taya's sharpness was useless in the fourth god's sanctuary, but its hardness was still good enough. If you had enough power, the weapon could still be useful. With Taya and his strength, Han Sen was able to cut through the incoming tongues. After the blade was driven through, they immediately fell to the ground and stopped moving. Where the tongues had been cut would profusely bleed pink blood. They reeled back to their shells with alarming speed, to lick their wounds. They really are just mutant creatures. They don't seem very strong. Han Sen was happy to learn how weak they were. Han Sen continued to wave Taya, dropping all the tongues coming for him. After a while, they all gave up. The shells aren't very special. What is the cricket afraid of? Han Sen asked himself, observing the cricket. The red cricket was slowly stepping backward. But this just gave Han Sen a heightened chill. Although it had not been revealed, he knew there was something up with the shells. It could not have been that simple. Before Han Sen could turn around to take a look, the entire cavern began to shake and rumble. Rocks broke from the ceiling, falling down dangerously. Han Sen dodged the falling stones and took a look at the wall. His eyes opened wide with shock, and he found himself immediately running back towards the cricket. Now Han Sen understood what the cricket was afraid of, and he'd much rather fight the insect than the new threat. There was a wall behind Han Sen that was a few hundred meters long. And suddenly, a large crack had developed horizontally across it. It was like a crevice to hell, and a red light bled out from its opening, as if it was ready to swallow all that gazed upon it. The wall was a giant stony shell, and the many stony shells Han Sen had previously been dealing with were all fixed to its body. The giant stony shell king opened up its few hundred-meter-long body, and the meat that swiftly flooded out was like a tidal wave. Han Sen was unable to dodge, and he soon found himself tongue-tied. The redhead cricket was also snared, and the two were dragged back toward the shell. There was a liquid coating the meat, and it worked like an adhesive. It prevented the redhead cricket from escaping. The cricket used its ruby-colored saw to try to shred its way free. The ruby saw was surprisingly effective, too, as it chipped away much of the meat holding it in place. But more of that meat came from elsewhere, catching the ruby saw. Like a grinder, the saw began to spin, but it was soon clogged. The meat came in from behind and slowed it down more and more until it was jammed and rendered ineffective. Han Sen waved Taya at the meat that had grabbed hold of him, and he got himself free. The liquid did not work on Han Sen's Super King Spirit body. As quick as he could, Han Sen gripped Bauer tighter and tried flying away to get out of that cave. But the water-like flesh tried to stop and consume them once more. Han Sen dodged as best as he could, but he was eventually grabbed by the meat. The meat was like a sleeping bag, and it managed to wrap up Han Sen and Bauer both. With his limbs all tied up, Han Sen found himself unable to do anything that might help him escape now. The red meat was like the tide of the sea, washing out and pulling back into the ocean that was the shell. The few hundred-meter-long crevice that formed its mouth was like a veritable helmet. And it was ready to swallow Han Sen and the cricket. Han Sen did not know in what way the Stony Shell King could kill its prey, as the meat could only trap him. And it was difficult for Han Sen to tell whether or not he was inside the shell. Han Sen was unable to escape the meat, as it was a super creature's body. Han Sen had nowhere near enough strength to break free at his current stage. The weakest of super creatures had 100,000 fitness, and right now, Han Sen only had a fitness level of 40,000. Not even Super King Spirit mode could balance those odds. But because Han Sen had escaped the meat at first and gained a bit of distance before being grabbed back, the cricket was the first to end up in the shell. And inside there, Han Sen could see a big white ball residing in its center. It must have been the pearl possessed by the Shell King. It was a few meters wide, like one large orb. When the cricket was pulled inside, that pearl lit up with an ominous, red-colored glow. The red light inside the shell looked alive, in a suppressed and mysterious manner. The red light shined on the cricket, turning the would-be victim a shade of red, too. And soon after, its hardy body was like steel dropped into a vat of acid. It began to melt and fizz away. Han Sen was horrified upon seeing this. If the cricket had no chance of withstanding such a wretched power, then he wouldn't last a second. The soft meat was pulling him in quickly, and Han Sen did not have the time to get away. He struggled the best he could, thinking, "Over, it's all over. I even dragged Bauer into this." Han Sen looked at Bauer, and he was surprised to see she had managed to get away from the meat. Her eyes were fixed on the red, hellish object inside the shell. "Bauer, throw the grenade mushroom inside." Han Sen transferred the super beast soul grenade mushroom to her. "Why?" Bauer asked, with a look of confusion. Han Sen was only 2 meters from certain doom. He didn't have the time to explain, so he shouted, "Just throw it in." Bauer blinked and summoned the super grenade mushroom. Then, she lobbed it inside the shell. The moment Han Sen was about to be dragged inside, the grenade rolled along the plush meat of the interior. Han Sen thought he could escape when it exploded, but when the mushroom hit the meat, it must have been too soft. The mushroom didn't detonate. OSH*T. Han Sen screamed, as he was dragged into the shell. The red light shined on him, and immediately, he felt his skin bubble as if he was being fried alive. It felt terrible. With no hesitation, Han Sen summoned his bulwark umbrella. But the red light was able to melt the umbrella as well, and its shielding wouldn't last very long. Bronze Geno cores are too weak, but still, holding on for a few seconds against the powers of a super Geno core is nothing to scoff at, Han Sen said to himself, while his mind raced for a way he might escape this predicament. Unfortunately, his entire body was tied up and he couldn't even wiggle his fingers. Bauer looked uncomfortable, too, and she tried getting herself snug beneath the umbrella. "Dad, the light is annoying. Let's get out of here," Bauer pleaded. Han Sen gave a wry smile, as he wanted to leave, as well. He told Bauer, "You get out of here first, I'll catch up with you later. If Dad doesn't leave, then I won't leave." Bauer shook her head. Han Sen wished to say something more, but he suddenly felt loose. He felt as if he was miraculously made free again. Han Sen was delighted by this, but the sudden release didn't mean he was free, it was because the shell had already closed. The meat let him go so the light could incinerate him a little faster. The cricket was released, too. It desperately tried to claw the shell to get free, but its ruby saw was still wrapped up. It seemed even the Shell King was afraid of the insect using that to slice its way out. Bulwark umbrella began to develop a few holes, and Han Sen did not have much time. He knew he had to do something. Han Sen summoned his crystal egg, pulled his arm back, and launched it towards the grenade mushroom. The crystal egg was like a meteor. It soared to the grenade mushroom within a second. Han Sen held onto Bauer and jumped onto the meat, using the umbrella to protect them near the edge of the shell. He hoped the mushroom would not detonate right away, as it would obliterate him and the umbrella. The power of a super grenade mushroom was sure to be frightening. Pang! The crystal egg hit the grenade mushroom, but it didn't blow up. The mushroom instead bounced towards the red pearl. Han Sen was super happy, and he was relieved to see the grenade had not yet detonated. The crystal egg had just worked to make it softer, and this was the exact result he desired. When the grenade mushroom hit the red pearl, it didn't blow up because it had softened. But the crystal egg bounced around the interior of the shell until it ended up hitting the grenade mushroom again. When this hit came, the rubber-like status it had inflicted on the grenade went away. And just after this happened, the mushroom hit the pearl. Han Sen didn't even look that way. He tried burrowing into the meat for protection, ensuring Bauer's safety first by tucking her in. Boom! A strong shockwave annihilated all the red meat in the shell, generating a mushroom cloud of epic proportions. Han Sen felt as if he was getting thrown away by that wave at first, and then, it felt as if he had been hit by a train. The umbrella shielded the duo from most of that fierce power, but it didn't last too long. It broke, and Han Sen quickly began spewing blood. Pang! Han Sen did not even know what he had hit, but his head had suffered a nasty blow. His bones felt shattered, and his eardrums blew out to fill him with an incomprehensible noise. Han Sen did not care about this much, though. He only wanted to protect Bauer from as much of the damage as he could. After a while, the clarity of his head improved. His vision was still a little blurry, his ears were still ringing, and his bones were hurting fiercely. But Han Sen knew he hadn't died. He could feel intense pain, and that informed him he was alive. It also told him he was in very bad shape. Dad, are you okay?" After a while, Han Sen heard the familiar voice trying to break through the buzzing sounds inside his ears. Han Sen opened his eyes to great difficulty, and there, he saw Bauer in great worry. "Dad is fine," Han Sen said, but even that short dialogue had him coughing up blood. The pain made Han Sen feel awake, and his vision and hearing slowly began to improve. Bauer's clothes were red, and he was unsure whether it was his blood or hers. Han Sen wished to employ Dongshuan Aura to find out more about their current situation, but he was too weak to even activate it. It was at this point Han Sen began to comprehend how badly damaged he was. He couldn't even begin to guess the number of bones he'd broken. His arms and legs were all twisted and disfigured. The crystal egg and bulwark umbrella had both been destroyed in the explosion, and that contributed to how badly damaged he currently was. The explosion was even greater than Han Sen had imagined it would be. When the grenade mushroom detonated right next to the pearl, it was immediately annihilated. The explosion was incredibly brutal. Han Sen could not even stand right now. His eyes were swollen and bleeding, too. The blood mucked up his eyes, tinting his vision red. Han Sen looked around, as well as his injured neck would allow him to. It must have been broken in the explosion, and simply turning it had Han Sen groaning in pain. Fortunately, he was a demigod. Ordinary people would have died at the precise point of detonation. "Dad, are you okay?" Bauer was worried, pacing around Han Sen as she spoke. I'm fine. Are you hurt?" Han Sen asked, right before he started coughing up blood again. "I am fine." Bauer shook her head. She blew wind at Han Sen's wound, saying, "Mom said if you blow on injuries, they feel better." "She's right. I feel better already." Han Sen felt relieved, knowing Bauer was okay. His current wounds wouldn't kill him, and he'd live, provided there were no more enemies skulking about. Han Sen was lying against a curved wall. He was still inside the shell, and the meat had become chunky gore that had sprayed across everywhere. Then, Han Sen saw something shiny, dripping down. He looked up and saw a 100-meter wide hole high above. The light was coming from there. Apparently, the Shell King had died. Han Sen figured that the cricket had too, considering that he could no longer see it. Han Sen sighed. Fortunately, there were no more enemies about, either. He had no chance of fighting in his current state. Han Sen tried to gather up his strength so he could instigate his own healing. If he had time, he could recover by himself. And so he did, and after a while, Han Sen's seventh sense began to feel better. He resumed looking at the big hole high above. There was light, but it was not sunlight. Outside that cave was still the underworld, and far above, Han Sen could still see a ceiling. And in the cave, Han Sen could see a light. It was light blue in color, and he was unsure what was producing it. This was not the same cave as the one he had initially entered. It was a different cave that existed behind the Shell King's body. It was bigger than the last cave, that much he could tell. "I hope no one is out there." Han Sen gave a wry smile, as he could no longer fight. Han Sen looked into his Sea of Soul, wanting to summon the unicorn to take him away from there. But in the Sea of Soul, he saw a familiar shadow. "Redhead Cricket, I got this beast soul." Han Sen was happy seeing this. Han Sen had no clue what had transpired in the midst of that devastating explosion. Both him and Bauer had survived, and now, Han Sen was seeing the Redhead Cricket's beast soul. The sanctuary must have thought that he had killed Stonyshell King and Redhead Cricket. Han Sen thought he might have heard the announcement during the explosion, but he hadn't been able to focus at the time. "I cannot believe I got a super beast soul. I wonder what type it is." Han Sen examined the Redhead Cricket beast soul. Super Beast Soul Red Crystal Cricket. Pet armor type. Han Sen was rather surprised, as it had been a long time since he last had a beast soul purposed for a pet's usage. He had seen many lower tier ones, but he had only ever once seen a super beast soul of this type. Although it wasn't for him, it was still useful. If he gave this armor to a meat shield pet, their defense would skyrocket. If given to a creature like the rhino, it could continue providing heals and not get killed. If Little Silver wore it, he'd make a fierce attacker and healer. Still, it was a shame that neither the rhino nor Little Silver were actually pet beast souls. They wouldn't be able to make use of the armor Han Sen had just received. Little Angel was quite the damage dealer, and with the protection provided by this armor, she'd be able to fight better than ever. But unfortunately for him, Little Angel was still evolving. In his current situation, Han Sen did not have a pet beast soul he could give it to. While it had to be shelved for now, at least any pet beast soul he might procure in the future could be given the armor set and have super-level defense. Bauer, take a look around and see if the Cricket and Shell King left behind any life geno essences, Han Sen said to Bauer. Bauer quickly crawled over, and after rummaging around for a bit, she returned from Grenade Mushroom's ground zero with 2 crystals. They were both small, but Han Sen could tell which crystal belonged to which creature. It had nothing to do with their presences or auras, it was just through their looks. He could identify each with stark contrast. These life geno essences were different than those found in the other 3 sanctuaries. They weren't merely crystals now, as they seemed to resemble small figurines of their former selves. They were only fist-sized, but they looked remarkably alive. One was a pink scallop shell, while the other was unmistakably a cricket. Do I absorb these the same way, too? This was the first time Han Sen had received a life geno essence like this, and he wondered if the process was the same. But now that he was too damaged, he was not capable of simulating either the cricket nor the Shell King's energy flow. Due to this, he had to pocket them for now. The red cricket did not leave any flesh behind, but the Shell King did. Even after the explosion, there was still a lot of meat left. From what Han Sen knew, humans could not eat super creature flesh. Only pets and creatures could consume their remains. Unfortunately, even if he could, there was too much meat for him to eat. And he hadn't brought any of his creature companions with him, and nor did he have a pet that could make use of the Shell King's flesh. Plus, Han Sen was worried the flesh might draw other creatures to it. Caring little for his wounds, Han Sen just wanted to get back to summoning the unicorn and leaving there as fast as he could. Before he moved, a shadow entered from the big hole that was the result of the explosion. Han Sen was given a shock. He was too injured to fight, so meeting other creatures was a dire thing. The creature looked like a crocodile, but its scales were blue. When it entered, it began to eat the meat. Fortunately, it didn't pay Han Sen any attention. Han Sen was unable to use his Dongshuan aura to read what its level was, but he could tell from a mere look that the crocodile was strong. Han Sen summoned his unicorn then, wanting to leave as soon as he could. The creature, thankfully, was not at all interested in them. Han Sen held onto his pain and lifted himself up onto the unicorn. The unicorn leapt out of the hole and landed on top of the shell. Han Sen was finally able to tell where the blue light was coming from, as well. The cave behind the shell was decked out in blue, luminous mushrooms. The light was their glow. As Han Sen saw those, he was also able to see a group of creatures that had amassed at the bottom of the shell. It was a swarm of various insects, all in different shapes and sizes. Their numbers were incredible, and Han Sen couldn't even comprehend how many had come. There were more and more coming his way, like a flooding tide. When they saw Han Sen and the unicorn, they all squealed and screamed at them. Still, they didn't dare to try climbing the fallen Shell King. Han Sen rode the unicorn back into the shell, acknowledging there was no way for him to get past that legion. Back inside the shell, Han Sen put the unicorn away, in case it triggered the ire of the crocodile. Han Sen did not know the creature's level, but he assumed the fear of the creatures outside stemmed from that thing. Guessing its level was easy. I hope he doesn't have an appetite for human flesh. Han Sen was unable to fight. Without the super grenade mushroom, he had no hope of fighting a super creature. Luckily, it still wasn't directing any concern or interest towards Han Sen. The creature's focus was still fixed on the meat. Han Sen used his Dongshuan Sutra to recover, hoping he could feel better so he could leave. If the crocodile finished the soft meat, it might end up turning on him. There was too much meat, though. It had been scoffing down what it could for at least half a day, and even after all that time, it had only eaten 1 out of 40 equally sized portions. After it was full, the crocodile laid down to rest. It showed no signs of leaving. Han Sen ran his Dongshuan Sutra all day, but it recovered extremely slowly. He also asked Bauer to take a look outside, and much to his dismay, the hordes of creatures hadn't budged. At this rate, the crocodile is going to finish the Shell King's meat. Han Sen tried to think of a means of escape. Suddenly, Han Sen's mind turned to the Ganoderma mushrooms he had found inside the eggshell. Perhaps they would help heal his wounds. Han Sen took one out of the cruel bottle and had a small bite. As soon as his teeth sunk into it, the thing melted in his mouth. Han Sen felt as if he was in a warm room, and he swiftly felt his body heating up. The damaged bones and flesh were healing with miraculous haste. Noticing the magic that the red Ganoderma mushrooms were working, Han Sen took a much bigger bite into the cap. It immediately felt as if his entire body was on fire. He was healing fast, and the wounds were all sealing up nicely. Good stuff. Han Sen was hoping they could give a boost to his life force. He had never expected they could heal him so well. The skin was easy to heal, but bones and veins were not. Fortunately, the red Ganoderma was able to provide effective healing for all three. Han Sen stayed in the shell for 4 days, until he was fully healed. Without those red mushrooms, it would have taken at least 10 times that long. This is good. It's a shame there was only 7 and I've eaten 1. That means there are only 6 left, Han Sen thought, with a greedy desire. His body felt better, but that was all that had changed. The crocodile and the monsters outside were still there. He went out of the shell to take a look at things and used his Dongshuan aura to scan the crowds. Much to his dismay, he was able to detect super creatures in their midst. If not even super creatures dare come in here to eat the meat, how strong must the crocodile be? Han Sen was shocked, to say the least. Luckily, the crocodile was still focused on the meat inside the shell. It had yet to pay any attention to Han Sen and Bauer. Han Sen wouldn't dare touch the crocodile, especially now that he had detected 2 super creatures down below. With all the sacred and mutant class creatures buffering the crowds, Han Sen thought it was too reckless for him to try to escape that way. As such, he decided to stay. What do we do? Han Sen did not want to stay, and he doubted that the crocodile would continue to ignore them after it had finished off the Shell King's meat. If the crocodile did show an interest in the two, things would turn sour. If he left now, he wouldn't have to fight the spooky crocodile, but there was no guarantee he could escape the horde safely. Han Sen watched the creatures from inside the shell, hoping there'd be a shift or an opportunity that might score him a chance to escape. But more and more creatures were coming over time, and with every second that passed, the chances of leaving got slimmer. Han Sen noticed a problem, then. For the first few days, the creatures did not dare get too close to the shell. But now their patience was growing thin, and they were inching their way closer. The creatures that were able to fly had been bold enough to circle the hole. When that occurred, the crocodile roared at them, which prompted them to disperse. It looks like it's only a matter of time before they decide to breach this place and enter. When that happens, the crocodile will have no choice but to fight them. Perhaps I can escape in the midst of all that chaos, Han Sen thought to himself. If Han Sen wasn't going anywhere right now, he could only spend his time practicing the Dongshuan Sutra and Jadeskin so he could regenerate the bulwark umbrella and the crystal core. Getting them back was easier than generating them the first time had been. All it took, more than anything, was time. Han Sen tried to absorb the 2 life geno essences he had retrieved, but for some reason, he was unable to. Han Sen tried to simulate the creatures' energy flows, but it was to no avail. He guessed he might have been too weak to do that, in his current form. Han Sen tried researching and experimenting for a while, but he was unable to pinpoint why he couldn't absorb the life geno essences. He did notice that the energy inside them was strange, and somewhat different than what he had seen before. It was like the 2 life geno essences were not just power, there was a life inside. The Shell King and the Red Cricket are dead. How can their life geno essences harbor a life force? It's almost as if these things are unborn eggs. Does this mean they can come back to life? Han Sen thought, but he was unsure whether or not that was true. 2 days later, the impatience of the creatures outside rose. Many of the flying creatures were spending time on top of the shell, while the ground ones were right against its bottom. They all looked hungry and greedy. None of them cared about the crocodile's roaring anymore, so it had actually stopped trying to scare them off. As long as the creatures did not enter, the crocodile would ignore them. It looks like they're going to come in soon. I wonder what they are waiting for. Han Sen thought. A few hours later, Han Sen heard a noise. The creatures had formed a path, and traversing that was a horned creature with a turtle-like body and a snake-like head. It climbed into the shell without any hesitation. When the snake turtle came inside, so too did the rest of the creatures. Quickly, things got out of hand. Every creature was like a hungry wolf, desperately leaping at every morsel of flesh they could grab. They must have been waiting for the snake turtle. I guess now my time has come. Han Sen was so happy. The messier the fray, the better it would be for him and his escape. All the creatures that came pouring in made the crocodile furious. It roared and summoned its geno core, which was like a giant pair of scissors. They were blue and the blades were cruelly serrated. They immediately swung open to cut a few of the creatures in half. The scissors flashed into the group of creatures, destroying everything that came into contact with them. The two creatures Han Sen believed to be super creatures avoided the scissors, not willing to fight the Geno Core face to face. They didn't even summon Geno Cores of their own to make battle. It is no wonder they were all afraid of coming. The crocodile's Geno Core is too strong, and it cuts everything in half. It's scarier than the red crystal cricket's ruby slicer. Han Sen was in quite a shock. He looked at the snake turtle. The creatures all waited for the snake turtle to come. It must have been in the belief it could effectively make battle with the crocodile. Han Sen looked at the snake turtle. It didn't care about the other creatures. The snake's upper body merely grabbed a hunk of meat and began ravaging it down. It paid no attention to the nearby slaughter and the crocodile's scissors. It didn't see the scissors, but when it ate the meat, it incited the anger of the crocodile. The crocodile roared, and the scissors flew forward to cut the snake turtle. The snake turtle was not afraid, though. It continued munching on the meat, as its body began to flash. A copper bell appeared to shield its own body and prevent the scissors from reaching it. Dong! There was a metal noise. The scissors banged against the bell, unable to cut it in half. Under the protection of the copper bell, the snake turtle could eat the meat unopposed. And while the crocodile's attention had been drawn to the snake turtle, the lesser creatures in the vicinity used that opportunity to chow down on the meat. As the place descended into chaos, Han Sen took off running. Suddenly, a sword cleaved through the air, and plumes of feathers choked the sky as many of the flying creatures were killed. The snake turtle and the crocodile stopped fighting when they saw this. No longer interested in the meat, they started to scuttle away in different directions. "Where are you going?" Han Sen heard a woman's voice call out from the sky, as another sword swipe reached for the crocodile. The movement was too quick for Han Sen to make out the wielder of that weapon, but it cut down the crocodile in a flash. The crocodile used its scissors to try to block the incoming attack, but it wasn't fast enough. Then, a scream echoed. The sword cut through the crocodile's head, and its lifeless body dropped down onto the shell. The creatures were all fighting against each other in a bid to escape now, even the super creatures. Even they did not want the meat anymore. Han Sen was shocked. The crocodile was incredibly strong, and he hadn't expected a sword-wielding phantom to one-hit kill it so simply. Han Sen thought he had heard this voice before. When that person put away the sword, and he got a closer look, he was shocked. She was the master of the demigod association. She was someone who probably had a connection to Han Jinji. "Why are you here?" The woman frowned, seeing Han Sen there. "I got chased by creatures, and I ended up in here. I didn't expect to see you here. You must be so powerful to one-hit super creatures like that," Han Sen said, looking up at the woman. Fortunately, he had exited his super king spirit before the encounter. He had done so to save power. Had he not done this, the woman might have thought he was a creature and killed him. The woman coldly responded, "There is a lot more you don't know. Do you really think you're the first super aristocrat in the alliance?" "No, but I know you and the other members of Blood Legion are stronger than I am." Han Sen shrugged. "Good, then let's go." When the woman said that, she turned around. "Go where?" Han Sen frowned. He did not want to associate or interact with that woman here. The woman said, "It is good to see you here, and there is something I need you to do. I have important matters to attend to. I'm not sure I can spare the time to help you." Han Sen declined. The woman stopped, turned around, and coldly said, "You can reject me, sure, but you can't reject my sword. If you try to leave, I'll arrange for you and my sword to become well acquainted." "Do I have a choice?" Han Sen shrugged again. "Yes, death is always a choice." The woman spoke with surprising sincerity. Who would willingly choose death while they're living? Han Sen sighed and simply followed. The crocodile's body disappeared after the kill, and not even its flesh was left behind. Still, the woman collected its life Geno essence and even received its Geno core crocodile scissors. Han Sen knew he wouldn't be able to beat her, so he followed her. The woman seemed to ignore Han Sen on their way, but she took him for a long walk through the underworld. She behaved differently than she had in the Alliance. In the Alliance, none were able to sense her true power. Here, merely being in her presence told you she was frighteningly powerful. No creature would dare approach her. Han Sen wanted to ask her a few questions, but after firing them, he received no answer. She ignored him. After a few more repeated tries, he stopped. They walked in this manner for 2 whole days. Eventually, They left the underworld via some cave on a mountainside. Where are we going? Han Sen looked around, acknowledging it to be a place he was unfamiliar with. He could not tell where Shadow Shelter was from there. Surprisingly, the woman said, "To my shelter." "Your shelter? Is it a human shelter?" Han Sen asked in shock. "Who told you I'm human?" The woman coldly said. Han Sen was shocked. He used his Dongshuan aura to scan her, and while she was very strong, he still got the sense she was a human. "What are you, if you aren't a human?" "A spirit," Han Sen kidded. "Han Jinji didn't tell you anything," the woman said, frowning. "If I knew, I wouldn't need to ask you." Han Sen felt lame. He didn't even know if he was actually the heir of Teacher Han. Han Sen thought she would tell him something, but she groaned and said, "This has nothing to do with what you need to do." "It doesn't matter." The woman kept on walking after that, but she actually started answering questions for Han Sen. "At least tell me what I'm doing. And your name. What is it? I can't keep calling you woman." Han Sen wasn't going to give up yet. The woman hesitated a little, and then said, "You'll know once we get there. And in regards to my name, call me whatever you wish to. It's merely a title." "That's not really an answer." Han Sen's heart sank, and after that, the woman went back to ignoring him again. The woman summoned a beast. Han Sen sat on it, and it didn't take him long to discover it was a super mount. It was blisteringly quick, but even at that speed, the mount had to run for 4 days straight before they reached the shelter. As Han Sen expected, the place was massive. It had been built on a floating island, draped with clouds like a heavenly scene. The floating island had no simple palace, though. What was there was a city, and it was clearly a super shelter. But Han Sen did not see a single human there in the shelter. There were far more spirits than creatures residing there, as well. The scariest thing was that the spirits and creatures there were all remarkably strong. They weren't much weaker than Han Sen, which meant they were sacred blood creatures and royal spirits at the very least. When they saw the woman, they all bowed. They all either greatly admired her or feared her. They were curious about the person sitting next to her, Han Sen. They inquisitively guessed who he might be, and what sort of person would be allowed to tag along so casually. Han Sen followed the woman to the spirit hall of the shelter, and she sat down on the throne there. Han Sen looked around him and saw that there were no other chairs. So, he stood. Not long after, Han Sen saw a number of powerful spirits enter the hall. Every spirit that walked in had a life force equivalent to that of the red cricket. That meant the entrants of the hall were at least king class in caliber. But they were all clad in gray cloaks, obscuring their faces. When the spirits arrived, all of them bowed before the woman. And politely, they all bid her, "Greetings, my master." Then they split up and stood at both ends of the hall. Not long after, both sides of the hall were skirted with a large number of these spirits. There were 20 to 30 king-class spirits. Han Sen was shocked seeing them, as they all appeared to be of the same visual distinction. Han Sen's senses told him that their bodies and energy were all very similar. It could have been a family of spirits, for all he knew, like the Dark Spirit tribe. Maybe she really isn't human. Otherwise, how does she rule and preside over such a large and powerful family? Han Sen thought this entire scenario was strange. But still, despite repeated readings of the woman, she still seemed human to him. The 20 to 30 king spirits all turned to look at Han Sen, then. It was obvious they thought his presence there was strange. Fortunately, Han Sen had been in similar situations in the past. The king spirits were all very strong, but they didn't scare him. He continued to stand where he was unfazed. Bauer looked around in curiosity. If Han Sen didn't hold her tight, she'd squirm free and head for the spirit statue. "Is everyone present?" the woman asked, scanning the lines of spirits. "Master, aside from Ghost Moon, all are present." A spirit to her left politely informed her. "Why is Ghost Moon absent?" the woman asked with a frown. The spirit said, "You asked us to borrow something from outer sky. I sent Ghost Moon there." The woman nodded and responded, "Then there is no need to wait for her. I have something to announce. From now on, he is our priest of Elysium Shelter." When the woman said this, all the spirits around looked shocked. "Master, we can't do that. The priest has always been chosen from within our tribe. How can you allow an outsider to accept such a distinguished role?" "Master, I see a bronze light in him. He is a creature with a bronze geno core. How can he be our priest?" The entire spirit hall was kicked into a frenzy as the spirits all begged and pleaded for their mistress to recall her decree. They all went down on the floor, too, to underline their sincerity. Only Han Sen remained on his feet. Han Sen was frozen, and he didn't even know what the role of priest would mean. And while it sounded like something of power and import, he wasn't planning on sticking around this place. But, quite obviously, whether he became a priest or not wasn't Han Sen's call to make, so he decided to remain quiet and just watch. He was going to see how things unfolded first. Master, Ghost Moon is a far better candidate than this creature. She is a much greater choice, the spirit to her left said. There is nothing for any of you to say. My mind on this matter is settled. Return at once. The woman cared little for their pleading, and she gestured with her hand for them to leave her be. After that, the spirits turned to leave. They looked awfully upset, but they did not dare disrespect the mistress they had pledged allegiance to. Their eyes swept across Han Sen in simmering anger. When the king's spirits had all vacated the hall, and the door was shut, Han Sen bore a wry smile. I'm just a human with a bronze geno core. I don't think I can do much for you. Why not just select a strong one of them to be your priest? The woman coldly said, I have my reasons for selecting you. Just play your part. I'm afraid of being too weak to accomplish that which you desire of me. Han Sen looked bitter. The woman suddenly smiled. She actually looked quite beautiful, and it stilled Han Sen's heart instantly. Well, perhaps you need some motivation. If you do perform poorly, I will have your head. The woman said this with that same smile. I didn't say I could do this. But you're forcing me to commit to all this, and now you're threatening to cut my head off if I fail. It's not fair. Han Sen tried to debate with her. It's not fair because I am stronger than you. That's a good enough reason for you to do anything I tell you, the woman said. Fine. Han Sen said no more, and he was willing to accept his role as the priest, given the circumstances. At least tell me what this role requires of me, first. If it's for me to go out and kill super creatures, then I can't help you there, Han Sen said. The woman smiled, we don't need you to kill super creatures. The priest of Elysium Shelter only has one task, and it should be easy. The woman then turned to look at Bauer on Han Sen's shoulder. And what would that be? Han Sen did not want to talk. It's to teach and take care of Elysium's holy child, the woman said, slowly. Elysium's child, is that your son? How old is he? Han Sen's mind was hit with a barrage of questions he wanted answers for. The woman looked straight at him. I just told you, it's Elysium's child. The spirits you saw were all children of the Elysium family. You must teach their latest. But I'm not a teacher, and I've never taught anyone anything. And I most certainly haven't taught spirits. Han Sen didn't think this was a good mission to be given. The spirits did not want him to be the priest, and they already hated him. Even if they did accept him in the role, it wasn't as if Han Sen wanted this task. Again, I'll cut your head off if you fail to be a decent teacher. The woman reinstated her threat, and it was as effective as it had been the first time. There was nothing Han Sen could say. He couldn't decline. He simply followed the woman out of the hall until he was told to enter a building located in the garden. You will teach him in this garden. Remember what will happen if you fail, the woman said coldly. Where is he? Let me see him. There was nothing else Han Sen could do, so he had to roll his sleeves up and get to teaching as well as he could, as soon as he could. The holy child is here, the woman said, looking across the garden. Han Sen looked in the same direction. His eyes opened wide in disbelief as he said, he is the holy child. Han Sen expected the holy child of the Elysium would have been just that, a child. He had a lot of experience babysitting, all things considered. But when he looked at what the woman was indicating, it wasn't a person from Elysium he was seeing. In fact, it wasn't even a spirit. Han Sen saw a stone that was around 10 feet tall. He initially believed it to be a fake mountain, often seen in such gardens as decorations. Taking a closer look, he noticed a drawing on the rock. The drawing featured a woman standing on a bridge with an umbrella. It was raining in the picture, and only the woman's back was seen. While you could not see her face, her posture suggested she was a woman of some elegance. Are you telling me she is the holy child? Where is she? Han Sen didn't believe what his mind was trying to tell him, so he asked the woman for clarification. The woman was able to read Han Sen, though, and she said, it is just as you are thinking. That drawing is the holy child. The drawing itself, the actual drawing is the holy child. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura and scanned the rock. There was no life force, so even if it had been alive, it was now dead. Not bad, the woman said, quite seriously. You can return to the Alliance, if you wish. It's best to be prepared. Bring back some famous books and try to get her to think, behave, and believe she is a human. If you teach her well, these are yours to keep. If you fail, your head will be mine to keep. After that, the woman brought out the crocodile scissors and gave them to Han Sen. But, Han Sen wished to say something, but she had already turned around and left the garden. **T. Are you crazy? I have to teach a drawing. Does this rock have ears? Can she hear me? Han Sen said, disheartened. Who suggested I cannot hear anything? Suddenly, the rock sounded with the voice of a woman. Han Sen jumped. He stared at the stone with his Dongshuan aura, but noted it still appeared lifeless. Are you talking to me? Han Sen looked at the stone in disbelief and directed his question to the drawing of the woman. Is there anyone else here? The voice really was coming from the rock, but Han Sen could not see any changes in the drawing. Han Sen said something, but she didn't reply. Hey, are you still there? Han Sen asked this a few times, but he didn't hear her voice again. Weird, am I hearing things? Han Sen felt very strange. Regardless, he leaned in closer to check the painting on the rock with a keener inspection. But Han Sen knew the rock and the drawing were special, that much was for sure. And Han Sen now knew why the woman had asked him to teach the painting. Han Sen could not run off or shirk this duty. So, he decided to return to the Alliance and find a few books he could read to her. After that sentence he first heard, though, he never did hear her speak again. The woman wouldn't let Han Sen leave the garden, and so he was stuck there having to read a book to the drawing of the woman. When he wasn't doing that, he spent some time practicing his Jideskin and Dongshuan Sutra so he could get the crystal core and bulwark umbrella back. Han Sen did not focus on the woman with green clothes in the painting, actually. Before long, he spent most of his time playing with Bauer and practicing. It was not like he did not want to teach, but reading in front of a lifeless stone or painting felt silly. He thought he was overqualified for something as simple as that. The woman could get any old books and any old spirit to read to them diligently, she didn't explicitly need Han Sen for that. And the spirits wouldn't be as lazy as him, either. Fortunately, the woman hadn't come looking for him. So, Han Sen was free to be as lazy as he wanted to be. Her surprising absence was almost as if she had forgotten about him being there. Han Sen ended up staying there for half a month, and aside from the painting, he did not see another living soul. I hope Ling Meier is safe. I don't want her to get tricked by Spirit 13. Even with Han Sen's desire to help her, he was unable to do anything for her right then. After practicing Jideskin and the Dongshuan Sutra, Han Sen had nothing to do. He summoned Taya to practice Six Paths Heart Sword technique. Heart Sword wasn't really about attacking power or physical strength. This technique, in particular, boiled down to your heart and your mind. Han Sen loved the skill, but his practice with it was not going well, at first. Han Sen thought the problem lay in the Six Paths Sword. Six Paths could use Heart Sword because he was talented, and his Geno Core Six Paths Sword was a perfect match with Heart Sword. Han Sen did not have the Six Paths Geno Core. If he wanted to master Heart Sword, doing so without it would be difficult. But Han Sen did not plan to learn Heart Sword like Six Paths. He wanted to use Heart Sword to make his faith stronger and to find a way to look into himself. He wanted to understand himself more and become one with his true self. Although Heart Sword was from Six Paths, Han Sen could use it differently due to the differences in their personalities. He and Six Paths were opposites. Six Paths was a perfectionist, and nothing could leave a mark on his heart. He was even willing to destroy his Emperor Geno Core due to it not being perfect. But Han Sen had been through a lot, and he couldn't just let things go easily. Heart Sword was based on the fortitude of your heart. The usage of that skill could be completely different, depending on who performed it. Six Paths, when using Heart Sword, made others obey him. He got others to want to throw themselves onto his sword. But when Han Sen used it, it was different. If people saw it, they'd be provoked. Han Sen could not control it. It came from who he was, it was reflective of his beliefs. He never gave up, even when the going was tough and the chances of success were slim. When that faith was put into the sword, it defined his style. His performance of the technique would only change if his personality was somehow altered. This technique is good, what's its name? As Han Sen practiced, the woman's voice came from the rock again. You're familiar with using a sword? Han Sen looked at the green-clothed woman in the painting. Seeing your sword skills, I understand enough. The voice sounded from the stone again. If you would like to learn this, I can teach you. Han Sen eyed the woman in the painting. I have already learned it, the woman in the drawing said. You learned this skill by watching me, Han Sen said, with an intonation that suggested he did not believe her. The woman on the painting reverted back to silence, but Han Sen noticed that she started to move across the canvas of the painting. The rock had become something like a television, and in the rainy scene depicted, the woman closed her umbrella. Then, she showcased Heart Sword to him, using the closed umbrella as a weapon. Han Sen was frozen. She used Heart Sword perfectly, in a complete one recreation of his own performance of it. Her reenactment of his talent with Heart Sword captured every emotion. Ah, but you're just copying what I did. That doesn't mean you've properly learned it. Han Sen didn't look that surprised, though, when her showcase of the skillset came to a close. Heart Sword was powerful because of one's faith and mind. It changed depending on the user. What the woman had done was copy Han Sen, and she seemed happy enough with that performance to declare it was something she had learned. The woman in the painting was not Han Sen, though. She didn't have his personality. After seeing his Heart Sword once, and then being able to reenact the performance with pinpoint accuracy, she had only displayed that she had an incredible knack for copying others and not much else. What's the difference? The woman in the painting asked coldly. Han Sen thought about the answer he could give, and then told her, it doesn't matter how well you copy someone, because at the end of the day, it isn't of your own doing. The path to learning Heart Sword depends on your actual heart. Right now, there's no element of you in the skill. Even if you can cast it, it doesn't mean you have actually learned it. And what does learning it constitute? The woman asked. If you can use your own faith to cast it, that is what constitutes learning it, Han Sen explained. The woman stopped talking, then. Han Sen waited for a response, and eventually asked a question of his own. She did not answer this, either. She had gone back to being a silent, motionless object. Does that mean only powerful skills can snare her attention? Han Sen thought to himself. As Han Sen was mulling this, someone entered the garden. Han Sen was shocked. He had been there for half a month, and this was the first time a spirit had approached him. He thought it was a woman, due to the shape of her body, but he couldn't be 100% certain. She was wearing a gray cloak that obscured her face. You are the new priest? The spirit asked, looking right at Han Sen. Only her eyes could be seen, and they gleamed with a mean streak. Yes, Han Sen answered. How were you able to achieve this position? The female spirit asked. It's not something I wanted. Your mistress has forced me into this position, and I had no choice but to abide. Han Sen had experienced a lot, and he could immediately tell she was upset that he had become the priest. She was probably here to cause trouble. 3 months. If you can't make the Holy Child revive and speak a single word in 3 months, I, Ghost Moon, will replace you. Not even the master can stop this. The female spirit said this to Han Sen with absolute sincerity. It was a threat, and there was no way to interpret her words differently. Han Sen looked at Ghost Moon as she walked away, and then asked, is it difficult to make the drawing speak? Ever since the last priest, Ghost Sword from 6,000 years ago, none have been able to make the Holy Child speak. I will be the next one. I will be the next priest to make the Holy Child talk. After Ghost Moon said this, she left. Han Sen didn't even have the chance to respond. Getting her to speak a few words is not that difficult. The Holy Child might not be very talkative, but there's no way she didn't say a single word in 6,000 years. She's already spoken a few sentences to me, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen hadn't shown her any other skills in case she might steal them. He didn't think showing her new moves was necessary, either. It would actually be a good thing if Ghost Moon replaced him in 3 months. Perhaps then he could leave. Han Sen was worrying a lot about Ling Meier. He asked Moment Queen to seek her out in the underworld, and help her out in any way she could. Moment Queen was still fairly weak, however. She only had a bronze Geno core, but it was good that at heart, Moment Queen was a completely different person than Ling Meier. Moment Queen was sneaky, conniving, and always trying to trick people. She could definitely sniff out any conspiracies that were working against Ling Meier. Ling Meier also had the Black and White Snake King for protection. All she really needed was some experience and a half-working brain. A day later, Moment Queen used her mind to reply. She had already found her Ling mare and earned her trust. The two were staying in mask shelter. Bauer was initially curious and enjoyed playing in the garden, but after a few days, she didn't like being there. Han Sen wanted to take her back to the Alliance, and since Ji Yanran was going on vacation with Little Flower, Han Sen decided to accompany them. It was a family trip, with Bauer, Zero, and Ji Yanran. Little Flower was able to walk by now, but he was a rather quiet child. Still, he sat on the air cushion while he played with Bauer. Han Sen, Ji Yanran, and Zero sat beneath a tree. They were chatting merrily while eating food and watching the leaves fall. They were on Rainflower Planet. This was the season where all the flowers bloomed, and it was not uncommon for many visitors to come and observe the flowers and watch them blossom. Han Sen had heard about this before, but it was only now, being there, that he was able to truly understand and appreciate the beauty of that place. There was a cheerful mood in the family, and Han Sen and Ji Yanran found themselves getting nostalgic in remembrance of their past in the academy. But suddenly, a man in a suit seemed to be approaching them. They looked at him. Most people there wore casual clothing and sat beneath individual trees to mind their own business. But this man was walking straight their way. He was obviously going to them. "Hi, I am Wang Gukai. I work for demigod Qiuming. Mr. Qiuming will come here soon, and he is very fond of this spot. Give me a price and I will buy this spot." While the man sounded polite, there was an undercurrent of intimidation in his words. Han Sen looked around. Rainflower Planet had rainflower trees all across it. There were countless places to watch the blossoming of the trees, from the plains to the mountains. There was no particular need for them to relinquish their position. Han Sen checked the man out and coldly told him, "There are many other places here to sit. Demigod Qiuming doesn't have to sit here, does he?" Wang Gukai maintained his composed demeanor and replied, "You misunderstand me. Demigod Qiuming likes the quiet. So, it was our hope we could provide him a pleasant environment to view the flowers in tranquil solace." Han Sen looked around and noticed many other workers around them, probably asking all the other visitors to vacate the area. Some visitors were obliging and moving, while others stood up to argue. Most people were inclined to move, however, out of respect for the man being a demigod. Wang Gukai carried on, hoping to convince Han Sen. "I hope you can understand. We are willing to pay you any price you name. Forget it, let's go." "I don't want to stay here if that's the case," Ji Yanran said. Han Sen nodded. They were out there to relax, and there was no need for them to have an argument. What was most important to them, on that day, was keeping their spirits high. There were many other places to view the flowers, so there was no need to fight with the dogs, as Han Sen thought of them. It'd only damage his image. Han Sen and Ji Yanran were about ready to move, but before they packed their things, they suddenly heard some arguing. Han Sen and Ji Yanran looked over and saw a young couple arguing with one of the workers, just like Wang Gukai. The wife was sitting on the ground crying, while the husband was standing, yelling at the worker with red eyes. "What's wrong with you people? I told you my wife is pregnant and can't move much. How can you ask us to move in this condition?" The worker coldly responded, "Kid, do you want to be an enemy of demigod Qiuming? So, what, can they do as they please? We're not moving, not for any price. Get lost." The young man had gotten really riled up. The worker was getting annoyed by the reluctance, so he spoke to a machine. Then, many of the other workers came over to that spot, pulling the family away from their spot. Han Sen frowned, seeing this. Ji Yanran ran up to that kerfuffle and shouted, "What's wrong with you people? Is this how you treat a pregnant woman?" Wang Gukai stopped Ji Yanran going any closer and frowned. He said, "This is none of your business. If I were you, I'd step away and simply leave. Especially when you're stepping on the toes of a demigod. So, demigods are still average citizens. They can't subvert the system." Ji Yanran pushed him out of her way and continued forward to the hassled couple. "What's wrong? Demigod Qiuming will be here soon. You lot are still arguing." A middle-aged man approached them on a flying chair. He was frowning a lot. "Boss, there's an incident. There's a couple refusing to sell their spot," Wang Gukai said. "Give them whatever they want, just get them gone." The middle-aged man looked annoyed. "The young couple said they don't want money," Wang Gukai said. The young husband said, "Your money can't do anything. I don't want your stinky money." When the middle-aged man heard this, he smirked. "We respect you enough to offer you money for moving. The whole of Rainflower Planet belongs to me, Zhou Changlong. I can throw you out without giving you a dime." Ji Yanran was upset seeing their mistreatment. Even if the planet does belong to you, you've charged the visitors here. You can't kick them out. My place, my rules. You can sue me if you don't like it, but not right now. You need to get a move on, Zhou Changlong coldly told her. And what if I don't go? Ji Yanran responded, equally cold. If you are unwilling to move, then I'll simply force you out. Zhou Changlong waved his hand. Then, some workers approached Ji Yanran, while more came for the young couple. Han Sen wanted to laugh, unsure who this Zhou Changlong clown was. The fact that the man didn't know who Ji Yanran was told Han Sen one thing: this guy wasn't as big as he was making himself out to be. The real big players would know who Ji Yanran was. If he didn't know she was the president of President Ji, they should at least know she was the wife of Han Sen. Han Sen wasn't going to let his wife get bullied, however. So, he grabbed one of the workers' arms and immediately dislocated the man's shoulder. One step, one person. After a dozen steps, a dozen workers were writhing on the ground in agony. Do you have any idea who you are assaulting? Zhou Changlong did not seem surprised, and he laughed. Your people. Han Sen smiled. Zhou Changlong pointed at the workers and said, young people are very reckless. If I were you, I'd run. If demigod Qiuming was here and saw his brother-in-law getting threatened like this, not even the likes of President Ji could save you. So, you are demigod Qiuming's uncle. Han Sen thought about what he said and knew what he was implying. Han Sen wasn't stupid. Others wouldn't say something like this. He realized Zhou Changlong was talking about himself. Not bad. Zhou Changlong coldly continued, you still want to go through with this? Han Sen laughed. Did you say even President Ji couldn't quell Qiuming's wrath? Yeah, have you got something to say about that? Zhou Changlong said, with a face of twisted pride. No problem. Qiuming does seem powerful, but my wife is, too. If she's angry, even President Ji would be afraid. Han Sen laughed. What nonsense are you trying to sell me? Zhou Changlong looked at Han Sen with disdain. Han Sen and Ji Yanran were very young themselves, and he believed them to be surpassers at best. It's true, a voice rung out from afar, as an old man came down from the hills. Brother-in-law. Zhou Changlong greeted the old man with a smile. Pat. The old man slapped Zhou Changlong across the face. His face immediately started to swell up, and his men froze in place. Brother-in-law, why did you hit me? Zhou Changlong stared at the old man, one hand pressed against his sore face. The old man said darkly, yes, I only hit you this time. Next time, I'll kill you. It's better than being killed by the others, ruining my reputation, and embarrassing your sister. You can be a bad man all you please, but don't be a stupid one. Do you not know the daughter of President Ji and the super aristocrat when they're standing before you? That is Han Sen and Ji Yanran. Zhou Changlong's face changed to one of disbelief. How many times have I told you? You can be bad, yes, but you need to know the faces of those you insult. I asked you to remember all the important people in the alliance, and you don't even know these two prominent figures. DMNU. After saying this, the old man slapped Zhou Changlong's other cheek until it was swollen. Brother-in-law. Zhou Changlong had once looked cruel and important to the assembly there, but before that old man, he was terrified. The old man simply ignored him, and then walked towards Han Sen. He eyed the young man up and down, and with each step, he looked as if he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders. Ji Yanran herself felt there was a monumental power approaching them. Han Sen stepped in front of Ji Yanran, and then that power was gone. She frowned. Qiuming, your brother-in-law did something wrong. Are you going to take it out on us? Qiuming, as he approached, responded coldly, I will correct him when he does bad deeds. But I can't allow him to be bullied by others, either. It's no wonder you two are from Angel Gene. You're both rotten, Ji Yanran said angrily. Qiuming still held himself in a manner that suggested he was superior by default. Because of President Ji, I won't kill him. But I need him to know, like any dog should, that he should respect the whip of a master. Dear, be careful. Qiuming has been a demigod for a long time. He might have a gemstone geno core, Ji Yanran warned Han Sen in a hushed voice. Han Sen nodded. He had heard about Qiuming when he was researching demigods. He was not from the Zhou family, but for some reason, he was allowed to join Angel Gene. He was as mean a person as one could be. Zhou Changlong, who had just been slapped, now looked happy again. Brother-in-law, teach that *SSHOLE a lesson. Who cares if they are the daughter and son-in-law of the president? Han Sen watched Qiuming quietly approach, initially believing him to be bluffing. As he walked, an armor of sorts appeared on his body. It looked sturdier than a mountain, and this mountain was coming close. An earth element Geno core. Interesting, Han Sen said as he watched the old man approach. Qiuming didn't respond. He just quickened his pace and came towards Han Sen like an armored train. The power he wielded looked as if it could sunder mountains. Han Sen didn't plan to dodge the attack, though. He simply threw his fist forward to meet with Qiuming's. Kill him, Zhou Changlong yelled to the sky, seeing Han Sen raise his fist towards his brother-in-law. He knew the power Qiuming possessed, and he knew his Geno core was gemstone class. It was called heavy earth armor. When he battled the Shura, his armor was strong enough to block blasts from their Sun-class battleships without breaking. Qiuming had the highest defense in all the alliance, and yet, Han Sen hadn't been a demigod for very long. Taking a bash from the heavy earth armor should have been enough to crush every bone in his body. Qiuming frowned. He only wanted to teach the punk a lesson, not kill him. Angel Gene and Han Sen had long been enemies. And while things might have been different in the sanctuaries, he wasn't allowed to kill Han Sen in the alliance. With Han Sen not dodging his bash, Qiuming was set up to do serious damage. It also reinforced his belief in Han Sen's arrogance. You think I won't dare hurt you? I'm going to cripple you. The Ji family won't be able to save you now. Qiuming's eyes flashed with murder, and he came at Han Sen's fist with greater force. Boom! The fist collided with the armor, and Qiuming's train-like body came to a full stop as if he had rammed head-first into an impenetrable wall. As the people surrounding the conflict watched, everything came to a standstill. Their ears rang with the simple sound of silence, as their eyes told them something most stunning. It hadn't ended yet, though. The armor Han Sen had thrown his fist at began to web with countless cracks. Pang! The heavy earth armor that could protect its wearer from Sun-class battleship blast shattered, crumbling to the ground in pieces. Zhou Changlong watched in shock as Qiuming's body went flying far away. He broke through 8 rainflower trees on his descent, then began heaving blood. In my eyes, dogs are dogs. The only difference is their sizes. Big or small, there are no masters, Han Sen said coldly. Then, he left with Little Flower and Ji Yanran. Zhou Changlong and all the workers were in shock. Qiuming had a godlike strength in their eyes, and they couldn't believe what Han Sen had done to him in a single punch. The young couple were in shock, too, and they swiftly followed after Han Sen. Han Sen, we knew you were the first super aristocrat in the alliance, but I didn't suspect you could destroy a demigod like that with such ease. You were able to take him down in a single punch. You are so strong. The young couple spoke to Han Sen with fervent excitement, as the first-hand viewing of that punch instantly brightened their mood. Why is he so strong? Is it because I don't have a super Geno core? But he didn't even use one to break my heavy earth armor. Qiuming gritted his teeth as he lifted himself off the ground. His face looked pale as he watched Han Sen quietly walking away. Qiuming hadn't expected Han Sen's fitness to have developed far faster than his Geno core had. His body far exceeded what his Geno core was capable of, and if he had used his Geno cores, the attack wouldn't have been half as devastating. Discovering the sanctuaries has allowed humans to acquire superpowers. While that is most certainly good, there are downsides to this. It has given humanity a freedom of possibilities, and this unlimited wealth of possibilities has resulted in many believing they are above the law. Ji Yanran was discussing this with Han Sen as she flew the airship home. Demigods aren't gods. If they want to properly be above everyone, they'll need to upgrade to god status first, Han Sen said calmly. Speaking of gods, Han Sen's mind returned to the god that was said to have tricked Dawn. Han Sen wondered if it really was simply a creature from the 5th sanctuary. Han Sen went to relax, and although there had been trouble, it was behind him. Getting comfy again didn't take long. Back in the sanctuary, he was still bound to the garden and his duty in it. Let's see if this sword skill is right. Upon arriving in the garden, the woman displayed on the stone immediately began speaking to Han Sen. This was the first time she had instigated a discussion. Han Sen was surprised to hear her speak so soon. He looked at the rock and watched the woman close her green umbrella and begin casting a new technique. She cast Heart Sword, but it was different. It wasn't a copy of his like last time. It looked very sad, and it tugged at the heartstrings of those who saw it. Fortunately, Han Sen had the fortitude and resolve to keep himself from shedding tears, but if it was a woman who was watching, he wagered they'd be crying their eyes out at the sight. You have sorrow in your heart. Tell me what ails it and perhaps I can help you. When the green-clothed woman finished, Han Sen let out a long sigh. The green-haired woman did not respond. She opened her umbrella and stood on a bridge. Rain was falling in the scene depicted, and she stood facing away from Han Sen. Over the next few days, she did not talk. So, Han Sen used this time to finish rebuilding his crystal core and bulwark umbrella. Perhaps he was mistaken, but Han Sen felt that the new crystal core and bulwark umbrella were stronger than they had been before. After a while, the woman he hadn't seen for a while finally returned. She appeared in the garden, looking the same as she always did. Almost nothing could tarnish her starched image. Sometimes, Han Sen took to wondering how old she might have been. He theorized she might have made a wish like Dawn did, to that god, in the hopes of becoming immortal. But Uncle Bug told him the woman and the elder from the Ning family hadn't made a wish. They were the only two of the 7th team that didn't. There was something Han Sen still didn't understand. If Han Jinji had entered the sanctuaries after joining Blood Legion, that meant he already knew about the sanctuaries when he encountered that god. He should have known it wasn't real. Furthermore, why did he make a wish? Ghost Moon came looking for me. She wants to replace you. You have 2 months left. If you cannot wake her up, you will be relieved of this task and she will be made the new priest, the woman said. If she can be the priest, why not let her? Han Sen said. The woman laughed. I did tell you I'd cut your head off if you failed, didn't I? If you're still not producing results in the next 2 months, watch your neck. Han Sen felt depressed. He was hoping Ghost Moon would replace him so he could get off scot-free. It seemed the woman was very reluctant to let him go. To grow a better holy child, I have a request, Han Sen told the woman. Go on, tell me. The woman sounded fairly interested. I was hoping I might use the Geno core storage of this shelter, Han Sen said, after spending a moment deliberating whether or not he should ask. The woman was not keen on letting him go, but he did want some form of liberty and freedom. If he was allowed to enter the Geno core storage, he could leave the garden. And that meant he could escape for a time. What does the Geno core storage have to do with you being able to look after the holy child? The woman asked. If I am too weak, how can I effectively teach her? There is nowhere else I can grow my talents right now, but I can do that in Geno core storage, Han Sen explained. The woman nodded. Okay, but remember, you have 2 months left. If the holy child has yet to awaken, your head belongs to me. I'll try my best. Han Sen was happy. The woman seemed to not know the green-clothed woman had spoken to Han Sen on a number of occasions, and since his task was effectively complete, he had nothing to worry about. After she was gone, Han Sen walked out of the garden. The guards did not prohibit his passage, and he was able to go straight to the Geno core storage. In the Elysium Shelter's Spirit Hall, the woman was lounging on the throne. There was a mirror in front of it, and the image of Han Sen was there. Interesting. He made the holy child speak. He really is that old liar Han Jinji's heir. He is a very good liar himself, especially to women. The woman was talking to herself, having watched Han Sen's every movement with the device. Han Sen prepared to enter the Geno core storage with his bulwark umbrella. He wanted to get first place with that now, so he could reinforce it 9 times. When he practiced his Dongshuan Sutra, he felt as if he had achieved some sort of breakthrough. It might have suggested the bulwark umbrella would be silver soon, so he couldn't miss out on the opportunity of reinforcing it before that occurred. The woman watched Han Sen use the bulwark umbrella in the Geno core storage. She looked at him strangely. An umbrella Geno core, it looks so similar to the Holy Child's Geno core. Is that just a coincidence? Han Sen entered the Geno core storage and began testing the umbrella before the Rockman. The woman turned the mirror off, as it could only keep an eye on Han Sen while he was in the sanctuary. With him in the Geno core storage, she was unable to see him. Master, the ranking on the Bronze Geno core storage leaderboards have changed. Another Bronze Geno core leapfrogged to first place, an Elysium spirit informed her. A new Geno core has immediately reached first place again. Is this world truly changing? The woman frowned, and then asked the spirit, which Geno core reached the top. The spirit answered, Master, it was a Geno core called Bulwark Umbrella. It even managed to displace 6 paths, which now sits at second place. Bulwark, umbrella. A weird look fell across the woman's face. She retreated into her thoughts. An umbrella Geno core. Is that just a coincidence? Bulwark umbrella reaching the top sent another shockwave across the fourth god's sanctuary. Everyone was talking about it. The umbrella hadn't been the sole achiever of this, as a few others had been able to reach first place on their debut. The higher-ups of the fourth god's sanctuary were starting to feel squeezed. Does this mean we're at the dawn of a new era? So many powerful Geno cores are coming into existence now. This is a frightful time we live in. All the spirits felt like this. They were scared. However, no one except for Six Paths knew that all the Geno cores, so terrifying to the spirits and creatures, belonged to Han Sen. And he still had his coin Geno core, which had yet to show up. Han Sen did not want his coin Geno core up there, as it was recognizable to humans. He did not worry too much about the umbrella's presence there, though. And within the next month, he guessed that it might reach the silver level, too. That meant he wouldn't have to fight with it to keep up appearances and maintain the quota. Aside from Six Paths, he didn't think anyone would actually challenge his bulwark umbrella, anyway. And just as Han Sen thought about this, it happened. Six Paths sent Han Sen a challenge request. He ignored it, however. If he leveled up to silver class in the time frame he expected to, he didn't need to accept any fights. With his task done, Han Sen left the Geno core storage. Venturing down a street in Elysium Shelter, Han Sen noticed how strong all the spirits and creatures were there. Han Sen scanned as many as he could with his Dongshuan aura, and he knew right then and there that he'd have no hope of making an escape if they were to follow on his heels. He returned to the garden, and he found the woman reclining on a lawn chair. "I am glad to see your bulwark umbrella has reached first place." She addressed him before Han Sen could even say hello. Han Sen knew how to hide things well, so his facial expression didn't even move. He asked, "What umbrella?" The woman hadn't expected him to confess. "You are a little different than that old liar Han Jinji. I'll admit I may have underestimated you." "What do you mean?" Han Sen blinked. "That man lies just the same, but at least you are able to teach the holy child. If you can wake her up, the crocodile scissors are yours. And your freedom will be returned to you as well." After saying this, the woman got up and left. "It sounds like she can watch my every move. She must have seen me entering the Geno core storage with my umbrella. But there's no way she can tell for certain that I was the one who took first place, is there?" Han Sen frowned, and he proceeded to think, if she saw me enter the Geno core storage with the umbrella, she must be able to watch me here in the garden. And if she sees the garden, she must have heard the woman in the painting talk to me. It's strange how she never said anything about that. Maybe for her to wake up, it will require more than for the lady to just speak. Han Sen didn't think she'd expose things freely. Perhaps this was a way in which the woman was telling Han Sen that the talking bit wasn't enough, and he'd need to do more. In that case, how can I get her to wake up? Han Sen wondered to himself. Han Sen went to the stone and spoke to it. Again, there was no reply, and so he just gave up and went back to practicing with Taya. Han Sen could put his faith into performing the technique, but for him to achieve the proficiency of Six Paths, he had a long way to go. Without the Six Paths Sword Geno core, the workload and difficulty were much higher. But Han Sen was just shooting the breeze, and his practice might prompt the woman on the stone to speak. Han Sen put his whole focus into the skill. Heart Sword required a lot of faith, and he had to remain as concentrated as possible. When he finished, he looked at the stone again. She hadn't shown any response. She was still standing on that bridge, facing away from him. "Her body is good, but I wonder what her face looks like," Han Sen said. Due to there being a heavy rain, her face had still been partially obscured when she performed the technique for him before. He still hadn't had a chance to see her properly. After that, the mad voice of a woman rang out from the rock. "How dare you judge a woman like that? You are clearly nothing good." Just as Han Sen sought to reply, the umbrella in her hand began to spin like a pinwheel. As it spun, it produced the image of a black hole that seemed to exert a tangible magnetic effect. Han Sen immediately felt a strange power grab hold of him, summoning him ever closer to that hole in the stone. Han Sen couldn't escape it, and he found himself thrown against the rock. He didn't feel pain, though. When he was thrown against the stone, it felt as if he had been thrown into water. More accurately, Han Sen had been drawn into the canvas that was the stone. He was now inside the painting. Han Sen had touched the rock in the painting before, and it was unmistakably solid. Having now entered it, he felt very strange. He looked around, and just as the image had depicted, it was raining. But he was also able to see many things he couldn't from the previously 2D representation of the painting. There was a small river with a stone house nearby. The stone bridge he frequently saw was in front of Han Sen, and there stood the woman, just like she always had. In that rain, the woman looked towards Han Sen. The rain was heavy, but even though Han Sen could not see her face clearly, he could tell she was mad. There's a world inside the painting. Is the painted rock a Geno core? Han Sen asked the woman. The green-clothed woman did not speak. She merely clutched the umbrella tightly and began walking towards him. Han Sen was then able to see her face. She looked very pretty, but at this point in time, she looked very angry as well. The face also seemed familiar to Han Sen. There are many pretty women in the world, but the prettiest one had to be the mystic woman. The face of the woman before him was the very same as hers. Even her eyes and her eyebrows were the same as the mystic woman's. For all intents and purposes, they were identical. Are you playing with me? Han Sen frowned, looking at the green-clothed woman. The green-clothed woman did not respond, and she merely used her umbrella like a sword. Then, she cast Heart Sword, the technique she had learned from Han Sen. The skill's performance flowed like water, driven through a passion of hatred and overwhelming sadness. Han Sen used Taya to block the umbrella, but it kept on coming at him. He had to keep stepping back, clearly at a disadvantage. Han Sen wondered, after seeing her performance, whether the mystic woman used a sword too. Regardless, she was obscenely powerful. He had even witnessed her slaying mighty super creatures in a single strike. She was far stronger than Han Sen, whatever the case might have been. The green-clothed woman used Heart Sword, but her speed and power were definitely inferior to the mystic woman's abilities. Her power was comparable to Han Sen's, and performance-wise, you wouldn't think she and the mystic woman were the same person. The green-clothed woman kept on attacking, though, not giving Han Sen the opportunity to catch his breath. Han Sen used Taya and attacked back with his own Heart Sword. It was different than the green-clothed woman's Heart Sword. Han Sen's display of the skill was strong. There were rhythm and order to it all, despite it also looking like he was messing around. He struck at her during every crucial opportunity he was offered, catching her by complete surprise every time. The green-clothed woman boxed Han Sen into a corner on a number of occasions. But in every single instance of this, he was able to slip away and send her reeling into a dangerous spot of her own. Not long after, she realized she was the one at a disadvantage. She was being suppressed by Han Sen. She wanted to fight back, but Han Sen was always there. Seeing her sword skills getting suppressed, she found it more and more difficult to maintain her combination of hatred and sadness. Are you that woman? Han Sen was the one with the advantage now, and so he was in the position to ask questions. When Han Sen said this, though, he noticed it wasn't a very good question. He didn't even know what the woman's name was, after all. Phrasing such a question, in the heat of such a moment, wasn't easy to do. The green-clothed woman did not speak. She changed the skill she was employing via the umbrella into one he had never seen before. After that, the green-clothed woman regained her advantage. The tables had turned once more, and it was Han Sen who was being suppressed. This sword skill was very different than Heart Sword. This skill was so free, it was reminiscent of the clouds in the sky. It was impossible to determine how she would strike and from where. If Han Sen's skills were all predetermined and set, then the woman's skills were undefined and always changing. Her sword skills were so free. They looked complex and complicated, almost as if they were composed on the spot. But there was a thread of unity and clarity underlining it all, as if was not a random composition. She used this skill, whatever it was, very well. No matter how Han Sen struck, the woman was able to block each and every time. He thought he could break her attacks, but it looked surprisingly dangerous to risk it. This is so powerful. Who can have a brain that smart, one that can produce such a complicated skill? Han Sen was taken aback by her performance of this. Han Sen had mastered Heavenly Go and the Dongshuan Sutra, so he was very good at predicting the enemy. But seeing this skill now, even he was thrown for a loop. The constant changes in the skill were striking, and difficult to decipher and keep up with. The movements of this skill were never expected. Han Sen was losing, but he was not afraid. In fact, he was quite happy. He realized there weren't any other sword skills out there that were more suitable to him than this. With his Dongshuan Sutra and Heavenly Go, this skill was perfect for him. It'd be the exact sort of technique he'd need, one that could constantly change and flow. Han Sen waved Taya, not wanting to beat her. He just wanted to see how far and broad the changes of that skill could go. The skill didn't disappoint him. The possible alterations were endless and limitless. Han Sen kept on fighting her, and as he did so, he thought about the changes and possibilities. There were so many changes, Han Sen was unable to remember them all. He had to find the rule or algorithm that dictated the changes that were possible if he wanted to learn the skill properly and in secret. Han Sen watched her for so long, but this rule escaped him. He couldn't figure it out, and the constant changes made it seem as if she had combined every skill in the entire world into one. It was as if she was using every sword skill ever created. This is a good skill. Who could possibly be smart enough to create this technique? Han Sen admired it a lot. He didn't think the woman had made the skill herself because when he saw her use Heart Sword, she didn't look like a very generous person. This wasn't a matter of talent. If you weren't a generous being, you simply couldn't create a skill like this. Slash. The tip of the umbrella made contact with Han Sen. It produced a wound that bled. Good skill. What is the name of it? Who created it? Han Sen used Taya again to strike, and he risked his life to do it. It made the green-clothed woman, who thus far had the advantage, stagger back a little. It kept Han Sen in the game. Why, am I not capable of creating this? The green-clothed woman asked. Her hands did not stop moving, and her ever-changing sword skill went back to suppressing Han Sen. This is not a skill for women. Only a man with a generous heart could create something like this. Han Sen kept on swinging Taya to fend off the changing sword skill. When the green-clothed woman heard Han Sen say this, her face changed. The umbrella raged with powerful attacks now, more than ever. Han Sen was hit again, and the blood from the wound splashed his face. Under the constant barrage of attacks he was facing, this was the sixth strike that had nicked him. But Han Sen didn't feel much pain. He was more excited than ever. And it was then that, through the woman's blitzing rage, Han Sen saw a unifying thread that connected the entire skill. This woman definitely didn't create this sword skill. If she had, she wouldn't be using it so angrily and allowing me to notice the unifying thread. Han Sen was happy to learn this. That being said, he noticed it was only one branch of the greater trunk of the skill. This thread, the particular moveset he was tracking, was like the starting point of a ball of twine. From this, Han Sen could unravel it all, bit by bit, and get to the core of what lay under the hood of the skill. But it wasn't easy, and the fight between sword and umbrella had cost Han Sen a lot of blood. Although the fight was going much better for the woman than it was for him, that didn't quell the fire of excitement that burned in his heart. And now, as the fight continued to rage, the secrets of her techniques unraveled. His understanding was increasing as they fought. It was very lucky for Han Sen to discover a skill that suited him so well, with his mastery of the Dongshuan Sutra and Heavenly Go. The Dongshuan Sutra and Heavenly Go weren't lethal attacks. They applied to the user's versatility and movement. Han Sen had always wanted to find a hyper-geno art that went well with these two techniques. Now, seeing this woman's skills, he giddily concluded that his desire was about to be fulfilled. Once he learned the skill, it would only require small modifications. After that, it'd fit his usage of the Dongshuan Sutra and Heavenly Go like a glove. It was like cooking, he thought. The Dongshuan Sutra and Heavenly Go were like cooking techniques that allowed for the preparation of delicious food. But to formulate a feast, you needed ingredients. You couldn't have a feast with just rice on offer. The woman's sword skill was a bounty of different ingredients, all of the highest quality. With the cooking skills of the Dongshuan Sutra and Heavenly Go, whatever he produced was sure to be momentous. Although the woman fought hard, he suspected there was a note of restraint in her movements. It didn't seem as if she wanted to kill him. If she explicitly wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have lasted against her with his unfinished heart sword. And if the woman had truly wanted Han Sen dead, he wouldn't have stuck to making use of heart sword, either. His double fly was not as complicated as her skill, but its simplicity meant he could fight and challenge her almost as an equal. The woman noticed Han Sen's simmering excitement as they fought, despite the injuries he had incurred. She was surprised, and his unexpected reaction made her anger subside a little. And then, all of a sudden, she noticed the sword skills Han Sen was employing had changed. The skills he was now using were similar to the ones she employed herself. The woman was shocked. He is practically making use of Ghost Sword. Ghost Sword Priest was the very first swordmaster of the Elysium. He spent 1,000 years crafting the basis of this technique, and he spent many more years modifying it further. When Ghost Sword Priest taught me, it took me an entire year just to get a handle on it. How is this human learning it so swiftly? The woman could not allow herself to believe Han Sen was actually using Ghost Sword, but after some time passed, the expression on her face became more and more complicated. She couldn't let herself believe that he was using Ghost Sword, but his moves had echoed her own for so long, it was unmistakably similar. Han Sen was replicating the woman's precise techniques shortly after she used them. To make things worse, she realized that Han Sen was not only copying her, but performing the very same skill to an even better degree. It wasn't that Han Sen had changed the core skill, it was just that when Han Sen used Ghost Sword, his timings were far more precise and his accuracy and precision were flawless. Han Sen had been losing, but when he started making use of her skill, he fared much better. They were locked in a stalemate, as far as she could tell. The woman was in absolute shock. She finally accepted that Han Sen was indeed using Ghost Sword and that this was something he had learned directly from her. Did you learn a sword skill such as this before our encounter? The woman asked Han Sen, leaping away from the fight. Kind of. Han Sen nodded. Han Sen had never actually learned Ghost Sword, of course, but he could replicate the primal essence of the skill. Through his proficiency with Heavenly Go and the Dongshuan Sutra, he was able to learn Ghost Sword with relative ease. He just had to get to grips with the underlying rule and thread that connected it all. If Han Sen hadn't learned those two, he would never have been able to start casting Ghost Sword in the manner he just had. This wasn't a skill you could just pick up, remember, and use. The complicated movements the skill required were just one of the many bases you had to cover. The woman looked at Han Sen with a confused expression. She opened her umbrella and spun it. Han Sen then felt as if something was sucking him. It lasted a while, and when the suction was gone, he found himself standing before the rock. The woman was where she always had been, standing solemnly on a bridge. Don't tell Ji Yu Qingcheng you entered the Avoid Worldstone. The woman's voice rang out from the stone. Who is Ji Yu Qingcheng? Are you referring to that woman? Han Sen snapped out of his daze and looked straight at the green-clothed woman. Han Sen knew she wasn't the mystic woman, despite their appearance being nearly identical. They were very different people on the inside. Didn't she tell you? The stone continued to sound with the green-clothed woman's voice. No, this is the first time I've heard her name. Han Sen stared at the woman in the painting, and after a bit, he asked her, who are you, then? Ji Yu Qingcheng's twin sister. There was no response. It didn't seem as if she was prepared to answer him. The mystic woman is called Ji Yu Qingcheng. It's a name that certainly sounds human. I've never heard of a spirit or creature possessing the name Ji Yu. Dark Spirit uses the name Ling and Elysium folk use Ghost, so I don't think Ji Yu is something that would be used by spirits or creatures, Han Sen reckoned to himself. Who is the green-clothed woman, then? Is she a sister or a straight-up doppelganger of Ji Yu Qingcheng? Or is she just a spirit inside a painting? And why won't she let me tell Ji Yu Qingcheng I entered the painting? Han Sen's mind was filled with a number of questions. He continued to look at the green-clothed woman, but she was still facing away from him. Although the woman in the painting wasn't willing to elaborate on her association with Ji Yu Qingcheng, Han Sen thought it might have been for the best. Ji Yu Qingcheng was most likely watching his every move, anyway. But Han Sen got ahead of himself, and it turned out she hadn't actually seen him enter the painting. She watched him intently, but she had only seen Han Sen standing in front of the stone doing absolutely nothing. She hadn't seen him enter the image on the rock, at all. Han Sen spent much time mulling over the relationship between the green-clothed woman and Ji Yu Qingcheng, but he couldn't come up with any plausible theories. The next morning, Ji Yu Qingcheng came looking for Han Sen in the garden. His heart leapt when he saw her, fearing she might have known about his brief stint inside the painting. I'm leaving the shelter for a while. For the duration I am gone, you'd best stay put in the garden, Ji Yu Qingcheng said, surprising Han Sen. I'm stuck here, I don't know where. I'd go even if I did leave. Han Sen exaggerated a shrug. You know what I mean. Ji Yu Qingcheng turned to leave, not willing to spare time explaining things any further than that. Where are you going? Han Sen asked. Ji Yu Qingcheng hesitated and answered, to get something. If you can make the Holy Child revive, it'd be good for you and her both. But remember, you'll have to wake her up first. Before she left completely, she said one more thing. While I'm gone, don't set one foot outside this garden. Han Sen knew what she was implying. There was every chance the Elysium might come for him wielding pitchforks in her absence, so it was best for him to stick to the safety of the garden. Han Sen knew this was her way of being nice to him, but her absence still made for his best chance of escaping. The next day, Han Sen decided not to follow Ji Qingcheng's commands. Instead, he slipped out of the garden and made his way to the Geno core storage. No one confronted him on his way there, and although the spirits looked at him with extra hostility, they did nothing. As usual, they simply tried to kill him with a nasty stare. Han Sen went back and forth a few times from there. With no threats and nothing prohibiting his coming and going, he really did think this would make for the perfect chance to escape. Many spirits and creatures were coming and going on the east side of Elysium Shelter. They did not belong to Elysium Shelter, and it seemed as if some manner of business had brought them hither. Han Sen watched them for 2 days, and over the course of that time, he saw many more creatures and spirits than he had expected. There wasn't much in the way of security, either. Han Sen figured he'd be able to hide in the crowds to slip out. All he needed to do was pick the right opportunity for making a move, something he wagered would not be difficult. An Emperor-class shelter has this glaring vulnerability. No way, this has to be some sort of trap. Perhaps this is all a ruse established by the Elysium, setting me up for an easy excuse to take my life. If I stay, they'll have no reason or just cause for killing me. I'll be safe. If I leave, they'll undoubtedly cherish the ability to hunt me down, Han Sen thought with concern. Han Sen hesitated to depart. It looked like a great opportunity for an escape, but it looked like a trap, too. You want to leave? As Han Sen wondered what he should do, the green-clothed woman spoke to him from the stone. Why would I do such a thing? Han Sen was shocked by the sudden question, and he quickly turned to deny what she had suggested. Whatever you're seeing is just a trap, the woman informed him, seeming to disregard what Han Sen had said. Han Sen's face changed, and he didn't deny his desire to leave again. She went on to say, if you think you can trust me, I have a way in which you can escape. Would you like to give it a try? Why would you want to help me? Han Sen curiously eyed the lady. The woman coldly answered, I'm actually helping myself. I want to escape, but I want you to come with me. Aren't you the holy child of the Elysium? Why do you want to leave? Han Sen asked with surprise. She fell silent for a little while, then said, I am the holy child of the Elysium, but I don't want that title. I don't want any of this. I just want to be an ordinary, run-of-the-mill spirit. Okay, and what does this plan of yours involve? Han Sen was neither interested nor willing to hear whatever sad life story she seemed about to tell him. He wanted a way out, so he was going to get down to brass tacks. The lady quietly murmured, while Ji Qingcheng is gone, I can help you escape. But unless you can get me my spirit stone back, I'm not going anywhere. Where is your spirit stone? Han Sen didn't think she was the sort to lie to him, and if she had a way in which they could escape successfully, he didn't mind helping her out. The woman in the painting said, the spirit stone in the spirit statue is mine, believe it or not. The spirit stone in the spirit statue is yours. Han Sen frowned. If her spirit stone resided inside the spirit statue, the only way she could get it back was if she pledged obedience to someone else. The spirit hall would have many guards, however. Getting in would not be easy, and going for the stone would be a much harder method of escaping the shelter. If it's not my spirit stone, who else would it belong to? Ji Qingcheng is just a human, after all, the woman inside the painting said. Ji Qingcheng really is a human. Han Sen had been wondering if she truly was. He found it difficult to believe an entire spirit family like Elysium would willingly obey a human. And if Ji Qingcheng was a human, then why was the woman inside the painting a spirit? The woman did not answer Han Sen directly, and when she spoke next, she actually mocked him. You humans aren't afraid to die, are you? Even in the midst of all this, you're going to ask questions like that? I was just asking. I want to help you get your stone back, but my powers won't take me any further than the gates. Han Sen shrugged again. Who said you have to walk in through the front door? The green-clothed woman smiled. I told you the spirit stone in the spirit statue is mine. I can control the shelter, and that means I can send you to the spirit hall with ease. All you have to do is grab the spirit stone. Han Sen was wary of trusting her. If things were that easy, why couldn't she have gone and taken it herself? But there is one minor issue we have to deal with first. There was a catch, of course. The minor issue mentioned by the green-clothed woman was a berserk super creature guarding the spirit statue. The green-clothed woman could send Han Sen to the spirit hall with ease, but Han Sen would have to slay the beast in order to grab the stone that was embedded in the statue's forehead. According to her, the berserk super creature had resided in the shelter since before the Elysium elders perished. Over the years, the berserk super creature had only become stronger and stronger. Its power was immense, and with that thing guarding the spirit statue, Han Sen didn't fancy his chances. Even after inquiring about the berserk super creature's powers and abilities, he wasn't entirely sure whether or not if he should agree. Let me think about it. Han Sen didn't reject the offer outright. You don't have much time to dwell on this. When Ji Yu Qingcheng returns, this opportunity will be gone, the woman said. Just let me think for a moment. Han Sen was still not convinced. Han Sen was smart. He knew the limits and extent of his own capabilities well. He knew squaring off against a berserk super creature for a spirit stone was a fool's errand for someone of his strength. The only way Han Sen would be able to grab the spirit stone was if he entered the spirit hall completely undetected and remained out of sight. The green-clothed woman did not rush Han Sen to make a decision. Do you know what Ji Yu Qingcheng went to do? Do you know? Han Sen knew she was being rhetorical. The woman said, you have entered the Geno Core storage, haven't you? Do you know about the Geno Core battleground? Of course. Han Sen nodded. There are two different types of Geno Core battlegrounds. You have only seen one. There is another type that requires a special Geno Core storage to enter, the woman explained. Are you saying Ji Yu Qingcheng went to another Geno Core battleground? What is she doing there? Han Sen asked. The woman quietly told him, it is called Geno Battleground, but this one is a battleground for combatants to claim the Geno Cores of others. What does that mean? Han Sen frowned. The demigods that enter this battleground can kill their opponents and claim their Geno Cores. Geno Cores grow quickly in that place, and they can level up quite fast, the green-clothed woman said. There's a place like this. How can I get there? Han Sen asked with shock. To enter a Geno battleground, you first need an access point for the Geno Core storage. But it has to be a special Geno Core storage access point. Ji Yu Qingcheng left so she could modify her own Geno Core storage to allow this. When I wake up, she will force me into this battleground and make me level up quickly. Does this benefit her in any way? Han Sen asked quietly. I don't know, but you are my priest and you must go with me. There is a high chance you will be killed in such a place, the woman said. Why, I think you're weaker than me. Han Sen laughed. The green-clothed woman rebutted, if I die in there, I can revive via my spirit stone. If you die, you die. How's that for a comparison? I understand. Han Sen bore a wry smile and shook his head. If you don't want to be forced into the Geno battleground, this is the only way to avoid that. If you take my spirit stone, I will help you escape Elysium shelter, the woman said. But there is a berserk super creature there. Even if I did grab your spirit stone from the statue, getting out would be a different matter entirely. When I take the stone, you won't be able to control the shelter anymore. You won't be able to zap me out, and I'll have that berserk super creature breathing down my neck. Who said I can't? If I can't do something that simple, what's the point of me being referred to as a holy child? The volume of her voice dropped then, and she said, I have an escape route. Grab the stone, and I'll get you out of that hall. Let me think about it. Although Han Sen was tempted, he didn't entirely believe her. They were still practically strangers, and Han Sen didn't know her too well. Wimp, the woman said, then stopped talking. Her mood soured, and she looked mad. Han Sen cared little about upsetting her, though. He would rather go to the Geno battleground to level up his Geno Core than risk his life by infiltrating the Spirit Hall. Over the next few days, though, she tried many times to convince Han Sen to change his mind and get the Spirit Stone for her. He eventually ignored all mentions of the subject. She knew Han Sen was not willing to risk this for her, and her attitude eventually took a turn. After a while, she ignored him completely. When Ji Yu Qingcheng returned and noticed that Han Sen had actually stayed in the garden, she smiled. You didn't disappoint me. You really are the heir of Han Jinji. You two might always lie to others, but you never allow yourselves to be tricked, either. My grandfather is Han Jinji, but he was only a small officer. He's not the one you keep referring to. Han Sen sighed. Han Sen had picked up on one thing for sure. Something had happened between Han Jinji and Ji Yu Qingcheng. That was why Ji Qingcheng didn't like Han Sen very much. It probably boiled down to him being a descendant of Han Jinji. Ji Qingcheng looked at Han Sen with disdain and said, "Don't talk crap. That old fox might be able to fool others, but I'm the only one he never could. You didn't get tricked by the holy child into doing something stupid, however." "Not bad. You know she is awake, don't you?" Han Sen asked Ji Qingcheng. She nodded and said, "It is best not to believe anything she says. Otherwise, you'll end up dead before you know it, without a clue how it came about." "Then, what were you doing while you were away from the shelter?" Han Sen asked. "Modifying the Emperor-class Geno core storage. I required a rare Geno component. I was the only one in Elysium shelter who could retrieve it." Ji Qingcheng actually looked happy. The Geno core storage's modifications should be finished soon. Then, you may enter with the Holy Child. At least the woman in the painting didn't lie about this, Han Sen thought to himself. "Are you sure I can revive the Holy Child?" Ji Qingcheng always sounded like she was certain Han Sen could get the job done. Ji Qingcheng smiled. If an Elysium spirit became a priest, the Holy Child would ignore them. "You are human, and that's different. Furthermore, you perform well. If she wanted to make a move, she was bound to wake up sooner rather than later." Ji Qingcheng looked at the woman on the painting and said, "Am I right?" The stone did not reply, and the green-clothed woman pretended not to hear a word. "But you still need to hurry. There is only a month left to go," Ji Qingcheng said. Han Sen asked, "Then what marks her as revived?" "You need to get her to leave the painting," Ji Qingcheng replied to Han Sen swiftly. Ji Qingcheng left after that. Han Sen looked back at the woman in the painting, and he noted how strange the relationship between the two must have been. What Ji Qingcheng said had been in tone for the woman in the painting to hear. "Hey, beautiful, what's the relationship between you and Ji Qingcheng?" Han Sen asked the painted lady. "That is none of your business, wimp." The green-clothed woman seemed angry. "Humans only live once. I have to be careful." Han Sen did not think fearing death was a bad thing. "There is nothing else you can do now, anyway. You'll have to go to the Geno battleground. It'll be fun, seeing how you end up dying." The woman's words were chilling. When Han Sen heard her, though, he was happy. That meant she really might exit the painting. Han Sen chatted a little more with her, but overall, she sounded upset. Eventually, she retreated into silence and stopped talking completely. A few days later, the Dongshuan Sutra had its breakthrough. Han Sen's body evolved, and so did the bulwark umbrella. The umbrella was now a silver Geno core. Jadeskin was getting close to the breakthrough point as well. It wouldn't be much longer until that followed suit. After that day, the green-clothed woman continued to ignore Han Sen completely. It made him worry quite a bit, as the deadline for the deal with Ghost Moon was getting near. If the green-clothed woman did not exit the painting in 3 months, and Ghost Moon was then made priest, Ji Qingcheng had said she would behead Han Sen. Whether or not she'd actually do it remained to be seen, though. No matter what Han Sen said to her, the lady ignored him. He tried to discuss serious matters, tell jokes, and even read her stories. It was all to no avail, and he might as well have been talking to any old stone. The 3 months were over. In that time, Crystal Core also managed to reach silver. Only Real Blood and Coin were still bronze Geno cores. And when the deadline hit, the green-clothed woman was continuing to ignore Han Sen. While Han Sen's mind raced for an idea of what he might do next, Ji Qingcheng appeared in the garden with a few spirits in tow. Ghost Moon was there, and she bowed to Ji Qingcheng. "Master, 3 months have elapsed. The human failed to revive her. Please, allow me to replace him as priest." "That was the deal. You will indeed replace him as priest." Ji Qingcheng nodded. "Thank you, Master." Ghost Moon and the spirits all looked delighted, and they all bowed before Ji Qingcheng. "I also said I would remove his head if he failed within the 3 months he was given. Now that you have become the priest, I will give this task to you. You may be the one to execute him," Ji Qingcheng coldly told Ghost Moon. Ghost Moon did not hesitate. She pulled out her scimitar and immediately approached Han Sen. Han Sen had been thinking about how he might escape, and if there truly was no way to get out of the shelter, then he'd have to just run to the Alliance. His fitness was good, but his Geno cores were still lacking. At least he was able to practice and work on his Geno cores in the Alliance. When he got the Geno cores to Gemstone class, he could teleport back and perhaps escape Elysium shelter under those conditions. With a plan in mind, he moved in front of a tower. When Ghost Moon came close, he was going to run inside and leap into the teleporter. Hang on. Before Han Sen made his move, the green-clothed lady suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to look toward the stone in shock. Ji Yu Qingcheng smiled, as if she knew this would happen. The painting suddenly looked like a swirling vortex, as if a spinning tear in the dimension had manifested upon it. The green-clothed woman, with her umbrella, began walking out of the painting. Not long after, she emerged into the garden like a real human. She looked exactly like Ji Yu Qingcheng. They went to stand next to each other, and they were so identical, no one could tell them apart. All the spirits, Ghost Moon included, suddenly knelt before the green-clothed lady and said, "The Holy Child. Keep him as the priest and let him join the Geno battleground," the green-clothed lady said coldly. The faces of all the Elysium spirits changed, but no one dared to challenge or second-guess her command. After the green-clothed lady said this, she exited the garden. Han Sen quickly followed after her. He ignored the angry stares of all the Elysium spirits. "Thank you for saving me," Han Sen quietly told her. The Elysium spirits had stopped following after they reached the Geno core storage. The green-clothed woman coldly rolled her eyes and responded, "I am not so nice that I would save a wimp. I'm dragging you to die elsewhere, that's all." The green-clothed lady walked into the Geno core storage teleporter. She used her umbrella to enter, as if it were a key. Han Sen thought to himself, the Geno core storage has tiers. With my power, there should be nothing to fear. No one should be able to kill me where I'm going. Perhaps I'll just level up quick, and that's that. Plus, our tiers might be different and we won't be compatible. Han Sen looked around the Geno core storage. He had come here a lot, but it didn't seem as if anything had changed. He was unable to tell if this place had indeed been modified. Han Sen used his bulwark umbrella as the key to enter the Geno core storage. There was a flash, and when his vision returned, Han Sen was shocked by what he saw. The moon had turned red, and the mountain river and trees were red, too. It was all so very weird. There was no Rockman, and neither was there a Geno core tablet. There was only a teleporter, and the woman was standing near it, watching him. "What's going on? You and I both have a silver Geno core." Han Sen looked at the green-clothed woman with surprise. This Geno core storage looked very different. "I told you, this Geno core storage has received some modifications. We're in a different sort of Geno battleground, and in here, any and all Geno core levels can gather. Your silver Geno core will be brutally murdered here, though." The woman slightly raised her lips. "What is your Geno core's level?" Han Sen smiled. "Mine is gemstone. I only need a little bit more juice to level it up to super." The woman sounded cocky. Han Sen was able to predict this state of affairs, though. Her fitness was similar to his, so it was very likely she had a gemstone Geno core. Han Sen did not step out of the teleporter, though. He wanted to go back with his umbrella. He had finished the task of waking up the Holy Child, so Ji Yu Qingcheng had no reason to want him dead. If he returned and spoke to her, perhaps he'd be allowed to leave Elysium's shelter now. If she really wasn't going to let him, he'd come right back. But Han Sen noticed the teleporter wasn't doing anything. It was like it had been broken, refusing to send him back. "Don't waste your time. You can't get out unless you find the Geno core tablet. Unfortunately, the Geno core tablet is near a dangerous place. Many elites like camping there, so they can kill any who try to leave," the woman said coldly. "That's bothersome." Han Sen frowned. The woman smiled. "Now do you regret not listening to me, when I told you it was time for us to run?" Han Sen laughed, looked right at her, and said, "Well, now that we're partners, for the time being, how about you tell me your name? I can't keep calling you, you. Pa, who would think of partnering up with such a wimp? If your Geno core wasn't such a low level, I'd just kill you and take it for myself." "It's not even worth the effort," the green-clothed woman said, then kept walking. Han Sen didn't take offense, so he just followed after her. If she truly wanted Han Sen dead, he wagered she wouldn't have exited the stone right as Ghost Moon was about to kill him. It also took a while for Han Sen to teleport in. She had obviously waited, and if she cared that little about him, she could have been long gone by now. "Even if we're not partners, I should still know your name. It's horrible to keep calling you. Han Sen stopped by her side and turned towards her. "Elysian Moon," the woman said with a wintry tone. "Elysian Moon, that's a very good name. It's as bright as the black perched comfort the moon provides. Han Sen smiled. The green-clothed woman just stared at him. It's Elysian. It still bears an association to the Elysium. Elysian moon. Elysian moon. Han Sen said it twice. That sounds similar to Ghost Moon. She copied my name, but we're nothing alike. Elysian moon smirked. Han Sen continued following her. It sounded as if she didn't like Han Sen, but she still seemed content to walk alongside him. She was a very different person now, not like the quiet person who originally inhabited the painting. They continued to speak as they walked, but Elysian moon spent the entire time mocking Han Sen. Repeatedly, he had to just laugh it off. They crossed over a mountain, then stopped, looking at each other. Elysian moon turned to look over a nearby valley. Come on out. If you wish to kill us, cowardly assassination from the shadows is a bad idea. As her voice echoed back out of the valley, the heavy sound of footsteps followed it out, bouncing off the gulches of the valley. They saw a minotaur, decked out in heavy armor. It had a ruby spear, and its eyes were red, too. It's a Geno battle soul, Elysian moon said, finger pointing at the minotaur. What is a Geno battle soul? Han Sen asked. The creatures that occupy the Geno battleground count as Geno cores themselves. Killing them will strengthen your own. Elysian moon paused. But Geno battle souls are rare, and they're always at least gold level. This one, however, looks gemstone class. Killing it is sure to increase my Geno core. Elysian moon swung her umbrella and rushed forward to engage the minotaur. Boom! The umbrella and the spear collided against one another, instigating a fearsome mixture of terrifying power that generated shockwaves. The impacts tore apart the ground, leaving them fighting in a deep crater. In the next second, Elysian moon opened her umbrella. As it spun in her hands, a phantom force of suction began to pull the minotaur towards it. The minotaur tried to resist and pull itself away, but it was unable to get free. It was vacuumed in. When the minotaur was sucked inside, she stopped spinning her umbrella. Han Sen saw the umbrella, and on it, he now saw the picture of a heavy armor-clad minotaur. It looked disturbingly alive. No, it really was alive, so powerful. If she used that ability when we last fought, perhaps I could have suffered the same fate as the minotaur. Han Sen was shocked. Han Sen's heart sank, and he again thought to himself, it is an umbrella Geno core, but why can mine only offer protection? I hope it has developed some new abilities, now that it has reached silver. Han Sen looked at his umbrella, which was now a silver core. There didn't seem to be any changes, and its color was still standard black. As Han Sen eyed the Geno core, more footsteps began to resonate from the valley. It wasn't just one minotaur. The footsteps were rapid, and it sounded as if there were thousands of the creatures. This was confirmed when they saw many more pouring out of the valley. Didn't you say Geno battle souls are rare? What do you call this? Han Sen's face changed. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't face an entire army of those minotaurs. That's just what I heard off another spirit. Even Elysian moon looked disheartened. Han Sen turned around and started to run. Elysian moon followed, and she was just as quick as him. The minotaurs were all wielding ruby spears as they gave chase. Han Sen and Elysian moon were both incredibly fast runners, and the minotaurs had a hard time keeping up with them. But when Han Sen turned around to get a peek, his face changed. There were at least 200 of the fiends pursuing them, and now they were raising their ruby spears up towards the sky, ready to launch them from a distance. The spears vanished from their hands, and when they appeared again, they were all falling from the sky like rain. It was impossible to dodge them. Han Sen gritted his teeth and opened his bulwark umbrella. His only option now was to block them. Bulwark umbrella was only silver class, however. It was 2 tiers lower than the gemstone Geno cores, so he was unsure if it'd be able to protect him fully. Elysian moon held her own umbrella and did the same, shielding herself from the descending spears. There was a constant patter of thudding noises, and much to his relief, he realized the ruby spears were unable to damage his bulwark umbrella. Are those minotaurs not all gemstone class, perhaps? Han Sen wondered. He looked at Elysian moon, and he noticed a number of crude marks had been left across her umbrella after she blocked the spears. If she had to do this a few more times, her umbrella would undoubtedly break. Han Sen thought to himself, perhaps it is a good thing that the bulwark umbrella focuses on defense. Her umbrella is gemstone class, yet it is unable to withstand those spears. My silver class umbrella can withstand them with ease. The difference is fairly massive. As Han Sen thought about this, the minotaurs prepared to throw another rain-like volley of spears. Han Sen continued to clutch his umbrella as a wave of noise crashed against its top. It stood strong and did not buckle. Still, Han Sen wasn't shaking off the minotaurs as he ran, and he wouldn't make any progress if he kept on simply blocking their spears. Han Sen ran for a long time, and after a while, he heard a moan. He turned around and saw Elysian Moon's umbrella had been pierced through. The umbrella had broken, and the spear that broke it had dug right into Elysian Moon's shoulder. Several spears had struck that same spot on her umbrella, and it had finally crumpled. Their Geno cores were the same tier, but since Elysian Moon's Geno core wasn't primarily defensive, it wasn't entirely unexpected that it had broken. But following that one spear which managed to break through and hurt her, there was already another volley of javelins descending, ready to pierce through the rest of the umbrella and riddle her with holes. Over here, Han Sen waved to Elysian Moon. Han Sen was starting to understand just how scary the Geno battleground really could be, and having a partner in such a place was better than venturing there all alone. Han Sen didn't want to be left to his own devices. Elysian Moon looked back at Han Sen strangely. She was surprised that her gemstone Geno core was unable to block the ruby spears, whereas Han Sen's silver Geno core was doing just fine. Minutes before, she had just been mocking Han Sen's silver Geno core. She thought it'd be rather embarrassing for her to then take refuge beneath it. She bit down on her teeth and decided to keep on running, avoiding the protection Han Sen's umbrella could provide. Han Sen thought she must have had a trick up her sleeve, so he didn't ask her again. He just kept on running. There was a woodland not too far off from them, and he hoped the switch in geography would provide them an opportunity to slip away and lose their pursuers. When Han Sen had almost reached the eaves of the forest, he turned back to look at Elysian Moon. Her umbrella was now closed, and whenever the spears came bearing down on her, she smacked them away. But there were too many in each volley, and each wave resulted in an additional injury. To make matters worse, there was still that first one protruding from her shoulder. The minotaurs were still coming, and they lifted their powerful arms, gearing up for another throw. Elysian Moon looked pale, and her green clothes were now dyed red. She looked to be in poor condition. Han Sen decided to run back and force her to take cover underneath his bulwark umbrella. And after he got into position, a lot of ding-dong noises quickly followed, as the spears washed across his shield like another heavy rainfall. "Why did you come back?" Elysian Moon clenched her jaw again. "Save the chit-chat for later." Han Sen wrapped an arm around her waist and helped her run into the cover of the nearby woodland. The heavy armor minotaurs weren't giving up the pursuit just yet, however. And when they came stomping through the forest, their heavy armor knocked down any trees that stood in the way of their desperate chase. "Let me down." Elysian Moon was being carried beneath Han Sen's armpit, and she shyly pleaded for him to let her go. "My umbrella is only so big. It can cover 2 people, but now that we're running, and you're injured, perhaps we should focus on shaking our tail first." Han Sen did not put her down, and simply kept on running. Han Sen looked back as the minotaurs bulldozed the forest behind them. Even the trees that were 2 people wide were knocked down effortlessly. Fortunately, savaging the forest had slowed down their advance somewhat. Han Sen, as swift of foot as he was, gained some distance on them. After running for another 100 miles, the minotaurs were out of sight. Han Sen slowed to a stop by the banks of a river. Han Sen looked back and made sure he could no longer hear the sounds of footsteps. Then, he said, "It looks like they're gone. Put me down." Elysian Moon was still beneath Han Sen's armpit, and her second request was just as shy. "Oh, sorry." Han Sen put her down, then saw that she was bleeding. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay." Elysian Moon's body glowed, signifying she was trying to repair her own wounds. It didn't look to be very effective. Her wounds were still oozing blood, and her face was becoming paler and paler. "The powers of those minotaurs are strange. It's like they are forbidding me from healing my own injuries," Elysian Moon confessed after a while. She was in dire shape. "Really, it's lucky you are a spirit then, since you can respawn," Han Sen said. Elysian Moon shook her head. With a wry smile, she said, "I lied to you. My spirit stone wasn't in the spirit statue. It's inside me. If I die, I can't respawn." Han Sen frowned and gave her a look, but did not say anything. Elysian Moon went on to say, "The reason I asked you to break the spirit stone in the statue was simply because it belongs to my enemy. I didn't plan to escape. I just wanted him dead." Han Sen was not surprised, as he never fully trusted Elysian Moon. Telling me that now is pointless. Let's just figure out how we're going to live through the next couple hours. Let me examine your wounds. Han Sen checked out her pierced shoulder. Her white skin had been gouged, and there was a lot of blood. It looked horrible, and as the blood continued to cascade, nothing seemed to close the wound. Elysian Moon tried to use her powers to stop the bleeding, but it didn't work. And exhausting her powers had only made her weaker. Han Sen groaned. He simulated the powers of Holy Rhino and tried to imbue her injury with the healing properties and light. Unfortunately, that too was ineffective. Something was prohibiting her wound from being healed. It won't work. If my Elysium powers don't work, then yours most certainly won't. Elysian Moon shook her head. I'm afraid I won't be leaving this place alive. I hope you can help me with one last thing before I go. What is it? Han Sen asked, looking at her wound. The chances are slim, but if you do make it out and return to the human world, I'll need you to deliver a message to someone. Elysian Moon seemed hesitant to tell him this, but she did anyway. Who and what? Han Sen looked at Elysian Moon. Han Sen thought to himself, it cannot be Han Jinji, can it? Did he trick the spirits, too? She opened her mouth but choked on her words. It seemed a struggle to tell him. Han Sen didn't rush her to spit it out, though. He continued to examine her wounds, and it seemed as if a strange power was stopping it from healing. If she had Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode, this wouldn't happen. But she did not have powers such as that. After a while, Elysian Moon mustered the courage to say it. She nibbled her lips and said, I don't know what her identity in the Alliance is, but her name is Tang Yu. She is a beautiful woman. Han Sen was surprised. He didn't expect she'd want a message delivered to a woman, and not Han Jinji. What's your relationship with her? And what would you like me to say? Han Sen asked. Our relationship is none of your business, but if you do see her, tell her I never hated her. Elysian Moon spoke softly and quietly. If I see her, I'll tell her. When Han Sen said that, he gathered his power and zapped lightning into her shoulder. This time Han Sen was simulating the silver fox's healing power to strike the wound on her shoulder. Arg! She wasn't prepared for this, and she screamed in pain. What are you doing? Elysian Moon wished to whack Han Sen's hand away, but the wound that was now wrapped in lightning was actually beginning to heal. The broken skin began to seal and scab. How is that possible? Elysian Moon looked at Han Sen in literal shock. Han Sen had learned Ghost Sword, and now he was showing her this. She was very surprised. His performances were continuing to surprise her more and more. They both possessed an Umbrella Geno core. Han Sen's Silver One was able to block the attacks of a Gemstone Geno Battle Soul, and had proven itself to be sturdier than her own Gemstone Geno core. Now Han Sen could heal her wounds where her own powers failed. Elysian Moon withstood the pain of the lightning and looked at Han Sen as if she had just met him. With the lightning, her wounds were all healing. Unfortunately, she had bled a lot before she was able to recover, and it left her weak. And because the Silver Fox had just become a demigod, the powers Han Sen was simulating were rather weak. The entire healing process was a little slow, as a result. 1 hour later, Han Sen managed to heal her 2 most grievous injuries. Then, he moved on to aid her smaller wounds. There was a wound on her belly, and her green clothes had been shredded around it. The white skin of her torso looked lovely, though. Han Sen put his hand on the wound. Perhaps it was the lightning hurting her too much, but her entire body shivered and she blushed. It took Han Sen more than 2 hours to heal her, but when he was done and dusted, she looked perfect. You couldn't even tell she had been wounded. Plenty of internal damage had been dealt, though, and she hadn't fully recovered. Her life force was weaker than before, but that was something she would have to focus on restoring herself. Han Sen still had the red Ganoderma mushrooms, and if she ate one, she would recover much more quickly. But Han Sen was not a good person, and adding to that, she had lied to him. Healing her with his powers was the best he was willing to do for her. He wasn't going to waste one of his precious mushrooms on her. That place was very dangerous, and the red Ganoderma mushrooms might come in handy for himself. But it was good to have Elysian Moon at his side. She wasn't the worst companion to have, and Han Sen did not mind helping her. Right now, Han Sen had to consider the possible consequences if he ever returned without Elysian Moon. Ji Yu Qingcheng might not take that kindly. Don't move, Han Sen hissed. Elysian Moon was trying to stand up, but Han Sen held her in place by her shoulders. What? Elysian Moon was shocked. She was still weak, and if Han Sen wished to hurt her, she'd be unable to resist. Han Sen shook his head and pointed at the river. Then, he held a finger up to his lips to gesture for silence. Elysian Moon looked in the direction of the river and then noticed it. There was a shadow under the surface of the water, suggesting there was something in the river. Elysian Moon realized she had gotten the wrong idea, and she promptly blushed. Han Sen was scanning the river intently, though, and hadn't seen her face. The river was coated in a lot of leaves and flotsam, and the water itself was dirty. Under the red moon, it was almost like a blur. But the shadow was very clear to see. It was 3 to 4 meters long, shaped like a very big fish. Han Sen ran his Dongshuan aura, and he was able to sense something in the water that was much stronger than the Minotaur's. "Let's walk away slowly," Han Sen whispered into her ear, pulling her carefully back away from the river. But after they took a single step, a big splash sounded from the river. Something came out with its gaping maw wide open, the smell of death wafting around it. Han Sen retreated a bit, trying to get a better look at what it was. It wasn't a big fish like he initially presumed it to be. Its body did look like that of a fish, but it had legs. It didn't have any scales, and its body was made up of a keratinous shell. The color of the beast was black like ink. It was no wonder why the shadow in the water was so dark, with its color. And when it emerged from the river, it was far bigger than it had appeared beneath the water. Its mouth was fitted with razor-sharp teeth that could shred anything it sought to chew. It emerged with stunning speed. Before they could get any good distance away, its mouth was directly in front of them. Elysian Moon brought out her umbrella like she was drawing a sword. And with it, she struck the monster's head. The creature's head then glowed with a dark light. It summoned a black, triangle-shaped blade to deflect the incoming umbrella. The umbrella was already badly damaged, and when the triangle blade hit it, the umbrella broke completely. Blood spilled from Elysian Moon's mouth after the blow, and she stumbled back directly into Han Sen's arms. Han Sen frowned. He stabilized Elysian Moon and started to run with her in tow. Her gemstone Geno core wasn't very sturdy, but the fact that the monster had instantly destroyed the umbrella spoke volumes about how wretchedly powerful its own core must have been. Its level could not have possibly been below Elysian Moon's. As Han Sen ran, the monster quickly followed. The creature's legs were short, but they were fleet and fast. Han Sen grabbed Elysian Moon and fired up his Phoenix techniques. With his agility being fueled by those, he was able to dodge every attack that came his way and maintain his speed. He was able to avoid getting bitten and beaten by the teeth and blade, respectively. Elysian Moon found herself under Han Sen's armpit once again. This time, she was quiet. Her pride had been stomped on. She had repeatedly called him a wimp, but Han Sen had excused all her transgressions and nastiness, and he was taking good care of her. Han Sen flew up into the air, and the monster followed. It was just as fast as his Phoenix techniques when airborne. The monster's triangle blade was even faster. As it rushed up towards Han Sen, nothing slowed it down. It sped towards Han Sen like a supercar. So, Han Sen flew back down into the woodlands. He could use the environment there to his advantage and dodge the monster more easily. Han Sen couldn't shake it no matter what he tried, though. He kept on running until he saw shadows up ahead. They belonged to the Minotaurs. A group of them were resting in the woods, and when they saw Han Sen heading their way, they quickly jumped back onto their hooves and looked at him like a crowd of angry bulls. "Oh, no, they're coming," Elysian Moon screamed, seeing the Minotaurs. Han Sen was still headed their way, though. He did not change his direction or turn. "Are you crazy?" Elysian Moon's eyes opened wide. She thought Han Sen was nuts, rushing into the Minotaurs the way he was. But Han Sen just ignored her and pushed to go even faster. He didn't have the time to answer her. Han Sen's Dongshuan aura had reached its zenith, and he set it to track each and every movement that the Minotaurs made. He had to deal with them, one way or another, and if he turned to flee another way, the Minotaurs and the monster would both be chasing him. So, Han Sen had decided to flee right into the Minotaurs, thinking it was the best way to shake off both. "You are crazy." Elysian Moon paled when she saw Han Sen speed up as they approached the Minotaurs. She didn't think she was going to survive. Earlier, she had been given some hope, but now death was staring her in the face once more. She was incredibly worried. She was powerless to choose what to do next, and Han Sen tightened his grip on her as he ran straight into the group of Minotaurs. Han Sen was like an angry bird as he swooped through them. The Minotaurs still wanted his blood, and they all summoned their spears when he came into their midst. Their spears were so quick that their prey almost never reacted in time. Elysian Moon did not believe Han Sen could avoid getting impaled, and her heart seemed ready to jump out of her chest. A moment later, Elysian Moon watched as Han Sen continued forward without fear or hesitation. The ruby spears went right past Han Sen's cheek, and with his fearless, unchanging eyes fixed forward, he rushed through the crowd of minotaurs. 2 minotaurs, one on each side, threw spears to prohibit Han Sen's passage. Elysian Moon was stunned, and just before Han Sen took another step forward, he pulled back. Like magic, he zapped back to the first minotaur. The 2 minotaurs that had attempted to block him did not hit anything. And the minotaur in the front did not expect Han Sen to return. He didn't have his spear ready. Before any of them could react again, Han Sen was already gone. He had blown right past the minotaurs, right through the crowd of them. Elysian Moon felt as if she was riding a roller coaster. She thought she might be thrown away any second. And all the while, spears were being chucked at her from each and every angle. She felt as if she'd get stabbed any second now. She was a spirit, but she felt as if her heart was going to break. But whenever she thought she was going to die, Han Sen changed direction. And in that hedge maze of spears, he cleaved a clean path right through the group, and avoided coming into contact with a single pointed weapon. It was like a magic show, one that juggled with the meaning of life and death. It was a show that tugged and toyed with the heartbeat of its audience. At that moment, Elysian Moon looked at Han Sen. He looked emotionless, and so serious. It was as if he had everything under control. When she saw Han Sen like that, a complicated feeling washed over her. She felt safe in her heart. It was a foreign feeling. Can we really make it out of here? Elysian Moon looked at Han Sen's face and receded into thought. Han Sen's fitness was no worse than that of the minotaurs. He used his Dongshuan aura to keep track of each minotaur's movement in his mind. Every possible way they could move, and every subsequent calculation, was in his brain. And after his mind worked its way through the hundreds of tracks and ways he could follow, he found one that would get him through safely. Behind Han Sen, the monster ended up running into the crowd of minotaurs. It wasn't gentle like he had been, though, and it rushed and stomped its way through. A few of the minotaurs were sent flying. It was immediately apparent that the creature's shell and strength exceeded that of the minotaurs. The legion of heavy armor minotaurs was thrown into chaos. After that, they instantly recognized the beast to be a greater threat to them than Han Sen, and so they all turned their attention towards it. The monster was cruel, and it began stomping around the crowd, crushing and beating on the minotaurs. Han Sen escaped the legion as the mess turned ugly, swooping through the woods, free from pursuers once more. Han Sen did not know if any place would be truly safe to rest, but he selected a spot that seemed to be free from significant life forces. The Geno Core battleground did not have a day or night cycle. The red moon hung in the sky where it always had been. It hadn't moved at all since he got there. The place they were in now was a bamboo forest. The forest was dark green, but under the ominous red moon, it looked dark red. The color made the place look rather miserable. There's no danger here, so let's rest. Han Sen put Elysian Moon down and sat down on the ground. Han Sen had exhausted much of his strength in the escape. His body was uninjured, but he was quite tired. Since there didn't seem to be any nearby danger, Han Sen used his Dongshuan Sutra to rest and ready himself for the next fight. Elysian Moon watched him rest. The expression on her face was complicated, and it wasn't entirely clear what she was thinking. As the wind blew, it rustled through the swaying bamboo. She stood up, looked around, and tried to think about where she was. After a while, Elysian Moon suddenly looked happy. I know where we are. You've been here before, Han Sen asked her, in shock. She shook her head. No, this is the first time I've been in the Geno battleground, too. I've never been here before, but I've heard others from Elysium talk about this place. If I am not mistaken, this is the Firetail Bamboo Forest. Firetail Bamboo Forest. Is this place dangerous? Han Sen had no clue what this place was, but he was mostly concerned with learning whether or not it was safe. It's hard to tell. Scary creatures can enter the Geno battleground from anywhere, but there aren't any powerful Geno battle souls around. I do know this bamboo forest has a Geno tablet somewhere. If it hasn't been taken, we might use it to return. Elysian Moon sounded quite excited. You want to go back? Han Sen asked, looking at her strangely. Han Sen thought she wouldn't leave before getting her Geno Core up to super class. Elysian Moon sighed. You think I wanted to come here? Someone forced me here, not wanting me to live. I'd much prefer to level up slowly by myself. You were inside the rock. No one was able to force you out, Han Sen wondered. Elysian Moon shook her head. The Avoid Worldstone is probably impossible to destroy, but it is just an object. They would have found a way to deal with me eventually. They'd keep on going until I got out of it. Who is your enemy? Is it Ji Yu Qingcheng? Han Sen asked. Elysian Moon shook her head, but she seemed keen to change the subject. She looked around and said, from what I can tell, we need to head through the bamboo forest to find the Geno Core tablet. Your body is weak. Why don't you take a load off and rest up here for a few days? Han Sen said, it's fine. Firetail Bamboo Forest is a big place, and it'll probably take us 10 days to get out of here, anyway. My wounds will be more than fine by then. If we are lucky, we can find Firetail Bamboo Forest's Firetail Geno Battle Souls. They're gold battle souls, so even you should be easily able to hunt them. It seemed as if Elysian Moon had caught on to the extent of Han Sen's power. Okay, I just hope we don't meet creatures that enter via here. Han Sen summoned his unicorn, and together, they both rode it deeper into the forest. The Geno battleground was indeed different. There were plants, but aside from Geno battle souls and beings that entered, there was nothing else to hunt. There were no native creatures. The silence was unsettling. The world felt dead. Han Sen was quite glad he had saved her. If he had stayed there alone, he would have ended up running around like a headless chicken. With her accompanying him, there was at least someone else to talk to. Things wouldn't be too miserable and depressing, at least. Firetail Geno Battle Beast Soul. Elysian Moon blurted out after half a day. Han Sen looked at where she had pointed, and in the woods, there was a butterfly perched against some bamboo. It was on fire. The fire burned blue, and beneath the red light that bathed the environment, it really stood out. Firetails have fire powers, and they can shoot really hot flames. With your umbrella's defense, though, the fire shouldn't be of too much worry, Elysian Moon explained. Han Sen nodded. He lifted his bulwark umbrella and approached the firetail butterfly. When it saw Han Sen coming, it blew a flurry of flames towards him. Han Sen opened the umbrella and blocked the blue flames headed his way. Then, he closed the umbrella and swung it down against the creature like a sword. The blue flames were extinguished and the firetail butterfly was killed. A gold light flew out, and with his cruel bottle, Han Sen captured it inside. Elysian Moon told Han Sen it was called a core light. That light was gold, which meant it was a gold-class creature. If you absorbed 100 of them, you could make a silver Geno core become gold. If it was a gold Geno core, the gold core lights would be useless. In that circumstance, you would require gemstone core lights to level up. Han Sen hadn't decided if he wanted to level up his bulwark umbrella just yet, so he held onto the core lights so he could make the decision later. Perhaps Han Sen got lucky, but after entering Firetail Bamboo Forest, there wasn't any real danger. They saw a few firetail butterflies on the way, but they didn't pose much of a threat. Over the course of the next 2 days, Han Sen had managed to collect 19 gold core lights. Elysian Moon had a gemstone Geno core, so those gold core lights were useless for her. Because of this, Han Sen was able to collect them all. One thing Han Sen did not understand, though, was that Elysian Moon had a gemstone Geno core. That meant she had to collect super core lights to level it up. But with her power being what it was, how could she ever hope to take down a super Geno battle soul, a king spirit, or any super creature, for that matter? If she couldn't kill them, it really was pointless for her to enter the Geno battleground. While this confused Han Sen, he didn't ask about it. It was a personal matter of hers, and he decided he didn't want to be nosy. If they were lucky, they could get out of the bamboo forest and leave via a Geno core tablet. It wouldn't matter at that point. They both traveled through the bamboo forest, until all of a sudden, they heard footsteps. Something was fast approaching. The bamboo forest wasn't very dense, so there was nowhere for them to hide. It also meant Han Sen was able to see what was coming. It was a human, one that Han Sen recognized. And he called out, "Old Zhou, why are you here?" It was Zhou Donglai, one of the original members of the Demigod Association. Han Sen hadn't expected the man to be able to enter the Geno battleground. "Han Sen, why are you here?" Zhou Donglai, seeing Han Sen, looked surprised. He came towards them with greater speed. They both had a chat, and through it, Han Sen was able to learn a bit. Zhou Donglai was unlucky. He was a demigod with a gemstone Geno core, and he was widely considered to be the best out of all humans. He found an abandoned shelter with no one there. He explored it, and eventually noticed there was an access point to the Geno core storage. As a result, he decided to stay there. But when Zhou Donglai used the Geno core storage, he didn't end up in front of the Rockman. Instead, he ended up here. Zhou Donglai was quite strong. He had managed to kill a few Geno battle souls already, but the low-tier Geno core lights were useless for him. He was eventually attacked by a greater creature, which prompted him to flee. After escaping, he wandered into Han Sen's path. "So, that's me. Han Sen, why are you here?" Zhou Donglai asked. Han Sen didn't know how to explain succinctly, so he said, "Someone forced me." "A crueler fate, I imagine." Zhou Donglai gave a wry smile. "Your Geno core is only bronze, isn't it? This place is dangerous for you. Why don't you follow after me?" Han Sen shook his head. "No, you follow me. I know the way out of here. We just need to find the Geno core tablet." Han Sen proceeded to tell Zhou Donglai about him in Elysian Moon. Zhou Donglai looked very happy hearing this, and he said, "This is great. I guess I'll follow you, then." Han Sen allowed Elysian Moon to lead the way. Zhou Donglai and Han Sen followed behind, talking a lot. Zhou Donglai told Han Sen that he had wished to take him as a student, but the possibility for that to occur had never transpired, for some reason. When it was time for them to rest, Zhou Donglai asked them to wait a bit. Then, he summoned a stone palace. He smiled and said, "This is my Geno core, Purple Manor. You can sleep in here without fear of being attacked. Your Geno core is very useful. It's like a mansion you can fit into your pocket, one like the rich snobs have." Han Sen was making fun of it. Zhou Donglai sighed and said, "There's still a lot more to it than that. It's just that people don't understand. I was going to teach you the Purple Manor Sutra, even. It's a shame that never came to pass." Han Sen followed him inside the Purple Manor. Inside it, there was a stone statue and a big purple bell. "My Purple Manor Sutra was never mastered, so the manor looks a little cheap. But its defense is good. And what's more, we are hidden. The bell is like an alarm, too. It'll ring if something ill comes our way. You guys should sleep for a bit," Zhou Donglai said. Han Sen didn't mind doing that, so he went to a corner and rested against the stone. Han Sen had been quite busy the past few days, and now he had the opportunity to sleep worry-free. He was able to sleep uninterrupted there. Not even the rustling of the bamboo was able to disturb him. When he woke up, he felt very energized. After getting up, he found that Elysian Moon was continuing her healing process and Zhou Donglai was still fast asleep. Han Sen walked into the hall and tried to push the door open, but nothing happened. It seemed as if only Zhou Donglai could do that. When Han Sen pushed the door, Zhou Donglai woke up and smiled. "Why not sleep longer? You won't get many chances to sleep like this, the further we go." "Did I wake you up?" Han Sen asked apologetically. "No, I am fully rested. Don't let my age fool you, I'm still as active as a young buck." Zhou Donglai proceeded to open the door while he spoke. He looked outside, and after doing so, his face changed. He quickly shut the doors again. Han Sen heard something pounding at the door, trying to get inside. Although Zhou Donglai had only opened the door for 1 second, Han Sen had managed to get a glimpse of what was outside. It was those pretty firetail butterflies. They were resting on the bamboo outside, glittering with their beautiful blue fire. When Zhou Donglai opened the door, he alerted them. And now, like snowflakes, they were descending on the door. Fortunately, he was able to shut the door quickly. Otherwise, they'd have rushed in like a blizzard. "It's fine. Those butterflies are like mutant creatures. They can't break the Purple Manor, so we should be safe." Zhou Donglai smiled, but after he said that, the Purple Manor's big door began to melt like molten lava. A hole formed in the door, which spread and got bigger. Then, the beautiful blue flames entered. Through the hole that had been seared through the door, you could see a beautiful blue flame butterfly that was a firetail Geno battle soul. But this blue flame butterfly was different from the ones Han Sen had dealt with previously. The ones Han Sen had seen the day before were just a little bigger than the average human hand. This one, with wings spread, was an entire meter across. The blue fire that it carried danced into strange symbols, unlike the ordinary firetail Geno battle souls. "Crap, this Geno battle soul is a little strange. It melted the door to my gemstone Purple Manor. Watch out, I'm going to put it away." Zhou Donglai was afraid if the creature continued to burn the manor, it would all melt. So, he returned it for now. The purple manor was gone, and when it was, they could now see the firetail butterfly assembly that was outside. It was impossible to tell how many were there, but the horde of butterflies fluttered around the big one. Geno battle souls weren't proper living creatures, and because of this, Han Sen could not gauge their actual strength through his Dongshuan aura. But the giant butterfly was obviously a fair deal, stronger than an average one, and if he had to guess, Han Sen would put its strength at no weaker than a gemstone type. The firetail butterflies were headed towards Han Sen next, and the three of them knew they had to fight. To face their flaming wrath, the first thing Han Sen did was open his bulwark umbrella. The firetail butterflies were struck by the umbrella, and they exploded in a bright haze of gold core lights. Of course, Han Sen did not have the time to collect them all right now. More and more butterflies were headed right for him, and that was especially true with the firetail butterfly king. It was like a living blue flame, and it had picked Han Sen as its target. The butterfly king was too fast, though. Han Sen hadn't recovered his strength after striking the three butterflies. He was unable to pull away and dodge, so he brought the bulwark umbrella up to defend against the butterfly king's hit. Pang! There was a big explosion, and Han Sen felt impressive power impact his umbrella. He and the umbrella were sent arcing through the air, and atop the umbrella was a nasty scorch mark. It was already breaking. Oh, no, I'm not sure this guy is a gemstone battle soul, it might actually be a super battle soul. Han Sen was shocked. To make matters worse, the butterfly king was fixated on him. Zhou Donglai and Elysian Moon were fighting in the midst of the butterfly storm. But they were dealing with gold battle souls, the sort that couldn't even deal damage to them. After they struck down a bastion of the fluttering foes, gold core lights were dropping everywhere. Han Sen dodged the butterfly king's second attack, but he wouldn't be able to dodge the next. When the butterfly king flapped its wings again, it was instantly back at him, ready to attack. Pang! Han Sen used his bulwark umbrella to block the hit again. He was sent flying through the forest once more, as the hand that clutched the bumbershoot started to bleed. The surface of the umbrella was blackened with scorch marks. This guy is most definitely a super-class creature. Han Sen could tell the speed and power of the butterfly exceeded that of a gemstone class. If it had been a gemstone class beast, his own body would definitely have been able to withstand the fire. And the umbrella would not have suffered so greatly. Seeing the butterfly king approach, Han Sen knew he wouldn't be able to dodge this attack, either. Zhou Donglai shouted and summoned the stone palace out of the nether, and it fell on top of the butterfly king and trapped him. Run! Zhou Donglai shouted after trapping the butterfly king. His face looked terrible. Han Sen turned around to take flight. But after gaining a distance of 100 meters, a fresh blue light was already shining from behind. He turned around and saw a blue phantom shoot through the roof of the manor, which had been burned through. The butterfly was flying out, ready to resume its pursuit of Han Sen. He gritted his teeth and continued his sprint through the bamboo forest, but his speed was not good enough. The butterfly king's blue body was already flashing directly behind Han Sen, having caught up with ease. Meowth! Get him! Han Sen wouldn't be able to dodge, so he chomped down on his teeth, summoned Meowth, and had the pet deal with the butterfly's wrath instead. Meowth had absorbed many water drops from the black crystal, and having eaten so much high-class meat, it was definitely worthy of residing in the fourth god's sanctuary. It had been growing quite well. Still, it was rather weak, and it had no notable powers. Its strength was comparable to that of an ordinary demigod with no Geno core. Han Sen had kept and treated Meowth as a pet, and even though he summoned it, he didn't want it to die. Han Sen didn't have any other pet beast souls, though, and the super pet armor he had could only be used by a pet beast soul. For this reason, he had to call on Meowth for aid. When Meowth activated battle mode, it took on the shape of a black tiger. Even though it'd appear much bigger than the butterfly, its power would be considerably worse. When Meowth was summoned, Han Sen summoned the red crystal cricket's beast soul for it. When equipped, it clad Meowth in ruby armor and made the pet look like a red tiger. Pang! Firetail Butterfly King struck Meowth, which blasted it away. But the airborne Meowth was able to descend with a firm landing, and once it was down, it leapt towards the Butterfly King swiftly. Han Sen was happy. Even with Meowth's meager strength, he had been able to withstand a direct blow from the Butterfly King and emerge totally fine. It was all thanks to that pet beast soul. Han Sen was worried Meowth's body would be too weak to withstand a blow from the Butterfly King, even with the super pet armor. Seeing its success, Han Sen was greatly relieved. Meowth hopped over to the Butterfly King, which seemed to enrage the creature. The butterfly flapped over to meet with Meowth, its blue flames burning like a sun. Boom! The blue flame exploded like a volcano, blasting Meowth further into the sky. And again, upon its descent, the pet looked absolutely perfect. With speed and haste, it was able to leap right back to the Butterfly King. The Butterfly King kept focusing on Meowth, but Meowth had super pet armor. The ruby armor seemed to be fine, too, with no scorch marks or signs of wear. That's strong. Too strong. Han Sen was very excited. Zhou Donglai and Elysian Moon were shocked seeing this, too. Even Zhou Donglai's purple manner had been burned through, and they knew the Butterfly King had to be super class. For Han Sen's pet beast soul to be able to withstand Firetail Butterfly King's attacks, they couldn't help but wonder what level Meowth might have been. It didn't look like a super class creature, as its speed and strength were very low. Its defense, on the other hand, was shockingly high. Han Sen looked at what was going on for a while and then stopped, turning to run directly into the butterfly swarm. He collected all the core lights from the fallen butterflies and killed a number more on his way through. They were good stuff, and Han Sen needed them to fast-track his 4 self-geno cores to gold class. The Butterfly King squealed, abandoning Meowth to return its focus to Han Sen, but Meowth was too slow to catch up with it and snare its attention again. Han Sen called back Meowth with a desummon, then resummoned it, throwing it right back at the Butterfly King that was drawing near. An explosion sounded right after, as Meowth was blown away by the Butterfly King's attack. The Butterfly King re-locked onto Han Sen, wanting to attack him. With the Meowth trick, he was able to keep himself alive, but constantly summoning the pet prevented him from being able to collect all the core lights he wished to. The Butterfly King realized its inability to strike Han Sen now, and cleverly, it changed targets. It went straight for Elysian Moon, who was the weakest of the trio. Elysian Moon would have been stronger than Zhou Donglai on any other day, but her body had yet to fully recover from the injuries she had sustained. She was able to dodge the Butterfly King's first attack, but not the second. Pang! Han Sen threw Meowth forward again, letting it hit the Butterfly King to absorb the explosive damage. The shockwave was still enough to blow Elysian Moon 10 meters away, however. "You guys go on ahead, I'll deal with him," Han Sen said to Zhou Donglai and Elysian Moon. Zhou Donglai and Elysian Moon, who was just getting up, knew they were useless being there. They realized they were more of a burden than an aid for Han Sen, and so they ran. "We'll wait for you near the Geno Core tablet. When you come after us, remember not to get too close." Elysian Moon shouted. "Don't worry, I'll be there later," Han Sen answered. He picked up Meowth and lobbed him at the Butterfly King that was going after Elysian Moon again. After the Butterfly King was blocked this time, Elysian Moon and Zhou Donglai were able to disappear from sight. A few butterflies followed after them, but they were ordinary ones and of little concern. After they were gone, the Butterfly King released all its wrath on Han Sen and Han Sen alone. Fortunately, Meowth was able to keep going as Han Sen's meat shield. He wasn't afraid or put down by being used in the way he was. As Han Sen proceeded in this manner, he used his umbrella to strike down any of the smaller butterflies that were around. Han Sen didn't have the time to collect the core lights in the cruel bottle, though. The gold core light was being directly absorbed by the umbrella instead, greatly increasing its strength. Han Sen found something rather funny about it all. While the Butterfly King was still strong, its flames seemed to have quelled a bit after the repeated attacks on Meowth. Although the difference was small, it was definitely not a mistake. The Butterfly King had gotten weaker. After the lengthy encounter, Han Sen could feel it losing strength. "Maybe I will have a chance to kill the Butterfly King." Han Sen was rather excited about this prospect, and so he continued using Meowth as a distraction for the Butterfly King as he went around killing the normal butterflies and collecting their core lights. It didn't take long for the Bulwark umbrella to absorb 100 core lights, and when it hit that figure, it began to break through. Because self-geno cores were connected to his body, and the umbrella had absorbed so many core lights, he could feel his Dongshuan Sutra becoming stronger. That too was going to level up soon. Han Sen knew if his Dongshuan Sutra leveled up, his umbrella would become gold. But Han Sen didn't want that, and so he suppressed his Dongshuan Sutra to avoid it leveling up. The Bulwark umbrella had only just leveled up to silver, and he had yet to reinforce it 9 times. It would be a waste to proceed without doing that, and so that was why he stopped the Dongshuan Sutra from leveling up. After getting 100 gold core lights, it seemed useless to get any more, as it wouldn't make the umbrella stronger. So, Han Sen summoned his crystal core, and let it absorb the gold core lights directly. As it absorbed them, Han Sen felt his Jadeskin grow and mature. It would level up soon, as well, a process which Han Sen also suppressed. Because there were too many firetail butterflies, there were still a lot of core lights yet to get absorbed. But Han Sen didn't dare to use coin or real blood to get them. They were only bronze Geno cores right now, and if they absorbed gold core lights, Han Sen thought they might level up too quickly, and he'd be unable to put a lid on their development. Suddenly, the butterfly king squealed once more. The smaller butterflies all started to fly away, joined shortly after by the king itself. The entire horde fled into the bamboo forest. Han Sen wasn't willing to let it run off, though. It was a super Geno battle soul, after all, and he wouldn't allow the chance of killing it to slip away. Not caring for the little butterflies that were also all around, Han Sen went straight for the king. The butterfly king had been fighting Meowth for a while, and it was visibly weaker now. Han Sen used his phoenix techniques to catch up with it. Meowth had become a living cannonball, and as Han Sen chased after the butterfly king, he would frequently lob the armored kitty at it. If the butterfly king dodged, it'd slow down a little and allow Han Sen the chance to catch up. If it didn't dodge, it'd just be hit by Meowth. This process incited the butterfly king's rage. The giant butterfly turned back around and tried to kill Han Sen once again. Han Sen wasn't going to fight it head-on, though. Instead, he used Meowth to strip away its power again, bit by bit. After an entire day of this, the butterfly king's power had been almost completely drained. Han Sen delivered a single firm hit and blew it up. After the firetail butterfly king's body blew up, however, it didn't reveal a core light that was ripe for the taking. Instead, a red light gathered itself into a ruby-like crystal that was solid. Han Sen picked it up and heard an announcement. Firetail butterfly Geno core obtained. It's a Geno core and not a core light. Han Sen was shocked, as this was unexpected. Han Sen observed the Geno core's information and was swiftly confused. Firetail butterfly. Super Geno core missing. What does missing mean? Han Sen frowned. Geno cores were either destroyed or damaged. He had never seen or heard about missing ones before. The strangest thing about this was that Han Sen could not use the firetail butterfly Geno core, either. He had no idea why. He didn't have time to investigate it right now, though. He returned to the plan and went looking for Elysian Moon and Zhou Donglai. After half a day of travel, he was unable to find them. Han Sen thought he might have strayed too far off the track while he was fighting the butterfly king. Perhaps he was going in the same direction, just via a different path. He had no idea where the firetail butterflies had all gone, either. He had seen no more after the last fight. 3 days later, Han Sen heard a noise coming from someplace deep within the bamboo forest. It sounded like music. After listening to that sound, Han Sen's face changed. It wasn't music played by a piano, it was the sound of a sword that was reminiscent of one. Han Sen looked in the direction that the sound was coming from, and he felt a powerful force. Someone seemed to be fighting there. After a while, Han Sen decided to mask his presence and sneak over there to see who was in combat. The battle was not far from Han Sen, and after a few miles of travel, he was able to see the sword that was producing those sounds. And what's more, Han Sen knew the master of the weapon, as well. It was Six Paths, whom he once battled in the Geno core storage. Six Paths was battling a peacock Geno battle soul. He wasn't using heart sword this time. As he wielded his blade, music played from the sword that seemed to damage his opponent. The sword didn't even have to come into contact with the peacock, but regardless, it was screaming in pain. Is that music sword, perhaps? Han Sen was shocked seeing this. It was a music element hyper Geno art. Han Sen once tried to learn something similar, but due to a lack of talent and immediate proficiency, he hadn't invested much in it. Han Sen was amazed seeing Six Paths use music sword. It didn't compel him to learn the same technique, though. It was just something he greatly admired seeing. The reason Han Sen learned heart sword was for the purpose of introspection. Learning music sword would be pointless. If he wanted a powerful skill, there were far better ones he'd be naturally talented with. He didn't need to chase something music element attuned. The peacock fell on the ground in pain, hearing the song of music sword. Then, Six Paths moved forward and lopped its head off. The peacock Geno battle soul was killed. What surprised Han Sen the most was that the peacock did not leave a core light. Instead, it left behind a green Geno core. Six Paths picked up the Geno core, looked towards where Han Sen was hiding, and said, "Since you're here, why don't you come say hello?" Han Sen was shocked. He had already used his Dongshuan aura to hide himself, but Six Paths was able to sense his presence anyway. "You were still able to find me." Han Sen deactivated his Dongshuan aura and stepped out of the thicket. When Six Paths laid eyes on Han Sen, he looked surprised. "You are in the Geno battleground. You knew I was here, why are you asking?" Han Sen frowned. Six Paths smiled and said, "I felt that a small portion of this place had vanished. As a result, I suspected a creature was hiding out of sight. I didn't expect it to be you." Now Han Sen knew why he was exposed. Six Paths didn't see his Dongshuan aura, it was just a flaw of his usage of Dongshuan aura. "Ah, that's why." Han Sen looked at Six Paths then, and asked, "Are you here to level up your Geno core?" Six Paths shook his head and said, "If I wanted to level up my Geno core, I wouldn't have destroyed my last one. I will level this new one up, step by step. I don't need the help of others." "Then what are you doing here?" Han Sen looked confused. Six Paths looked confused, as well. "You didn't come here because of the god Geno core. You are here to level up your Geno core." Elysian Moon hid something from me. Her power was not enough to kill a super Geno battle soul, so how could she expect to level up? I didn't even know a god Geno core existed, but I suspect this is what she is really here for. Han Sen heard what Six Paths said, and sort of understood. "What is the god Geno core?" Han Sen frowned. "It looks like you don't know," Six Paths said, and then explained. The Geno battleground did not have super core lights. If you killed a super Geno battle soul, you received a missing Geno core like Han Sen had just received. You could not make use of a missing super Geno core, but it was a key to enter God's battleground. No one without a missing Geno core could enter. In the main battleground, it was possible to obtain a god Geno core. When you entered God's battleground, you did so by visiting one of the Geno core tablets which were scattered around different areas. This was completely different from what Elysian Moon had told him. She told Han Sen the Geno core tablet would take him out of this place, but it would in fact lead them to her desired destination, the main battleground. Beautiful women are liars. She wanted to go to the tablet to enter the battleground. But that should mean she has a missing Geno core, Han Sen thought to himself. "What is this god Geno core used for?" Han Sen asked Six Paths. "A god Geno core is used for you to receive a second self Geno core. I've never had a second one before, so I am here to try to receive another," Six Paths said. "You were Emperor class, wouldn't it have been easier for you to get a god Geno core then?" Han Sen asked, due to his confusion. Six Paths shook his head. Self Geno cores that exceed gemstone class Geno cores can't enter the Geno battleground. I was born an emperor, and as a result, I could not come here. Now the main battleground is open to me, and I want to get a god Geno core. I want to have two self Geno cores. Han Sen was not interested in getting another. All creatures had their own special abilities and created a single Geno core, but Han Sen wasn't like this. He already had 4 self Geno cores. It would be pointless for him, so chasing a god Geno core would be a useless venture. "Since you are here, you should come to the main battleground with me. You don't need to worry about anything, and you should just try to grab the god Geno core." Six Paths invited Han Sen to come along. "I'm not interested in obtaining a god Geno core. But do you know how to get out of this place?" Han Sen asked. "When the main battleground shuts down, you can use the teleporter that you entered from to go back. Didn't you know that? You should have known before entering." Six Paths looked at Han Sen with surprise. Han Sen told him his story, prompting Six Paths to frown. "You were tricked by Elysian Moon. She is here for the god Geno core because she already has a missing Geno core." "That's what I'm thinking, yes." Han Sen licked his lips. "Don't let me see her. If I do, there's no telling what I might do to her." Six Paths smiled. "It'll be difficult to find her now, but you should follow me to the main battleground. Assuming she isn't dead yet, that's where she'll be. There are many super creatures and the heirs of emperors on the way, so this'll be the best chance for you to get better." Han Sen followed Six Paths, searching for the Geno core tablet that would allow them to enter the main battleground. If he couldn't finish the trial of the main battleground, he wouldn't be able to leave. Staying in that realm, with the constant risk of encountering super Geno battle souls, would be dangerous. So he followed after Six Paths, who was an emperor. He didn't even need Geno cores to kill the foes they encountered. Along their way, Han Sen inquired about Heart Sword. Six Paths watched Han Sen give a performance, then advised him on many tips and tricks he might not have caught on to. Han Sen was able to learn a lot. Six Paths was not very secretive about this, either. He was even willing to divulge hidden information to Han Sen. I'm looking forward to another battle with you. You still need to get stronger, though. Six Paths spoke with sincerity. I want to get stronger, too. But I don't know how to absorb the life geno essences of super creatures. Han Sen felt bad about this inability. Six Paths said to him, it's not difficult to absorb life geno essences, you just need to prove yourself to them. You still need to become powerful enough to absorb them. You mean, they have their own thoughts and will? Han Sen was shocked. Six Paths nodded. The evolution of super creatures is different than our own. They will go to the fifth sanctuary and use life geno essences to create life. Before they go, they might not be able to create life yet, but they have a consciousness. Killing them is not really killing them, and for as long as their life geno essences exist, they are still alive in some form. Ah, it's no wonder I cannot absorb them. Now Han Sen understood they had a consciousness. He also acknowledged how they were able to avoid being tricked by Han Sen's simulation of their life force. Han Sen asked Six Paths how to gain the approval of the life geno essences, but he was told that each of them had a different method. Six Paths' own experiences with them would not help. The two of them searched for the tablet as they talked. But before they could find it, a few shadows began to approach them. It was a small collective of spirits, and they all looked powerful in their own right. They were not all Emperor class, but they were all definitely stronger than King class. Six Paths Emperor, we did not expect to see you here. Will you walk with us? The few spirits were shocked seeing him there, and it was the red-haired leader of the few that stepped forward to speak. I would like to be alone, Six Paths said coldly. The spirit frowned, looked at Han Sen, and pointed at him. He asked, if you'd like to be alone, then who is that? Six Paths said icily, he is my opponent. Opponent. When Six Paths said this, all the spirits looked shocked. They all turned to get a look at Han Sen. Six Paths was not like any other emperor they had seen before. He was on top of the entire fourth god sanctuary. Many emperors wouldn't consider a human as their opponent. There was only one other person Six Paths had ever referred to this way, and he was the one who had reached first place on the Super Geno Core leaderboard. Many spirits believed Six Paths destroyed his own Geno Core for a new one that might eliminate the flaws featured in his first, all for the purpose of rising through the ranks to beat the one in that prestigious first place. Six Paths referring to a human as an opponent was nothing short of shocking. I would like to see how this human can be regarded as an opponent. The red-haired spirit stepped forward, summoned a spear, and turned it to face directly at Han Sen. Tell me your name. This is the Red Dragon Spear. Han Sen. Han Sen did not like meaningless fights. He thought them to be a waste of time, as they were devoid of any particular gain. Han Sen told him his name, but when he fought against Six Paths in the Geno Core storage, he displayed his true self while clad in armor. Before Six Paths, there was no need to hide his identity. The red-haired spirit did not say another word. With the spear propped, he immediately charged towards Han Sen. The spear was like a toxic dragon, cleaving through the air. As it came forward to strike Han Sen, the mere wake of the gusts that ran behind it was enough to tear the ground below. Six Paths fell back and smiled. The other spirits also stepped away. Han Sen was the only one who didn't. He pulled out Taya and swung it towards the sundered air. His powerful Taya tore through the broken air and clashed against the incoming spear. Neither Han Sen nor the Red Dragon stumbled back, as each collision was met with perfect balance. Red Dragon shouted, and his spear began to shine and light up, transforming into a black dragon. The spirit handled it just like the spear, and it could deal draconic damage that would be difficult for others to defend against. Han Sen was still fearless. Red Dragon's Geno Core was strange, but it was still only gemstone class. There was no chance of it hurting him. Han Sen cast his Dongshuan aura and performed Ghost Sword. It was what he had learned from Elysian Moon, and what he had later spent time modifying. Although it was not perfect yet, Han Sen was still very proficient with the technique. Han Sen used his Dongshuan Sutra and Heavenly Go as well, making his moves entirely unpredictable while revealing those of the opponent. It did not matter how strange Red Dragon's attacks were, Han Sen knew exactly what was coming and when. Red Dragon soon noticed that no matter how often he tried to shift and shake up his performance and skill set, Han Sen was one step ahead of him the entire time. If he kept on going in this way, he was sure to be hit by the human. Red Dragon was put into a state of caution. He waved his black dragon spear and returned it. He couldn't attack like that, and with Han Sen's heightening ferocity, he found himself only able to defend. All the spirits looked on in shock. They were certain Red Dragon had to be the strongest there. He was an emperor, and Black Dragon Spear destroyed any that were of the same level and below. No one expected he'd be backed into a corner by the likes of a human. This human is different. No wonder Six Paths refers to him as an opponent. This sword skill is weird. I haven't seen any of his movements repeat, even after all this time. This is scary. He can see exactly what Red Dragon is preparing to do. It does not matter how he tries to attack, the human is already prepared to break it. What sort of skill is that? All the spirits were in shock, but Six Paths' expression was veiled. He complimented Han Sen by saying, "This sword has the essence of sky." Sword. There had only been 100 slashes, and Red Dragon had to drop his Black Dragon Spear to avoid losing his hands. Red Dragon stumbled backwards. He looked pale and exclaimed, "It is no wonder this is the sort of man Six Paths would consider an opponent." Han Sen, I'll remember that name. After that, Red Dragon left, and the other spirits followed him from behind. Han Sen simply shrugged. He didn't want people to remember him in a hostile way. Your sword skill was powerful, but it was not perfect. And it lacked Heart Sword, Six Paths said to Han Sen. It doesn't have Heart Sword, no. It's not really a specific technique, though. Han Sen laughed. Han Sen had used Ghost Sword, but he had used the Dongshuan Sutra and Heavenly Go more during the fight. The core of his modified technique relied on his ability to judge and predict the moves of the enemy, most of all. The sword skill itself was not as important. That was why Six Paths said Han Sen's display lacked Heart Sword. Han Sen did not focus on the intricacy of sword skills in particular, though, so Six Paths' critique on Heart Sword did not matter to him. On the way, Six Paths asked Han Sen about Ghost Sword. Han Sen answered the Emperor to the best of his abilities and didn't hide anything. The Dongshuan Sutra and Heavenly Go were not skills one could simply learn. If you did not have the heart for it, you couldn't learn them. If you had the talent, you could master them, but without understanding what was under the surface, you couldn't gain true proficiency. It is a shame you don't practice sword skills. Otherwise, this would have been perfect for you. Six Paths couldn't help himself from complimenting Han Sen again. On the way, Six Paths found himself learning a lot about sword skills. He also showed much about his own to Han Sen, who learned a lot as well. Six Paths' sword skills were all separate, and there were 6 different ones. Ghost Sword included fragments of every sword skill in existence, but Six Paths' sword skills tended to go beyond the sword that cast them. They walked for half a month together, and still, they saw no sign of Zhou Donglai and Elysian Moon. They had no clue where they went or if they had already gone ahead and entered the main battleground. But they finally came before the Geno Core tablet. There were a few spirits standing near it, Red Dragon included. I heard Red Dragon say Six Paths Emperor is here, so I have been waiting here for your arrival. A handsome, white-haired spirit said to Six Paths. Who are you? Six Paths asked the white-haired spirit. My name is Xianxia, son of Furnace Emperor, the white-haired spirit answered. You are the son of Furnace. Six Paths said, without saying anything more. Xianxia wasn't offended, though. They were on different tiers, and his father, Furnace Emperor, had once lost to Six Paths in a fight. Xianxia wished to exact revenge on behalf of his father, but he knew he wouldn't be able to do that without a super Geno Core. You are Sky Sword Han Sen. Xianxia looked Han Sen up and down, checking him out. Yes, I am, but what is the Sky Sword bit? Han Sen raised and dropped his shoulders. Xianxia, with a serious tone, said, because Six Paths Emperor said you mastered your sword skills, and I have studied sword skills, I have taken it upon myself to teach you the path of the Sky Sword. Xianxia drew his sword, which looked very strange. It was like a long needle, for it was as thin as one. Han Sen then drew Taya. He didn't like meaningless fights, but he knew he could not reveal any sort of weakness before this crowd. Otherwise, he'd be unable to get a God Geno Core when he entered the main battleground. He didn't desire a God Geno Core, but since he was here, he wasn't going to miss out on the goodies. Red Dragon and the other spirits looked at Han Sen and Xianxia, looking forward to the fight that was about to begin. Although Six Paths had admitted Han Sen was his opponent, it was clear Han Sen's power had yet to reach super-class levels. And what's more, they did not seem interested in fighting each other. It was Six Paths that had set the expectations of Han Sen's talent. Shu Mi was not just any emperor's kid. His father was Furnace Emperor, and his mother was famous, too. He had the genes of two emperors, which automatically made him better than both of his parents. Once he became super-class, he would be willing to challenge Six Paths himself. That was why his parents produced a baby. They hoped their heir could become the greatest spirit in the fourth god's sanctuary, and possibly ascend to the fifth sanctuary. Shu Mi did not disappoint his parents, either. With his incredible talent and power, his potential was infinitely greater than their own. Shu Mi watched Han Sen draw his sword, but did not say anything before slashing towards him. The needle-thin sword did not gleam, but the spirit wielded it like any ordinary blade, which was quite surprising. Han Sen swung Taya, and when the weapons collided, he felt a strong force push him back. He went stumbling backwards 100 meters, cleaving the ground in two as he skidded in reverse. Han Sen's hands trembled and bled after that. He was quite surprised. A gemstone-class spirit can be that strong. This is almost like a super creature. Shu Mi swung towards Han Sen again, coldly saying, "My sword is called Shu Mi, too. My gemstone Geno core has the power of the mountains." Han Sen knew now that it was the sword that was strange, and not his actual powers. Red Dragon and the spirit barked compliments, saying, "Shu Mi is cool. Just one slash and already this happened. I couldn't do that. If he became super class, I have no idea how strong his sword might become. Perhaps not even emperors could avoid his wrath. Sword skills like that are so scary." Han Sen's face didn't change, though. He shook his numbed hand and put his sword in his left hand. Then, with his left hand, he leapt forward to strike his opponent. Brutal strength was not everything, or at least not in accordance with Han Sen's Dongshuan Sutra. Han Sen's brain tracked Shu Mi's every movement. Taya was primed, ready to plunge deep into Shu Mi's body. If Han Sen was competing with a power that lacked the speed to drive it, he would have little trouble. Power was pointless if it couldn't reach an opponent, in this case, Han Sen. Shu Mi's sword might have carried the strength of a mountain or the force of a super creature, but while it was being tracked by Han Sen's Dongshuan aura, it wouldn't find a target. The fight was playing out in advance in Han Sen's mind, as if Shu Mi was a puppet on strings. Even if Shu Mi wished to attack, risking his life and putting everything he had into one deadly swing, he wouldn't land a strike. It was as if the two fighters had established a secret agreement that forbade Shu Mi from even touching Han Sen's clothes. Han Sen swung Taya casually, a move which forced Shu Mi to reel back in a clumsy dodge. His sword was powerful, but he had no choice but to fall back. Red Dragon and the spirits were all in shock, watching an elite such as Shu Mi find himself unable to fight back against Han Sen effectively. The human's opponent kept stumbling back until he was pushed against the Geno core tablet, and he had no place else to evade to. Shu Mi roared and closed his eyes. He swung his sword like crazy. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, he was truly no longer capable. He couldn't deal with Han Sen's finesse any longer. Taya came to a stop. Han Sen didn't finish off the spirit because it was pointless. He'd just respawn, and as an enemy, no less. Han Sen sheathed Taya and walked back over to Six Paths. "Your sword skills are great. It is no wonder it's called Sky Sword. I, Shu Mi, have lost." Shu Mi was not a sore loser, he admitted his defeat without trouble. "Time is up, let's go," Six Paths said. He went before the Geno core tablet and placed the missing Geno core into a slot. The missing Geno core began to shine and cast its glow on Six Paths. Then, the spirit was sucked inside. Han Sen pulled out his own missing Geno core. He fitted it into the slot neatly and was then pulled inside in the same manner as Six Paths. When the light dimmed and his vision returned, Han Sen found himself inside a giant arena. He was sitting amidst the bleachers, overlooking the battleground. It wasn't just him there, either. There were countless other spirits and creatures seated there, as well. There was no ruckus or discord in the crowd, even though many might have been enemies back in the sanctuary. Everyone was transfixed with observing the events that unfolded inside the arena. In the arena, right now, there were two beasts engaged in battle. One was a lion that looked to have been built from steel, and the other was an echidna with 6 arms. They were fighting, as all the others spectated. Han Sen looked around him and noticed the arena was far too big for its own good. He couldn't even get a good look at the creatures that were down there, locked in combat. Without Six Paths' information, he wouldn't have had a clue where he was. Elysian Moon. Han Sen did not see Six Paths, but he saw her. Promptly, he walked up to her. Elysian Moon saw Han Sen come towards her, and she said coolly, "I didn't expect to see you here." "Where's old Joe?" Han Sen expected Elysian Moon to lie to him, as she had done before. He didn't care much for her, though, or her well-being. All he cared for right now was Zhou Donglai. Elysian Moon told him, "He is fine. He didn't have a Geno core, so he was unable to enter. He's waiting someplace outside the tablet. Since you were able to enter the main battleground, I can only presume you killed the Firetail Butterfly King." "Yes, your purpose was to come here, wasn't it?" Han Sen frowned. Elysian Moon nodded. "I'm not going to lie to you. I wanted to come here, yes. Thanks to your help, Elysium is sure to reward you handsomely." Han Sen said coldly, "You weren't even able to get here by your own strength. Do you honestly believe you'll manage to earn a God Geno core?" "It looks like you know many things," Elysian Moon smiled. "But don't worry about me. You helped me get here, and that means your task has finished. I don't think you're going to get what you came for." Han Sen smiled without much warmth. "No one can stop me from getting my God Geno core." Elysian Moon looked very confident in herself. Han Sen did not say anything in return to that. He just sat down to ponder why she was so confident in her ability to earn a God Geno core, when there were so many other elites competing. She was powerful, but she was nothing outstanding. Where she obtained such confidence, Han Sen hadn't a clue. "Since you have protected me for so long, I will give you some advice. Watch and do not participate in the fight. There are so many elites here, you wouldn't stand a chance." "I wouldn't have come here if I wasn't prepared, you know," Elysian Moon said to Han Sen. "That's all to my discretion," Han Sen said flatly. Han Sen was going to join, and he was going to snatch the God Geno core from her. More than anything, he just wanted to disappoint and ruin Elysian Moon's day. The only thing Han Sen didn't know, however, was what she meant by the preparations she had made. It was an enigma. Elysian Moon looked like she wanted to say something else, but the super creatures in the arena finished their fight. The lion's legs had been torn to shreds by the echidna, and it had to limp away from the battleground in tears. Fortunately, it had been able to leave without suffering further injuries. It would have surely been killed if it hadn't been allowed to escape. Elysian Moon's Geno core then shone in her hand. A door of light beamed open before her. "I have given you solid advice. You really shouldn't go any further." After Elysian Moon said that, she entered the door of light. Then, she appeared down below in the arena. On the other side of the arena was another spirit. That spirit was wielding a large hammer. It didn't say anything, and simply leapt forward to attack Elysian Moon. The power of that weapon was fierce, and it looked as if it could sunder mountains. Elysian Moon summoned her Elysian umbrella. The umbrella seemed a bit different this time. Weird. Why does her umbrella feel so much stronger? Han Sen looked at the umbrella and frowned. It looked far stronger than before. It looked as if it was a super Geno core now. Her spirit opponent swung his hammer, but she didn't dodge. She spun her umbrella and cast Elysian vortex. The hammer landed on it and got sucked inside. The spirit used both hands to hold onto his hammer and pull it out, but the suction force of her skill sucked the entire spirit inside. When the Elysian umbrella stopped spinning, the image of a spirit with a hammer then appeared on top of it. The faces of the spirits and creatures in the audience all changed. That was a king spirit's heir that had been sucked into an umbrella. Whether he was alive or not in there, they had no clue. No. Something is wrong. The umbrella wasn't this strong before. Did she level up? But I thought the Geno battleground only allowed Geno cores that were gemstone or below. Han Sen frowned. Now you understand. It does not matter who the opponent is, I will be the one obtaining the God Geno core. Elysian Moon returned from the door, sitting down next to Han Sen with unnerving confidence. If you've always had this power, why did you pretend to be so weak? Han Sen asked. Elysian Moon shook her head. I never really pretended, but I had a way to increase the strength of my Elysian umbrella. It can temporarily possess the strength of a super Geno core. That time is quite limited, so I saved it until I got to the main battleground. I would have preferred to die out there rather than use it before reaching this point. I am appreciative to you and Zhou Donglai for bringing me here. Han Sen didn't say anything in return. He hadn't minded helping her at the time, but the fact she had been lying to him all along made him angry. Elysian Moon wanted to say something more, but Han Sen's missing Geno core lit up. A door of light appeared in front of him, indicating it was his turn to fight. You are a human that cannot respawn. There are so many elites here. If I were you, I wouldn't join a pointless fight such as this. Elysian Moon looked at Han Sen and offered advice. I don't like pointless fights. You're right about that. That's why I need to get the God Geno core, to nullify the pointlessness of my current participation, Han Sen said coldly. He walked into the open doorway and then appeared out in the arena. Elysian Moon said to herself, I'm sorry, but I have to get the God Geno core no matter the cost. After that, Elysian Moon turned to look at the arena. His opponent was Red Dragon. She frowned. Red Dragon is better than an emperor. It looks like Han Sen had bad luck. If he ever hopes to win this battle, it'll cost him a lot. That's good, though. I'd hate to end up being forced to suck him into my umbrella. Han Sen saw Red Dragon, and Red Dragon saw him. They froze, and then Red Dragon bore a wry smile. It's bad luck for me to meet you again in my first round. Han Sen smiled and did not say anything. Red Dragon shook his head and went on to say, I was probably going to lose, anyway. I suppose it isn't all that shameful to lose against Sky Sword, of all opponents. After that, Red Dragon decided to concede and exit the battleground. Red Dragon was like an emperor. He was a very famous individual amongst the spirits. Everyone was shocked to see him not even bother to fight, and simply concede right away. As shock swept the audience, everyone wondered who his opponent had been. Elysian Moon was shocked, too. It surprised her a great deal that Red Dragon had conceded like that. She had no idea what was happening. Han Sen walked back out of the light door and sat back down in his seat. He wasn't going to say anything to her, so Elysian Moon asked, why did Red Dragon concede? Maybe I'm just lucky, or perhaps he thought I was too handsome, and he didn't want to scar my beauty. Han Sen smiled. Elysian Moon didn't believe that, of course. Although Red Dragon was an emperor, he wasn't the strongest. As such, she didn't dwell on it too much. There were many elites entering the arena to fight after that. Regardless of whether they were creatures or spirits, each one of them was very powerful. When Six Paths entered the arena, Elysian Moon's face changed. Six Paths Emperor is here. You said you were going to win. Does his presence here matter? Han Sen mocked her. Six Paths is different. He doesn't have a super Geno core, but he has the body of an emperor. Now not even I am able to guarantee a win. Elysian Moon spoke with grave sincerity. Han Sen licked his lips but did not respond. Elysian Moon was evil, but she wasn't a fighter. Even if she had a super Geno core, he didn't think she had the fighting talent to back it up. And that didn't just apply to her fighting Six Paths. Han Sen wagered she wouldn't win, even if the two of them had to battle. It didn't matter how strong a super Geno core was, the wielder himself had to be powerful. Elysian Moon was not super class in body, and she wasn't much of a fighter. She couldn't depend on the strength of the Super Elysian umbrella entirely. Not many creatures were able to enter the main battleground, and after a few more hours passed, the first round was over. The second round would begin soon. The creatures that were defeated could not fight again, as they were disqualified. The winner of each previous fight were the ones who could go on. Elysian Moon was up for the next fight again. Her umbrella was incredibly strong, and she was able to suck the super creature she went up against into her weapon as she did before. The image of that same super creature then blazed across the top of the umbrella. Who is that female spirit? She is so strong. If I am not wrong, she has the Elysian powers. The Elysium used to be the best in the fourth god's sanctuary. The Elysium were once that strong. Why have I not heard of them for many years? Back then, there was a horrible battle. Many old families went into hiding, and Elysium was one of them. I think it is either Six Paths or this Elysium spirit that will get the God Geno core. I'm just here to watch, more than anything. I know I don't stand a chance. It's scary. That super creature Air, with a gemstone Geno core, was defeated by the umbrella so easily. Can Six Paths really beat her? If I end up facing her, I'll just concede. Who knows if I can respawn at my spirit stone if I end up getting sucked into that umbrella. Everyone was discussing Elysian Moon's performance, having all been shocked by her display of power. Not long after, Han Sen was up again. When he saw his next opponent, he was shocked. What is happening today? Another one I already beat. Han Sen licked his lips. It was Shu Mi, who was frozen. When the audience saw Han Sen and Shu Mi, the excitement across the stadium rose. Han Sen was the human who had made Red Dragon concede. Shu Mi was the son of 2 emperors. He was very talented and extremely famous amongst the spirits. Now that they were to square off, everyone was ecstatic for the prospect of an exciting battle. I wonder which one of them is stronger. Shu Mi for sure. He's the heir of 2 emperors. I've heard his powers are abhorrently strong. His gemstone Geno core allows him to do battle with super creatures. Why are so many elites appearing here at once? It is difficult to determine who will end up obtaining the God Geno core. Seeing Han Sen's opponent was Shu Mi, Elysian Moon frowned and said to herself, Shu Mi is far too powerful. If Han Sen is hit, I don't think he'll even have the time to concede. If I was him, I'd turn tail and run right this second. In the arena, Shu Mi approached Han Sen. He hadn't drawn his weapon, and the spirit just looked at the human and said, a human once told me every man has a price for everything. How much are your sword skills worth? What would you accept as payment for teaching me your technique? After Shu Mi said this, everyone was shocked. The son of 2 emperors who was really famous wanted to learn the fighting techniques of a human. It was almost too shocking to comprehend. For 1 super Geno core, I'll teach you anything, Han Sen said. Okay, but I cannot bring a super Geno core here. When we leave Geno core battleground, you can seek me out in Furnace Shelter. If you'd prefer, I can come find you in a place of your determining. Shu Mi immediately agreed to this, and it seemed Han Sen's sword techniques were deemed more valuable than a super Geno core. The people in the audience were all in shock. Not everyone could obtain a super Geno core so easily. Many creatures toiled and struggled across the years to get their one sole super Geno core. Now Shu Mi wanted to swap Han Sen's sword skills for a super Geno core. It made everyone want to know what Han Sen's talents were and why they were worth such a Geno core. I'll find you in Furnace Shelter, when I have the time, Han Sen said randomly. Shu Mi's agreement actually came as a surprise. But it made Han Sen feel as if the kids of emperors were typical spoiled rich kids, and unsure of the actual value of items such as a super Geno core. So, if this business is concluded, let's fight. Han Sen said, as he drew Taya. Fight, if I was able to beat you, I wouldn't have to learn your sword skills now, would I? I concede. Just remember, come and find me in Furnace Shelter, Shu Mi said casually. If the audience had been surprised by Red Dragon's concession, then they were completely floored as Shu Mi conceded and exited the arena. Elysian Moon's face contorted. She had never imagined something like this could happen. While we were separated, what did he get up to? Elysian Moon thought she had come to know Han Sen, but again, she was now feeling like he was a stranger. Han Sen returned to his same seat. Elysian Moon didn't say anything, and just looked at him instead. She never thought he'd actually be able to compete, and her expression was growing more serious. Even Shu Mi, the son of 2 emperors, conceded to him. She was feeling a lot of pressure now. The spirits and creatures around the bleachers all had their eyes on Han Sen and Elysian Moon now. They were all talking about them, despite the fact those 2 were silent. Han Sen had won twice without needing to fight. Everyone was getting an idea of how powerful he must have been, but Han Sen didn't think this was of much help. To get a God Geno core, Han Sen would inevitably have to go through Elysian Moon and 6 paths. If he was lucky, Elysian Moon and 6 paths would have to battle each other first, leaving Han Sen with only one to deal with. The fights would go on until there was a winner. The phantom doors continued to light up, beckoning fighters into the arena. Whoever found themselves going up against 6 paths or Elysian Moon surrendered and conceded immediately, with much fear for their life. Han Sen was not so lucky, though. Although all the combatants knew his name as Sky Sword, many of them still wished to witness his true strength. A super creature in the 3rd round sniffed Han Sen and decided to concede, but on the 4th round, the king spirit he faced did not want to give up. Sky Sword, I want to see if you have what it takes to wear such a fancy, self-loving title. You really think you are the strongest swordsman in existence? The spirit drew his own sword and lunged towards Han Sen. I never said I am Sky Sword, Han Sen said tiredly, pulling out his own sword to do battle with the spirit. Han Sen didn't like the title Sky Sword, either. It sounded old-fashioned and stiff. He much preferred the title Dollar, because that at least suggested he was rich. The spirit swung his blade in a flurry that looked like 1,000 simultaneous strikes. The entire arena was covered in those slashes, in a bid to not give Han Sen the space to dodge. The spirit was called 100 Swords, and his Geno core was 10,000 swords. He had been born with very powerful AoE skills. 100 Swords heard Han Sen had beaten Red Dragon and Shu Mi, so he knew his opponent's sword skills had to be formidable. If this was a case of sword skill versus sword skill, there was a chance he'd be the weaker of the two. But he had the 10,000 Swords Geno core, and with its spread, it did not allow Han Sen to use his sword skills. It forced him to fight his opponent with strength. Seeing all the swords coming at him, though, Han Sen was not afraid. With Taya primed, he was more than ready to fight back. Han Sen needed his sword skills to win, but that was only for Shu Mi. Shu Mi's sword was too strong, so Han Sen had to beat the spirit with movements. 100 Swords had a gemstone Geno core, but it was weaker than Shu Mi's. As a result, Han Sen did not have to dodge. Dong! Han Sen's Taya blocked every sword that came close. He didn't flinch once, and he managed to approach 100 Swords amidst that barrage. With Han Sen's strength, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against any gemstone-owning beings. The audience had only heard Han Sen's skills were strong. They had yet to see him in action with their own two eyes. Now, seeing Han Sen fight 100 Swords the way he was, they were able to understand why Shu Mi was willing to pay the price of a super Geno core to learn Han Sen's techniques. Aside from the first attack, 100 Swords was unable to make another. All his skills were successfully cancelled, and if he kept going, he was going to end up on Han Sen's sword. Han Sen's sword skills seemed almost able to predict the future, like the wielder was a god. At first, Han Sen's attacks seemed to be missing anything critical. But after seeing 100 Swords' strike, they noticed the moveset was nothing short of miraculous. Every one of Han Sen's attacks was for the future, and this godly sword skill shocked everyone to see. After witnessing its capabilities, no one thought a super Geno core was too expensive a price to pay. It's AFC King bargain. If I had a super Geno core and an affinity for the sword, I'd pay up to learn a sword skill as godly as this. 100 Swords couldn't correctly cast 10,000 swords on Han Sen, and without further ado, he conceded and abandoned the battleground. Although Han Sen won, it wasn't a scary and unsettling victory like Elysian Moon's wins. When Han Sen reached the next round, all his opponents decided to fight until there was no choice for them but to concede. Han Sen's sword skills were very suppressive. He couldn't kill his opponents in one hit, so there was no need for any of them to truly be afraid. This did give Han Sen the chance to practice more and more with the technique, though. All his opponents were super creature or king spirits, and fighting against them challenged his proficiency with the sword skill. It did not matter what the abilities of his opponents were, as Han Sen could change his moveset on the fly to respond appropriately. While his strikes changed a lot, the base of the skill was still focused on his formation and judgment. Elysian Moon was scared watching him perform this way. Han Sen was using Ghost Sword. It wasn't perfect, but somehow, Han Sen's version of Ghost Sword was far better than her original one. It was more than just better. In fact, Elysian Moon thought to herself, why is Ghost Sword not that effective when I use it? If it was this good, I wouldn't have to rely solely on my Elysian Umbrella. After many more opponents were defeated by Han Sen, many creatures and spirits were willing to approve and respect his title of Sky Sword. When Han Sen entered the arena next, everyone was shocked. His opponent was none other than Six Paths Emperor. This is a shame. If Han Sen was super class, he might have been able to fight Six Paths. As he is now, he does not stand a chance. They met far too soon. I wanted to see more of those sword skills. They were so amazing. Everyone believed Han Sen was going to lose. His sword skills were powerful, but they were still inhibited by the strength of his body. When a fight was down to power and speed alone, the versatility of his sword skills would not be of much aid. Elysian Moon felt great relief, seeing Han Sen square off against Six Paths. Han Sen was sure to lose, she thought, and that took one of her most feared opponents off the board. Elysian Moon was confident in her umbrella, but Han Sen was so strange to her. She thought it would be best if she could avoid him, at all costs. It would be great if Han Sen was able to beat Six Paths, however. She still considered Six Paths to be her greatest foe there. Han Sen gave a wry smile, seeing Six Paths as his opponent. He understood his foe, and also acknowledged there was a 90% chance of the spirit winning. Six Paths' sword skills rivaled his own, but the spirit's fitness was much higher than Han Sen's. This fight was sure not to last very long. Six Paths looked at Han Sen and smiled. I know what you're thinking. I want to see you defeat her, as that would most certainly be an interesting watch. When Six Paths said that, he immediately exited the arena. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Six Paths to be willing to concede in the way he had. And he had clearly been referring to Elysian Moon in his brief dialogue. Six Paths quit for him. That is surprising. Is he really Six Paths' opponent? He didn't look up to Scruff. You don't know much. When you're strong like Six Paths, finding a worthy opponent is quite difficult. It's natural for him to treat the human nicely. I thought the Elysium woman was stronger. I didn't expect Six Paths to respect Sky Sword that much. Six Paths sounded as if he was very confident Sky Sword would triumph. Six Paths gave up his opportunity for Sky Sword. If he doesn't win, even after that, it will be very disappointing for them both. Elysian Moon felt a wash of relief. She didn't like what Six Paths had said, but she was glad she could avoid battling Six Paths' Emperor. The biggest obstacle to her obtaining the God Geno core was now out the way. This was good for her. I didn't think bringing Han Sen here would yield such a benefit. Elysian Moon looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression. Then she thought, what kind of human is he, for even the likes of Six Paths to treat him with such respect? The next battles were boring, all in the anticipation of Han Sen and Elysian Moon's upcoming fight. The spirits against Han Sen all gave up, just eager to get things over with and watch the fight they were hyped for. They thought Han Sen's chance to win was low, initially. But Six Paths' Emperor believed Han Sen could make it, and this had them doubting their own expectations. Because the creatures and spirits that met Han Sen and Elysian Moon all gave up, it wasn't long before the two were facing each other on the grounds of the arena. I never thought the biggest obstacle between me and the God Geno core would be you. Elysian Moon sighed. Han Sen said coldly, it's too late to regret this. You should not have brought me here. Elysian Moon shook her head. Bringing you here was not my choice. You know it was Ji Yu Qingcheng. She said you were better than Ghost Moon, and she was right. If it was Ghost Moon, I don't think I'd be here right now. But even she could not foresee you would end up being my opponent. What is your relationship to Ji Yu Qingcheng? Han Sen asked, but he didn't expect a reply. Elysian Moon didn't want to answer this, either. She opened up her Elysian umbrella and pointed it at Han Sen. That which is absorbed by this umbrella does not survive. Not even spirits can respawn. You have helped me a lot, and I do not want to kill you. I am getting that God Geno core, though. You should quit now while you have the chance. Didn't you say I shouldn't join a meaningless fight? This entire event would be pointless if I quit now, Han Sen replied. Han Sen had watched the umbrella for a while. He figured that she must possess the powers of space. She could suck creatures and spirits inside and refine them once they were held in the umbrella. Han Sen had practiced space hyper-geno arts before, so he was familiar with the idea. But he had never tried to fight something like that before. He didn't know whether or not his prior experience would benefit him here. The easiest way to win would be to use his Super King Spirit mode, as the umbrella's suction probably wouldn't work when that was active. Unless it was absolutely necessary, though, Han Sen was not going to use his Super King Spirit mode in front of everyone. If you really want to fight me, then don't say I didn't warn you, Elysian Moon said, her tone growing chilly. Then, she began spinning her umbrella. The umbrella began to glow, and as it spun, the dimension it occupied began to swirl. Han Sen immediately felt a strong suction pulling his body towards the vortex. The vortex was so strong. Han Sen tried his hardest to resist, but he was still being pulled towards the umbrella. He was going to be sucked inside. The creatures and spirits saw Han Sen unable to resist, and they felt it was a great shame. A great swordmaster of spectacular skill was going to die before his prime. But just as they watched Han Sen about to get sucked into the umbrella, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone thought he had been pulled inside, but he hadn't. He reappeared right next to Elysian Moon, with his sword poised to cut deep into Elysian Moon's throat. What happened? How did he escape? I couldn't see it. No one knew how Han Sen had pried himself away from the suction of the Elysian umbrella, and even Elysian Moon herself was surprised. She had no clue how he had slipped out of her pull. Elysian Moon gritted her teeth and spun her umbrella. She stumbled back in a hasty retreat, aimed the umbrella at her enemy, and tried to suck him in again. In another flash, Han Sen had appeared directly next to Elysian Moon, behind the umbrella. With its face not pointing towards him, he couldn't get sucked inside. It was then that everyone noticed the dimensions of space around Han Sen had become somewhat distorted and warped. It was like he was able to teleport directly towards his opponent, and the umbrella had been rendered useless. Is he employing the powers of time and space? Does Sky Sword have a rare time and space elemental attunement? A spirit, upon recognizing Han Sen's amazing power, found himself in complete awe. Time or space alone was rare to see, but to have both of them together was far beyond that. It was rarer than winning the lottery. Across the history of the Fourth God's Sanctuary, only a small handful of creatures and spirits had possessed both the powers of time and space. Coincidentally, they also happened to be the strongest known. But Han Sen was not naturally talented in both of these. His time and space element came from the spirit geno points he received in the Third God's Sanctuary. It might not have been as effective as those who were naturally talented with such boons, but he could still briefly teleport through space with Ghost Slash. This short distance blink could not take Han Sen a distance further than 1 meter, and while it would have been ineffective against those who had only space but were all natural, it was enough for him to evade the suction of the umbrella. But Ghost Slash wasn't enough for him to wholly escape the suction, truthfully. It was because Han Sen's body was not strong enough, and he had yet to reach super class. As such, Ghost Slash was not enough to compete against the umbrella completely. With Han Sen's observational skills, though, he was able to tell the vortex sat on the surface of the umbrella, and the suction power was strongest towards the center. Whenever Elysian Moon used her umbrella, she'd point the center directly at her enemy. Han Sen wanted to prove whether or not his theory was correct, so, when the umbrella was facing him, he shifted his position to its side, and only allowed the side of the vortex to grip him. Han Sen felt a strong power pulling on him, yes, but the teleportation ability of Ghost Slash allowed him to easily escape that manner of suction. Now that Han Sen had witnessed this, he knew the umbrella couldn't deal with everything. This flaw would allow Han Sen to keep on top of it. Han Sen could see now that Elysian Moon was no greater than Shu Mi. A little bit stronger, maybe, but that was all. Shu Mi's sword was small, and it had a limited range. Therefore, Han Sen was able to dodge fairly easily. Elysian Moon's Elysian umbrella had a longer and wider range, and it was therefore just a little harder to deal with. Han Sen did not get annoyed easily when he fought, so he patiently sidestepped around, staying mobile to avoid the center of the umbrella. Elysian Moon noticed that Han Sen's teleportation ability was rather weak, though. She swung her umbrella, trying to grab Han Sen with the vortex's center point. If she was able to do this, her umbrella would have enough grunt to pull and finish Han Sen. But she suddenly made a mistake. She shouldn't have let Han Sen get close, for he was able to keep on getting near after that. He was at her side, he was behind her. Elysian Moon was able to respond and keep away, but she had no clue where he'd appear next. She was unable to target him the way she wanted to. The suction at the brim of the vortex would hardly snag Han Sen, and it was impossible to catch him and draw him into the umbrella. The spirits watched the scene with weird feelings. All they could see was a child holding a gun, firing willy-nilly, failing to hit the man that was next to her. It made them think they were watching an adult play with a kid. Of course, they knew they weren't playing. And if Han Sen made a mistake, he'd surely die. But for reasons unbeknownst to themselves, they weren't worried for Han Sen. They knew he wouldn't fail or miss. Elysian Moon was getting annoyed. She was unable to point the center of the umbrella at Han Sen, and the human sword was slowly pushing her towards the edge of the arena. Suddenly, Elysian Moon stopped and did not allow Han Sen to push her any further. She turned and ran straight to the wall of the arena by her own volition. The reason why Han Sen could fight was because of his strange movements, and his constant reappearances around her. She couldn't use the center to aim at Han Sen. If she went up against the wall, Han Sen would be unable to use this same tactic to avoid her, and she'd be able to beat him with ease. The spirits and creatures acknowledged what she was going to do, and for this, they now started to worry about Han Sen. If she put her back against the wall, Han Sen would be unable to attack her. Elysian Moon was currently 10 meters away from the wall. If she reached it, Han Sen would lose. But for her, in the heat of that moment, it felt like a great distance away. All she had to do was take 2 steps. That simple dash felt like an impossible mission for her to accomplish. Han Sen used his Dongshuan Sutra and Ghost Slash. When he teleported, he started to attack a strange spot. It was like he was deliberately missing her. But when Han Sen moved, and she moved, it suddenly looked as if he was targeting her in a weak spot. Elysian Moon was right in front of the wall, but she felt as if there was a countless number of barricades and corners she had to traverse to get there. She had to turn to move forward, lest she crash like a car. The barricades were Han Sen and his sword. Elysian Moon was still using her Elysian umbrella, but she was unable to hurt him. She was being controlled by Han Sen like a puppet on strings. She couldn't get close to the wall, and it now felt as if she was moving further from it. These sword skills are like those of a god. Red Dragon couldn't help but blurt out a compliment. Emperor, it is no wonder you selected Han Sen, Shu Mi said as he sat next to Six Paths. Six Paths shook his head and said, this is only half of his true adeptness with the sword. Half of his sword skills. Shu Mi looked at Six Paths with confusion. Six Paths looked at Han Sen. The core of his talent with the sword does not rely on the sword skills used, and he can use knives, spears, or even his hands with the same result. The sword is merely another tool for him. If you actually want to learn what he knows, you'll need your own god. Otherwise, you won't get what you seek, and you'll simply lose yourself. Thank you for the advice. I will remember this, Shu Mi said. Down in the arena, Elysian Moon was getting desperate. The sword skills were suffocating her. She recalled what he was doing, as it was something he had learned directly from her, but she couldn't block a single strike and nor guess where the next would be coming from. The sword cut down across her shoulder, forming a cleft through her white skin. Her fitness had not increased, and it was only her Geno core that had elevated to become super class. Elysian Moon looked to be in poor condition. Never in her worst nightmares did she envision Han Sen being her greatest obstacle, prohibiting her victory. Not even her super Elysian umbrella had what it took to deal with him. Han Sen, I'm telling you again, quit now before I kill you. I am getting the god. Geno core, no matter what, Elysian Moon said, stumbling backwards. That's my line, Han Sen responded coldly, as his hands refused to halt. Dodging the umbrella and attacking her this way, Han Sen was not in a rush. It looked as if he was just playing a game with her. You forced me to do this. Elysian Moon appeared to have made a decision, and she looked incredibly cruel. Han Sen's heart jumped, stricken by a sudden worry. Her eyes turned blue, like two gleaming moons. Their brightness increased, brighter and brighter. As this occurred, he noticed Elysian Moon's life force growing stronger. It was unbelievably strong, as if she had injected a crazy stimulant. Did she take a stimulant? Han Sen frowned as he looked at her. Her powers were growing stronger, and with her Elysium umbrella, her power became incredibly scary. She was feeling like a real king spirit now. How did she do that? She can increase her fitness to the level of king class. Shu Mi said with shock. Six Paths coldly responded, the Elysium have remained hidden for too long. It seems far too few recall their Elysium god body. It looks like she has the true Elysium blood. Without that in her veins, this change could not be triggered. Elysium god body, is that their special ability? Shu Mi asked. Not really. Elysium King Emperor had this ability, but not many heirs were able to contain this power, Six Paths explained. What kind of ability is this? How do you suddenly raise your fitness to such a level? Shu Mi asked. Six Paths looked at Elysian Moon and said, Elysian King had another name, he was called the God of Death. Elysium God body enables the Elysium God to possess her. Their Elysium God is not an actual god, mind. But their power exceeds most emperors. Elysium King Emperor used this power to kill 6 emperors, but after that, he started to lose. If he was that strong, then does that mean Han Sen will lose? Shu Mi asked. Six Paths smiled. Maybe not. Elysium God body is strong, and Elysium God was strong. Before I self-destructed, I might not have won against him. To be possessed by Elysium God will swiftly drain your body, though. Elysium King Emperor, when he used Elysium God, could only last like so for a single day. He managed to kill 6 emperors, but by that point, he was unable to withstand the power of the Elysium God and had to self-destruct. Elysian Moon's fitness is nowhere near Emperor class. Such a weak body won't be able to harness the Elysium God power for long. Her time in such a condition is very limited. I think she needs to stop before she tries to possess all that power. If she becomes entirely possessed by Elysium God, she'll only succeed in blowing herself up. But even if she is not fully possessed, Han Sen won't be able to survive an attack like that, surely. The Elysian umbrella, if fueled by that power, will wipe him out in a single strike, won't it? Shu Mi then asked Six Paths, do you think Han Sen still has a chance? I don't know. Usually, I wouldn't think so, but he's a special guy. Maybe he will make it. Six Paths looked at Han Sen with tingling interest. Shu Mi gave a wry smile. What Six Paths said meant he was basically hoping for a miracle to show up. In the arena, just like Six Paths said, Elysian Moon started her attack before she was fully transformed. She moved her umbrella, using it to face Han Sen. The power made the vortex spin incredibly fast, and Han Sen was unable to react. He wished to dodge, but his body was too slow to do so. Han Sen felt the suction grab hold and pull him in. He used Ghost Slash, but he was unable to escape the suction. He was still getting pulled towards the pinwheel umbrella. With Elysian Moon's power increased like that, the suction was far stronger. It wasn't just the center, either. Even if he was at the side of the umbrella, he wouldn't be able to escape that pull. This was the benefit of a self-Geno core. The power changed in accordance with the master's body, unlike those that were simply collected. Those didn't change regardless of the state of your body. Han Sen used a few different powers to attempt an escape, but nothing worked. The suction was too strong, and over the course of the next moment, he was sucked into the vortex. Everyone was shocked. An elite like Han Sen had been pulled into the Elysian umbrella, and it told them no other spirit or creature could hope to compete with her. After she sucked Han Sen into the Elysian umbrella, she stopped the Elysium god possession. Although it had not been finished, that short amount of time was enough to crack her body. If she kept going, she would have surely died. As she stopped Elysium god body, her flesh became a webwork of cracks. Rivers of blood coursed down her body, and she looked terrible. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had to do that. Elysian Moon endured her painful and weakened state, speaking to the surface of the umbrella. She wanted to take a look at Han Sen's image, but she froze in shock when her eyes noticed its absence. Elysian Moon was stunned. She rubbed her eyes to get a better look, but there really was nothing. The umbrella was plain, and there wasn't even the image of a single bone atop it. The audience looked at the surface of the Elysian umbrella the same way, thinking it to be strange. They knew what it ought to have shown, and they were just as confused at not seeing the expected picture rest atop the umbrella. Suddenly, something red appeared on the umbrella. It was like a flower that was blooming rapidly. The color red was spreading quickly, dyeing her entire weapon red. Even the handle of the umbrella was beginning to get consumed by that rampant color. Elysian Moon didn't know what to do as she watched the renegade coloring reach towards the hand with which she gripped the umbrella. She had no clue what this was, and she couldn't stop its spread. She couldn't risk contact with it, so she simply let go and dropped the Elysian umbrella. As the umbrella fell through the air, it continued to turn red. Before it hit the ground, the red color had consumed it completely. Blurg. Some blood spilled from Elysian Moon's mouth. Her eyes opened wide, unable to believe her airborne umbrella had turned red. The umbrella had practically been destroyed. Her connection to it had been severed, and this breakage caused her to sustain an even greater amount of damage. The Elysium god power had already severely injured her, and now, with this, she found herself barely able to stand. The red umbrella then began to spin by its own volition. A vortex appeared, one that was red, and from inside it, Han Sen jumped out. As he did, he turned and allowed the umbrella to fall neatly into his hand. Everybody looked at the scene with mouths firmly agape. They looked at Han Sen, umbrella in hand, in absolute shock. They had no clue how he had avoided being consumed by the umbrella, and had actually ended up taking the entire weapon off her. Han Sen looked at the umbrella and then pointed it down at her. The umbrella began to spin again, and its suction power pulled the original master into the spooky vortex. No, Elysian Moon blurted out, amidst her shock. Before she could finish, though, her entire body had disappeared into the vortex, alongside her voice. Han Sen stopped its spin. Now an image appeared atop the umbrella, one of a green-clothed woman. It was her. Everyone was in shock. No one expected things to turn around so quickly, and in a manner such as that. Elysian Moon had been winning, and all of a sudden, Han Sen took the umbrella off her and sucked her into it instead. It was such a grand table flip, none knew what to think. Han Sen had entered the Elysian umbrella, but before he went inside, he attached his real blood Geno core to the umbrella. Han Sen had spent a lot of time researching the blood ability of the real blood Geno core. If it touched an object, the object would be infused with Han Sen's blood and fall under his control. Real blood Geno Core had many limitations, and it didn't even do anything on its own. If it wasn't attached to anything, as it just had been, it'd be completely useless. And its control was not permanent, either. If Han Sen took the real blood Geno Core away, his control over an item would vanish again. Han Sen didn't know much about its temporary control, and he was still in the midst of researching other abilities it might possess. Han Sen merely wanted to try it, though, and see if the real blood Geno Core could control the Elysian umbrella. There was quite a gulf in level between the two, so he didn't even expect it to work. Real blood Geno Core had worked better than he imagined it would. When the Geno Core was on the umbrella, it swiftly melted into the weapon. He didn't even have to activate his Super King Spirit mode. Elysian Moon and the umbrella were taken over by Han Sen, and after that, nothing happened in the next battle. His next opponents all decided to give up when they faced him. When Han Sen walked to the next arena, there was no opponent. But in the center, he found an altar. The altar exuded a holy light like a delicate spring, beckoning Han Sen. The light came towards him, but it did not come for him directly. It went towards the missing Geno Core he had used to enter. The Geno Core floated before Han Sen, caressed by that holy light. It started to change, taking on the appearance of a butterfly just like the Firetail Butterfly King it originally was. When the Geno Core was filled up by that light, it became alive. It became a butterfly, and it fluttered towards Han Sen's forehead, entering his Sea of Soul. Obtained God Geno Core Butterfly. Han Sen checked out the butterfly Geno Core in his Sea of Soul, and he noted how it looked like a Firetail Butterfly King, despite it not actually being one. It wasn't a fire element Geno Core. It was glazed with ruby, but it wasn't attached to the element of fire. God Geno Core, Super Butterfly. Han Sen saw the level of the butterfly and immediately became super happy. It was a complete Super Geno Core, his first ever. God Geno Cores were practically self-Geno Cores, but they weren't. Still, their abilities were quite similar. God Geno Cores were like self-Geno Cores in that, if they were destroyed, they'd be rebuilt inside the owner's Sea of Soul. The strength of a God Geno Core would be affected by the master's strength, too, much like self-Geno Cores. But there was something else that was different about them. If a God Geno Core was destroyed, the owner wouldn't be damaged, as would happen with a self-Geno Cores. The God Geno Core event was finished, and the main battleground was shut down. Everyone was forced to leave, made to return to the Geno Core tablet they had entered from. Elysian Moon had been dealt with, and Han Sen had obtained a God Geno Core. It was a surefire victory for him, but it made him think of something. After he left the Geno battleground, would he be returned to the Elysium Shelter's Geno Core storage? And if so, how would he escape from that place? If Elysium knew he was the one who had killed Elysian Moon, they'd undoubtedly want to fight him. And it was likely Yu Qingcheng would kill him. It'd be great if I could end up elsewhere. Han Sen sighed. He knew it'd be impossible, and some way or another, he was going to have to face Elysium and Yu Qingcheng. If he didn't get through it, he'd die. Zhou Donglai really was waiting for him, right outside the Geno Core tablet. He was waiting for Elysian Moon to come out. He had realized that she had tricked him, and so he wanted to grab hold of her and ask her questions whenever she decided to emerge. But then, all of a sudden, the tablet began to shine. It wasn't Elysian Moon that appeared. Instead, it was a number of strong spirits and creatures. Zhou Donglai's face changed, and he immediately turned around and tried to flee. The creatures took off after him. As they were following, they shouted out, "Are you Zhou Donglai? Did that B***TCH Elysian Moon call on all those foul beings to kill me? DMN it." Zhou Donglai was both scared and angry. He thought Elysian Moon had sent them to dispose of him, so he just kept on running, refusing to respond. "Why are you running? I asked if you are Zhou Donglai." One of the spirits behind shouted again. "I am not Zhou Donglai. You fellows made a mistake," Zhou Donglai shouted in response, not slowing down his feet the slightest. He was so old, he did not care about his name or reputation anymore. At that age, he only cared about survival. "How can you not be Zhou Donglai? You look just like the description Sky Sword gave us. You must be him." The spirit on his heels did not believe Zhou Donglai's dismissal, and kept pursuing him. Sky B***TCH. The spirit must be referring to Elysian Moon. "I hope she knows how cheap she is," he thought to himself. Then, still at top speed, shouted, "I really am not Zhou Donglai. And I don't know Sky Sword, neither her brother Earth Sword. You guys must be mistaken, I swear. I know I'm not wrong. You have to be the one. Sky Sword told us to look for someone who was old, ugly, and had the beard of a goat. I don't see anyone else out here that looks like that, the spirit said. FCKU, you're the old and ugly one. I'm what you'd call vintage. Zhou Donglai was extremely angry at hearing the description. When Zhou Donglai looked at the horde closing in, he thought it was all over. As the group spread out behind him, a few more came forward to his front and sides. He was entirely surrounded. It looks like I, Zhou Donglai, will meet my end here. It's a shame there was nothing I could do to kill that B***TCH. Zhou Donglai accepted his fate, knowing he could no longer run. He went on to say, come on. If you want to kill me, I'll still take you all down one by one. You'll pay for this. The spirits and creatures looked at him like he was a strange madman. The spirit that had been calling after him in the pursuit then said, are you insane? Who said we were going to kill you? Sky Sword said that if we saw you, we should help take you back to the teleporter. What nonsense are you going on about? Zhou Donglai was shocked. He thought he had slipped into a strange dream, and he said, who is this Sky B***starred? And why would they want you to escort me? Isn't he your friend? He said you were his friend. That's why we wanted to help you. Are you sure you're Zhou Donglai? All the spirits looked at the funny man in confusion. Zhou Donglai then waved his hand and said, I am. But I don't know who this Sky B***starred is. Let me think. Zhou Donglai retreated into his mind. Who would be retarded enough to call themselves Sky Sword? I don't know who that is. Whatever, I'll admit who I am first. That'll help me stay alive, at least. Oh, yeah, Sky Sword said his real name is Han Sen, the spirit added. Zhou Donglai opened his eyes wide and said, you guys have been talking about Han Sen. Again, Zhou Donglai thought he was dreaming. Guarded by the spirits and creatures, he was escorted back to the teleporter. Then, he was able to return to his garbage shelter. Maybe I'm getting too old. I didn't expect the young ones to be able to befriend or affect the attitude of spirits and creatures in such a way. It looks like humans might find their place in the fourth god's sanctuary soon, after all. Zhou Donglai thought it was amazing. Han Sen said goodbye to Six Paths and the other spirits, then returned to his own teleporter, as that would be the only way he could leave. He investigated the butterfly Geno core as he went. If he was getting into a fight, that'd be his biggest support, for sure. Butterfly Geno core wasn't associated with the fire element. After the holy light he had witnessed in the main battleground, the missing part was fixed and something changed. The butterfly Geno core was like a ruby, but there was a blue fire symbol etched onto it. It looked rather beautiful, and Han Sen thought it to be one of the prettiest Geno cores he had ever seen. The abilities of this Geno core were very obvious to see, though. He wouldn't have to spend much time researching it to find out what they were. The butterfly Geno core could land on Han Sen and grow a pair of butterfly wings for him. It was different than a flying beast soul. The butterfly wings could fly, yes, but they could also provide him a bounty of additional power. It would give him the strength of a super creature. It's no wonder it's a god Geno core. It's incredibly strong. After Han Sen tried the butterfly Geno core, he found himself quite surprised. The butterfly Geno core meant he could make battle with super-class enemies. His strength and speed wouldn't be too far behind, whatever the case. Maybe I really can escape from Elysium shelter with this thing. Han Sen mulled it over. Han Sen reached the teleporter and compiled all his ideas on how to proceed. He stepped onto the plate. The teleporter was activated, and the dimension before him twisted. A second later, he was back in Elysium shelter's Geno core storage. Han Sen immediately saw a lot of the Elysium there before him. Most were there, actually. Ji Yu Qingcheng was standing 2 meters away from Han Sen, eyes staring right at him. Where is the Holy Child? Do you remember what I told you? If she lives, you live. If she dies, you die. Don't dare tell me she didn't make it. Ji Yu Qingcheng peered at Han Sen coldly. Han Sen looked at all the Elysium around. His brows stopped on Ji Yu Qingcheng's face. He summoned the red Elysium umbrella, opened it, and showed them the picture of the green-clothed woman. Are you telling me this is the Holy Child? Han Sen said coldly. Why would she be inside the umbrella? All the Elysium were in shock, as was Ji Yu Qingcheng. She stepped forward to grab the umbrella. Don't move. One step further and I will destroy the umbrella and your whole child within. Han Sen shouted menacingly. "How dare you!" exclaimed many of the Elysium. The power of their shouts was enough to level a city. Ignoring the angry crowd of Elysium spirits, Han Sen drew Taya and swung it at the Elysian umbrella. "Stop!" Ji Yu Qingcheng shouted. It was not loud, but it quelled the roaring of the spirits. The area around the Geno Core storage platform went quiet. Han Sen stopped Taya mid-swing. "Leave the umbrella and release the Holy Child. Do that, and I will let you live." Ji Yu Qingcheng looked at Han Sen and spoke slowly. "My life is my own. I don't need your protection. If you want my life, then come," Han Sen said, then stepped outside the Geno Core storage. The Elysium wished to stop him, and without saying a word, Han Sen lifted his sword over the umbrella again. "Back off," Ji Yu Qingcheng shouted at the spirits. Then she said to Han Sen, "Do you really think you can escape Elysium shelter?" "I would like to, but if I can't, the Holy Child dies with me." Han Sen looked fearless, and he continued to walk with the umbrella and his sword drawn. The Elysium bosses didn't want to leave him be, and they stared at Han Sen with anger. Han Sen continued walking forward, heading towards them. "Step aside. Let him through," Ji Yu Qingcheng said shortly. "Master, the umbrella feels like the Holy Child's umbrella. But it doesn't look like it. Perhaps this is all a trick of some sort," suggested an Elysium boss. "Yeah, even if that was the real thing, no human can destroy that umbrella. We can't let him go," another boss stated. All the Elysium began to shout again, deploring the idea of letting him go. Han Sen was shocked. At least Elysium wasn't lying when she said that she had an enemy in Elysium shelter. It doesn't seem as if these spirits like her very much. She's definitely not the most reliable hostage to have. Ji Yu Qingcheng said quietly, "Why doesn't one of you become master of the shelter and replace me?" "No, we wouldn't dare." The Elysium spirits were all in shock, and they responded as quickly as they could. They obviously feared her. "Then what are all doing there?" Ji Yu Qingcheng's expression looked grim as she glanced at the spirits blocking Han Sen's way. The Elysium parted to form a path, prompting Han Sen to sigh in relief. While he could now proceed, he still kept his guard up. He maintained his grip on the umbrella and his sword. Under the gaze of all those Elysium, Han Sen slowly walked away from the Geno Core storage. When he took another step, a creature suddenly appeared near him. It was a white snake, and it came lunging towards Han Sen with a snapping maw. The Elysium were delighted at the sight. The creature, while it was motionless, had the ability to become entirely invisible. That invisibility would disappear as soon as the creature moved. So, it had waited until Han Sen came within range before trying to bite him. Han Sen's body flashed red as ruby butterfly wings appeared on his back. His taya gleamed crimson like a laser beam, and with the greatest of ease, he sliced the monster's head off. Its blood squirted through the air like a shower of flower petals. The Elysium spirits had been stepping up to support the creature, but they were shocked into motionlessness again. They stopped their advance, not expecting Han Sen to possess such power. The beast was a super creature. Its body might not have had the highest fortitude, but it would require the strength of something super class to triumph over it. The fact that Han Sen had just cut its head off with such ease was a revelation of his true power. Super creature alien beast killed. Beast soul gained. Geno Core unobtained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life Geno essence. Han Sen was so happy. The butterfly Geno Core was far stronger than he imagined it to be. The red light was able to kill super creatures, and while the super creature's defense was fairly weak, the result was still surprising. And after that swift kill, the last thing Han Sen expected to receive was a super beast soul. "You obtained the god Geno Core." Ji Yu Qingcheng snapped out of her daze and finally asked Han Sen the question. After Ji Yu Qingcheng said that, the rest of Elysium awoke from their shock, too. Han Sen had been very weak when he first came there, and now, he had suddenly become very strong. The reason he had so much power must be because he obtained the god Geno Core in the god battleground. But even so, they found it a struggle to believe such a thing. There were so many elites there, and Elysian Moon had gone there on the heels of intense preparation. How a human had managed to beat such odds was incomprehensible. I do want to try out the extent of the god Geno Core's power. I wonder if this thing can actually allow me to break the umbrella. Han Sen walked over to the headless corpse of the fallen alien beast and collected its life Geno essence. Han Sen continued walking. The Elysium spirits watched him with conflicted expressions. They wished to stop Han Sen from leaving and attack him, but they found themselves too afraid to do so. They didn't stop Han Sen leaving, but they did not move from their positions. The Elysium all just stared at Han Sen, looking as if they were ready to fight. After Han Sen exited the Geno Core storage, the spirits and creatures had begun to slowly surround Han Sen from all sides. If they found the opening they wished to find, they'd tear him to shreds. Han Sen continued to move forward, watching the subtle movements of each being there in his mind's eye. If any of them moved his way, Han Sen was ready to react. The way Han Sen walked kept them from finding an opportunity to attack, though. But there were too many of them, and Han Sen couldn't keep track of them all. Whether they attacked ultimately depended on their collective bravery. Fortunately, Ji Qingcheng was still in command. With her there, the spirits were unlikely to disobey her order to leave Han Sen untouched. But when Han Sen had reached the shelter's door, the spirits decided not to let him go any further. They assembled at the door, barring his way. "Master, you can't let him go. If he leaves, it would be profoundly embarrassing. And I think the Holy Child will die. He won't let her go, even after he leaves. If he is kept here, perhaps she will stand a chance," an Elysium spirit said angrily. The other spirits were in agreement. They did not want Han Sen to depart, either. "I told you to move. Did you not hear me?" Ji Qingcheng's face darkened. The Elysium wore cloaks that obscured their faces. They lowered their heads and did not vocally object to her repeated command, but still, they did not move. Standing where they were blocking Han Sen's exit. It looks like the politics of Elysium Shelter are quite complex. Ji Qingcheng is not 100% in charge. And because Elysian Moon isn't all that popular, my hostage isn't invaluable, Han Sen thought to himself. Ji Qingcheng, you are the master of the shelter. You should think about the Elysium. If the human can simply walk out so boldly, how can we expect to survive and maintain our strength in the fourth god's sanctuary? A voice echoed across the shelter, and the spirits then divided their ranks to form a path. A spirit with a gray cloak and a black staff was approaching. When the spirits saw him, they bowed and exclaimed, "The big priest. Why is there another big priest here? How many priests do they have?" Han Sen looked at him and frowned. Strangely, Han Sen could not detect a life force from him. It was as if he was inspecting a dead man walking. Ji Qingcheng, seeing the spirit, frowned and said, "Priest, this is my business. I don't need your lectures." The priest laughed quietly. "I, Ghost Holy, followed Elysium King in the fourth god's sanctuary for an untold number of years. We engaged in many battles and became the priests that nurtured many holy children. Elysium is my life, and nothing is more important to me than upholding all this. Even if you are the leader of the shelter, if you ever tried to do something to embarrass me, I would forbid it. Then what must be done to avoid this embarrassment?" Ji Qingcheng said, looking at Ghost Holy. "Elysium will not be threatened by humans. We must kill all who try," the big priest said. "You would really prefer Elysian Moon to perish?" Ji Qingcheng looked at him with disdain. The priest was fearless in his response. "Every holy child of Elysium must attain further glory for us. If they fail, even they cannot be allowed to embarrass us any further. If they cannot be saved, dying for the betterment of Elysium is the most glorious thing they can attain. What if I have to let him go?" Ji Qingcheng looked at the priest implacably. "You want to let him leave? Over my dead body," the priest said with a modicum of cruelty. Ji Qingcheng looked at Ghost Holy before addressing Han Sen again. "Leave now, and I will see to those who might dare stop you." Han Sen knew this would be his last chance for freedom. Elysian Moon, being a hostage, only seemed to affect Ji Qingcheng. He listened to what she told him and proceeded on towards the gate. But the spirits at the gate did not part for him, and Han Sen realized they were most likely going to side with the priest. Han Sen was going to walk right in front of them. If the crowds did not part for him, he'd have no choice but to swing his sword. But before he did, another powerful sword cleaved through the masses to form a way for Han Sen. Many of the Elysium spirits were instantly annihilated. Han Sen was shocked by the sudden spectacle. He turned around and saw Ji Qingcheng's hand grasping a green sword with the delicateness of a fairy. The strike had come from her. "Ji Qingcheng, do you dare to kill those of Elysium? Do you truly think we fear you?" The priest was enraged by her actions. He brought his staff down on the ground as the Elysium-born powers began to rise. "You guys were afraid of me for 2 years. Isn't this rebellion a little late?" Ji Qingcheng said icily. Fine, Ji Qingcheng. I will let you witness the true power of Elysium. Kill the humans. None will be leaving Elysium shelter today. The priest raised his staff as the entire shelter was consumed by a void of nothingness. Han Sen understood now that it was the priest who controlled the spirits, truthfully. The spirit stone inside the spirit hall's statue had to be his, no doubt. When the order was received, the eyes of all the spirits became frightening. Their bodies all turned gray, as if they were hell-raised minions. The Elysium did not have an elder, but there were many king-class spirits amongst the horde. 20 of them had super Geno cores, while the rest had gemstone Geno cores. The power they unleashed was wretchedly powerful, and it even made Han Sen a little nervous. Fighting individual king spirits wouldn't be difficult for Han Sen now that he had his butterfly Geno core. But their numbers were so grand, getting out would still prove a major problem. Han Sen put away his useless umbrella. He summoned his bulwark umbrella instead, determined to use that alongside Taya. He was ready to fight. Han Sen watched another strike come from Ji Qingcheng's direction. It was so bright, and it slammed right into the gate. The gate had been hewn open in two, kicking up a murky haze from the debris. The way outside was now clear. Get out of here, Ji Qingcheng shouted. She didn't say his name, but Han Sen knew she was speaking to him. His butterfly wings glowed red as he started flying out of the shelter through the curtain of fog. Ji Qingcheng, how dare you? The priest was further enraged. His body exuded a horrible aura, and he swung his staff towards Ji Qingcheng. Some of the king's spirits took off after Han Sen, following him out of the shelter. Han Sen did not stop, and with his butterfly wings, he employed the grace of his phoenix techniques. But the king's spirits were incredibly fast, and his evasive maneuvers weren't losing them. Elysium's shelter was shaking with thunderously loud noises, as if the entire place was falling to pieces. Most of the Elysium, and the priest, had been locked inside the shelter. She is so strong. Who is she? Is she really a human? Han Sen was shocked by it all. He did not think a member of Blood Legion could be that strong, either. Han Sen didn't have time to think about such things, though. Right now, he was flying fast. He rushed forward, determined to return to the underworld. Ji Qingcheng had appeared before him in the underworld before. She was not of the Elysium, and so it was highly likely those who were would have to abide by the 100-tribe deal. If they did not follow the rules and break off when Han Sen entered the underworld, Dark Spirit would have no choice but to teach them a lesson. There were 6 spirits coming after Han Sen, all king spirits wielding super Geno cores. All the pursuing spirits were from Elysium, and while they were all around the same power level, their Geno cores were very different. 2 of the king's spirits were using swords. One used a feather, one wielded a knife, and another used a copper cauldron. Han Sen couldn't see what the 6th spirit was using. He simply waved his hand beneath a cloak, which dropped a thick mist across a dozen miles of landscape. It consumed everything, including Han Sen. The radius of that fog was too wide for Han Sen to escape. While he was inside, his Dongshuan aura was also suppressed and dampened by the mist. This made him feel uneasy. Hallucinations could not confuse Han Sen, but this mist carried a phantom pressure with it. It weighed on Han Sen and slowed him down. The 6 king spirits, each with their horrible weapons, all managed to catch up due to this. The fight was going poorly for Han Sen. It was fortunate he had the powers of his god Geno core and a number of airborne talents for maneuvering. He also had the Dongshuan Sutra and Phoenix techniques. Han Sen was only just managing to hold his own. He kept getting beaten back, and he began to collect injuries. Luckily, all his weak spots were okay, so he wasn't in any danger of dying just yet. But after a long time of such fighting, death would be inevitable if things did not change. Han Sen decided to use Super King Spirit mode to see if he could do something about the mist, but just as he was about to, he heard a familiar voice. "Daddy." Han Sen turned around. The mist was too thick, and all he could make out was the sight of something small approaching. He eventually saw a beautiful little girl crawling through the fog like a rocket. Bauer. Han Sen was both surprised and delighted. He had no clue why she was there, and neither did he have any idea how she'd found him. "Dad, I missed you." Bauer looked happy now, and she leapt back into Han Sen's arms. Han Sen caught her, but this act distracted him from the battle. And with that opening, a king spirit was able to deliver a firm slash against his back. His blood sprayed through the cleft in his armor. Han Sen resumed the fight, all the while trying to escape. Bauer looked incredibly angry. She raised her pudgy arms and summoned her gourd. Then, she pointed it at the mist that was veiling all. The mist was then sucked away, like water that had been drained. It all vanished into Bauer's gourd without issue. Blurg. The king spirit that had unleashed that mist spilled out some blood. The other king spirits were angered by this, and their furor only heightened. They raged at Han Sen with greater ferocity. But Han Sen was happy. He felt the burden of the fog lift, enabling him to flap his wings and soar into the open sky. He could not lose the hounding of the king spirits, but at least they couldn't catch up to him. Bauer, you are a good daughter to have, Han Sen complimented her as he flew. Bauer cockily responded, Bauer is Dad's best baby. The Elysium spirits, unable to catch up with Han Sen, tried to use their swords to stop him. But Han Sen's movement was better than the king spirits, and everything they tried to do missed. They couldn't slow him down, not even for a second. The slashes ended up wreaking havoc on the ground below, as if it was the end of the world. Han Sen ignored them, though, and he just kept up his escape. He'd earned no benefit from battling them, and with the risk involved in fighting them being as large as it was, Han Sen didn't fancy doing so. The king spirits really wanted Han Sen dead, though, they weren't keen on the prospect of giving up the chase. They chased Han Sen for a few days, until he was able to reach the underworld and fly through the tunnels and caves of the place. The king spirits stopped at the entrance of the underworld. They were clearly afraid of something, and they weren't going to follow him any longer. It looks like this place belongs entirely to Dark Spirit. Should we continue our pursuit? One of the king spirits asked, frowning. The other king spirits hesitated, but one said boldly, of course. He is not of Dark Spirit, so what is there for us to be afraid of? We can't let him escape. And if we fail to kill him, what can we tell the priest? After that, the king spirit entered. Clenching their jaws, the others followed him. When Han Sen saw the Elysium king spirits following, he was delighted. The landscape of the underworld was complicated. It was perfect for him to make the most of Heavenly Go and the Dongshuan Sutra. If he used the terrain to his advantage, it might even be possible for him to kill them there. But Han Sen, after thinking about it some more, decided not to attempt to kill them immediately. He was going to go to the place where the Shell King had died. He remembered the hordes of scary creatures that had gathered there. So, there was still a chance he could use them to aid in the fight against the king spirits. If he was lucky, he could end up hitting two birds with one stone. Han Sen traveled for a while, but he didn't see any creatures. There were no super creatures, or creatures of lower classes either. That's weird. Where did they all go? Han Sen ran towards the fallen Shell King, but there was no sign of a creature there. Han Sen flew past the shell, planning to proceed onwards to Dark Spirit Shelter. If Dark Spirit discovered they had been invaded by Elysium spirits, Han Sen could pretend to be Ling Meier's subordinate. If he pulled that off, it did not fare well for the spirits that chased him. When Han Sen flew over the shell and glanced down into the big hole at its top, his heart jumped. A dark purple pincer flashed from the hole like an excavator. The teeth-laden pincer almost nicked Han Sen. Han Sen looked inside the hole where the pincer had come from, and he could see more. A dark purple crab was crawling up into the light. Han Sen did not know since when the Shell King's body had been claimed by the crab. But the crab, after coming out of the shell, immediately encountered the king spirits that were still in pursuit. The pincers moved so fast it looked like they were teleporting, and the crab tried to grab two of the king spirits. The spirits had not expected something so big to be lying in wait beneath them. When they noticed the pincers coming towards them, they had to use their swords to block. Dong! The Super Geno Core weapons, fueled with Elysium power, came crashing down on the pincer. But the strikes did not even leave a mark, they only succeeded in making the creature even angrier. The eyes of the crab gleamed with a purple color and obvious bloodlust. Next, the crab gathered itself, then hurled its entire body forward. The pincers were going for the king spirits at a blisteringly quick speed. Han Sen looked around him, and he was able to understand why there were no other creatures around. They must have vacated the area in fear of the big purple crab. Watching the big purple crab use its shell to block the king spirit's attack was enough for Han Sen to tell how strong it was. While the crab was occupied by the king spirits, Han Sen took the time to examine it. Its shell was black and purplish, like obsidian. Its entire body was like that, and you couldn't see a single gap or crevice in its form. It was like it had been wholly forged from steel. Its body was a little bigger than an excavator, but it moved frighteningly quickly. It was more akin to a spider than a crab. The 6 king spirits surrounded the fiend, but they were unable to damage it. They seemed to be at an impasse. Han Sen stopped running and watched until the 6 king spirits ended up getting chased away by the crab, which was a fearless monster. It just let their super geno cores bang against its shell, all the while it suffered no damage. Between the crab and the corpse of the Shell King, there was very little room in the tunnel. Me and Ghost Shadow will keep this guy busy. You go after the human and kill him, one king spirit shouted. This monster is extremely strong. I'm not sure you two can hold it by yourselves. I'll stay. Let Ghost Claw and the other 2 deal with the human, another king spirit said. Okay. The other king spirits agreed, and the 6 of them split into 2 equal-numbered teams. One group would remain with the crab, while the other went over the shell to resume their chase of Han Sen. Han Sen rolled his eyes. Instead of running, he simply flapped his wings to meet with the 3 king spirits that were coming for him. The king spirits were happy about this. The underworld was not their territory. They were worried they might not be able to catch Han Sen there, but now it seemed their need to pursue him had ended. He was coming straight to them. This was good, but Han Sen did not want to spend time with them exclusively. After he dodged them a few times, he flew right by them and landed on the shell near the crab. The crab saw Han Sen and tried to attack him with its pincer. He dodged the pincer, and then the crab saw the 3 spirits that were directly behind Han Sen. It quickly moved to attack them. The scene suddenly became weird. Considering Han Sen's reaction and judgment skills, the king spirits were far worse off than he was. He fought the king spirits near the crab so smoothly that it almost looked like he was cooperating with the shelled fiend. In truth, the crab was trying to attack Han Sen, too. But with his movement and ability of prediction, he was able to lead the crab into actually attacking the king spirits. The crab was incredibly powerful. Its body was tough and lethally fast. But even after all that time, Han Sen had yet to learn what its geno core was. Whatever it was, if the creature used it, it'd undoubtedly be a scary item. The king spirits were feeling the heat of defeat, and they were struggling to understand whether or not the crab was neutral. It attacked them every time, and Han Sen was benefiting from each and every move it made. The king spirits didn't want to go back empty-handed. They couldn't report back if they didn't kill Han Sen. Furthermore, they couldn't deal with the humiliation of finding themselves being manipulated and toyed with by a human, either. You guys stay here, don't let him run. Let me use my cauldron to take out the monster. Then, kill the human, said the king spirit with the bronze cauldron. He had noticed they'd be unable to kill Han Sen without first removing the crab from the field of play. Okay, a few of the spirits agreed. They split up and blocked all the routes that Han Sen might use to escape. The king spirit with the cauldron gripped the item, making it glow with Elysium power. He opened the cauldron, and something green emerged from it. It was headed for the crab. The crab was big, but it was soon covered by that green light. It was then pulled into the bronze cauldron. The king spirit immediately closed the lid of the cauldron, and you could see a flame flicker around the rim. The crab was being refined on the inside. The bronze cauldron began to rattle and shake, prompting the king spirit to try his hardest to calm it down. The crab was raging like mad on the inside, wishing nothing more than to break free. Kill the human, quick. This beast is too strong, and my cauldron cannot hold it for long, the king spirit shouted as he clutched the cauldron tight. The other king spirits did not say anything, they simply folded in on Han Sen. They were angry, and their desire to crush Han Sen was high. Han Sen saw there were no escape routes, but he wasn't planning on leaving. He could tell the Elysium cauldron was far weaker than the Elysian umbrella. It wouldn't keep the crab down for long. Han Sen just had to hold on until the crab got free. Once it was, the spirits would be done for. Han Sen's movements and sword skills were firing on all cylinders, but he was still on the losing side. He was up against 5, after all. Dad, you can do it. Dad, you can do it. Bauer was on Han Sen's back. She shouted support as she clung to his neck. Han Sen's arm was nicked by a sword, and so he asked, Bauer, your gourd absorbed their mist. Can you use it to grab their weapons? Yes, Bauer said straightforwardly. Han Sen glanced at her in surprise, and he almost got hit again. He'd asked the question casually, not expecting Bauer to actually be able to do this. Why don't you use the gourd to take their weapons away, then? Han Sen asked as he dodged another weapon. Bauer lowered her head and said, "You said you would keep teaching me to do things on my own. I need to grow up and be independent to be useful." Han Sen almost coughed up some blood. He always wondered why the gourd only worked sometimes and not all the time. It did work, she just never planned to make use of it. But right now, Han Sen couldn't ask Bauer for help. If he did, he'd be going against his own word. "I can bleed, but I sure can't afford to embarrass myself." Han Sen gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't ask Bauer for help anymore. "Dad, you can do it. Dad, you can do it." Bauer chanted her support for Han Sen again, but he wasn't really fond of it. "Hurry up, I'm not going to last." A number of green vines were wreathing around the king spirit that was holding the cauldron. His entire body smoked and trembled as he clutched the cauldron. He was at the end of his rope. The 5 spirits that were closing in on Han Sen were in a hurry. Under the buffs of the butterfly Geno core, Han Sen's speed and power made him just as strong as them. His movement was strange, and when the 5 of them surrounded him, they felt that their powers were suppressed and unusable. Many times they thought they were going to hit Han Sen, but their strikes would end up being deflected by an attack coming from one of their own. Try as they might, they couldn't hit him. Pang! There was an explosion. The Elysium cauldron blew up, and the king spirit holding it was sent flying away, spewing blood. The big crab leapt after the spirit through the subsiding fires. It snapped one of its pincers closed on the spirit, immediately cutting him in half. "It's out." Han Sen was so happy. The faces of the 5 Elysium spirits changed. Before they could react any further, the crab was rushing over to them with a gold word emblazoned across its back. Han Sen was shocked. The word written on the dark purple shell was from an ancient language, and it gleamed as if it had been stitched onto the shell with gold. Han Sen had studied ancient texts before, so he quickly remembered that the word meant overbearing. Where did that word come from? Is that the crab's Geno core? As Han Sen pondered its nature, the crab moved forward to attack one of the king spirits. That king spirit had been holding a sword Geno core, and with Elysium power, he repeatedly whacked the incoming pincer. Gotcha! With his last hit, the king spirit broke his Geno core across the pincer. Blood flew from his mouth right before he fell into the grasp of the crab's pincers. He too was snapped in half. The crab inscribed with the word overbearing really was overbearing. The king spirit's Geno core, and his armor, had been cut in half easily. It was scary. Han Sen didn't dare watch, as it was too frightening for him to see. If the crab could so easily sunder super Geno cores, it had to be a berserk super creature. Han Sen grabbed Bauer and ran, but the other king spirits were running too. Shortly after, the crab's kill tally had mounted to 4, and only 2 spirits were still trying to scramble away. But the big crab did not go after those remaining king spirits, it had instead chosen to go after Han Sen. **T. Why are you going for me and not them?" Han Sen felt depressed. Han Sen thought he could pick up a few easy kills, but that idea was now out the window. All he wanted to do at this point was run. The crab was faster than the king spirits were, and with its claws dragging across the rocks, it caught up to Han Sen with ease. Han Sen realized he had lost the king spirits, but this threat was in even greater trouble. "Daddy, you can do it." Bauer continued to support Han Sen. Han Sen wanted to cry as he ran, and he said, "You are my good daughter." The human and the crab ran the length of the underworld, and no matter how he tried, Han Sen couldn't shake off his tail. He tried using the labyrinthic passages and complex routes to escape the crab. Eventually, Han Sen proceeded through a tunnel that was too small for the crab. But that didn't keep him safe for long, for when the crab came through, it brought down the walls to get to him. The few-meter walls were torn down as if they were paper. Han Sen kept running, but he eventually found himself at a dead end. There was a wall up ahead that was sealing the cave. Han Sen gritted his teeth and used Taya to slash. He wanted to be like the crab and bring the wall down so he could proceed. With the god Geno core's buff, Han Sen's sword glowed red. His strike managed to create a cleft in the stone that was a few meters deep. But Han Sen was disheartened. His strike hadn't gotten to the other side of the wall, and how thick that wall might have been, he did not know. Han Sen stood in front of the wall as the crab behind him bulldozed through stone. The 2-meter cave had doubled. As the walls behind him were turned into rubble, the crab was only 20 meters away from him. Han Sen clenched his jaw and swung his sword at the same spot he had previously. He managed to go a few meters deeper this time, but he was still striking stone. **T. Is this entirely solid? Is there nothing behind this?" Han Sen was getting frustrated. The big crab was already behind him, and its pincers were swinging wildly around. Their length covered the extent of the tunnel, robbing Han Sen of the ability to dodge. "It looks like I'll have to just take a chance." There was no turning back right now, and so Han Sen summoned a beast soul. The beast soul was like a scaleless snake. Its body was very strange. It was the super beast soul Han Sen had received from Alien Beast. Super Alien Beast Soul, shapeshift type. After the Alien Beast combined with Han Sen became a white, scaleless snake. He slithered like an eel. The butterfly Geno core was pocketed. For the time being, and Han Sen used his alien beast form to writhe around the cave until he became paper thin. Then, he moved against the wall and slithered straight past the pincers. Alien Beast had low defense and not much power, but its body could take on a bunch of different shapes. That made it quite useful. Han Sen, with Bauer, evaded the pincer. The Alien Beast soul had thinned, squeezing through the minor gap. But the crab was difficult to deal with. The sharp pincers were still taking aim at Han Sen. He had to change direction, and he missed the chance to escape. The crab moved its pincers and claws and continued to attack Han Sen. He used Alien Beast to become thin and short to dodge it. But this couldn't go on for long, and if he got hit once, he'd undoubtedly die. He had to find a way out of this predicament and escape. Han Sen looked at the big crab and decided he'd go under it. The mass of its body had blocked the exit, but there was a minor gap directly below the crab's belly. Unfortunately, the belly was the crab's strongest point, and its claws could easily reach there. But still, he went for the gap. The claws responded quickly, blocking his escape from that direction, and he lurched back. Han Sen bit down on his teeth and jumped up. He became a thin, paper-like figure that stuck itself to the crab's belly like a sticker. The crab was incredibly smart, though. It brought its own belly down on the ground, trying to crush Han Sen and Bauer against the floor of the cave. The thin, snake-like body crawled across the crab, and when the crab's belly whacked the ground, Han Sen had already brought Bauer to its back. He was on top of where the gold overbearing word had appeared. The crab swung its claws, but they couldn't reach Han Sen and Bauer, who were now on its back. After a while, the crab gave up trying to kill Han Sen. Instead, it just started to go back the way it had come. The gold word upon its back, overbearing, eventually dissipated as well. Han Sen became human again, holding Bauer as he stood on the back of the crab. They weren't sure what to do. The crab ignored his presence there, but who knew what would happen if Han Sen decided to leap off. So, Han Sen remained there and did not yet dare to jump. The crab waddled its way through the cave systems, but eventually, Han Sen realized it was not returning to where the Shell King had been. He had no idea which way it was going. Not long after, Han Sen heard a roaring sound in the distance. His face changed when he realized it was the sound of a waterfall. "Does the crab want to dive into the water and try to drown us?" Han Sen frowned. He could breathe underwater, but it was not like he could spend the rest of his days submerged in water. And what's more, he didn't know if Bauer would fare as well as he would. He didn't know if she could breathe underwater or not. An underground river eventually appeared in front of them. The crab jumped into the river and dived below the surface. Han Sen and Bauer stayed with it. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to breathe underwater, and he was unaffected. He looked over to Bauer and noticed she was entirely fine, as well. She was playing in the water, and it brought him some peace of mind. The underground river was deeper than Han Sen believed it to be, though. The giant, gold-patterned crab was firmly inside it. It had dived deeper into the stream. The crab seemed to be swimming downstream, too. Han Sen held onto Bauer as he looked around. He saw a number of underwater creatures that all fled upon seeing the crab. They all made sure to stay out of its way. The crab remained underwater for an hour. Han Sen thought that the crab might have forgotten about him and Bauer's presence on its back, and he considered ways in which he might be able to sneak away. But as soon as Han Sen left its back, the pincers quickly approached. He hastily used Alien Beast to dodge the claw and return to its back. It seemed as if the crab was clearly aware that Han Sen was still there. The crab remained intent on trying to kill him. Han Sen sat on the crab's back and tried to think of a way in which he might escape. Bauer looked happy, swinging her arms against the water's resistance. She always loved water. The crab did not stop traveling. It followed the stream for a few days, and they had no idea how long that river might have been. It seemed endless, but whenever there was a cave, Han Sen could see parts of the holy vine wreathing its way across the ceilings. The vine was huge, and it supposedly held up the entire underworld. This vine is much bigger than the one that gave birth to Bauer. I wonder what will reside in the gourd on this holy vine. Will it be another being similar to Bauer? Han Sen wondered to himself. Han Sen was unable to think of a way to get out of his current situation. He followed the crab through the water for an additional 2 days. He eventually noticed the waters had become wider and even deeper. It was like they had come to a bottomless ocean. The crab continued swimming through the wider expanse of water, diving deeper and deeper. This place was far deeper than the river, and not long after, they were submerged a few hundred meters deep underwater. Some underwater creatures were moving around, Han Sen could see. They were not afraid of the crab like the others. But still, the crab raised its pincers and grabbed a few of the creatures to munch on. Han Sen opened his bulwark umbrella for respite from the water. He brought out some food and water of his own that he could share with Bauer. Not long after, Han Sen saw some sort of blue light flash in the distance. It looked like a thunderstorm, but without the sound. The crab was heading in the direction of that thunder, but what its aim was, Han Sen had no idea. The thunderstorm flickered between dark and bright, and once the crab had gotten closer, Han Sen noticed it wasn't a thunderstorm. It was a giant eel that was like a diamond. The eel had some blue lightning coursing around it. It was like a living storm, and it was rather beautiful. That eel can't be the crab's mate, can it? Is it going to ask the eel to eat us off its back? Han Sen's face looked ill as he thought about this. Han Sen saw the eel and how scary it looked. If the two really were related in some way, Han Sen didn't fancy his chances. The fact that he would have to deal with both the crab and the eel dropped his survival rate by a significant margin. Bauer, can you absorb the crab and eel into the gourd? Han Sen asked Bauer. If this would work, Han Sen wouldn't mind sacrificing his pride by getting Bauer to solve the problem for him. Bauer shook her head and said, they are too strong. The gourd can't do it. Han Sen felt depressed. Nothing was working out for him this time. The eel noticed the crab coming closer, and it became alert. It stared at the crab, and its translucent diamond body, which channeled and coursed with lightning, became stronger. The increased volume of lightning was like a warning for the crab not to come any closer. Han Sen was very happy seeing this, and he thought to himself, they aren't together after all. That's great, but when Han Sen thought some more, his face fell. The crab was provoking the eel. If the eel released lightning and attacked the crab with it, Han Sen and Bauer would obviously be caught in the crossfire. The crab's shell was very strong, so it could take a lightning strike just fine. Han Sen was afraid the reason the crab had gone there was to get the eel to kill them on its behalf. The crab raised its pincers to provoke the eel, and then the eel went mad. The blue lightning around it rose in volume. Its entire body was consumed by blue lightning, making it look like some sort of thunder dragon. Boom! A bolt of blue lightning was launched from the eel's body, and it covered the entirety of the crab. The crab hadn't dodged, and it simply accepted the blue lightning. It showered itself in it. There were no injuries, and only a number of bubbles rose around the creature. Han Sen felt terrible. When the blue lightning rained down, the umbrella took a powerful hit. It already seemed likely to break. DMN crab, you are mean, but electrifying us won't be that easy. Han Sen tightened his jaw and looked around, trying to find a means of escape. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.